Yan Bingxue was slightly surprised, then wiped her mouth and quickly covered her own mouth. Repair mecha? I didn't expect this humble new metal or to have such a purpose. Fortunately, only your husband knows about this. If other countries, if you know it, then everyone will be squeezed out tonight to grab this lot. My silly wife, if everyone knew its value, do you think he would still appear at this auction today? Haha, that's right, if Haiguan knew that this metal mine had such a great effect, he would definitely not put it up for auction. I think the starting price above is only 20 million. It seems that Yingwanjin does not take the mining rights of this or seriously. Husband, you are really amazing. We might be able to get it at a low price tonight. This big baby? Yan Bingxue said excitedly. But Suchen didn't think so. I'm afraid it's not as simple as I thought. People from the Twitter group suddenly appeared, maybe because of some rumors. It is estimated that they will compete with me for this auction tonight, but it doesn't matter, no matter how much it costs, I'm going to get this lot tonight. Well, what if the price exceeds expectations by too much? No matter how high the price is, it's worthwhile. The only one who knows this technology now is me, but when the Dragon Kingdom's combat armor is really launched, other countries will definitely not get a lot of inspiration from it. By then, the global mecha industry will develop rapidly, and this material will become a hot item at that time, so it doesn't matter how much money we spend to take pictures of the mining rights tonight. In the future, the Dragon Academy of Sciences can earn it back with a touch of a finger. Yan Bingxue's eyes almost went straight when she heard Suchen's words. She said after a long while, Husband, I always thought that although you are very good, I must have a better vision than you in business and investment at least, but I didn't expect that I am not even as good as you. It seems that what I just said, the speech is still a little short-sighted. Suchen took a tissue, gently wiped off the orange juice splashed on her face, and said with a smile, Wife, I specialize in surgery, mecha things are my advantage, and my wife's advantage. Suchen lengthened the tale. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but asked curiously, what is my advantage? She looked at Suchen expectantly, wondering what she was like in her husband's mind. Suchen smiled and said, the advantage of my wife is that she has a very good vision, plus she is bold and decisive. She fell in love with such an excellent talent at the first meeting, and when they met again, she immediately turned me into a person like me. Having married my husband, such an excellent investment vision and decisive style of behavior are truly admirable. Yan Bingxue was seriously waiting for her husband's compliment, but he didn't expect this to be what he said. She blushed for a while and glared at him coquettishly. Husband, are you praising me or praising yourself? Of course I'm complimenting my wife, Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue glared at him, and the small pink fist smashed lightly on his shoulder, and was caught by Suchen with one hand. The couple flirted in the box. The auction started at 7 o'clock, and there were still 20 minutes left, and the guests were arriving one after another. Suchen and Yan Bingxue laughed. Suchen suddenly got close to Yan Bingxue's ear and said, the people from the Twitter group are here. It seems that they know my existence. When Yan Bingxue heard this, her heart was slightly shocked, but her face was still like a spring breeze, with a sweet smile. Husband, where are they? Diagonally opposite, the two on the left of the box just now. They looked at us several times, entered the box and swept around, and stayed with us the longest. Yan Bingxue's brows and eyes swept slightly, and she saw a few blonde young people You're so tall, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchen nodded. Well, it looks like Lianjiazi. Strange, I came here on behalf of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This matter was decided so suddenly, and no news was leaked before. Dang country Twitter group, how could someone from here suddenly come over and intervene? Suchen said to himself as if he were talking to himself, greatly puzzled in his heart. It's really strange that the Twitter group came here. Seeing him frown slightly, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but reached out and gently smoothed his eyebrows. She said softly, husband, if you are really doubtful about this matter, let's talk about it when we return to Long Kingdom. For now, let's deal with tonight's affairs first. Suchen nodded and regained his joyful expression. At 50, Lucas also came in. He was not eligible to sit in the VIP seat, but he was also sitting in the first row downstairs, the best center position. After he sat down, he immediately glanced in the direction of Suchen and the others. Yan Bingxue happened to go to the bathroom just now, and there was only Suchen in the box. When Yan Bingxue wasn't there, Lucas didn't even need to disguise the smile that had accumulated on his face disappeared the moment he saw that there was only Suchen alone. When he saw Suchen looking over, he immediately raised his head and wiped his neck. Action. Suchen's gaze swept across him, and when he saw this scene, the corner of his mouth tickled slightly. How could he forget that there is such an annoying character? Tonight's auction seems to be very exciting. He lost 30 million yesterday, and today Lucas doesn't know how much money he has prepared. Suchen didn't put Lucas in his eyes. He knew that his real opponent was the Twitter group. Lucas was just a small character. Behind him was just an ordinary tell company, and behind him was the entire Dragon Academy. Not worth mentioning at all. However, if this Lucas came to stir up the water, it would be a bit annoying. Suchen's heart moved slightly, and suddenly thought of a clever plan. He picked up the brochure on the table and began to browse tonight's lots. Originally, he had a goal, so he just glanced at the brochure casually, and then took a closer look. The large-scale auction of this sea country is indeed well-deserved, and there are many rare treasures in the auction. Suchen didn't have much interest in antiques, so he picked some jewelry and the like to see if there were any items suitable for Yan Bingxue. He also brought a lot of money himself, plus the 80 million last night, after deducting the 10 million given by today's security expenses, there is still 70 million left. Since this money was won in the gambling game last night, yes, it's okay to spend it here. When Yan Bingxue came back, he saw Suchen reading the manual carefully. Suchen waved at her. Wife, come here quickly and see if there is any jewelry you like here, and my husband will take it back for you. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, husband, didn't you come here today for the metal mine? Yeah, but since I came with my wife, how can I let my wife go home empty-handed? This is not what a good husband does. No need, husband, I don't lack these things. Yan Bingxue said happily. Suchen still pushed the booklet in front of Yan Bingxue. Wife, take a look first, don't rush to refuse, tonight's auction will probably be more exciting than you imagined. Yan Bingxue didn't know what happened when she left for a short while. Why did her husband suddenly say such a sentence? She looked down at the manual, and Suchen folded all the jewelry pages in it to make it easier for Yan Bingxue to choose. It does have a heart. Thinking that her husband could still think of bringing a gift back for her. Under such circumstances, Yan Bingxue felt extremely happy in her heart. The auction has officially started. The first item to be auctioned is an Antique vase, which is about 600 years old. It is a good collectible. The bidding under the stage is not too fierce, but there are also a few people who love to collect. Gradually raised the sign. Since the beginning of the auction, Lucas has looked back from time to time. Whenever someone raised a placard, he would look upstairs at Su Chen's box and make sure it wasn't Su Chen's. After listing 2 lots in a row, Yan Bingxue also realized this situation. She looked downstairs with some displeasure and said, "What's going on with this Lucas? Why does he keep looking at us?" Su Chen glanced at his wife with a deep meaning in his eyes. "Wife, why is he looking up? You really don't know?" Yan Bingxue blushed, frowned immediately and said, "Husband, I haven't contacted him privately." Haha, Su Chen saw that she was serious, and gently lifted her hand to her lips and kissed it. "Of course I know that, I was just teasing you. This Lucas, it is estimated that he is still a thief. In addition, he lost a crushing defeat under my hands last night, and he is dissatisfied. He is probably going to come to me in today's auction." Yan Bingxue suddenly became unhappy when she heard the words. "Why is he so annoying? When I return to China, the first thing I do is to terminate all cooperation with the TEL Group, and replace all the materials imported from them before." Humph. Husband, will Lucas have any influence on the situation tonight? A Twitter group is annoying enough, why is there another ship poster? Su Chen gently stroked the back of her hand and said confidently, "It's okay. Wife, he's just a small character, that's not on the stage. Tonight, I want to let him know who is the real clown. Later, just look at it." The 3rd lot was put on the stage. When the red silk cloth was lifted, there was a gemstone necklace in the showcase. Compared with the first 2 low-key antiques, this diamond was so dazzling. The 15-carat all-American square diamond is the main diamond, and there are 5 to 6 to 10-carat supporting diamonds around it. Under the light of the crystal lamp, it is so dazzling that people can't open their eyes. Like this lot. The precious is visible to the naked eye, and it can be distinguished by individuals. This is a precious treasure. There must be a lot of people grabbing it, but because of this, everyone knows how much the value of this thing is in their hearts. Once it exceeds the value in their hearts, then this lot is not worth looking forward to. When Su Chen saw this lot, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Yan Bingxue didn't change her expression. She never liked such exaggerated jewelry, which had a lot to do with her usual dress. Mother Tang Shuyun is well-dressed and likes jewelry, but Yan Bingxue spends most of her energy on her career, and her clothes are business suits, which are not suitable for such exaggerated accessories. So when her husband raised the card, Yan Bingxue couldn't help being a little surprised. "Husband, why are you shooting this? I don't like pigeon eggs this big." Su Chen patted the back of her hand. "Wife, don't worry, just wait and watch the show." The starting price of the diamond necklace is 9 million yuan, and each time the card is raised is 500,000. Su Chen is the first to raise the card, so the current price is 9.5 million. When Lucas saw Su Chen raising the sign, he was all excited, and he immediately raised the sign in his hand. Mr. Lucas bid 10 million. Now the price of this rose star is 10 million. Is there a bidder higher than 10 million? The host asked. There were people holding placards one after another in the audience, and Su Chen was also among them. Soon, the price of this necklace was raised to 15 million. Unlike antiques, gemstone necklaces are themselves limited in value. So when the price mentioned 15 million, some people stopped one after another. At this time, Suchin raised his card again. 15.5 million, Mr. Su, from Longwa, the VIP seat, bid 15.5 million. Are there any higher bidders? Lucas became more and more excited, and quickly raised the sign. 16 million. Suchin continued to raise the placard, followed by Lucas. Originally, there were other people who liked this necklace at the scene, but seeing the speed of Suchin and Lucas raising their cards, they couldn't help but stop. Everyone can see that these two are determined to get this necklace. Soon, the price of the rose star was fetched 20 million by Suchin and Lucas. But the value of the necklace itself is only about 10 million at most, and will never exceed 15 million. At this price, it has already lost. But Suchin didn't seem to care, and was still chatting and laughing with his wife upstairs. Wife, do you like this necklace? Suchin asked, blinking at her quietly. Yan Bingshui reacted immediately, and immediately cooperated with Suchin. Pulled Suchin's arm, and said coquettishly, husband, you make me that necklace. Look, that diamond is so big, how beautiful, there is no woman who can't. Those who like such big and shiny diamonds. Husband, can you take a picture for me? Although other people couldn't hear what Yan Bingshui said, it was not difficult to see from her demeanor that she was coquettishly asking Suchin for a diamond necklace on the stage. Seeing this scene, Lucas under the stage became more and more determined. He must photograph this diamond necklace. This is Yan Bingshui's favorite necklace. After the auction is over, he will give this necklace to Yan Bingshui himself. Yan Bingshui will definitely feel that he is the more powerful man, and he will compare Suchin. With such thoughts in mind, Lucas continued to bid with Suchin. When the price was shot at 28 million, the hosts were all excited. Mr. Su, from the Dragon Country, bid 28 million, and the price was increased by 1 million at a time. It seems that Mr. Long is bound to win today. When Lucas heard this, he was so angry that he immediately wanted to raise his card, but the assistant next to him stopped him. President, buying this diamond necklace for nearly 30 million is a huge loss. If you like diamond necklaces, then it would be more cost-effective for us to go out and buy it ourselves. Get out of the way. Can the necklace bought outside be the same as this one? This one is what Miss Yan likes. I must take a picture and give it to her. And now it's a war between me and Suchin. How can I possibly admit defeat? Lucas held up the card and shouted, 30 million. The host's eyes lit up. Mr. Lucas from Haigua made a bid of 30 million, with a price increase of 2 million at a time. Is there a price higher than 30 million at the scene? Everyone turned their attention to Suchin above, but at this time, he didn't seem to care at all, and turned his head to whisper to his wife. Lucas looked up proudly, his face full of blood and provocation, but Suchin didn't even look at him, which made Lucas a little angry. But fortunately at this time, the host has already shouted 3 times to confirm, and the final decision is made. In the end, Lucas won the Rose Star for 30 million. Although he took this lot at twice the price, Lucas didn't feel disadvantaged at all. As long as Yan Bingshui liked it, he was willing to pay a high price to buy it. If he gave it to Yan Bingshui, he would definitely win her. Good feeling. Yan Bingshui on the stage smiled and looked at her husband and said, Husband, you are so bad, you didn't think of that necklace from the beginning, right? You deliberately bid with him to let him take it at a high price, right? My wife is really smart. I know my wife so well, and of course I know that my wife doesn't usually wear such exaggerated jewelry. I thought about buying it for my mother-in-law, but this necklace is too vulgar. It is all piled up with Diamonds, and my mother-in-law must also. I don't like such vulgar works. The emerald necklace I bought for her last time is better. But the things we are not optimistic about may be regarded as treasures by some people. I think Mr. Lucas is very happy now. Although he bought this lot at a high price, it is hard to buy a lot of money. He is happy. Lucas in the audience still didn't realize that he had been tricked by Su Chen. He was indeed very happy to go to the backstage, to pay the money and get the Rose Star, and he couldn't even wait for the auction to end. This gift is for Yan Bingxue. As soon as he got the necklace, he handed it over to the assistant next to him, and said very proudly, "Go to the VIP private room upstairs and give this gift to Miss Yan and say, 'It's my little one. Be careful.'" The assistant didn't want to do this kind of thing. After all, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were staying together. They were husband and wife, and they seemed to be very loving and harmonious. It was inappropriate for him to take the necklace up to give gifts at this time. "President, didn't you say that you will give it to Miss Yan after the sales meeting is over? Otherwise, you should give it to her face to face after the end of the sale," the assistant said. "If you want to go, you can go. Why is there so much nonsense? I just want to give it to Miss Yan now. Aren't they two sitting upstairs? Well, I just want to give this gift up now. Disgusting that one Su Chen. I can get what he can't. Photograph, and I will let Miss Yan know who is the real man with financial strength." The assistant had no choice but to bite the bullet and go upstairs. But as soon as I got to the door, I was stopped by the bodyguard. He could only stand at the door and say, "Miss Yan, I'm the assistant to the president of Teller Company. Our president has a gift for Miss Yan." Afraid that Yan Bingxue would not accept it, he specifically emphasized, "It's the Rose Star just now. The president sees that Miss Yan seems to like it, so he specially asked me to bring it to you." Yan Bingxue in the box smiled at Su Chen, and said loudly to the people outside, "Please take this thing back, and tell you president, I only accept gifts from my husband." Because she guessed Su Chen's plan, Yan Bingxue didn't say it too harshly, but just refused. The assistant stood at the door and seemed to want to speak, but the bodyguard stopped him. The assistant could only go back with the things. When Lucas heard Yan Bingxue's original words, he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. But on second thought, he smiled again. "It doesn't matter, this is just the beginning. I want Su Chen to get none of the auction items tonight. Since Miss Yan didn't accept it, you should put it away first and wait for the auction to end later. I'll give her everything together. I'm going to deliver the gift in person, and Miss Yan will definitely take care of her," Lucas said confidently. For the next few auctions, Su Chen didn't take any action until another piece of jewelry appeared on the stage, this time a pair of bracelets. Su Chen repeated his old tricks. Lucas was still fooled, and the value of the bracelet was only 7 or 8 million, but in the end Lucas sold it for 26 million. After doing this twice in a row, Lucas gradually realized that something was wrong. He brought 1 billion yuan today, but their family's money was not brought by strong winds, and 800 million of the 1 billion yuan was the company's money. Now that he has gone 50 to 60 million, he can't help but feel a little distressed. Especially when he saw the two mediocre auctions, he felt a little strange in his heart. The assistant next to him said, "President, do you think this Mr. Su is deliberately teasing us? You see, although he keeps bidding with you for every lot, when you finally get this lot, he didn't appear particularly unhappy. Either. I see he was having a good time chatting with Miss Yen upstairs. Lucas was aware of this, of course, but he didn't allow his assistant to say that, so he whispered, "Shut up." The third piece of jewelry is a set of traditional gold phoenix hairpins from the Dragon Kingdom. The craftsmanship is very delicate, but the age is a bit short, that is, 200 or 300 years ago. In addition, the value of gold is limited. The price is 8 million. Suchin glanced at the phoenix hairpin, and his heart moved slightly. He raised his hand and raised the card, but Yan Bingxue next to him didn't care, thinking that her husband was still playing with Lucas downstairs. Lucas also shot, and the guests on the court saw that Suchen and Lucas started the same auction of gold medals again, and gave up after a few prices. They all knew that Lucas was a fool with a lot of money, and it was estimated that he would use a high price to win the auction. This set of phoenix crowns and golden hairpins are collectibles, and the handicrafts are also very valuable. If they are collectibles, the value is estimated to be around 20 million. Lucas knew this critical point in his heart, and after the first 2 rounds of bidding, he paid attention this time. He won't fall down 3 times in the same place, this time he will do it all and make Suchen suffer a severe loss. When the bidding price exceeded 26 million, Lucas seemed a little hesitant to raise his placard, and every time he raised his placard, he would take a look at Suchen's expression upstairs. And Yan Bingxue, who was sitting next to Suchen, also found that her husband seemed to be very serious this time, and did not continue to chat with her during the auction. "Husband, do you want this?" Yan Bingxue asked. Suchen glanced at her and said, "Wife, we are going to hold a traditional Chinese wedding, which requires a decent set of heads. The phoenix crown on my stand is not bad, although it is something from 200 or 300 years ago, but the craftsmanship is very delicate, and the preservation is very good. My wife should wear such a head and face on her wedding day, it should be very beautiful." Lucas saw their husband and wife in the audience laughing and talking again. Thinking about them, he must be trying to repeat the old trick. But this time he won't be fooled. So when Suchen called out the price of 30 million, Lucas also followed Su Chen's example this time and stopped raising the price. When the host on the stage finally announced that the phoenix crown was owned by Suchen at a price of 30 million, Lucas looked up proudly and wanted to tell Suchen that he was not that stupid and could not be fooled all the time. But when he turned his head, he saw Yan Bingxue waving a small fist excitedly. "Husband, we actually took this down for 30 million yuan, which is really great. The value of this phoenix crown should be more than 20 million yuan. Now, after marriage, it can be used up and you can continue to collect it, and it will continue to appreciate in the future." "Yes, husband, why are you so good?" Suchen glanced at Lucas under the stage and said with a smile, "Your husband. I still know how to control people." Yan Bingxue instructed the bodyguard to pay the money. After getting the lot, she happily admired the phoenix crown with Suchen in the box, and even tried it on her head with the golden hairpin. The phoenix hairpin's tassel swaying, shaking gently with her movements, is really beautiful. Everyone in the audience was about to stare blankly. Lucas was also dumbfounded. The assistant next to him scratched his head and said in a dazed way, "Hey. Why do I think that what Mr. Su and Miss Yen want most is this lot?" Lucas's lungs were about to explode. Why did he just spend a lot of money on the things that Su Chen and Miss Yen didn't want? Now he realized that the auction items that he gave up were the things they both wanted. Depend on. Lucas felt very good, so next, he didn't care whether Suchin really wanted it or not, as long as Suchin liked it, he would keep bidding like crazy, and the assistant next to him stopped him. Not live. Before the final metal lot, Lucas spent almost 200 million to get a few rings and earrings. He loosened his tie irritably, and glared fiercely back at Suchin over there. The penultimate lot is about to go up, and Suchin's game time should be over today, so this time, he met Lucas's gaze directly, facing him, slowly extending his thumb, doing a gesture of wiping the neck. Then Suchin suddenly laughed, and the meaning of this mockery was too obvious. And this action. It was at the beginning that Lucas used it to provoke him. Oh shit. Lucas now fully understands that all Suchin wanted from the beginning to the end was the phoenix crown, not all the other things were used to play with him, and he, damn it, all got hooked. After spending 200 million yuan, I photographed a bunch of messy things, none of which was what Yan Bingxue wanted. The phoenix crown that Yan Bingxue wanted the most was actually won by Suchin for 30 million. This result is too shocking. Lucas almost went crazy on the spot. On the stage, the second master from the Su family in the imperial capital leaned forward and backward with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's really wonderful. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful show at the auction in Haigua this year. Do you think there is something wrong with the young master of the Tao company downstairs? Since he hasn't reacted for so long, he has been played around by Mr. Su on the opposite side. Ha ha ha, this is really too much. Interesting. Suja was also smiling, glanced at Suchin on the opposite side and said, Second grandfather, I don't think this Mr. Lucas didn't respond, but the Mr. Suchin on the opposite side, who really understands the desires of people's hearts. The one-handed phoenix crown is really a beautiful win, and it is estimated that Mr. Lucas will be completely on the top. Yeah, he's really capable of forcing people to do this, said the second master with admiration. A group of people were also discussing this matter in the box of the Great Eagle Country Twitter group next to it. What's the situation? There won't be a problem with the information given above. Why is the person we're staring at shooting some jewelry after an auction? It's all to coax the woman next to him. Don't worry, there are still 2 lots left, said the only woman. This man is not easy. You can see that he just played around with the apple. Downstairs. The 4 men looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but say, Boss, I think the 2 of them are just arguing for a woman and being jealous. That Mr. Su would make such a fuss with the idiot downstairs over a woman. What kind of shrewd person could he be? You all calm down for me, don't be confused by the superficial phenomenon. Can't you see it? Suchin knows that we are here. Is this good show for the fool downstairs or for us? I'm afraid only Suchin knows. The woman's eyes were sharp like an eagle's, looking straight at Suchin opposite. But Suchin still talked and laughed with Yan Bingxue, as if he didn't notice the unfriendly gaze at all. The corner of the woman's mouth ticked, and she said softly, Interesting. The penultimate lot is finally on stage. Except for Suchin, who knows the value of new metals, others are not very optimistic about the mining rights of a new metal mine. Only businessmen will find it profitable, and judging from the composition of this ore, it seems that there is no particularly large profit, so it is better to dig for gold directly. Therefore, for this lot, many people have no plans to raise a placard from the very beginning. What everyone is looking forward to is the final lot, which is the real treasure. It is the newly developed missile cruise system of Haigua. For developed countries, it is not a great technology, but for other small countries, it is very valuable. Therefore, many people actually came for these final finale auctions, and its starting price was directly 300 million. In the face of this penultimate lot that no one was optimistic about, Su Chen was the first to raise his card. Because almost no one is optimistic about this lot, everyone is in a wait-and-see state. Su Chen's decisiveness made everyone look upstairs. Lucas also turned his head to look upstairs, and the assistant next to him quickly said, "President, let's not follow it. This Su Chen is obviously playing tricks on you. The money you brought with you has almost been spent. And now the remaining, it's all the company's money, and this money can't be moved." Realizing that he had been fooled, Lucas looked at Su Chen upstairs suspiciously, and saw that Su Chen still had a calm look on his face. He frowned slightly. It's not right. All the things Su Chen photographed tonight were jewelry that Miss Bingxue likes. Why did she suddenly photograph an ore mining right that everyone is not optimistic about? The assistant said, "The president may be commonly known as trying to repeat the old trick, just trying to deceive you. After all, the price of the jewelry just shot is only tens of millions, but the starting price of this ore mining right is 20 million. The specifications of the second placard are also different from others. One time is 10 million. This lot seems to have a low starting point, but in fact, as long as someone raises the placard, the price will rise very quickly. President, this thing has no effect on our company at all. We are not an alloy group. If you really spend a lot of money to buy this thing back, the chairman will definitely get angry." No, when Su Chen came, the president of Alloy Group personally picked it up. So he must have come prepared to participate in the auction this time. There must be one thing he wanted to get, but those just now jewelry is all the same type. He doesn't seem to be particularly happy if he gets it, but this thing is different. Lucas suddenly became excited. I see, it turns out that this ore mining right is the most wanted item in this auction in Sioux City. Among the several people in the Twitter group on stage, the odd woman smiled and said, "Pick up, follow." After she finished speaking, she took her cell phone and went out to make a call. She needs to report to her superiors what the auction item is, and then she can get the funds for tonight's event. On the other end of the phone, the old leader said in surprise, "What is it? The mining right of a new type of metal mine?" From the brochure of the auction, it seems to be the case, and the starting price of this auction is very low, only 20 million, which matches the mining value of the ore in the brochure. After a few price increases, one can be auctioned 100 million, it is already considered the top price. Understood, you should look at the situation first, don't rush to bid, and don't let the people from Longwood take pictures. I will consult with the above. About funding. The woman returned to her box, and Lucas on the field had already shouted the price several times. Now the price of this lot has been shouted at 80 million. The woman frowned slightly and looked down at her phone. She hooked her index finger and asked, "What's the situation with this Lucas? Did he have a holiday with that Mr. Su, or did he really want this lot on stage?" "Boss, judging from the previous situation, Lucas should just have a personal holiday with this Mr. Su, but our goal this time is to compete with the Dragon Kingdom. We should bid for the items they want to shoot?" The woman frowned and thought about it. He glanced at his phone again. "Don't worry, just wait and see. 100 million. Lucas raised his cards again. Yan Bingxue said a little displeased, "Husband, this Lucas is really too much. It's okay to grab those things just now, why should he even grab this thing? Their company makes auto parts, which is completely different from the mining of metal mines. What does he want to shoot this for? This is not a small amount of money, he is clearly trying to raise your price." Su Chen was very calm. "Wife, don't worry, even if there is no Lucas, the Twitter group on the opposite side will also take action. They haven't made any bids until now, so it's impossible to just run over thousands of miles to watch a show. It's okay, have you forgotten what I just told you? Even if we took this auction at a high price tonight, it will definitely not be a loss-making sale." After Su Chen finished speaking, he raised his sign again. Lucas' assistant in the audience broke out in a cold sweat and said worriedly, "President, why don't we stop? Now the fund has reached 100 million yuan, and this money is the company's working capital. And this metal mines, the mining rights are of no use to our company at all. If we really bought this lot at a high price, we can only give it to the Alloy Group in the end." Lucas looked at Su Chen upstairs and snorted coldly, "What are you afraid of? I think Su Chen is bound to win this lot, he definitely can't stop suddenly. Don't worry, this thing I won't, I just want to get back all the money I just lost, and I want Su Chen to have a taste of it." After Lucas finished speaking, he raised the sign again. The two went back and forth, and the price was quickly mentioned at 500 million. The last brand was raised by Lucas. When the host announced that the current price was 500 million, the atmosphere on the court was already boiling. The sellers who were waiting anxiously in the background were stunned when they heard the news. 500 million? Is it actually so valuable? Hiss, that's not right, although this is a newly discovered metal mine, I have already tested it, and there is nothing valuable in it. I originally just wanted a small earning of fortune. Why is this situation completely beyond my expectations?" In the front hall, everyone was waiting for Su Chen to raise the placard to bid again, but Su Chen suddenly stopped for a while. The host waited for a while and found that Su Chen didn't mean to raise the placard, so he began to shout the price. 500 million for the first time. 500 million for the second time. Now the highest price of this lot is 500 million. Is there a higher bid than 500 million? After the last round of winter vacation, then this lot will be sold to Mr. Lucas from Haigu for 500 million. President, what's going on? Didn't you say that Mr. Su is bound to win this auction? Why did he suddenly stop bidding? President, this is 500 million yuan of funds. If this money is spent, our company's liquidity will be far from enough. Maybe the entire company will face a crisis, and the chairman will definitely not let you go. President, what are we going to do now? Lucas is also in a cold sweat now, nervously swallowing. That's 5 billion. And it is the company's liquidity. This amount of money is different from the tens of millions in the small fight just now. If you throw out 500 million, even the old man can't hold it. Lucas was completely stunned, he wiped a handful of his hair indiscriminately. And the carefully groomed hairstyle was now messy, like a chicken coop. But Lucas couldn't care about these things at all, he said to himself. Impossible, it's impossible to be like this thing must be what Su Chen wants. How could he make fun of what he wants? He came all the way here, it must be for this thing. The assistant said from the side, President, why are you so sure? There is still one lot that hasn't appeared in the auction. Maybe Mr. Su wants the last lot? This sentence was like a thunderbolt slamming on Lucas's heavenly cover, and he fell weakly on the stool and said with a pale face, "There is the last lot." "Yes, there is a finale." Auction. 500 million. Lao Lu, what would happen if I didn't buy these 500 million things? The assistant's expression changed slightly, but Lucas himself said, "If I don't buy it, they will take away all the deposit before entering the venue. And they will go to court to sue me, and I may even go to jail. Old Lu, go and call the old man now, and ask him to come and save me." President. If you contact the old man at this time, he knows that what you do at the auction will definitely go mad, and maybe at that time, he will serve you on the spot. Then what else can we do? The 500 million yuan is given out, and the company's working capital is only 300 million yuan. It's not necessarily a few days. If the old man doesn't come to the rescue, it will be the company close down, or I will go to jail. Lucas instantly felt that he was going crazy. He regretted it a lot. Why did he fight with Su Chen for these things? Why was he fooled again and again? How could he be so stupid? If God gives him another chance, then he. Before Lucas' oath was finished, just when the host on the stage finished the last price, Su Chen upstairs raised the sign again. 510 million. Mr. Su, from the Dragon Country bid 510 million. The host's words instantly pulled Lucas back from the brink of collapse. In just half a minute just now, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and the suit he was wearing now looked like it was fished out of water. At that moment, he almost thought he was going to have nothing. But Su Chen made a bid. He still made a bid. Lucas burst out laughing, causing everyone around him to look at him like a lunatic. The assistant felt very embarrassed, and quickly pulled Lucas to sit down and said beside him, "President, this matter has finally passed, don't continue to bid with Mr. Su. Let's keep the money for it. Go back to the company and pretend nothing happened." Go? How can I go now? Old Lu, are you confused? Don't you see it yet? I guessed it right. What Su Chen wants today. This is it. He just scare me. 500 million. Just such an ordinary metal mining right can be sold for 500 million, unless he is crazy, otherwise, this thing must have special meaning to Su Chen. He will definitely take this piece today. Auction. When the assistant saw Lucas, who was going crazy, he frowned and persuaded. President, you won't continue to argue with Mr. Su, let's just accept it as soon as we see it. Now the price has been raised to 500 million, the original. The starting price is only 20 million, enough is enough, let's not take any more risks, have you forgotten? Just now you. It's okay not to mention what happened just now, but Lucas suddenly felt that he had been placed by Su Chen again when he mentioned what happened just now. Su Chen clearly wouldn't give up this lot, but just now he deliberately didn't call the price, just to see his panicked appearance, this bastard. Shout, why don't I shout? I just want to keep shouting, what is the price of 500 million, I want him to pay for the bankruptcy today. Lucas continued to raise the placard, but the assistant couldn't stop him. The price continued to rise, but Su Chen upstairs didn't seem to be in a hurry, holding the sign calmly and slowly. The price was quickly raised to 700 million. Lucas was in a hurry because he didn't have enough money today. He has prepared a total of 1 billion funds today. He has spent 200 million on those messy things just now. The 200 million is his own money, and the Remaining 800 million are all the current assets of the company. The money is definitely impossible to spend, but since he brought it, he is qualified to bid up to 800 million. The price has now been raised to 700 million. If he continues to bid with Su Chen, he can only raise the price to 800 million at most. After that, he can no longer raise his cards. How much money did Su Chen bring? Lucas asked angrily. The assistant said next to him, I have read the booklet registered by the organizer. Mr. Su brought an unlimited card, so this means that no matter how high the price Su Chen charges today, he is able to pay as long as he is willing. So it looks like he's going to end soon. You go and call the old man now, and ask him to help me prepare several 100 million more funds. I will make Su Chen suffer today, no matter what. Lao Lu didn't move, and glanced at his young master, President, the chairman. Will definitely agree, and let the chairman know that if you are so nonsense at the auction, he may send someone to take you back immediately. He felt that his own president was really out of his mind. Lucas was furious, but clenched his fists and said nothing. What the assistant said is right. If the old man knew what he did tonight, he would definitely not let him go, let alone give him money to do such a thing. Lucas gritted his teeth and continued to hold up the sign. The last 800 million placard was raised by Su Chen. Lucas stamped his feet angrily and held up the sign angrily, but the host glanced at the fund booklet in his hand and politely reminded, Mr. Lucas, your fund permission has been used up, if you need to replenish it on the spot. If you have funds, you can apply for a 5-minute suspension and prepare the funds first. Lucas looked up in exasperation and stared at Su Chen over there. Where can he go to get funds? He has already taken out all the money he can get. Mr. Lucas, do we need to pause here? Following the host's inquiry, all eyes were on Lucas. He became the focus of the crowd in an instant, and it was so shameless to step down at this time. But he really can't come up with more money. Su Chen met Lucas's gaze and looked over, with a sneering smile on the corner of his slightly raised mouth. This smile is clearly laughing at his lack of strength. Lucas gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't come up with any money. Mr. Lucas? Do you need to suspend the auction? The host asked again. The people around were also whispering. It's not worth the money to get stuck here. If you don't have money, you won't be able to shoot. Why do you have to compete? Since you are here for this goal, you should prepare more funds. That's right, I didn't bring enough money, why are you still standing here? Isn't this a waste of everyone's time? Everyone is still waiting for the final finale, so don't waste too much time on this goldstone or mining right that everyone is not very interested in. That is, the auction was originally based on economic strength. If you have enough money, you can auction it. If you don't have money, sit down first. Everyone's time is precious. Hearing these words, Lucas was really a little down on the stage, but he couldn't afford to offend these guests at the auction today. In the end, he could only sit down angrily, and there were mocking voices behind him, and Lucas was so angry that he wanted to leave on the spot. But thinking that Su Chen didn't get the lot in the end, he wanted to stay and see if Su Chen could get his wish. When they were bidding just now, a few people were among them to bid, but after reaching 500 million in funds, no one made any bids. In Lucas's opinion, this thing is really not attractive, but Su Chen wants it so much, it always makes people wonder if it has any special value. Thinking of this, Lucas suddenly laughed and said loudly in the venue, I'm really sorry for the delay, but today I am really attracted to the mining rights of this new type of metal mine. The benefits it brings are immeasurable, otherwise Mr. Su from farm work would not be willing to spend such a large price on it, everyone, right? But it's a pity, our TEL group is still a little small, and the funds prepared today are not enough. Otherwise, I must grab it with Mr. Su. After all, such a good investment product, as a businessman, I don't want to so give up. Between the lines, he was reminding the big guy that Suchin wanted this lot so much, there must be something unexpected about this lot, and all businessmen of value should take a good look at it to see if they should compete. The last words of Noxus still played a certain role. Many people looked at each other in dismay, and began to think about whether this lot had any other value. Some people took out the brochure to study it carefully. However, the host on the stage did not wait for Lucas to give up the right to bid, and he began to read the price on the stage. Now the highest bidder is Mr. Su, from the Dragon Country. The price is 800 million. Excuse me, is there a higher price than 800 million? Next, I will determine the price of 800 million 3 times. If no one bids, then this auction will belong to Mr. Su of our Long Kingdom tonight. 800 million for the first time. 800 million second time. 800 millionth. Someone raised a placard. It's Ms. Rika from the Great Eagle Country. Ms. Rika bid 810 million. Is there a higher bid than this? Mr. Su, from Long Country, made another bid, 820 million. Ms. Rika bid 830 million. Mr. Su bid 840 million. Seeing this scene, Lucas's face was really happy. It seems that after he stepped down, it is not so easy for Suchen to get this lot. Although I don't know why the Great Eagle Country suddenly stepped in on this lot, Lucas was very happy with their participation. He really didn't bring enough money, but the Great Eagle Country is strong, I believe it is. Absolutely, it will not be compared by Suchen. Although he didn't have enough money, he lost face just now, but it doesn't matter, he can just sit here and watch a good show without spending any money. No matter whether the last lot was taken away by Suchen or the Great Eagle Country, whichever result was a happy thing for Lucas. But it is just the mining right of a heart-shaped metal mine. It was not a valuable transaction at first. The Twitter group got it. Then Suchen missed one of the auction items he wanted the most, and he would definitely return in disappointment. If this lot is really taken away by Suchen in the end, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with the support of Twitter group and his own early stage, I believe that the final transaction price of Suchen will be very high. That kind of situation is Suchen. The bidding on the stage continued, and Lucas couldn't help but hummed a little song and watched the play happily. When the price was shouted at 1 billion, the scene was almost boiling. What's so special about this metal mine? How come the big groups in the Dragon Country and the Great Eagle Country seem to want mining rights? The ingredients are quite ordinary, and there is no gold mine worth any more. Otherwise, the initial starting price is more than 20 million. I really don't understand what the big groups in these big countries are thinking about. Could it be something? We don't know the plan, do we? Then should we also participate in the auction, maybe if we get this mining right, there will be a different harvest? I want to shoot you, I won't shoot anyway, didn't you just see that I want to shoot you, I won't shoot anyway, didn't you just see that Lucas from TEL Group? Will it end? What is the big group of the Dragon Country and the Great Eagle Country like? They are so powerful, and we ordinary small country businessmen want to compete with them, isn't that humiliating? That's right, let's just watch the show down there obediently. They are all VIPs. Sitting in the box above, you can see that your status is honorable. When we fight with them, we have nothing to do but ask for trouble. It's gone. At this time, Rika was somewhat anxious. She kept looking down at her phone. The above hasn't called yet. She doesn't know what the specific capital limit is today, but now the mining rights of this metal mine have been photographed. For 1 billion yuan, which is too different from what they originally expected. What is the use of this thing? What exactly does the Dragon Kingdom want to do? Mr. Su, from Longhua, made a bid of 1 billion yuan. Are there any bids higher than 1 billion yuan at the scene? Rika's cell phone rang. She glanced at the host on the stage, and held up the pause sign. 5 minutes at halftime. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were sitting in the box chatting. Husband, what do you mean by the Twitter group? Why did they suddenly call for a pause? Do they want to shoot or not? Yan Bingxue asked suspiciously. Su Chen was also observing the Twitter group over there. He didn't answer his wife's words, and was thinking about the whole thing in his heart. This matter is obviously a bit strange. The invitation letter for the auction has been distributed several days ago. Representatives of the business community from Dang Nation also came, but it was obviously not the 5 people sitting across from them today. When Mr. Yuan called himself today, he made it very clear that the 5 members of the Twitter group only arrived today, and even the VIP seats were temporarily increased. It seemed that they had just heard some rumors, but they didn't speak at the mic meeting, and only after Lucas stepped down did they start bidding for the mining rights of the metal mine by themselves. Obviously they didn't know what their goal was, and they didn't know that he was going to shoot the mining rights of this metal mine until after watching the whole scene. Since I don't know why he came to compete with him for this mining right, what rumors did the Twitter group hear? There is something strange in this whole thing. It seems that after returning to China, I have to discuss this matter with Yuan Lao and the official. Rika on the opposite side raised the pause sign and went out to answer the phone. She first reported the current situation at the auction to the other party. After the other party heard it, she seemed a little melancholy. I didn't expect this price to be photographed as high as 1 billion. According to our tone, this lot is not worth the price at all, but I have already called the above and applied for our event fund this time. The above gave the ceiling price is 2 billion, you can see how the situation plays out over there, just don't exceed this price. Got it. Rika hung up the phone and returned to her place. The auction will continue. Rika continued to bid. Su Chen didn't have any special reaction during the whole process. The price was raised again and again, but he didn't seem to take this matter into his eyes at all, just kept holding up the sign. Seeing this, Suja discussed with the second master next to him. Second grandpa, what do you think is so special about this new type of metal mine? Why is Mr. Su willing to pay such a high price to shoot it? The second master of the Su family smiled, glanced at the booklet in his hand, and said softly, this is obviously not something we can intervene in. We can just watch it quietly. It's not because their Su family can't get the money, but because this thing is not something ordinary people can control. Yes, second grandpa. The competition on the field continues. The Twitter group and Su Chen raised their placards one after another, and the audience under the stage had completely become spectators. More than 10 billion funds, this is not a small amount, no ordinary businessman dares to participate in this competition. The price was quickly raised to 2 billion. Rika hesitated. The competition at this auction is very interesting. Originally, your desire for this thing was not so strong, but if there is a person who has been competing with you, it will inevitably have a desire to win. Rika now has this kind of desire to win. She looks straight at Su Chen, who is opposite, with a bit of anger in her eyes. Now the price of the auction items has reached 2 billion, and the funds approved by the upper management of the Twitter group are only 2 billion. Although what they brought is not like a swiped card, but because there are standards on it, it is impossible for her to exceed 20 billion. Continue to bid. Rika isn't a desperate lunatic like Lucas. Although the current situation made him feel very uncomfortable, it was absolutely impossible for her to violate the above meaning, so after shouting the price of 2 billion, Rika reached out and made a gesture of invitation to Su Chen on the opposite side. The meaning has been very clear, and the Twitter group has given up this competition. Su Chen finally obtained the mining rights of a new type of metal mine at a price of 2.1 billion. For Su Chen, this price is still within the acceptable range. He originally thought that the price would be raised higher, but due to the participation of the Twitter group, these businessmen below did not dare to shoot at will, which saved him a lot of trouble. And now it seems that the Twitter group should not know the role of this metal mine, so the funds have only been approved for 2 billion. Yan Bingxue hugged Su Chen happily when she saw that the host on the stage made the final decision. Husband, we got it. Su Chen also smiled happily. Yes, we got it, this time, we finally lived up to the expectations of the Dragon Academy. Husband, you are amazing. Su Chen smiled lightly, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Because everything at the auction is just the beginning, maybe the real thrill is still to come. Lucas was very upset when he saw that Su Chen got the lot. Although he just told himself in his heart that no matter what the result is, his goal has been achieved. It is not so easy for Su Chen to get this lot. It cost 2.1 billion all of a sudden. Money is not a small amount. But when things came to an end, Lucas still felt unhappy in his heart. Even if he spent money, he still allowed Su Chen to get what he wanted. This was different from his initial thoughts. He originally wanted Su Chen to get nothing today. This is the same as when he took Su Chen to the gambling scene last night. He originally wanted to see Su Chen lose face. As a result, he didn't expect that stealing chickens would not be worth the loss of rice. The person who was ashamed didn't say it himself, and let Su Chen lose face in the whole auction. The meeting was out of the limelight. No. It is absolutely impossible for Su Chen to get this lot so easily. The last finale lot on the stage has been taken on the stage, and many people are coming for this lot, so the competition is very fierce. But Lucas didn't see any movement from Su Chen, so he went to the backstage. Quietly. Tommy, the metal finder in the background, just heard about the final auction price, and he was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. After being helped by someone, he happily shouted wildly in the background. Great! I didn't expect this new type of metal ore to be sold at such a high price. I'm developed, ha ha ha. This Tommy is an ordinary entrepreneur. He used to be considered a rich second-generation family, but later because of poor management, the company went bankrupt and all the money was lost. He also changed from a group of 20 to a poor family. There is a barren hill left in the ancestral house. This metal mine was discovered in a barren mountain. Everything was a coincidence. Originally, he had an ideal idea of how much the mining rights of this ore could be sold for. 20 million was enough for him, at least to allow him to continue living the kind of carefree life that used to be. So his initial purpose was just to sell all the mining of this ore, so as to get a handsome reward and continue to live a leisurely life, but who would have thought that this mining right could be sold for 2.1 billion, such a high price? This simply cannot describe the 2.1 billion capital in terms of getting rich overnight. Not to mention the money to live like before, even if it is a life 1,000 times more luxurious than before, he can still afford it. Awesome. Tommy was so happy that he could not wait to sign a contract with Su Chen immediately and get the money. But before he could find Su Chen, Lucas came to the door. Tommy and Lucas used to be the rich second generation in the circle, and they often played together when they were young, but after Tommy's family fell into the middle, he was no longer qualified to appear on those occasions. However, the two still have an impression of each other. Tommy. I didn't expect it to be you. You discovered this mine? Lucas said in surprise. What a coincidence, it seems that even God is on his side. When he had no money on stage, the Great Eagle Kingdom came out to help, and now he came to the backstage cellar, and he ran into an old acquaintance again. Tommy was also very happy to see Lucas, and there was inevitably a bit of smugness in his expression. I remember when their family went bankrupt before, he used to look for his former rich second-generation friends, wanting to borrow some money to tide over the difficulties. At that time everyone closed their doors to him, and Lucas was no exception. Now that Lucas, who looked down on him in the past, came to him, Tommy was naturally very happy. This is a great opportunity to slap your face. Lucas? I didn't expect such a coincidence. I just heard your name called on the stage. It seems that you also want to shoot metal mines, right? However, the money you brought today doesn't seem to be much. After all, it is 2.1 billion in funds. Well, this is not something that everyone can afford. When I asked you to borrow money, I only borrowed tens of millions. You don't even have this amount of money in your hand, so 2.1 billion will definitely not be available. When Lucas heard this, the smile on his face suddenly froze, but he thought of the purpose of his visit today, so he had to pull his face down and said with a smile, Tommy, we have been friends for so many years, in the past, what do you even mention it for the little festival? Now you are a very rich man, and that is 2.1 billion capital. What kind of life do you want? Even if you want to buy back the previous company, it is not impossible. We still have to meet often in the business field, right? Tommy looked at him with a smile, and snorted coldly, Master Lucas, what are you looking for me for? You can also see that the front desk has already sold my lot for 2.1 billion, I know you want it. This metal mine, but all my mining rights have been handed over to the organizer, and I also signed an agreement with the organizer of the auction, so I can't help you. Tommy, you misunderstood me, we are all good friends, how could I cheat on you? I will never let you give me such a good thing in terms of human relationships. Besides, such a big one cash cow, our family can't eat it. Lucas said with a smile, Tommy, why don't you say you're lucky, you can dig such a big gold cave in the barren hills of your family, but it's still a pity. What a pity. Tommy glanced at him. Lucas looked around curiously. Pretending to pull Tommy, he said in a low voice, Tommy, I only said this to you as a friend. You should also know that our family assisted the organizer to hold this auction this time. I think this auction is really worthless. Although the price of 2.1 billion seems high, but your metal mine is far more than this value. Do you know who just photographed this metal mine? Tommy frowned. I heard, it's from the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, the people from the Dragon Country took your metal mining rights. You were in the background just now. You may not know that the competition in the front hall is fierce. The Twitter group of Dang Country also participated, and the price was affected by when the auction reached 2 billion, the Twitter group gave up this auction. The Twitter group wants this mine too. Tommy wondered more and more. He was really excited when he discovered this metal mine, but he had also checked with experts in the industry, and he had also checked with several appraisal agencies at the same time, and the results were all the same. There is nothing unusual about so many metal mines. Speaking of 2.1 billion, even 200 million may not be able to earn it. It is precisely because of this that he thought of auctioning it, because he had no capital to mine it. Why are the two major groups of the Dragon Country and the Great Eagle Country rushing to get this metal mine? Could it be that something has been overlooked? When Lucas saw that Tommy stopped talking, he knew in his heart that his plan had been successful, so he quickly lowered his voice and said, "Brother, I kindly remind you, don't carry the simple 2.1 billion to your head. The people of the Dragon Country and the Great Eagle Country are not fools. How could they spend so much money on a useless metal mine? There must be something in it that we don't know. Actually, I think that if you take this metal mine into your own hands, you will definitely be able to make a lot of money in the future, not to mention 2.1 billion, maybe it is not worth it if you can earn hundreds of billions. It's just a pity, it's too late to say all this now, and I don't know that the seller is you. I should have known earlier that it was my own brother. I would definitely remind you of this in advance, but it's too late now. It has been opened. You should sign a contract with the other party later, and then buy out the mining rights of the metal mine. This thing has nothing to do with you, and the barren mountain of your family belongs to others. Now, how much money this metal mine can make in the future will be the funds in other people's pockets." Tommy swallowed his saliva subconsciously, frowned slightly, and said nothing. He originally thought that the 2.1 billion fund was really an accident. He was overjoyed to have such a large sum of money, but now that he heard Lucas and the others say, why did he feel that he had lost money? If this metal mine can bring in hundreds of millions of tens of trillions of capital income, then the 2.1 billion is really nothing. Master Lucas, we have grown up from childhood to adulthood. This is a life-threatening friendship. You and my brother have a good talk. Is there any way to save it now? When Lucas heard this, his heart blossomed with joy, but he had a scowl on his face. He came to find the seller this time, because he wanted to spoil the business. Even if Suchin photographed this lot on stage, he couldn't force it to sell it. If the seller really didn't want to give it to him, he would still get nothing. Haha, he is still smart. After all, this is the territory of Haigua. How could he let Suchen, an outsider, do whatever he wants here? Tommy, it's not that I'm a brother and don't help you, it's just that I, as the one assisting the organizer, can't give you advice here. After all, it's against the rules. Master Lucas, you just said that we are good brothers. Since we are brothers, tell me the truth, is there any way? Tommy was anxious, don't worry, Lucas, I absolutely cannot let you help here. Without any reason. You also said that my metal mine is a cash cow, and it will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Of course, buddy, your benefits are indispensable. Lucas smiled. Tommy, with your words bro, I have to help you get this done. Even if I go through fire and water, it's actually quite simple. He whispered something to Tommy. After Tommy heard this, he frowned slightly and said, Can this work? Tommy, you have to believe me, brother, just listen to what I say. You see that you have signed a contract with the organizer of the auction. If you don't want to sell the temporary contract now, then you have to pay a lot of money. I believe that you will not be able to get this money for the time being. We have to rely on this mine to get money. We can't lose money before we get the income. You are right. So the best thing is to follow the method I told you just now, so that we can keep this cash cow firmly in our own hands. Tommy gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. I understand. Lucas, thank you. After this incident, I will definitely not treat you badly. Lucas smiled and patted his shoulder. When he came back from the back, Lucas was very happy, humming a little song all the way over, and before sitting down, he smiled provocatively at Su Chen. On the second floor. This smile, Yan Bingxue, was so real that many people on the second floor saw it. Yan Bingxue frowned slightly. Husband, why do I feel like I haven't been holding back on this road since the beginning? Su Chen was slightly stunned, looked at his wife and said, Wife, what did you just say? Realizing what she just said, Yan Bingxue's face suddenly burned, and she said, shyly and annoyed, Oh, husband, I'm so angry with this Lucas, he's too annoying. I accidentally, those who say something like this, I usually don't like people who swear. Haha, my wife is too cute. People, it is inevitable that when you are emotional, you say a few swear words, but it's actually nothing. With such a beautiful wife, even when she speaks swear words, her face is proud and cold. He really likes it. Wife, it doesn't matter, no matter which side of you, I like it very much. Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue glared at him sullenly. Husband, what time is this? Stop joking with me. I think that Lucas just left for so long, and when he came back, he smiled at you maliciously. I always feel that he is making a stumbling block behind his back. Of course, Su Chen also realized that Lucas' smile was very problematic, but he was not worried. It's okay, wife, this Lucas is just a little guy, he can't make any big waves. Besides, we have just got the lot we want, we just need to pay the money and sign the contract later, everything will be smooth, do not worry. Yan Bingxue frowned slightly and whispered, I hope everything goes well. The last finale of the lot has also ended. After the auction, today's auction will officially end. After the auction, there will be a simple party. Everyone can take a break and continue to have some exchanges. After all, many merchants at the auction can understand each other's strength. Taking advantage of the time of the party, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to the backstage and planned to sign a contract with the seller of the metal mining rights. Not long after the two of them left the box, the second master of the Su family in the imperial capital also took the initiative to stand up. Let's go to the backstage for a walk too. Su Zhe supported the second grandfather. Second master, what are we going to do backstage? We didn't shoot anything today, we just came to watch a lively event. Mr. Su went backstage to sign a contract, right? Just now when I saw that Lucas downstairs came back, something was wrong. If I read it correctly, he should have come out from the backstage at the time. Let's not be idle. If there is anything that can help, our old Su family is of course obliged. Second Master, you really like that Mr. Su very much. Now we are not sure if he is the son of the uncle. You are so good to him, Suja said with a smile. Second Master Su gently tapped him with a cane, as, the reason why I pay so much attention to Mr. Su is not only because I like him very much, and because he may be your uncle's son, but also because of him. It is from the Dragon Academy of Sciences representing the Dragon Kingdom. We are all from the Dragon Kingdom, and we should be united when we go out, especially in other countries. When Suja heard these words, his face immediately became serious, and he said with a teachable face, Second Grandfather, I understand, it is the grandson's vision is too short-sighted, and the problem is not deep enough. The second grandfather's teaching, grandson must keep it in mind. We are all part of the Dragon Kingdom. When we go out, we will never forget the glory of our country. The second master smiled with satisfaction. Well, you are right, Longhua is our strongest backing. Every time something happens, Longhua is the first to stand behind us, so we act as a member of the Dragon Kingdom. You must keep in mind the national honor when you go out. Backstage, when Su Chan and the others arrived, they didn't see the seller. The organizer's service staff was there, and brought coffee to Su Chen and Yen Bingxue thoughtfully. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Mr. Tommy was still here just now. I don't know where to go, but our people have already gone to invite him. Su Chen nodded, yes. After the service staff finished speaking, they also went out. In the reception room at the backstage, only Yan Bingxue and Su Chen sat there. The door behind them was pushed open, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked back. I thought it was the seller who came, but it was a few people from Longhua who came in. When they meet their compatriots in a foreign country, they all smile and nod politely to each other. Su Chen glanced at the old man and the young man next to him, feeling a little strange in his heart. The two of them looked very familiar. To be precise, they looked 6 or 7. Similar to him, especially the young man, who looked a little younger than him, but his facial features were somewhat similar to him. Yan Bingxue also discovered this. She turned back and said to Su Chen, Husband, these two were sitting opposite us just now, right? I was too far away to see clearly, but now I can see clearly. How do I feel about them? Looks like. Su Chen knew what she was going to say, and said softly, since they haven't come here, let's not go to them either. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue both knew about Papa Su's life experience, so they had some guesses about them. However, since they didn't take the initiative to come over, they found a far corner and sat down, so it was naturally impossible for Su Chen to go up to the pole and chat with them. Yan Bingxue knew what her husband was thinking, and quickly put this matter behind her. After waiting for a long time, the seller has not come. Yan Bingxue looked at the door. Husband, why hasn't the seller come? Could something have changed? Su Chen gently took her hand. It's okay, just wait. It took another 10 minutes or so before Tommy arrived late. He walked in with a smile on his face, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I'm late. Mr. Su and Miss Yen, right? I'm the discoverer of a new type of metal mine. My name is Tommy. Hello, Mr. Tommy. Su Chen greeted him. Yan Bingxue was sitting beside her husband at this moment, like a well-behaved little woman who didn't care about anything. Although she is also the chief executive of the extraordinary group on weekdays, but this time the matter is a task arranged by the Dragon Academy of Sciences for her husband, and the husband is the protagonist. Honestly, it feels pretty good. This time, the two went on a business trip together, and Yan Bingxue suddenly experienced an unprecedented feeling. From the moment she left the airport, she followed her husband as Mrs. Su. She was never like this before. The name Yan Bingxue was on her own no matter where she went. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I just went to prepare the contract, so you have been waiting for a long time, Tommy said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were both puzzled. This auction has been reserved for several days in advance. Shouldn't the seller have already prepared the contract? How can someone prepare a contract on the spot like Tommy? Although Su Chen had doubts in his heart, he still kept a light smile on his face. It's okay, Mr. Tommy, since you've got the contract ready, let's look at it now, and we should be able to sign it. Of course you can, please, Mr. Su. Tommy handed a copy of the contract, just printed to Su Chen. Su Chen lowered his head to read. Others are very reasonable, but there is a problem with the payment column. Mr. Tommy, I saw that it was written in the contract that it must be paid in cash. The auction did not seem to have said this rule before. Su Chen said. Tommy said with a smile, yes, Mr. Su, the auction does not stipulate how the funds should be entered, but this contract is made by me, and I prefer to trade in cash. Mr. Tommy, now is the digital age, and online payment is very convenient. I believe that their husbands usually use bank cards to pay more when they go out. Besides, 2.1 billion is not a small amount of money, and it is impossible for me to go abroad with so much cash. The people who come to the auction today are basically prepared, but I believe that no one of you will prepare a few boxes of cash to carry in your hand, Mr. Tommy, if you can, let's follow the rules of the auction. With a single swipe of the card, the funds immediately reach Mr. Tommy's account. Mr. Su, you also know that 2.1 billion is a lot of money. If you pay online, you will have to deduct the handling fee. The handling fee alone is a lot of money, Tommy said. Su Chen blinked and said with a smile, if Mr. Tommy's concern is the handling fee, then it is very simple. We can pay the handling fee. No, Mr. Su misunderstood what I meant. In fact, there is a reason why I don't want to pay online. I am a more traditional person, and Haigua is not like your Longhua. Online payment has long been popularized. We have only become popular online payment in the past few years, but I am still not used to it. For me, money is only true if it is in my own hands. What the hell is this theory? What is the difference between online money and real money? Can't you just take it out if you need it? Tommy is clearly looking for trouble. Yan Bingxue was a little unhappy, but Su Chen lightly patted the back of her hand. Mr. Tommy, but it's already so late now, and you also said that this is Haigua, not Longhua. I brought a bank card. Even if I want to withdraw money, the 2.1 billion funds should belong to Haigua. It will take a while for the bank to get ready. In that case, let's trade later, don't worry, Tommy said with a smile. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and when he raised his head, there was a bit of a sharp look on his face. Tommy felt a little guilty, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and said, Mr. Su, don't get me wrong, I just want to get cash. Take out the cash, and we will sign it immediately, and I will definitely not have the slightest hesitation. Mr. Tommy, what you said is indeed very polite, but it is inevitable that there is a dilemma between the lines. You should know this point to get 2.1 billion in cash, which is basically impossible, so Mr. Tom means that you don't want to sign this with me today. A contract? Tommy was a little stunned. Lucas helped him come up with this idea, and he thought it was pretty good. But he didn't expect this Su Chen to be so difficult to deal with. Mr. Su, why am I embarrassing you? I came to the auction to auction the metal. Mine I discovered. I didn't set a high price. I set a price of 20 million. Mr. Su is willing to spend 2.1 billion. I'm happy to buy my mine, of course I'm eager to sign a contract with Mr. Su right away. At this time, second Master Su, who was sitting in the back, suddenly stood up. Isn't it just 2.1 billion in cash? This is not without. Someone, go and send the cash I prepared. As soon as second Master Su's words came out, everyone looked at him in unison. Su Eri smiled and looked at everyone, walked up and said, it's a coincidence, most young people like mobile payment, but I'm an old man who can't keep up with the fashion, so, this time I happened to bring cash. The butler came over with a few boxes, and after opening it, it was full of cash, and it was the currency that was exchanged for the country. Second Master Su has participated in this kind of auction not once or twice. Knowing that sometimes the price does not meet expectations or for other reasons, some people will make a fuss about the payment method, so he is very well prepared. But I didn't use it myself, but I can help this Mr. Su. Su Chen gave Su Eri a polite look, and immediately said, thank you, old man. For your help, I will transfer the money to you now. Second Master Su smiled and nodded, okay, my old man can't do it, you can do it with my grandnephew. Su Chen transferred the account to Suja, and Suja also sent someone to bring up 3 large suitcases. After opening, they were full of bright cash. And it was the currency that was exchanged for the country. Tommy and Boss, Ku frozen place. Originally, Tommy wanted to make a fuss about the transaction method. Who would have thought that Su Chen could actually get 2.1 billion in cash? What is the origin of this Su Chen? Why is everyone going to the poll to help him? Now, how can this be good? Boss, Ku looked at Su Eri, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Why did the old man of the Su family in the imperial capital also join in? Now that 2.1 billion in cash is in front of him, Tommy has nothing to say. I had known that he should not hesitate just now, but now it has made him not a human being inside or outside. Boss Ku laughed dryly and said, Mr. Su is really amazing. Since we have the cash, let's continue the transaction. He pressed Tommy with his eyes, and Tommy glanced at the cash, his face pale. Tommy agreed to sign a contract with Su Chen. The mining rights have now been sold to Su Chen, but they still need to be notarized to confirm the transfer of the mining rights. Su Chen didn't want to waste too much time, so he set the notarization time at 9:30 tomorrow morning. When this is done, there is still a little time to buy gifts for my son and daughter, and the flight back at night will be just right. Tommy took the contract and left silently. Boss Ku and Su Chen shared a few smiles and hurried away. He had just lost face, and he almost made a big mistake, so he didn't dare to provoke Su Chen here. After they all left, Second Master Su said from behind, congratulations. Su Chen looked back at him, raised his hand and bowed, thank you old gentleman for your help. Second Master Su waved his hand, it's all right, everyone is from the Dragon Kingdom, and of course we need to help each other when we go out. Besides, I didn't do anything, but I have more eyes here, so the organizers don't dare to be arrogant. Anyway, thank you, old gentleman, Su Chen said. Second Master Su smiled and looked at Su Chen. Like, it really looks more and more similar, even the style of speaking and doing things is very similar. However, this young man is even more powerful than Hao Qian back then. At this age, he is only in his early 20s, yet he has such an aura that he can help the country go out and do things. He must be a talent. Second Master Su didn't say more or ask more. After saying hello to Su Chen, he left with Su Zhe first. As soon as they got outside, Second Master Su's expression changed. Looking up at the people from the Great Eagle country who were discussing something on the second floor, he frowned slightly. Go back and remind Mr. Su to be careful when he goes out today. I'm afraid someone will intercept the goods on the way. Su Zhe wondered, Second Master, can this be intercepted? Isn't the contract already signed? Although the contract has been signed, it has not been notarized yet. If the contract is destroyed, it will still be nothing, Erie said. But, that Tommy shouldn't have the guts. I don't think he can even afford the compensation just now. How can he have the guts to intercept the goods? It's not him, it's someone from the Twitter group. The Twitter group has always done everything possible and never speaks of international morality. You should quickly remind Mr. Su that if he needs help, as long as he speaks, we are here to define it. Understood, Second Master, I'll go back now. Su Zhe immediately turned back. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took the contract and were about to go out together, holding hands when they suddenly saw Su Zhe coming back. Did he come back running, breathing a little short? Mr. Su, it's great that you haven't left yet. Is something wrong? Su Chen asked with a smile. Su Zhe lowered his voice and said, Second Grandpa asked me to give you a message. You must be careful after you leave the auction venue later. Some people may stop the goods halfway. The Second Grandpa also said. All of us are from the Dragon Kingdom. If Mr. Su needs any help, feel free to speak up. Our definition is obligatory. Su Chen looked at a face that was somewhat similar to his own, and said with a smile, Thank you, sir, for reminding me, and I would like to trouble you too. Thank the old gentleman, but the help is not needed. The old gentleman has already helped us a lot today. Right, this. Su Zhe scratched his head and thought to himself, why doesn't this Mr. Su want our family's help? One more person can do more, and it's the Twitter group he's facing. Forget it, let's go back and tell the Second Grandpa. Young people do things like a gust of wind. Before Su Chen's words were finished, Su Zhe ran away quickly, leaving Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looking at each other. Su Chen chuckled and shook his head, tonight is so troublesome, I forgot to ask the other party for contact information. This time the old gentleman has helped a lot, and it is not convenient to do anything in Haigua, but after returning to China, no matter what, you have to thank others well. Yan Bingxue nodded, husband, you're right, we have to be grateful, but we don't even know their identities. How can we find them when we go back? Su Chen looked at the back of Su Zhe running away, some deep emotion surged in his eyes, and after a while, he said something strange. I think we and they should meet again. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned to the outside of the venue. Assistant Zhang immediately took their jackets and 2 more bulletproof vests inside. When Yan Bingxue saw these 2 body armors, she asked in surprise, husband, how can this be? With body armor, it is much safer. At least I feel more at ease. Su Chen smiled, and Assistant Zhang next to him said, Mr. Su asked me to arrange it. President, Mr. Su is really amazing, I don't even know how he did it. Bulletproof vests are hard to get. We asked them on the black market before. But many stores said they didn't have them, but I went according to what Mr. Su told me, and the other party immediately took out bulletproof vests, but there were only a few. Only 2. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen in surprise and admiration. Husband, what are you doing quietly? Su Chen smiled lightly and said, how about it, isn't my husband very good? Yeah. Husband, you're amazing. Tell me how you did it. I went to the black market to ask a lot of money for a lot of money, and they all said they didn't have bulletproof vests. Yan Bingxue thought she had performed very well on the black market at that time, but why was the store owner unwilling to sell her body armor? Instead, she was willing to sell it to her husband? Su Chen smiled, lowered his voice, and said in Yan Bingxue's ear, actually, when I went downstairs before, I found a bodyguard from Haigua, chatted a little, and inquired about some things, so I got them. The customs clearance code on the black market here. There are also things like customs clearance passwords. No wonder when I asked, no matter how much I paid, they were reluctant to sell them at first. Even these weapons were bought for a lot of money. Husband, I find it really frustrating to be with you. I used to think I was very capable, but now I feel like I can't do anything. Yan Bingxue said angrily. Su Chen squeezed her hand. Wife, how can you think like that? You can bring back so many weapons on the black market, which is something that many people can't do, not to mention you have the biggest in ability, didn't I tell you? You can firmly control even a man like me in the palm of your hand. This is not something ordinary women can do. You're here again. Yan Bingxue blushed embarrassedly and looked up at Assistant Zhang next to her. Assistant Zhang was standing beside the two of them, and these whispers must be clearly heard, but she stood there quietly like a deaf person. The expression on her face did not change in the slightest, and her eyes kept looking towards elsewhere. When Yan Bingxue saw Assistant Zhang, she immediately said worriedly, Hubby, we only have 2 body armors, so only the 2 of us wear them. What about Assistant Zhang? Xiao Zhang has been with me for so many years, and I don't want her to take risks. Besides, I learned to shoot, and Xiao Zhang has never touched a gun, so I'm a little worried about her. When Assistant Zhang heard this, he immediately said, President, Mr. Su, you don't have to think about my problem, I will protect myself when the time comes. President, have you forgotten? After I learned that you learned Taekwondo and boxing, I also signed up for the class, just wanting to accompany you. Although I have never touched a gun, but at the juncture of life and death, I believe I can definitely do it. Nonsense. This is not a joke, blame me for ignoring it this afternoon. Yan Bingxue felt a little regretful. In the afternoon, she only cared about her husband's safety, but she forgot to arrange Special Assistant Zhang in advance. She is her person, and after being with her for so many years, Yan Bingxue doesn't want anything to happen to her. Su Chen said, Don't worry, wife, I have already arranged Assistant Zhang. I have a special task for you tonight. Su Chen lowered his voice and commanded a few words. Zhang Tezu frowned immediately. No, Mr. Su, President, how can I separate from you? I want to stay and protect you. Yan Bingxue glared at her. Then you can go as soon as you go. Don't you listen to Mr. Su's orders? But Su Chen smiled and took Yan Bingxue's hand, and said, Xiao Su, you are a little out of sight. I think you usually do well, don't you? It's a matter of course to be together. What are you doing with us? Isn't it enough to make light bulbs? Zhang Tezu frowned and said, Mr. Su, President, I know you both are thinking about me, but how can I go first? I asked you to do this not entirely to protect your safety, but also to protect the safety of the contract. This contract is very important, you must keep it for me, do you hear? Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue also said, Xiao Zhang, this contract was bought by Mr. Su for 2.1 billion yuan. It is very important to Longhua. You must protect this contract well and take it with you first. Now, what can you protect us by following the two of us? At that time, we will have to be distracted to protect you. But don't worry, time is urgent. Special Assistant Zhang, you go first, remember. You must be careful, don't let people notice anything. Special Assistant Zhang looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, took over the contract, and said with a serious face like a general in danger, Mr. Su, President, don't worry, I will definitely protect this contract well. I'll be waiting for you on the coast when the time comes. You must come here safely. Well, let's go, Su Chen said. Zhang Tesuk walked back 3 steps. Yan Bingxue looked at her back, clenched Su Chen's hand and said, Husband, can Xiao Zhang do it? The contract is so important, should we send someone to protect her? Su Chen smiled and said softly, Wife, do you really think I'll give the contract to Assistant Zhang? I'm just looking for a reason to let her go first. Yan Bingxue looked at him suspiciously. Su Chen pointed to his chest, the real contract is here. I have already thought about the matter of Special Assistant Zhang. She is a girl, you must be reluctant to take risks with us. My wife is so sympathetic and cherishing. Jade, I am in my heart clear. But she had to show up before, and the people who are with you can only feel at ease when everyone sees it. Later, I will also let a bodyguard continue to disguise her identity and stay with us. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, a man dressed in the same clothes as Assistant Zhang walked over awkwardly. This man was really one of the 3 bodyguards that Yan Bingxue brought. He was probably not used to wearing women's clothes. His wheat-colored skin was dark and red. Mr. Su, President. Yan Bingxue lowered her head and smiled secretly. Su Chen said, You can get in the car later, just let others see you in the car. Husband, since you have already arranged all this, why don't you really hand over the contract to Special Assistant Zhang? Her goals alone are relatively small. No, what the Great Eagle country wants is this contract. Putting it on Zhang Tesuk will undoubtedly increase her danger. I just want her to go first. How can I let her take risks? Wife, next, the 2 of us are probably going to have a different memory. Are you afraid? Wife. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and shook her head gently. I'm not afraid, as long as I'm with my husband, I'm not afraid of anything. Okay, then let's go. On the other hand, the people from the Great Eagle country have finished talking with Lucas. Lucas said very excitedly, Miss Rika, it is my honor to be favored by you. Don't worry, I have arranged everything. Su Chen will definitely not be able to leave Haigua safely tonight. Rika said, I only need the contract. As for Su Chen, you can do whatever you want. Lucas was very excited. He just learned that Tommy, that idiot, failed and finally signed a contract with Su Chen. He was angry at first, but he didn't Expect that someone from the Twitter group of the Great Eagle Country suddenly came to him. For him, really flattered. I didn't expect that the Twitter group of Dang Country would actually spend money to make him go to Su Chen's troubles, which is really great. He didn't intend to let Su Chen off easily, but now with the backing of the Twitter group, he can do whatever he wants. This is their territory, and he will let Su Chen know who is the real king. At 11 o'clock at night, after a day of hustle and bustle, the entire auction hall gradually became quiet, especially when it was outside the auction, surrounded by woods. The signing of the contract was delayed for a while, and it was a little late. When their car came over, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The driver of the car looked at the surrounding woods vigilantly. The deep, ancient trees blocked the view and also concealed the dangers in the jungle. Mr. Su, it's almost there, you and the president are seated. The car suddenly accelerated, and Su Chen behind him held Yan Bingshua's hand. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the jungle, and countless footsteps and gunshots with silencers rang out. The bullet passed through the silencer and only made a subtle muffled sound. But when it hit the car, it was a solid sound. Yan Bingshue subconsciously indented into Su Chen's arms. The exterior of the car is made of bulletproof material, and the bullets came, leaving only a slight trace, but in the hail of bullets, the driver's lane deviates from the original straight line and begins to sway from side to side. Husband. Yan Bingshue grabbed Su Chen's hand tightly. Our people are still outside. They can't get in this place. Why are the people from the Great Eagle Country Twitter group here? Su Chen held her hand and gently stroked her back, soothing her somewhat. Frantic heartbeat. It's okay, wife, we just need to hold on for a few minutes, we'll be fine for sure. People from the Twitter group shouldn't be able to get to this position. Right? Looks like someone has helped. After a muffled sound, a harsh brake sound suddenly came from the ear. The driver in front slammed the steering wheel hard and turned around and said, Mr. Su, President, the tire is broken, I'm afraid we have to get out of the car. Su Chen glanced at the navigation map. He said calmly, don't panic, there are 14 people in our car now, and their bullets just came from the right side. You park the car in the dense forest on the left, we get off the car and enter the woods to protect our personal safety, move closer to the reinforcements. Yes. The two people in the front row immediately obeyed. The 10 bodyguards at the back were from Haigua. They thought it was a simple task, but they didn't expect to actually encounter a shooting case. Now they are all in a mess. When they heard Su Chen's words, they didn't answer the first time. Su Chen turned his head and looked at them and said loudly, did you hear that? Now there are real guns and live ammunition outside, you all cheer me up. This money is not so easy to earn, you must ensure that you have your life to go back to receive the reward. Later, let's go together after getting off the bus. The matter was related to their own lives, and those professional bodyguards finally regained a sense of reason, and immediately said, yes. The driver parked the car beside the jungle. Su Chen and the others immediately opened the door on the left and rushed into the jungle in front. Together. The pursuers behind him followed closely, and the bullets hit the tree trunk with a terrifying sound. Su Chen's left hand was holding Yan Bingshue tightly, and his eyes kept looking around. His insensibility is much sharper than that of ordinary people, and even in the dark night, the range that he can see is larger than that of ordinary people. He glanced at the left side and said softly, everyone gather, there are people in this forest, be careful with your left hand. Someone is coming. After Suchin said the last word, he took out the pistol in his right hand and fired a shot at the darkness on the left. With a muffled sound, the man's shouts and the sound of bullets piercing flesh were particularly evident in the woods. The bodyguards around were nervous, and everyone took out their guns and weapons, ready to shoot and kill the opponents who rushed up. Yan Bingxue also looked nervously at the back and left, her right hand clutching the pistol tightly, her palms wet with sweat. Her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed like her heart was about to pop out of her mouth, and her whole body was completely cold. The only warmth was the left hand held by Suchin. Husband's palm is very large and warm, like an energy source emitting a steady stream of heat, constantly conveying courage and warmth to her. Yan Bingxue is relying on this point to support her legs and prevent them from falling down. There were more and more chasing soldiers behind him, and someone couldn't help shouting, "Why so many?" Before he could finish speaking, he was shot in the shoulder, and the surrounding companions immediately pulled him, and the two sides instantly started the war. Suchin pulled Yan Bingxue to hide behind a big tree. In the dark, his eyes were like an eagle staring at his prey. Everyone else was frantically firing their bullets, but Suchin didn't look at all. He was observing, and the shot was very slow, but every time the bullet went down, it could accurately hit an enemy's head. Where such guns and weapons are legal, this kind of gunfight is the real battlefield, and kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Suchin even had this, so he was killed with one shot, and he would never leave the other party a chance to breathe. There were too many chasing soldiers behind him, and the sound of footsteps around him slowly gathered towards this side like a drumbeat. Yan Bingxue also fired a lot of shots. Like Suchin, she aimed firmly at the opponent's head. The husband and wife shot from left to right, and when the enemy's firepower was too strong, they hid behind a tree for a while. Looking at the other side, the situation of those bodyguards is not very good. 3 of them were injured. In addition to the one who was shot in the shoulder at the beginning, another one was shot in the head and died on the spot. Shot in the other thigh, apparently unable to run. Seeing this, Suchin knew that everyone was scared now, so he immediately ordered, "Go back, there are more and more enemies, we can't fight them. Recklessly, we have reinforcements, and there are dozens of them behind us. Hundreds of people are waiting there, everyone cheers me up." Yes. The bodyguards squeezed their fists and followed Suchin's back. From here, to their reinforcements on the periphery, at the current speed, it would take at least 20 minutes. This time is too long, and there may be many battles in the middle. The number of people on their side is not dominant at all. Suchin knows this well, so he does not dare to let go of Yan Bingxue's hand. After running for a few minutes, Suchin suddenly turned around again and fired 3 shots in the darkness. The 3 chasing enemies immediately fell to the ground. The bodyguards were startled and looked at Suchin. "Mr. Su, you are much better than us. Stop talking nonsense, let's go." Suchin said indifferently, frowning tightly. Yan Bingxue could feel his mood at the moment. Because her left hand was probably blue and purple, her husband was working too hard. The current situation must be very dangerous. They arrived at a small hillside, which was a good hidden location, but Suchin estimated that there were at least 100 or so soldiers behind him. There must have been more than 100 people, and there were too many footsteps. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold the position of reinforcements. After climbing up the hill, Suchin made a decisive decision. "From now on, let's go separately, the 8 of you to the left, remember. Hide your whereabouts, as long as there is no danger to your life, never shoot. To reveal your location, hide it, and it will be safe at dawn. You two, come with me and my wife. Su Chen took away the 2 bodyguards from Longhua. As for Haigua's, he didn't want their lives either. In this situation, it is the best choice to split up, spread out the targets. And the enemies that everyone faces will be halved. In the darkness, they didn't know that Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were there, and the number of people assigned would be about the same. Haigua's bodyguards looked at each other, although they felt that following Su Chen might be more secure, but in this situation, everyone went together. The goal was too big. After a moment of hesitation, they listened to Su Chen's order and went to the left. Su Chen pulled Yan Bingxue, followed by 2 bodyguards, and continued to run to the right. Their goal is not to simply hide, they are to send the contract to a safe place, so they can only continue to run to the exit on the right. Yan Bingxue followed Su Chen's steps all the way. The road under her feet was not smooth. She ran very carefully every step of the way. She tried her best to calm herself down and must not bring any trouble to her husband at this time. She wants to stay and fight side by side with her husband, so she can't hold back her husband. Probably because she was too nervous, Yan Bingxue stumbled suddenly after she finished saying this to herself in her heart. What? The terrain here is uneven, and the only light source in the dense forest at night is the moonlight overhead. Without paying attention, Yan Bingxue stepped into a small pit. Seeing that he was about to fall, Su Chen quickly pulled hard, but the next second, he suddenly rushed towards Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue felt that the bullet seemed to have rubbed her ear, and the sound of cutting through clothes and flesh, as well as the sound of the wind, made people shudder. She grabbed Su Chen subconsciously. Husband, are you all right? Su Chen whispered, it's okay, wife, be careful behind you, someone is coming. Although Yan Bingxue was worried about Su Chen's situation, it was too late to think about their dangerous situation now. Yan Bingxue immediately became vigilant. Su Chen quickly hid behind the tree. And Yan Bingxue was also pulled over by him. Even in such a dangerous situation just now, Su Chen still did not let go of Yan Bingxue's hand, and the fingers of the 2 left hands tightly intertwined. Bang bang bang. Yan Bingxue fired 5 or 6 shots in a row. In the darkness, her eyes were too sharp, and Su Chen was stunned for a moment. But it was only for a moment, and Su Chen immediately began to fight back. As he had expected, when the enemy found out that they had parted ways, they didn't know whether the 2 of them went left or right, so the 100 or so people had to split up and even take down their pursuers. There should be 40 or 50 people. Although there are only 4 of them, Su Chen is very confident that his marksmanship is steady and accurate, and every shot is a headshot. The 2 bodyguards next to them looked at it, and immediately felt their blood boil. These 2 are both retired from the special forces of the Long Kingdom. They have never seen such a powerful marksmanship on the battlefield. I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene after becoming bodyguards. Thinking that his boss is such a powerful person, and even the female president has such good marksmanship, how could the 2 retired special forces hold back? For a time, Su Chen's morale soared, and the gunshots continued. The attack of the enemy behind him was gradually suppressed. The companions beside him fell one by one, and the rest were also a little scared. Too ruthless. This time, the opponent is really too ruthless. These people are all on the road, and they usually fill in the knife, and they are often injured when they work outside, but they have never experienced this. Fight like tonight. This is no longer an ordinary fight, this is a real battlefield, every shot of. The opponent is headed to the head, watching the companion beside him get shot. In the head, blood and brains are mixed and splashed on the face, on the clothes. This picture is like a nightmare. No one will risk their lives, and they are also afraid of death. The enemies seem to be afraid, but as long as they don't retreat, Suchen will not stop. The gunfire continued, but the situation seemed to have changed. The chasing soldiers behind him did not dare to move forward, but instead retreated slowly. Suchen seized the opportunity and ordered, "Continue to retreat." 10 minutes later, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue finally got out of the jungle, and the car that was responding outside saw the four of them running, and immediately stood by. Nearly 100 guns were aimed at the jungle behind, and gunshots were heard everywhere. Suchen didn't know if all those people were dead, but he knew that no one dared to rush out of the woods. When the fighting here subsided, Suchen instructed, 20 of you, come with us, the others, all go to the woods and go to the northwest, your companions are over there. At that time, it was a last resort to split up. Now that he is safe, Suchen didn't want those innocent bodyguards to die. After they left, Suchen and Yan Bingxue got into the car. The two bodyguards from the Dragon Kingdom were still sitting in front, one driving and the other guarding. 20 other bodyguards followed in tandem. After getting in the car, Yan Bingxue suddenly fell down, leaning against Su Chen's arms with a pale face. Husband, I really didn't expect that one day I would experience such a thing. Su Chen smiled slightly, touched her head, and said, Wife, you've worked hard. But my husband promises you, I will definitely not let you in such a risky thing in the future. Su Chen. What do you mean by that? I'm just sighing that such a fierce shootout just happened. I didn't say anything else, and next time if you have to face such a dangerous situation, then I'm sure it's impossible to leave you alone. I will stand by your side and face you together, don't try to leave me behind. She had a serious look on her face, and her cold face looked extremely holy in the moonlight. Su Chen's eyes were full of happiness, he raised his hand to wipe the dust on her face, and said, Okay, wife, no matter what happens in the future, we, husband and wife, will face it together. Kindness. Yan Bingxue nodded happily, and when she looked up, she found blood on her hands. Why is there blood? She immediately looked at Su Chen, checked it confidently, and found that there was blood on Su Chen's arm. Husband, you are injured. Yan Bingxue's voice almost trembled. This silly woman just faced such a moment of life and death, she didn't tremble with fear, but now she finds herself injured and actually starts to cry. Wife, don't cry. I'm fine. If I'm really hurt, how can I talk to you so angry? What do you mean it's nothing? It's all bleeding. Hurry up and show me. Did he get hurt when he protected me? I felt the bullet rubbing past my ear at the time. I should remember that you were injured. How could I be so stupid that I forgot such an important thing? Husband, what's wrong with your arm? Are the bullets still in there? You can't do surgery in the car, what should you do? Let's go to the hospital now. Yan Bingxue was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She was spinning around in the small space of the car. She reached out to touch Su Chen's wound, but she was afraid that it would hurt her. No, let it not, the big tears kept rolling down her face. Su Chen looked at his wife and said incredulously, "Wife, calm down first, I'm really fine. Didn't you say it yourself? You felt the bullet fly past your ear, so how could it still be in my arm?" But Yan Bingxue felt that her husband's words made sense. After a while of confusion, she cried and said, "But you are bleeding." Su Chen was amused by her, touched her face, and said, "Silly wife, I just scratched the skin and bleed a little bit. What's the matter for a big gentleman to get hurt like this?" Yan Bingxue was slightly relieved when she heard that she just scratched the flesh. Only then did he dare to gently pull his arm and carefully check the wound. The wound is indeed not deep, but it has not been treated just now, and there is a lot of blood flow, which wets the surrounding clothes and skin, which looks a bit scary. Yan Bingxue hurriedly got the medicine box from behind, and carefully treated Su Chen's wound. When using hydrogen peroxide to disinfect, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but wrinkle her brows before she started. "There may be a little pain later, please bear with your husband." Su Chen didn't speak. When the hydrogen peroxide was wiped up, he not only didn't say a word, he didn't even frown. Moreover, he looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile on his face. He is a tough guy. Although this alcohol disinfection is indeed a little exciting, but as a big man, if he can't bear the pain, how can he protect his wife and children? In front of his wife, he has to be stronger. Yan Bingxue looked up at Su Chen, and seeing that he was still smiling, she lowered her head and sighed softly. "What does it mean to shed a little blood? Su Chen, do you know that you are no longer alone? Your life and body not only belong to you, but also belong to me and the children. If you have anything, what do you tell me and the children to do? So you can't talk about your injury in such a light-hearted tone in the future. For me, even if you just knocked and rubbed off a small piece of skin, it's a very important thing, like the situation just now was so dangerous, do you know that I was scared to death?" Su Chen saw Yan Bingxue bowing her head and crying, and quickly reached out to hug her, but as soon as her left arm was raised, Yan Bingxue angrily said, "You are still moving. The arm hasn't been bandaged yet. Su Chen, you don't take your body too seriously." "Wife, I'm so wronged. You said that I can't bear you crying like this in front of me, and I can't care about any wounds on my body, but I remember all the words you just said, and I will definitely be fine in the future. I want to protect myself, but you know what happened just now. How could I watch my wife get hurt? I am your husband and I will definitely protect you. But if anything happens to you, wife, don't keep thinking about such a pessimistic side. You see, I don't have anything, I just suffered a little skin trauma. It'll be fine after 2 days. My rough skin is really not a big deal. Don't cry. When I see you cry, my heart is even more uncomfortable, it hurts more than my injury." When Yan Bingxue heard Su Chen say this, "How dare she cry," she quickly took a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions. But her eyes were still red, like a little white rabbit who was wronged. The movements on her hands were extremely gentle. After disinfecting Su Chen, she carefully checked that the wound was only scratched a little, but there was a lot of blood flow, but the wound was not deep and no stitches were needed. Yan Bingxue rubbed the medicine for him, and then bandaged the wound with gauze. After doing all this, she let out a heavy sigh. "Husband, are we safe now?" Yan Bingxue asked. Su Chen looked at her with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't lie to her. After living and dying together tonight, Su Chen became more and more sure that his wife was not an ordinary weak woman. It's not safe to go to a notary for the time being. We just got the contract tonight and came out of the auction venue. They actually sent more than 100 people, all with guns and weapons, to chase our notary tomorrow. I'm afraid it will be more dangerous. Yan Bingxue frowned. Then what shall we do? Husband, we have already got the contract anyway, and it will be the same whenever the notary is notarized. Otherwise, we should go back to China now. I will arrange a private jet immediately, and we will leave immediately. Next time let's bring more people over. Suchen lightly rubbed her head, raised her cell phone and said, Wife, I'm afraid we don't have to go. Our backing, the reinforcements from the Dragon Academy have arrived. Suchen handed the WeChat account he just received to Yan Bingxue. The news was sent by Yuan Lao himself, saying that the person was already in place, and he also sent him a location to let him go directly. It is a safe place there. Seeing the news, Yan Bingxue said excitedly, Great. Our helper is here, we have nothing to be afraid of. However, this time, the Dragon Academy's actions are really fast. Suchen nodded, Wife, you have to trust the speed of our Dragon Academy. It's worth it for us to work hard for the Dragon Academy outside. After he finished speaking, he gave the driver the address and asked him to drive the car to the safe area over there. Yan Bingxue also called Special Assistant Zhang immediately. Zhang Tasuk was already waiting by the beach. She hid in the shadow of the woods, her crying eyes almost swollen into peaches. When she received Yan Bingxue's call, she picked it up almost in a second. You. President, you finally contacted me. I'm about to die of worry. You and Mr. Su are okay, right? What are you doing now? I'm waiting at the address. You told me. I've been waiting for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? Yan Bingxue heard her random call and her choked voice, and couldn't help laughing. Xiao Zhang, you are the one behind me. How can you be so unbearable? Mr. Su and I are safe now. Now, didn't you encounter any accidents over there? I'm fine, President. I secretly came out by myself, and no one paid attention to my situation at all. Don't worry, I've taken good care of my things. I'll be waiting at the place you said. When will you come over? I'm the only one here. I'm a little scared, Zhang Tezu said with tears. Assistant Zhang, don't be afraid, we'll pick you up now. Suchen heard clearly next to him and said with a smile. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the beach that they had agreed with Assistant Zhang, and as soon as the car arrived, someone scrupulously pulled them out of the grass. Seeing Yan Bingxue and Suchen getting out of the car, Zhang Tezu rushed over quickly. He originally wanted to hug the president, but after looking at Mr. Su, he finally only hugged Yan Bingxue's arm. Mr. Su, President, it's great to see that you are safe and sound. I have been praying there just now. God is praying to God, and I hope nothing will happen to you. Mr. Su, don't worry, I've taken good care of the things. They're all here. I haven't lost them from the beginning to the end, but I'm a little nervous, so I seem to have squeezed this out a bit. Traces, it shouldn't matter, right? Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Xiao Zhang, are you almost forgetting who you are? You should be my assistant. Don't you know that a crumpled contract doesn't matter? Zhang Tezu swallowed his saliva nervously, and when he heard the president say this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, I'm so nervous, now I almost forget who I am, but now I'm relieved too. See you, Mr. Su, where are we going now? Shall we go right away? Going back to China? This situation is too dangerous. After arriving in the car, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen didn't say anything, but the two bodyguards told Zhang Tasuk a lot of what had just happened. They described their pursuit in the woods vividly, listening to Zhang Tasuk. Scared. Trembling. Mr. Su, President, I am really thankful to you now, and Mr. Su is really wise and talented. He is a great general. If I didn't leave alone, but went with you, I would have definitely. It will hold you back. I ran away secretly, by myself. My legs are still weak and I can't stand up. It's all that I experienced at the time. I guess you really have to protect me. At the scene. Fortunately, I didn't go to drag my legs. Su Chen and his wife looked at each other and smiled. Compared with Zhang Tasuk, their performance was really excellent. The car drove for more than 20 minutes, and in the last 10 minutes, Su Chen asked the remaining Haigua bodyguards to go back, and only the 5 of them went to the safety point together. From a distance, they saw a helicopter parked in the open space over there. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were overjoyed, and they walked towards the plane holding hands. The loud noise from the propellers was almost inaudible. Su Chen only saw Yuan Lao beckoning to him from a distance, and he seemed to be muttering something, but it was so noisy that he couldn't hear it clearly. Xiao Su, you are all right, it's great. Yuan Lao shouted loudly. Su Chen pointed to the propeller above his head, and then pointed to the plane. Yuan Lao immediately understood, and the group got on the helicopter first. After the hatch was closed, the sound outside was much quieter. Old Yuan pulled Su Chen's hand excitedly, and when he saw the gauze on his arm, he asked nervously, Xiao Su, are you injured? Su Chen smiled, waved his hand and said, it's okay, Elder Yuan, it's just a little bit of a flesh wound. What's the matter? Yuan Lao asked. The situation is similar to what you expected before. After we came out of the auction, someone came up with the idea of a contract. Tonight, the seller almost regretted that he did not want to sign the contract. We were chased on the way. All have weapons. Although Su Chen said it very lightly, Yuan Lao knew that the situation at that time must be very dangerous. He looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue apologetically, Xiao Su, Miss Yan, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this, but if I knew there was such a big risk, I would never have let you two go. Personally. Old Yuan, don't say that, my husband is a member of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and this material is what he needs. This is a work assignment, and I am also here on a business trip, all for work. Yan Bingxue said. Su Chen glanced at his wife with relief, then turned to Yuan Lao and said, Yuan Lao, don't think too much, Bingxue and I are all right, after you reminded me this afternoon, we made some arrangements, and we are right it is because of preparations in advance that I can get out of my body tonight. Yuan Lao nodded, looked at their young couple, and said solemnly, Xiao Su. Miss Yan, this time, you really took too much risk for our Dragon Academy. You are heroes. My old man admires it. Old Yuan, you are serious. The reason why Bingxue and I dare to stay here is because we believe that the Dragon Academy is our strongest backing, and reinforcements will definitely arrive. This is because we have such a belief that we can persevere. Up to now. Speaking of this, Yuan Lao's expression softened a little, and he said with a little pride in his eyes, yeah, after our Dragon Academy of Sciences learned about this incident in the afternoon, we immediately dispatched private jets and cruise ships set off at the same time. The bodyguards on the private jet have arrived now, and the cruise ships that were urgently transferred from the surrounding waters are parked in the safe area over there. We are going there in a while, and there are also cruise ships at sea, which will be followed in an hour or two. In place. Xiao Su, you set the notarization date for tomorrow morning, right? Yes, Mr. Yuan, the contract has been signed tonight, but there is no way to go to notarization at this time, so it can only be until tomorrow morning at the earliest. I set it at 9:30 in the morning. Yes, all of our people must have arrived before then. At that time, even if someone wants to embarrass you, we will be there. Su Chen smiled and nodded, with the Dragon Academy as the backing. This feeling is really solid. By the way, the contract, I'll give it to you now, Mr. Yuan. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang's special assistant immediately took out his contract, but Su Chen also took out a contract from his arms, and both of them placed it in front of Yuan Lao. Yuan Lao looked at them suspiciously. Special Assistant Zhang also looked puzzled. Yan Bingxue quickly pulled Zhang's special assistant's hand back. Only then did Zhang Tezu realize that the contract in his hand was fake. Thinking that this was just the reason why Mr. Su and the president tricked her into leaving the danger first, she couldn't help lowering her head and sobbing. Woohoo, to meet such a good boss as Mr. Su and the CEO is really a blessing. From her previous life. Yuan Lao read the contract and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Su, you are really amazing. I thought that this time things would not be so smooth, but now that we have this contract, even if we have completed 90% of our affairs, we will accompany you to the notarization tomorrow, then the entire Dragon Academy will be behind you. The plane flew for about 10 minutes and landed on the sea not far from the shore. A huge cruise ship with a tarmac location on the top floor. After getting off the plane, Yuan Lao said, Xiao Su, Miss Yan, you can rest here tonight. I will send someone to pick up the things in the hotel. From now until the end of the notarization tomorrow, I will stay with you all the time. Together. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue glanced at each other and immediately felt relieved. With such a strong backing as the Dragon Kingdom, they believed that such a thing would not happen again tonight. The elders arranged for the couple to be luxurious suites on the cruise ship, with all the utensils in it. Back in the room, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen planned to take a shower and put on clean and comfortable nightgowns. After entering the bathroom, Yan Bingxue frowned slightly at the wound on Su Chen's arm. Husband, you have a wound on your arm, the wound can't touch the water, why don't I wash it for you? Yan Bingxue said with a blushing face. To Su Chen, this flesh wound is nothing at all, how can he be so squeamish as a big man? But his wife took the initiative to serve him, at such a sweet and warm moment. Of course he would not give up on his own initiative. So he made a very embarrassing look. Wife, is it really possible? In fact, I can wash it myself. After all, it is the arm of my left hand, it is not so inconvenient. I can take a bath with one hand. That's too much trouble, and it's not good to accidentally get the wound on the left arm wet. Let me help you. Yan Bingxue said that he went to the bathtub to put hot water. Su Chen happily looked at the busy figure of his wife, looked down at the wound on his arm, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although the scene just now was thrilling, but fortunately, both he and his wife returned safely. After suffering such a small injury, it is not a loss to make his wife feel so sorry for him. Su Chen took a bath in the bathtub, Yan Bingxue rubbed his back, and the two Talked about the attack just now. Husband, do you think this Twitter group is too daring? The place where we just encountered danger is still within the scope of the auction venue. Although it is on the periphery, but there is such a big disturbance, aren't they afraid of being caught? Is the media accountable? I knew before that the Twitter group has always been domineering in the world, and many times they don't pay attention to international rules, but I didn't expect them to be so presumptuous. Thinking of what just happened, Yan Bingshua's face turned pale with fear, and at the same time, she was also very shameless about what the Twitter group did. Suchen looked down at the surface of the water, thought for a while, and said, "This time, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as the Twitter group. Even if the Twitter group acts boldly and is not ethical, they have always advertised themselves as a big group. This is the territory of Haigua. They shouldn't be so presumptuous. There must be someone to answer." Huh? Anyone else? Yan Bingshua couldn't help frowning. I asked Assistant Zhang to investigate this matter now, and I must find out the culprit, she said angrily. Suchen smiled. She squeezed her weak and boneless little hand. "I don't need to make so much trouble, I know it in my heart." Husband, do you know who is helping the Twitter group? Well, it's probably that Lucas. During the auction, he was dissatisfied with me. Later, that Tommy suddenly didn't want to sign the agreement. I guess this matter has nothing to do with Lucas. Do you remember when Lucas left for a while, when the last finale at the auction came on stage, and when he came back, he glanced at me, and I still remember that expression. This Lucas is too much, Yan Bingshua said with a frown. We didn't care about what he did last night. We didn't expect him to kill him today. Husband, I can't take this breath, I must teach this Lucas a lesson. Today, because of this incident, her husband was injured, and it really touched her inverse scale. And at that time, she and Suchen were simply fighting against the god of death. What Lucas did, it was too much. Suchen nodded. I have to teach Lucas a lesson, leave this to my husband. Those who dare to kill him and Yan Bingshua, he will never let them go, and let them celebrate the new year at home. Okay, she doesn't allow others to hurt Suchen, let alone those who hurt Su Chen, continue to exist. Wife, let's continue taking a bath. Yan Bingshua glared at him sullenly, raised the towel shyly, and swiped it on his handsome face. Suchen was stunned for a moment, then counterattacked with his right hand. The two started fighting in the bathroom. Auction venue. Boss, Ku walked irritably around the hall. Lucas' several black bodyguards pressed on the sofa in front of him, his face very ugly. Lucas, I'm looking at your father's face, and now I'm just detaining you here, or I'll send you directly to the Haigua Bureau. Do you know that the venue for our Haigua large-scale auction was almost smashed because of you? With an expression of unrepentance, Lucas raised his head and sneered, Boss Ku, I originally thought you were someone who did big things, but I didn't expect you to be so anxious when encountering such a trivial matter. No? Lucas, don't you know what the hell you've done? Boss Ku was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. Our Haigua has always been a small island country over the years. No matter in terms of economic strength or population strength, it can't compare to other countries. The reason why we can occupy a place in the world, that's because our side is rich in products, and we have remained neutral in international disputes over the years. And this large auction, do you think this auction is easy? Do you know how much we can earn from this auction every year? But because of you, the Signboard of our Yingwanjin auction is almost a little off today. Smashed. It's not as serious as you said, isn't it? Just a few businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom? What's so great? What if you offend them? Stupid. Boss, Ku yelled angrily. Do you think those are just businessmen who came from the dragon? Those are the people of the Su family in the imperial capital. There is also that Su Chen. I don't know what his identity is, but even the old man of the Su family stood up to speak for him. This young man, people are definitely not easy. You slammed Tommy today and almost ruined the deal. If the contract couldn't be signed at the time, they would definitely not let us go after they went back. Boss, Ku, you are afraid of such a mere deal? Lucas laughed. Boss, Ku closed his eyes, and the bodyguard next to him immediately came to support him. With a trembling voice, he said, "Where's the old chairman of TAL? Didn't you ask for it? Why hasn't anyone come yet?" As soon as the voice fell, the door over there was suddenly pushed open, and the chairman of TAL walked in with a cane. He walked straight towards Lucas, stepped forward and slapped Lucas in the face involuntarily. "You bastard. You're making trouble for me outside again, haven't you?" Lucas stared at him in surprise, and said that he is the old man of the old man. The chairman only had this son when he was in his 50s, so he was very pampered since he was a child. Occasionally doing family tricks, it's just a pretense, never really did anything to him in front of so many people. This slap in the face, for Lucas, is not just a simple slap in the face, but a matter of face. The chairman and boss, Ku, said a few polite words and took Lucas away. Back in the car, Lucas covered his left cheek and looked out the window angrily. The chairman also had a dark face. "You bastard, do you know what you did today? You spent all your money at the auction. I don't care about the 300 million funds, but how can you break the rules of the auction? Do you know how much manpower and material resources I spent to get the right to assist in hosting this time? Whether our company can successfully go to the next level depends on this auction, but now, you fuck it all up. Dad. How can it be as serious as you said? Didn't the last contract have been signed? What if I interfered with it? It didn't cause any loss to this auction." The old man was angry, so he picked up the cane and slammed it on him. There were other people in the car. The assistants and bodyguards tried to reduce their presence as much as possible, and tried their best to hide in the corner. "You still don't know how to repent, don't you? Still know what wrong you have done? What kind of country is the Dragon Kingdom? Do you know how much our country trades with the Dragon Kingdom every year? If there is no long kingdoms trade, the economy of Haigua will plummet. How dare you provoke the people sent by the Dragon Kingdom?" Lucas turned his head angrily and opened his mouth to his father, but he couldn't say anything. He had been taking over the company for a while, and he naturally knew something about the economy of the entire Haigua. He knew what his father said is correct. After returning home, Lucas suffered a solid beating. This time, the old man showed no mercy at all, and beat him until he could barely get up before he stopped. When he was leaving, the old man said angrily, "Go back and reflect on it for me, don't ruin your future for a woman. Before they leave, if you dare to provoke them again, I will kill you." Lucas limped out of the old house. The assistant tried to help him, but he pushed him away. When he was in the car, the old man couldn't hold back and slapped him a few times with a cane. All these people saw it at the time. now that he sees these people again, Lucas just feels extremely ashamed. On the way back, I started to sit in the back seat again, looking at the dark night outside, enduring the pain in my body, clenching my fists tightly with both hands. Damn it. Su Chen is really damned. All the humiliation he said today was caused by Su Chen. How could it be possible for him to let Su Chen go? But the old man said something, and he really didn't dare to fight against the Su family, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Lucas thought irritably about countermeasures. Suddenly, he thought of the Twitter group of the Great Eagle country. Their family may indeed not be the opponent of the Su family, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, but the Twitter group of the Great Eagle country is different. The Twitter group can compete with the super powerful Big Mac group internationally. I can't do anything to that Su Chen, but the Twitter group can definitely. Moreover, the Twitter group originally wanted to sabotage this transaction. If the contract was not won today, the people of the Twitter group will definitely not give up easily. There will definitely be a good show at the notary meeting tomorrow. Lucas sneered and called the Twitter group. However, what he didn't expect was that after the call was connected, the person on the opposite side was scolded. Mr. Lucas, didn't you say that tonight's action was foolproof? Why did this happen? What about people? What about things? Lucas was a little cowardly for a moment. After all, he was dealing with people from the Twitter group. Miss Rika, I'm very sorry, I've heard the news of the failure, but I really don't know why it turned out like this. I sent 150 people over, all of them are well-trained killer troops, Su with just a few bodyguards around Chen. It is absolutely impossible to fail. But now I received the news that Su Chen and the others escaped unharmed, and they didn't get anything. Rika said coldly. Yes. The terrain at that time was quite special. A group of them ran into the jungle again, our people. I'm sorry, Miss Rika, I really didn't do it. Well, this time, but I hope you can give it to me again. Chance, Su Chen is very cunning, but this is Haigua after all, I am sure of it. Miss Rika, there will be a notary meeting tomorrow. It doesn't matter if we don't get the contract tonight. As long as we can stop the notary meeting tomorrow, everything can be salvaged. Rika tapped the phone lightly on the other end of the phone, and hesitated for a moment. Mr. Lucas, we are here on behalf of the Twitter group. During the auction, I saw that you were very courageous. You are a very good person. Talent, we'll hand over our affairs to you. I hope you don't let us down. Miss Rika, don't worry, I will definitely arrange things for tomorrow. Tonight, because the time is too rushed, there are not many people I can transfer, but today you only need to give me one night, and tomorrow, I promise to give you and the Twitter group a surprise. Well, I only look at the results. Let's talk about it after the matter is over tomorrow. Mr. Lucas, we are partners. As long as you can help us, our Twitter group will definitely not treat you until. Lucas flattered on the other end of the phone for a long time, and Rika hung up after listening. The companion behind him said, Rika, do we really have to pin all our hopes on this Lucas? He sent so many people out tonight, but it still failed. Tomorrow's plan, you believe he will be able to success? Rika sneered, of course I can't believe this idiot. It's just that we are in the territory of Haigua, and we have a lot of inconveniences. Since some people are willing to be used as spears by us, why don't we take good care of them? Lucas is just a pawn. We have to prepare for tomorrow's affairs. You do as I say. The next morning, it was a cloudy day in Haigua. The weather on the island was unpredictable, and before the storm came, the entire sea country seemed to be in a depressing space. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue changed their clothes and stood on the deck as the cruise ship was slowly approaching the coast. Su Qian glanced at his wife. "Wife, you really don't need to accompany me on this occasion today. Yesterday, it was just the two of us. I know you are worried about me, but today Mr. Yuan is here too, and our troops are all why. Do you have to accompany me here?" Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Because the two of us are husband and wife. Since we're on a business trip together this time, of course I want to accompany you. This is called husband and wife." Su Qian burst out laughing, squeezed her hand, and said, "Wife, after I found out that you were with me, my little mouth became sweeter and sweeter." Yuan Lao laughed and walked over from behind. "Xiao Su, Miss Yan, I'm really embarrassed. I accidentally listened to a corner of the wall. The relationship between the two of you young people is really good, even an old man like me can't help but envy me." Yan Bingxue felt a little embarrassed when she saw old Yuan suddenly appear. But Su Qian was very generous. The love with his wife is radiated from the inside out, and he is not afraid of being seen by anyone. "Old Yuan, are you here? Do you want to go to the notary fair today?" Su Qian asked. Yuan Lao nodded, and when it comes to work, his performance is more serious than before. "Well, I'll go with you, Xiao Su. After last night, I'm afraid there will be some changes in today's situation. I'm afraid this notary meeting will not be so smooth. But the two of you don't have to worry, our troops have already arrived, and the entire Dragon Academy is our backing, and they will protect us." Su Qian and Yan Bingxue nodded. It was because of the help of the people from the Dragon Academy of Sciences last night that he and Yan Bingxue were able to clear the siege smoothly. Su Qian said, "Old Yuan, I have always believed in the strength of our Dragon Academy. Whether it was yesterday or today, my heart is very firm." Yuan Lao looked at the young man in front of him with satisfaction. "Xiao Su, you are really a very good young man. I think this is our hope for our Longwulong Academy of Sciences to have a child like you." "Thank you for your praise, but you can't keep saying that, or I'll be proud," Su Qian said jokingly. Yuan Lao laughed. "Just be proud, Xiao Su, you have the capital." "Xiao Su, after this incident is over, let's go back to the Dragon Country. And I will report everything to the above. I will report everything you and Miss Yan have done for the Dragon Academy of Sciences in High Country. Old Yuan, this is what my husband and I should do. My husband is a member of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This time I came out to do a task for the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This is our responsibility," Yan Bingxue said. Yuan Lao smiled and said, "Two good children. This time, Su Qian and Yan Bingxue will definitely be credited for this great achievement. After taking this mine, in the future, how many mechas the Dragon Academy wants to study will have important strategic resources. This is very meaningful." The three set off together, and this time, behind them were 20 or 30 elite special bodyguards, each of whom wore weapons. Although only 20 or 30 people were brought in today, they were much better than the 100 bodyguards yesterday. Moreover, in the dark places around, there are still many people who are secretly protecting. At the gate of the notary office, Boss Ku was waiting here early. It stands to reason that he, the owner of the auction, does not need to be in charge of the follow-up transactions. It is enough for him to be present when the contract is signed. But because he had a little unpleasantness with Su Qian yesterday, and later, heard about what happened in the jungle, he rushed over early. Regardless of the attitude of others, as the organizer of a large-scale auction, he must at least do his best to save face, and he cannot let Su Chen have any opinions on him. After all, in his family's large-scale auction, a large part of the capital income came from those merchants in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that Su Chen and the others had arrived, Boss Ku personally went to pick up the people. When seeing old Yuan, Boss Ku couldn't help but stunned. Yuan Lao is a veteran of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and he is also a well-known international researcher. Boss Ku has met with him several times before, all on important international occasions. Seeing old Yuan and Su Chen appearing together today, Boss Ku was very surprised. Su Chen's background is very mysterious. Now it seems that Su Chen is from the Dragon Academy of Sciences? Boss Ku walked forward with a smile. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, are you here? Old Yuan? I just watched it from a distance and I wasn't sure, but I didn't expect it was really you. Old Yuan, why didn't you tell me about your coming to Haigua in advance? We can arrange someone to pick you up at the auction. Old Yuan had already heard from Su Chen what happened when he signed the contract last night, and knew that this Boss Ku was not firm, but he didn't get angry with him. He just said with a smile, Ku boss, long time no see. I have to come here in person. Boss Ku doesn't know anything. This Mr. Su is a junior I admire very much. I heard that he bought a lot at your auction this time. Speaking of which, Boss Ku has been holding Haigua auctions for so many years, and he will definitely take care of everything in an orderly manner. I believe Xiaosu will be able to get things back to China soon. Who knew that something went wrong in the middle? As his senior, I naturally have to come and see. After all, I have already booked tickets with him before, so I have to make sure that things go smoothly. The expression on Boss Ku's face froze slightly. Although old Yuan's words were not unpleasant, they were alluding to what he did last night. Boss Ku is really a big one now. Yesterday, he was dazed by a few words from that Tommy. He actually wanted to obstruct Su Chen and Tommy from signing a contract. He regretted it afterwards. This trouble. Old Yuan, what I did last night was indeed inappropriate. I am here to apologize to you and Mr. Su. There was a little accident about the contract. Because of my negligence, so today's notarization, yes, I will watch Mr. Su successfully complete justice no matter what. When Yuan Lao heard this, he nodded lightly and said nothing more. In the parlor of the notary's office, Tommy was already waiting there, and there was another person standing beside him. It was Lucas. When Su Chen went in, he didn't seem surprised at all to see the two of them appearing together. This guy, Lucas, seems to be unwilling to restrain himself. When Yan Bingxue saw Lucas, she didn't have a good face at all. After the two sides sat down, Lucas took the initiative to say hello to Yan Bingxue, as if he couldn't understand the wink at all. Miss Yan, I didn't find you, and came here. By the way, I took a few gifts at the auction yesterday and wanted to give them to you. I just brought them. Here. I don't need it. Yan Bingxue said coldly, you and I are not friends who give gifts to each other. If it wasn't for this formal occasion, she would have wanted to kill him directly. Dare to kill her and Su Chen. She won't let him live too long. Lucas smiled awkwardly. Miss Yan, haven't our two companies always had a friendly cooperative relationship? And we Yan Bingxue interrupted him coldly. Mr. Lucas, today is a notary meeting, so I shouldn't talk about other things, but since you said it, I will take up a little time to start and decide on the latest work of Chaofan Group. Tell you. After the cooperation project between Chaofan Group and Tel Company started the previous year, the cooperation project ended at the end of last year. During this period, we added some other business cooperation, including imported pigments and spray paint, and etc. For some parts, now, as the president of Chaofan Group, I would like to inform Mr. Luke that starting from today, all these cooperations will be terminated. Lucas looked at Yan Bingxue blankly. Ms. Yan, what do you mean? We, Tel and Chaofan Group, have been working together very happily. But Mr. Lucas and I didn't get along very well. When our Chaofan Group chose partners, we looked at not only the strength of the company, but also the character of the company's decision-makers. This time I came to Haigua, and I am very grateful to Mr. Lucas. A new understanding. Miss Yan, I think you should go back to the company at this time to deal with the contract issue I sent you, instead of staying here and taking care of things that have nothing to do with you. As soon as Yan Bingxue finished speaking, Lucas's hand rang. The call was not from the company, but from the old man himself. You bastard, I told you to stay at home, where have you gone? The company is about to be in chaos. This time the female president of Chaofan Group came over. How did you promise me? You said you would receive it well. What's the situation now? Why is Chaofan Group terminating all cooperation with Tel Company? Do you know how much money this is? The company is all messed up now. Get me back and clean up the mess. Lucas didn't dare to look at Yan Bingxue in front of him confidently. Although he spent 300 million yuan at the auction yesterday, it didn't frighten him more than now. After the cooperation between Tel and Chaofan Group the previous year, Tel Company became famous in Haigua in an instant. It can be said that Tel Company achieved this achievement only because it climbed the high branch of Chaofan Group. Now if Chaofan Group terminates its cooperation with Tel, then the loss is not only the income of Chaofan Group, but many enterprises in Haigua will also stop cooperating with Tel. After hanging up the phone, Lucas looked at Yan Bingxue with a pale face. Miss Yan, do you have to do things like this? The cooperation between Tel and Chaofan Group is a win-win project. Yan Bingxue glanced at him coldly and said, how much money is not as important as our husband? When Lucas heard this, his face turned completely pale. He didn't expect that in Yan Bingxue's mind, Su Chen's status was so important, and it was worth giving up such a large amount of money for her. Cooperation. Lucas originally wanted to watch a good show today, but now it seems that his own backyard has been on fire, and the company's affairs are waiting for him to go back to deal with. If he doesn't go back, the old man will probably peel him off. Although he was unwilling, Lucas had to leave him early, and said to Tommy in a low voice, remember what I said to you. The notarization of Su Chen and Tommy today was handled by the leader of the Haigua notary office in person. A chunky Haigua man entered the door, followed by two female secretaries. When he saw Su Chen and them, he had a smile on his face. Guests from afar, welcome to our notary office in Haigua. It is my honor to serve these distinguished guests of Longhua today. Having said that, he glanced at Tommy over there and said, Mr. Su, this is the case. Today's matter is a bit tricky. Let Mr. Tommy speak for himself. Tommy just sat there and didn't speak, and now he heard the sentence and looked up at everyone. He looked a little nervous. Mr. Su, sir, I'm sorry to have delayed the two of you for so much time. Because of my personal reasons. Su-chan looked at Tommy over there, with a bit of indifference in his eyes. What trick is this Tommy trying to play? Sure enough, as Yuan Lao said, last night, they had too much time to think about countermeasures. Now it seems that they have colluded. Mr. Su, you should also know that this new type of metal mine was discovered on the back mountain of our family. Originally that mountain belonged to our family's private production area, but because of the poor management of our company before, the company's capital chain was broken. Later, our family went bankrupt and we owed a lot of money at that time. This time, I mortgaged the bank to loan a sum of money. The money is used up now, but it has not been paid back. Logically speaking, this mountain, it doesn't belong to me anymore. Su-chan understood. Mr. Tommy, you mean that the mountain is not yours now, so the new metal ore you found in it is not yours, you own it, so everything we sold at the auction last night included this contract can't actually take effect, can it? Tommy nodded. Mr. Su is really a smart guy, that's what he meant. Su-chan snorted coldly, looked at Boss Ku, who was planning to sneak away, and said, it just so happens that Boss Ku, the organizer of the auction, is also here, so it's better for you to tell Boss Ku that this auction was before. Don't you need to check the eligibility of the seller first? Since the things have been put up for auction, all the contracts and procedures have been completed, and my money has been credited to Mr. Tommy's account. Now Mr. Tommy told me that all this was just a misunderstanding? The thing is not his, Boss Ku, who do you think I should look for this loss? Seeing that he couldn't leave, Boss Ku could only bite the bullet and walk back with a smile. He looked at Tommy over there, then looked at the one next to him, and he didn't have a clue. What happened? When did this thing come out? As the organizer of the auction, of course, he had reviewed it in advance. The mortgage Tommy said was completely non-existent, but the unified testimony with Tommy made him a little uncertain for a while. Boss Ku looked at old Yuan and Su-chan, and then looked at those over there. And finally he could only say, this. Mr. Su, the process of our auction is still very formal, but if Mr. Tommy wants to, if we hide it, then we probably won't be able to find it even if we want to investigate it, right? Su-chan sneered, and his voice suddenly became sharp. Boss Ku, does this mean you want to be like last night? Boss Ku, I thought you could wake up a little bit after what happened last night, but it seems that you still haven't. As the auction organizer, you didn't check the qualifications of the seller in advance, and regarded other people's things as his. It was brought to the auction, and the transaction has been successful. Now that you have signed the contract and now come back to regret it, as the organizer of the auction, should you take responsibility? Boss Ku stood there with a blue face, unable to say a word. Su-chan looked at Tommy over there again, and you, Mr. Tommy, you said that you deceived Boss Ku and all of us before, which means that our transaction can't go on now, and my money was also lost last night. It has been paid, and the contract is now in effect. If you can't notarize now, then you have to pay not only the deposit for the auction, but also 3 times the price stipulated in our contract. Ah? I'm going to pay you back? 3 times the price, wouldn't that be 6 billion? Tommy was immediately dumbfounded. Lucas had indeed promised him that the deposit at the auction would be paid to him. Now that he has the support, even if he repents, he will have no loss at all. The mining rights are still in his hands. But why now there is an extra 6 billion indemnity, for no reason? This is not a small amount. Will the other party also pay him? This is impossible. Probably seeing Tommy's hesitation, he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Su, you may not know the legal process like this. Since Mr. Tommy has deceived the auction from the beginning, he signed with the auction. That agreement cannot take effect, but he must be held legally responsible, and he needs to pay the security deposit, but because he was a fraud at the beginning, the contract you signed with her may not take effect. Clap clap clap. Suchin suddenly applauded, and everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Okay sir, that's really good, so you mean everything we did at the auction yesterday was a joke, everything we've done from yesterday to now is in vain. As for what Mr. Tommy did, because of this is also under the jurisdiction of your law, and there is nothing to do with us, right? Suchan's attitude is very firm, and it seems that he did not expect that Su Chen is actually a tough bone. He immediately said with a smile, don't worry about the two guests, please. Allow me to call and discuss this matter with my colleagues. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the reception room. Su Chen and Yuan Lao also needed to discuss some things, so they went out with Yan Bingxue. Seeing that they were all gone, Boss Ku hurried to find them. Tommy and a few lawyers were left in the parlor, and he was panicking now. After going out, he immediately went to his office, opened the door, and Rika sat on the sofa drinking tea. Seeing it coming in, Rika pushed the tea just brewed in front of him. Sir, are things going well? After taking the tea, he frowned and said, Miss Rika, things don't seem to be as simple as you imagined. Miss Rika, is this really just an ordinary new metal mine? What's the meaning? Miss Rika, you are a distinguished guest from the Twitter group representing the Great Eagle country, but I think this is just an ordinary metal mine here. And it shouldn't alarm the top of your Twitter group? Now Mr. Su said, he represents the Dragon Academy of Dragon Science, so I can't be a little curious, what's so special about this metal mine? Not a fool, he felt a little strange when someone from the Twitter group came to him suddenly, but considering the strength of the Twitter group, he still agreed. But now Su Chen and Yuan Lao said that they represented the Longwulong Academy of Sciences, which made them suspicious. What the two big groups are fighting for is definitely not just a metal mine. Right? However, they have already taken the ore for various tests overnight, and they did not find anything special, just an ordinary metal ore. So what exactly are the Twitter group and the Dragon Academy of Science fighting over? When Rika heard this, the cup in her hand suddenly fell heavily on the table. The crisp sound is particularly obvious in the office. Obviously stunned. Sir, what the upper echelons of the Twitter group do, even the rest of us don't know, so I'm afraid I can't answer your question. However, such a smart person, Mr., must have confirmed it in advance. What is so special about that metal mine? Mr. should know better than me. His face changed, and a few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He laughed and said, Miss Rika, I don't mean anything, and I don't want to inquire about the decision of the boss of the Twitter group, but this may happen right now. It involves the Dragon Academy of Longhua, and Su Chen, and the others are right. They have already paid for this auction. As an ordinary notary, it is really not good to do something in the middle. What? Sir, I am afraid that you are thinking too much. There have been constant disputes between the Twitter group and the Dragon Academy of Sciences. You should also know this. A metal mine may be just a cover, what do you think? Taking a deep breath, he frowned and said, I understand. After leaving the office, I went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. Two immortals fighting, he is an ordinary person, it is very embarrassing. After a short rest, everyone returned to the reception room. When they went back, Su Chen and the others hadn't come back. Tommy stepped forward and asked excitedly, Sir, what should we do now that things are like this? I really don't have any money to pay them, and I don't want to go to jail. You promised to protect me. If you really can't keep me, then I can only sell the things. Anyway, I just want to make some money. I don't want to send myself to prison if I don't earn the money. He glared at him. What are you doing in a panic? The other party just said a few words to scare you? Think about my identity. How can I not do what I promised you? Right now we just want to lower your stance and give this matter quickly. Whether you want to go to jail or not when they leave is not up to us. Tommy felt a little calmer when he heard this. When Su Chen and the others came back, they started playing Tai Chi again. Mr. Su, I just asked for the opinions of a few of our colleagues here. We think this matter should be considered from legal procedures. I know that this matter is indeed too inconsiderate by our auction house. In this way, we can now discuss compensation matters. Su Chen said indifferently, No need, sir, we didn't consider the compensation from the very beginning. Whether Mr. Tommy wants to sell the mining rights or someone else, the contract has been signed, and we have also bought the mining rights. The process has to go through. Before returning just now, Yuan Lao had given them a reassurance, so now, Su Chen is naturally fearless. I didn't expect them to be so tough after leaving such a short time. At this time, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open, and a staff member hurried in with a mobile phone in his hand. Sir, there is an important call here, you may need to answer it yourself. Excuse me. Immediately got up and went out. After about a few minutes, he walked in from the outside with a pale face. When he looked at Su Chen and Yuan Lao over there, his legs couldn't help but feel weak. Mr. Su, Mr. Yuan, Miss Yan, I'm so sorry, that's it, I just had a phone call with the leaders above. We have already made a decision on this matter, and the three are right. Originally, the auction house on our side did something wrong, so we continue to carry out this contract. As for Mr. Tommy's problem, after this transaction is over, the auction house will handle it on its own. Su Chen took out the contract with a smile. If that's the case, then don't waste everyone's time and go through the notarization process. Nodding immediately, ignoring Tommy who was dazed over there, he quickly took the contract and led the lawyer to finish the notarization process. The originally complicated work was completed in less than 10 minutes, and everyone seemed to be on standby. After obtaining the notarial certificate, the mining right of this mineral completely belongs to Su Chen and the Dragon Academy of Sciences. All the documents were sorted and taken back to the reception room. Mr. Su, Mr. Yuan, Miss Yan, the notarization process has been completed. We have delayed so much time today. We are really sorry. This is all negligence in our work, so as compensation, we want to invite the three of you to have lunch together. Yuan Lao took the things to Su Chen, looked at them and said, Sir, there is no need to eat, as long as things are done, and when we go back, we naturally won't say anything more. He immediately lowered his head. Thank you Mr. Yuan and Mr. Su and Miss Yan for their understanding. I'll send the three downstairs. Upstairs, in the office, Rika stood by the window, looking at the three people. who left downstairs, frowning involuntarily. Her companion came from behind at this time. What happened? Rika, things are not very good. Just now the alarm of Haigua sounded. Our people went to see it, and found that the place where Haigua and Longhua handed over, in the waters of Longhua, are all battleships of Longhua, and they are developing military exercises. Military exercise? For these three people, the official Dragon Kingdom is so powerful, Rika said in surprise. Seeing the attitude below, Rika has probably guessed the result. Longhua's military exercises put pressure on him. I am afraid that the people in the auction house have heard the news. It seems that his plan has failed. This time. However, this is not surprising. Whether it's last night's funds or today's military exercises, what the Dragon Academy has done on this matter far exceeds their Twitter group. Rika even thought that if it was her who suffered in Haigua today, and she was the one who was detained, the Twitter group would probably only abandon her as a chess piece, and it would never be possible to send someone over to pressure and save people. The Twitter group has always put rights and interests first. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Academy of Sciences has achieved this level for the sake of a few ordinary citizens. Rika looked at Su Chen and the others downstairs, her eyes flickering slightly. The companion behind him asked, Rika, what do we do now? Our plan failed. They have already obtained the mining rights. Are we going to give up? Rika seemed to have aged 10 years for a moment. Otherwise, let's go. Back. On the way back to the car, Yan Bingxue looked at the documents happily and said, Husband, we succeeded. Su Chen smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Yuan Lao. Yan Bingxue looked at the eyes of the two of them, and asked, curiously. Husband, you and Mr. Yuan were on the balcony at the time, what did you say? Later? I think that at first, he seemed determined and didn't want to notarize it for us, but after I went out to answer the phone, my attitude changed. Immediately, what the hell is going on? Yuan Lao laughed twice and said to Su Chen, Xiao Su, tell your wife. Su Chen smiled and took Yan Bingxue's hand, and said proudly, Wife, of course, this is because of the powerful Dragon Academy behind us. The reason why I remember the sound of the alarm is because our Dragon Kingdom is conducting military exercises. Military exercise? Yan Bingxue asked in surprise. Well, today that is obviously a united front with the Twitter group of the Great Eagle Country, so what they want to do is not only prevent today's transaction, if the notarization can't go ahead, I'm afraid the three of us won't be able to get rid of the whole body in the end. Retreat. We are here on behalf of the Dragon Academy, and of course the Dragon Academy will take us back safely. Yan Bingxue's eyes twinkled with excitement. The sense of national honor is sometimes really strange. It was difficult to feel this powerful sense of honor in the ordinary life in the Dragon Kingdom before, but this time I came here. After so many things happened in Haigua, Yan Bingxue really wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, as a native of Longhua, it's really great. Su Chen and Yuan Lao discussed the next thing. Old Yuan, when we signed the contract and handled the transfer notarization. This time, we created such a big battle. Will there be trouble when mining? Later? Xiao Su, don't worry, we have signed the contract, everything is done in accordance with the legal process. They dare not say anything. If the mining process will send someone specially, then you don't need to come and watch in person. Now, let others do the rest, you just need to go back to our Dragon Academy and wait for the materials you need. Xiao Su, after solving this life sack problem, will there be no other problems? With your mecha? Yuan Lao asked excitedly. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Yuan, leave the mecha to me. Before my wedding with Bingxue, the mecha will definitely be completed. It's great, I'm relieved with your words. I feel very excited when I think that our Dragon Kingdom's combat armor will be released soon. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue held hands and looked at the happy old Yuan, and they both laughed. When he was about to reach the shore, Su Chen asked, Old Yuan, have the people I asked you to arrange have any results? Yuan Lao nodded. Show Su Chen a video he received on his phone. Xiao Su, you are not only smart, but also very attentive. You asked me to send a group of people to look around. Sure enough, I found a lot of people ambushing in the dark, including snipers. These people seem to be from the sea. The killers on this side of the country, compared with our professionals. The technical level is really too low, and it is solved by 3 and 5. Now that these people are in our hands, how do you say we should deal with them? These people should be the same group of people who attacked you in the jungle last night. They did something like that to you last night. Today, the choice is in the hands of your husband and wife, no matter what you do. Whatever decision you make, we will fully support you. Yuan Lao handed over the disposal right to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue. Husband, don't look at me, you can deal with it. According to her temper, there must be revenge, but this matter involves the Dragon Academy of Sciences, so she is still not good at making decisions, and handing over the decision to her husband. After listening to his wife's words, Su Chen said to Mr. Yuan, who was over there, Elder Yuan, the people who attacked us last night and these people today were killed directly. Lucas's people want to kill him, but if they don't kill him, do they still keep it for the Chinese New Year? Yuan Lao nodded. Xiao Su, just do as you said. Su Chen continued, Old Yuan, in addition, Lucas sent someone to murder me, and my wife. I have specific evidence here, and I also asked Mr. Yuan to help hand it over to the Procuratorate in Haigua. I have to ask Lucas to sit through the prison. Yuan Lao said, this is necessary. Our interrogators have also obtained evidence from those bodyguards to prove that the person who instigated them is Lucas. I will ask the best lawyer to fight this lawsuit here. Lucas takes the prison cell. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded. Hotel. The two of the Su family in the imperial capital just finished listening to everything that happened from last night to today. Second Master Su said in surprise, I really didn't expect that such a big thing happened last night. I thought I was reminded that Su Chen's back should not be so serious, but now it seems that I underestimated the despicableness and shamelessness of the Twitter group. Second Master, you don't have to think too much. Mr. Su and the others are fine, so we can rest assured. Suja said. Second Master Su laughed. Yes, Aja, this Su Chen is really not an ordinary person. I remember that he was around the 10th person yesterday, right? To be able to escape successfully under the hands of more than 100 people, this skill and wisdom is truly unmatched by ordinary people. I originally thought that our kind reminder yesterday might help him, but now it seems that people have already thought of countermeasures, and maybe everything has been prepared in advance. When Su Iri talked about Su Chen, his eyes were shining, his eyes were full of relief and praise. Suja said on the side, Second Grandpa, I also think this brother Su Chen is very powerful. You said, if he is really the son of the uncle, it will be a great thing for our Su family. Yeah. The two generations of the Su family are not prosperous. The children in the family are either too young like you, or they have been accustomed to eating fine clothes and jade since childhood, and they don't do anything at all. The old ones of us have been there all the time. I'm worried, what will the Su family do after we return for 100 years? If there is a child like Su Chen, then there will be new hope. Second master, Su said excitedly. Suja looked at the second master and said with a smile, "Second grandpa, you like this Su Chen too much. It makes me a little jealous, but I also hope that he's really the uncle's child. After we return to China, go and investigate this matter immediately." Second Master Su laughed and said, "Okay." In addition, Su Chen and the others have finished all the things now and are expected to return to China soon. You can check which flight Su Chen is on. Let's buy a flight with a similar time, and then we can have a good time with them at the airport. Let's chat. Okay, second grandpa, I'll do it now. The matter on Haigua's side is over. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are ready to return to China. The two of them went to buy souvenir gifts for the two children and the family, and then rushed to the airport. After passing the security check, in the VIP waiting room, they met two acquaintances. It was the two of the Su family in the imperial capital that I saw at the auction last night. When Su Eri saw Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, he immediately stood up with a smile. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, it's a coincidence that we meet again." They helped Su Chen and Yan Bingxue last night, so they had a good impression of the Su family in the imperial capital. Now that the plane hasn't arrived yet, and there is free time, the four of them sit in one place and drink tea. "Old man, thank you for what happened yesterday," Su Chen said. 2.1 billion in cash, we really didn't expect to bring so much. With your support, yesterday's contract can be successfully signed. And when I go out later, you remind me to be more careful. Second Master Su smiled, "It's just a little effort, Mr. Su, I didn't do anything." The 2.1 billion cash was exchanged at equal value. As for what happened later, I just said something casually, or Mr. Su himself in advance. It is only by being prepared that danger can be saved. Mr. Su, it is also a kind of fate that you are both from the Dragon Country and meet in Haigua. I think you are so good, and you look relatively young. Can I take the liberty to ask, how old are you this year? Second Master Su asked. Su Chen said, "I am 24 years old this year." 24, this age and time are right. It has only been 25 years since Hao Qian left home. Hao Qian had such a good relationship with that girl back then. After leaving, he should get married and have children soon. If he has children, it is exactly this age. "Sir, I was busy signing the contract last night, but I forgot to ask, who are you two?" When Su Chen heard Boss Ke calling them Mr. Su, he had some guesses in his heart, but it still needed to be confirmed. "Sorry, Mr. Su, I forgot to introduce myself." Second Master Su smiled embarrassedly. Suja over there said generously, "Brother, Su, it's really fateful, our surname is Su, we are from the Su family in the imperial capital, my name is Suja, the philosopher of philosophy, this is my second grandfather." It was indeed the Su family of the imperial capital. Dad's family is in the imperial capital, and it is a well-known family. How many well-known Su families are there in the entire imperial capital? It seems that this is the father's family. This Suja looks a bit similar to himself. He is younger than himself. I am Afraid it is a child who was added later in the family. Su Chen was 100% sure in his heart. But he showed no particular emotion. Although his father has confessed to him what happened back then, he still doesn't know what his father's attitude towards the Su family in the imperial capital is. After all, this is a matter of his parents' generation. The right should also be in the hands of the father. Su Chen didn't say anything, and Second Master Su and the others didn't say much, and continued to chat. Mr. Su, you were already married at such a young age? I see that you and Mrs. Su have such a good relationship. Did you just get married? My wife and I have known each other for a long time, Su Chen said. Second Master Su nodded. It's not bad, Mr. Su, it's rare for a young boy like you to go out with his wife. The two of you look very compatible. By the way, Mr. Su, are you working at the Dragon Academy of Sciences? Are you doing research? Yes, I am in the Mecha Research Department of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, Su Chen said. Mecha? That's a very powerful thing. Second Master Su's eyes lit up. This must be the child of their Su family. Even if Hao Qian ran away from home a few years ago, the child, Su Chen, must be a descendant of their Su family. Mecha. Isn't this the inheritance and innovation of their Su family? At the age of 24, he can enter the Mecha Research Department of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and he can be so valued by the Dragon Kingdom. He is really an excellent child. When Suja heard the mecha, he immediately said excitedly, Brother Su Chen, are you studying mechas? You are too good. I also like mechas very much. Suja is just 21 years old this year. He is really not the age of an adult. And he can no longer be called a child. He has a very lively personality, but he is not afraid of life at all. Su Chen smiled and said, young people these days probably like mechas. Suja nodded frantically, yes. Why do you like mecha? Because you think it's cool? Su Chen asked, casually. It is true that many young people like mechas, but most people's interests are just on a whim. They think this thing is very advanced and looks very cool. Especially for boys, it is fatally attractive. But such an interest is only superficial. It won't be a real pursuit if it doesn't last long. Suja said excitedly, of course mechas are cool, but I like mechas not only because they look cool, but also because mechas are our hope for the future. It represents a very powerful combat power. The most important thing in our era is the power of technology, and mecha will bring earth-shaking changes to this era. Oh? These words made Su Chen a little interested. Then do you want to be a mecha or a mecha? The concepts of these two things are different. Suja said without thinking, of course it's a mecha. I don't expect to be a mecha anymore, and I'm not smart. Although I've always wanted to learn, it's not my thing to do scientific research. I have been working hard to keep fit. And I believe that when the real combat armor comes out, I will definitely become a professional mecha operator. Suja and Su Chen talked about the mecha, and the two seemed to have endless things to say, especially Suja, after he heard Su Chen's theory about the mecha. His admiration for Su Chen was like a torrent. The river is endless. Second Master Su couldn't speak beside him, and so did Yan Bingxue, and the two sat aside and chatted. Miss Yan's name is very familiar. I don't know if she is the daughter of the Yan family of Zhonghai Chaofan group that I know? Su Iri asked. Yan Bingxue also guessed the identity of the old man in her heart, but she didn't mention it if her husband didn't reveal it. She nodded and responded to the old man, yes, old man, my father is Yan Shenwei. It really is the daughter of the Yan family, haha, in the early years, my father and I had a few encounters. When I first saw you, I realized that you look a lot like your parents. The couple are really outstanding, not only are they good-looking and match, but their strength is also quite strong, they are really terrifying. Yan Bingxue smiled shyly, Mr. Su is wrong. The Su family in the imperial capital is a myth in the business circle. Compared with you, we are nothing more than breadwinners. Miss Yan is too modest, you are only in your 20s, you will have a long time to come and there will be many opportunities. I have already heard that. This young lady from Zhonghai's Yan family is not ordinary, and she took over in her early 20s. The entire Transcendent Group is a business genius, and now that I see you in person, I completely believe it. Miss Yan, you and Mr. Su will definitely be able to shine in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. It's a pity that you are in Zhonghai, and we are in the imperial capital. I am afraid there will not be many opportunities to meet in the future. See you at the business meeting. The four of them chatted until they were about to get on the plane. Suja reluctantly exchanged phone calls with Su Chen, and added WeChat, hoping that the two could talk more about mechas in the future. Suja and Second Master Su watched Su Chen and Yan Bingxue board the plane. Before leaving, Yan Bingxue saw this scene and gently pulled Su Chen's sleeve. Husband, are they? We'll talk about it later. Su Chen squeezed her hand. The two bought a first-class cabin, which was a small enclosed space just like when they came. After the hatch was closed, the two continued the topic just now. Yan Bingxue asked, Husband, they belong to the Su family in the imperial capital, so wouldn't they belong to my father? Su Chen nodded, it should be. Then they were so enthusiastic about us this time, and they took the initiative to help us last night, do you know something? Yan Bingxue said. Su Chen was also thinking about this. When they first arrived at the auction venue yesterday, they kept looking at them. Later, they followed them to the backstage, not only helping them talk, but also reminding them to be careful. Today, they talked so much that they didn't have any intentions at all, also not like. But they really didn't mention too many things. Second Master Su asked about his age and family affairs, but then Suja talked about mecha and didn't talk about anything else. My dad and I look alike, and I guess they have guesses in their hearts, but after all, my dad has been hiding well for so many years, and I believe they don't have any substantial evidence, so it's just speculation, so today in front of we didn't say much in front of us. Yan Bingxue nodded, I guess that's right, otherwise they wouldn't have helped them last night, and they wouldn't be so enthusiastic today. Husband, you should have discovered this just now. You didn't say anything at the time, so what were you thinking in your heart? Actually, they have helped us a lot this time. Shall we tell Dad? Yan Bingxue felt that Papa Su was somewhat homesick after being outside for so many years, right? Now Dad, Su has spoken out about what happened back then. As children, of course, they still hope that everything can be happy. Su's father ran away from home for so many years in order to be with Su's mother. Now the two of them are older, and their children are married and have children. At this age, many people want to return to their roots. If Dad wants to go back to Su's house, then they will definitely support them. As children, if you can help in it, it is also a part of being a junior. However, it still depends on the wishes of her husband and Dad, Su. She, as a Wife and daughter-in-law will at most do her best by the side and will never make her own decisions. Wife, let's talk about this after we go back. Although they did help us this time, I also want to repay it well when I go back, but this is a matter between my father and them after all, although it is my father's son, but for so many years, I have regarded myself as the child of my father and my mother. As for the other people in the family, I have never contacted or thought about it. I have no idea about the Su family in the imperial capital. What a special feeling. And the most important thing is a big family like the Su family in the imperial capital. Family relationships are generally more complicated. My father was raised as an heir back then, but after running away from home, the Su family must have undergone great changes. How many people support Dad to go back, and how many people hope Dad will never show up, we don't know. The reason why I didn't mention anything in front of them is because I don't know what their position is. If I say something rashly, I'm afraid it will cause trouble to my father. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement after hearing Su Chen's words. Husband, you are more thoughtful. I only thought that my father might also want to go home, but I ignored the problems of the Su family. Don't worry, when you were chatting with that Su Zhi just now, the old man of the Su family and I didn't say much, just chatted casually and didn't mention the father's affairs. Su Chen gently rubbed her head. My wife is so smart, of course I won't worry about anything. Yan Bingxue blushed shyly after being praised by him. When I came, I was very happy and excited along the way. It was an unprecedented experience to travel with my husband on business. When they went back, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were also in a good mood, because this time the matter had ended successfully. And it won't be long after they go back this time, the two of them will be married, and the only problem with her husband's mecha has been solved. Everything will be smooth after that. The husband and wife were sitting in a separate cabin, looking at the unique night of the sea outside through the window. Yan Bingxue snuggled up in Su Chen's arms, the two chatted from time to time, and the TV played a gentle music, great atmosphere. The first-class boarding time was half an hour earlier, so Su Chen and the others haven't turned off their phones yet. At home, they took advantage of this time to send Su Chen a video. The two cute little faces of Tuanchuan and Lei are revealed as soon as the video is connected. Baba Mama, have you already boarded the plane? Are you coming back soon? The little guys were very happy when they saw the environment Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were in. Yeah, Dad and Mom have already boarded the plane. You have a good night's sleep tonight. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Then can we see Baba Mama when we get up tomorrow? Tuanchuan asked excitedly. Lei on the side said popular science, sister, when we get up tomorrow morning, we won't be able to see our parents. They won't be home until tomorrow morning. They won't go home until we go to school, but we came back at noon. Time to see them for sure. Ah? Can't see you tomorrow morning? I thought I'd see them tomorrow after I woke up. Because the place where Baba and Mama go is super far from us, and it takes more than 10 hours to fly. Have you forgotten? It took a long time last time. Lei remembers it very clearly. Looking at their lovely daughter and smart son, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue both smiled. Okay, Baba Mama, you guys have been gone for a long time this time. Even Grandpa and Grandma have come back, and you haven't come back yet. Tuan said dissatisfiedly. Dad and Mom will be back soon. Don't worry about it, okay? Dad and Mom Brought you a lot of gifts this time, will you give them all when you go back? As soon as they heard about the gift, Tuan Tuan immediately laughed. Okay, Tuanchuan likes gifts the most. Baba Mama, my grandparents brought us a lot of delicious food and toys when they came back, my brother and I both liked it very much. Today we have returned to live in the house, and my grandparents are very reluctant to part with us, but my grandparents have already returned, and we miss them too, so we go to my grandparents' house for dinner at noon, and come back at night to be with my grandparents. Sleep, we are good babies, right? The little guy proudly asks his parents for credit. It is indeed a very rare thing for such a small child to be able to soak up the rain and do well. Our family Tuanchuan and Lele did a great job. In this way, grandparents and grandparents will be very happy, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Suchin looked at the time and took the phone back from his wife's hand. Tuanchuan Lele, Mom and Dad will be home tomorrow, and we'll see you at noon. Can you give your phone to Grandpa now? Dad has something to say to Grandpa. Alone. Okay. The two little guys ran away in a hurry and handed the mobile phone to Dad Su. In fact, Dad Su was right next to him, so naturally he heard Suchin say that he wanted to talk to him alone. So after getting the mobile phone, Dad Su took the phone and went to the room, while Mom Su accompanied the two children outside. Chen Chen, is there anything you want to tell me alone? Dad, we came to Haigua this time to meet people from the Su family in the imperial capital. After Suchin said this, Dad Su's expression suddenly changed. It was exactly as he had guessed. Suchin told Dad Su all the things related to the Su family in the imperial capital that happened in the past 2 days. After Dad Su finished listening, his eyes were slightly red. Chen Chen, I can probably guess who it is from what you said. These two people, one of them is my second uncle, and the other should be the young grandson of the third uncle's family. When I left his father, I wasn't married at that time, and I didn't expect the children to be so old. But think about it, I've been away from home for so many years, and you've grown up now, with your own career and family, so there should be a big change in the Su family in the imperial capital. When Dad Su talked about these things, there was a slight smile on his face, and there was a bit of sadness in his eyes. Suchin said, Dad, these two people are good to me, and Bingxue and Haigua. Although we have not identified each other, but last night, they helped and exchanged 2.1 billion cash with us. With their help, the work here can be completed smoothly. They all take good care of me and Bingxue, and after we met at the airport today, we chatted happily. Did you meet at the airport today? Dad Su asked. Well, I did. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but they were already there when we got to the airport. As soon as we got in, they waved us over to sit. Dad Su nodded, that's normal. Son, you look a lot like me when I was young. I guess if your little cousin doesn't know, my second uncle should have guessed something. Then what did you talk about? Did you talk about me? It's mainly about their help. I have to thank them for being so busy. As for the rest, I didn't say anything, and they didn't ask any more questions. Dad, you told me about these things last time. At some point, I can feel that you may not have figured out how to deal with them for a while, so I don't make any further claims. Dad Su looked at his son with a look of relief. Chen Chen, you are really mature and stable now. You can think so much for Dad, and Dad really feels very happy in his heart. Actually, it's not just such a thought. I think you haven't returned home for so many years. We don't know what the current situation is in the Su family in the imperial capital. Although these two are good to me and Bing Shue, but what kind of attitude they treat you, I don't know. In my heart, I don't want to cause any trouble to our family. Seeing his son being so cautious and considerate, Su felt more and more relieved. Son, your idea is right, but I can still trust the character of my second uncle. I had a very good relationship with him when I was at home, and your little cousin is my third uncle's family. Yes, my third uncle. He has been a playful person since he was a child. He has been used to being lazy for so many years. The children he taught should also have a naive and lively temperament, right? The second and third uncles have a good relationship with me. Embarrassing you. Knowing that they have no ill will towards Dad, Suchin felt relieved in his heart. Well, Dad, when I just left, they took us to the side of the plane. We left each other's contact information and added WeChat. If you have any other thoughts on this matter in the future, we can contact us at any time. Talk to each other. When Su heard this, he was suddenly silent. On the other end of the phone, Su was holding the mobile phone, his head drooping slightly, and his entire face was hidden in the shadows. Suchin didn't know what Dad was thinking at the moment. Time has passed, and the plane will take off in only a few minutes. I believe that in a short while, the flight attendant will remind everyone to turn off their mobile phones. But Suchin didn't urge his father. The relationship between him and the Su family in the imperial capital. Su's father has concealed it for so many years, and I am afraid there is a hurdle in his heart that he can't get through. After another minute or two, Su finally raised his head. Chen, about me, don't tell the two of the Su family in the imperial capital for the time being. I have been away from home for so many years. I have lived outside the home for so many years and kept my name incognito. I have long since regarded myself as a part of the Su family, and like you said, after I left the Su families, the situation must have changed, and if I go back now, it will be difficult for the Su family to have my place. The most important thing is, that thing was done by my father when he was young. Now at this age, I can't have the courage to go back and face those people. After listening to his father's words, Suchin nodded and said, I understand. Dad, don't worry, I haven't talked to them about you before, and I won't tell them if I leave my contact information. However, Dad, this time in Haigua, they helped me a lot. After I go back, there will definitely be interactions. I also plan to repay them well. Well, this is a matter between you, I don't ask, but for my business, I still want to thank you, son. Suchin smiled. Dad, why are you being so polite with me? I'm not used to it. Chin, don't laugh at Dad. Dad always treats you as a child, so I always talk and do things with you as an elder, but recently I found out that you have grown up and become a man of the sky. Dad is also old now, and many times his thinking can't keep up with the changes of the times. Sometimes his work and life are not as good as your son. I have to obey the old. So, I will treat you as an adult in the future. I believe you can handle many things well, and I want to hear your opinion. For a son, it is truly a matter of pride to receive such respect from his father. In the hearts of parents, a child is a child no matter how old it is, but a boy will one day grow up to be an adult. Dad can now treat him as a mature man, which is also a kind of recognition for himself. Okay, Dad, my plane is about to take off. I've turned off my cell phone. Let's have a good chat when we get home tomorrow. On the other side, two people from the Su family in the imperial capital also got on the plane, also in first class. It's just that they and Su Chen are not on the same plane. One of them is going to the imperial capital and the other is going to Zhonghai, so they are not on the way. After closing the cabin door, Second Master Su said happily, as, I am 90% sure that this Su Chen is your uncle's son. Ah? Second Grandpa, why did you suddenly have such a certain idea? Didn't you just ask anything? Suja was still immersed in the joy of discussing Mecca with Su Chen and the two of them, and he didn't return for a while. God comes. As I approached and looked at the child, listening to the child's style and way of speaking, I felt more and more that he was a child raised by your uncle. When your uncle was still at home, I had a very good relationship with him, although there is a big age difference between the two of us, but I was still a young man at the time, and I am not expected to be an heir, so my personality is inevitably more lively. Your uncle is both a relative and a friend. I know him well. And this kid has a good character. He's a good kid who knows how to be grateful. We just helped a little yesterday, but he has always taken it to heart. If Brother Su Chen is really the uncle's son, that would be great. I really hope he is my cousin, so that I can discuss more about Mecca with him in the future. He is really super knowledgeable and talented. I just chatted with him so much, I feel that my vision has been broadened all of a sudden. Suja said excitedly. Second Master Su couldn't help but smile. You kid, it's easy to get excited when you talk about mechas. About Su Chen and your uncle, although I have 90% certainty, it is related to the blood of our Su family after all, so we can't be sloppy. After returning to the imperial capital, we will go to confirm it immediately. Okay, Second Grandpa, take me with you. I also want to participate in this matter, and I want to personally confirm that Brother Su Chen is my cousin. Haha, okay. Then it seems that we won't be able to stay on the map for a long time this time, and we will go to Zhonghai soon. This time when we go to Zhonghai, we may not only be able to confirm this matter, but also meet your uncle. Your uncle and I haven't seen each other for many years, and I don't know what your uncle looks like now. When Second Master Su talked about Dad Su, there were silent tears in his eyes. Suja didn't know what happened back then, because she wasn't born yet, but he often heard Grandpa and Dad talk about the relationship between the second Grandpa and the uncle back then was really good. Second Grandpa, we will definitely see the uncle soon. I also really want to see Uncle. When I grew up, I only saw Uncle's photos. And I haven't seen Uncle himself. However, although the uncle is not at home, his legend has always been passed down in our family. Second Grandpa, you often talk about the uncle, and my grandfather often says, and my father said that the uncle is smart, and he is a talent of several generations in our family. A genius. But what I am most interested in is the love story of the uncle and the aunt. In those days, the uncle and the aunt were willing to give up everything for love and run away together. This is too romantic. Especially after seeing Brother Su Chen, I think I want to see Uncle even more. To be able to raise such a good child as Brother Su Chen, Uncle must be a very powerful person. Haha, Aja, you are such a stupid boy. Second Master Su was amused by him. But speaking of your uncle, then I really can't say it for days or nights. When your uncle left home, he was still young, and he was about the same age As the cousin you see now. It seems that he is not as good as your cousin, but it was really not easy to be as talented as your uncle in that era. Your uncle was raised as an heir since he was a child, that's what he is. Called a darling of the heavens. Now, those rich sons and brothers who appeared in the TV series in the 1980s and 1990s are completely incomparable to your uncle back then. When your uncle was he's handsome and he looks a lot like your cousin. I saw the photos of my uncle when he was young, but the photography skills at that time were not as good as they are now, and the photos left behind looked a little blurry, but when I saw my cousin, I believed it. Uncle must have been a beautiful man before. Oh, second grandpa, you can't tempt me anymore. I've always been curious about Uncle. You keep telling me that now. I can't wait to see Uncle soon. Second grandpa, after we go home this time, we will deal with what we need to do. Let's go to Zhonghai immediately. I really want to see cousin Su Chen again, and I want to see my uncle and aunt soon. The next morning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went home immediately after getting off the plane. Mom and Dad Su and Yan Jinwei both said they were going to pick up the plane, but they refused. Wouldn't it be faster and more convenient to drive back by yourself? Because Su Chen and Yan Bingxue decided to come back today, at noon, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun went to pick up the two children and went to Su Chen's villa together. Suma prepared a large table of lunch. Many dishes were brought from her hometown in the county town. The authentic local dishes, natural green vegetables and waxed goods made by her own family made a table full of aromas. Overflow. Su Chen smelled the little yellow croaker fried by his mother at the door, and he was only on a business trip for a few days, but now when he got home and smelled this smell, it really felt like the next day. Tuanchu and Lele heard the sound of the door opening from the entrance, and the two little guys ran over quickly. Baba, you're back. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue immediately threw the large and small bags of gifts on the ground, and ran over to pick up a child each. Su Chen hugged Tuan Tuan. He hadn't seen his daughter for many days. The little girl is really cute as she grows. Her round face made him really can't help kissing her. It was fragrant and soft. It was so beautiful. Mom and Dad Su and Yan Jinwei also came over. Son, Bingxue, you are back. Xiao Su, Bingxue, is everything going well for the past few days on a business trip? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue said with a big smile, it went well, everything is done. In front of their parents, children are always happy, not sad. Although this trip has encountered a lot of things, but the final result is very good. That's good, come and eat, Suma said happily. The family came to the table. Su Chen looked at Suma and said, Mom, I smelled your fried little yellow croaker just at the door. I miss it so much. Suma said cheerfully, then eat more. Mom and Dad will go back this time. They brought you a lot of waxed goods. After that, we can eat slowly. My father and my mother, we brought a lot, packed a copy and put it there. You can take it back later. Su Chen took a small yellow croaker and put it in Yan Bingxue's bowl. Wife, try this little yellow croaker, this is my parents' specialty. My father caught the fish by himself, and my mother dried it outside. Fry it again and fry it, it's very fragrant. Yan Bingxue took a bite. The fried small fish was crunchy, and the whole taste buds were filled with the taste of seafood. Yeah, delicious. Haha, these two children, how come they go out for a few days, like they are greedy? Su Ma said with a smile. I'm really not used to eating foreign food. Su Chen said while eating. Yan Bingxue also smiled and said, yeah, our food in Longhua is still delicious, especially the home-cooked dishes made by my mother. Tuan Tuan heard Baba Mama say that the food at home was delicious, and her little head moved quickly, so she immediately took the initiative to add vegetables to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, but she was too young, she was still using chopsticks. She wanted to give it to her parents, put a sweet and sour pork rib. I tried hard for a long time and didn't pick it up. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly took a piece of spare ribs and put it in his daughter's bowl. Tuanchuan, do you want to eat this first? Tuanchuan shook his head, put the spare ribs in the bowl into Su Chen's bowl, and went to clip it again. This time, it was a success all at once, and she put this piece into the Num bowl. The little girl said with a smile, Baba Num, you eat, Grandma's cooking is delicious. The people at the table instantly understood Tuanchuan's intentions. Suma and Tang Shiyun looked at Tuanchuan with a look of relief, and said, our Tuanchuan is really a sweet little padded jacket from Mom and Dad. When Lele heard this, she immediately brought food to her parents and Tuanchuan. Soon, Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's bowls were full. Everyone at the reunion dinner was very happy. At 1:30, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun planned to go back and took the children to the kindergarten. Tuanchuan and Lele didn't want to leave and stood at the door with pitiful little faces. Baba Mama, we haven't seen you for several days. We don't want to go to kindergarten this afternoon, can we just stay at home? Tuanchuan wants to stay with Baba Mama. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen also miss their children, but they have been gone for so many days, and they have to go back to the company to deal with some things today. Even if the two children ask for leave at home, they can't stay with the children all the time. Su Chen walked over, touched the heads of the two little guys and said, Tuan Lele, you guys are good today, my parents won't leave when they come back, and I can see us when you get off school at night, my parents will pick you up from school, okay? Tuanchuan pouted, a little unhappy. Lele comforted her gently beside her. Sister Baba Mama are back, we can see them every day now, it's okay. Okay, then Baba Mama is coming to pick me up and Goku from school. Well, definitely, Su Chen assured. Tuanchuan stretched out his little finger. Baba hooked up with Tuanchuan. Su Chen saw his daughter's innocent movements, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise, and he also took the initiative to stretch out his hand. The hook is hanged, and it cannot be changed for 100 years. Stamp it, Baba, can't go back on it, and Mama. Yan Bingxue smiled helplessly, squatted down and participated in this childish little game. After saying goodbye, Tuanchuan Lele went to the kindergarten with her grandparents, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned to the Chaofan group. Tonight's Su family is extraordinarily lively. Tuanchuan Lele and Su Chen Yan Bingxue played until 9:30 before taking a shower. After a brief separation, the family's feelings seemed to be more enthusiastic. The two little guys went to take a bath by themselves, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also entered the bathroom together. When they came out, Su Chen stood at the door of the bathroom and saw that something was wrong with the big bed in the bedroom. In the middle of the quilt there was a small place that arched up, as if something was stuffed inside. Yan Bingxue also found out, and was about to ask a question suspiciously, but Su Chen suddenly booed her. Then he pointed to the room next door, and then pointed to the hill on the bed. Yan Bingxue immediately understood. The two looked at each other and smiled, unanimously lightened their movements, and crept towards the bed. When they reached the bedside, the two of them suddenly acted at the same time, and they lifted the quilt all at once. Tuanchuan and Lele, who were cautiously hiding inside, suddenly felt that it's dawn, and they screamed in fright. Suchen and Yan Bingxue threw themselves on the bed and hugged the two little guys in their arms. Tuanchuan, Lele, what are you doing here when you are not in your room after taking a shower? Tuanchuan hugged Mama's neck. Although Lele didn't dare to be as affectionate as her sister, she shrank in Suchen's arms and gently pulled his pajamas with both hands. Baba Mama, my brother, and I want to sleep with you today. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, you two are already 3 years old, you are big children, you have to sleep alone. But we haven't seen Baba Mama for several days. Tuanchuan pouted pitifully. Seeing her daughter's expression, Suchen immediately said, okay, let's make an exception today. You can sleep with your parents, but starting tomorrow, you have to sleep in your own room as before. Tuanchuan and Lele said in unison, as per your order. Awesome. The next morning after returning from a business trip, after Suchen went to Chaofan Group to check in, he drove directly to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. The mecha still has the finishing touches left, and he wants to finish everything as soon as possible. All morning, Suchen was in his work cabin. He came out at noon and planned to go to the cafeteria to eat. He just told Yan Bingxue on WeChat, and when he looked up, he saw that the entrance of his office was surrounded by colleagues from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. As soon as Lin Fifan saw Suchen, he immediately walked up excitedly. Brother Su, you are finally back. You are. Suchen looked at the big guy and asked suspiciously. Brother Su, we're waiting for you. After Mr. Yuan came back yesterday, we thought you came back together and ran over to look for you, but Mr. Yuan said that you came back later than him, so we waited for you all afternoon. Didn't come, today is finally waiting for you. Brother Su, we have heard about you in Haigua, congratulations to Brother Su. You have achieved the goal. Lin Fifan said excitedly. The faces of the big guys from the Dragon Academy were filled with smiles, and their eyes were also sincerely congratulating Suchen. A lot of their time and energy is devoted to mecha research, and now the most promising one is Suchen, so in everyone's eyes, Suchen is the hope of the entire Dragon Academy. Thank you all. Suchen said with a smile. Brother Su, let's go to the cafeteria together, just in time to chat. You are in the work cabin during the day, so it's not easy for everyone to disturb you, but you should be free for lunch, right? Lin Fifan's eyes were bright. Asked. No problem, let's go. Suchen generously went to the cafeteria downstairs with everyone. In the cafeteria, a dozen people sat on both sides of a long table. Suchen was surrounded by everyone, and there were small bowls of dishes on the table, which was very lively. Brother Su, you are so amazing. The matter of Haigua, Mr. Yuan came back and told us that Brother Su was there, but experienced a thrilling battle. Yeah, Brother Su, you can bring things back from the Tweet Group. You are a hero of our Dragon Academy. For so many years, Tweet Group has been struggling with us. With the support of the Great Eagle Country, you are arrogant. It's amazing, this time someone can finally cure them. Brother Su is mighty. Our Brother Su is not only good at making mechas, but also very strong as a person. Suchen listened to their words, shook his head and said with a smile, why do you guys look more excited than me? Lin Fifan took his arm and said, "Of course I'm excited. Brother Su, you haven't been here for a long time. You don't know the grievances between the Dragon Academy and the Tweet Group. The Dragon Academy is the official of our Dragon Kingdom institutions, but the Tweet Group is different, capital. Operates behind the scenes, so many times, they do things without international morality, and the Dragon Academy of Sciences has suffered a lot under their hands. This time, you can take the materials we need from them. In our hearts, this is an amazing feat. Furthermore, we also heard from the elders that this time you went to Haigua. And our military region also went to the sea for military exercises. Is this true? Lin Fifan asked excitedly. Su Chen nodded. Kindness. Oh my God. The military region is all dispatched. Brother Su, you are really a cow. The big guy couldn't help but gave a thumbs up. Brother Su is not an ordinary person. People like us who want to see the military exercises in the military region can only watch the news broadcast. Brother Su, listen to Mr. Yuan, the materials you brought back from Haigua. This time are for the life bag of the mecha? Yes, the combat armor will inevitably have some damage after entering the battlefield. Whether it is the mecha itself or the internal operators, an emergency life bag is needed. Su Chen said. Lin Fifan's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Su, you are thinking about the treatment. Does that mean that your combat armor is about to be completed? You have been staying in the working cabin for a while now, and we don't dare to disturb you. These are not public until you are finished, but we are really curious, what step has this mech achieved now? Su Chen met the big guy's expectant gaze, smiled and said, it will take about 3 days. 3 days. Brother Su, so, after 3 days, the first combat armor of our Dragon Kingdom will be released? Lin Fifan opened his mouth wide. There should be a debugging stage in the later stage, but you are all internal members of the Dragon Academy. I will make it public when the mecha is finished. Awesome. Brother Su. I'm really honored to be your colleague, then we are like witnessing the birth of mechas. God, I'm excited to think about it. Who's not excited? Everyone has been busy for so many years, isn't it just to make mechas? But we people don't have such a talent as Brother Su, but if we can see Brother Su's mecha with our own eyes, I can be considered dead. No regrets. Brother Su, you are a real bull. You have to do it as you say it. You said earlier that you would make the mecha before the wedding, but I was still skeptical. I didn't expect it to be a success right now. Brother Su, then. The big guy had a bunch of mecha questions that he wanted to ask Su Chen, and they made the whole cafeteria very lively. But at the back of the kitchen, there were 2 sad and gloomy people squatting there silently. Qianqing listened to the corner for a long time and came back to convey these words to Li Jianhao. Brother Li, did you hear me? Su Chen's mecha is about to be completed. This Su Chen is really relying on Yuan Lao to support him, walking sideways. In the entire Dragon Academy, you just didn't hear what those people compliment him like. Qianqing said, very unconvinced. Li Jianhao clenched his fists tightly. He hates Su Chen, and this hatred is no less than Qianqing. He is a returnee from studying abroad, and he has made some achievements abroad. When he returned to China, his resume was written very beautifully. Originally, the Dragon Academy promised him that after returning to China, he would have a top-level position in the Mecha Research Institute. But because he and Su Chen had a contest in the cafeteria last time, Yuan Lao told the old president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and after the two discussed it, they directly demoted him. Now he is an ordinary employee of the Mecha Research Center, and he is not an academician of Longhua, and now he is not eligible to participate in the meals of those in the cafeteria. This was completely different from what he had expected. All this is because of Su Chen. If there is no Su Chen, he will definitely be the one who holds the moon in the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Now he has no advantage at all in the Dragon Academy. He is not the core personnel and cannot enter the internal system. Although he can continue to study the mecha, he can only close the door and build a car behind closed doors. He has nothing to do with the research results of those people. Known. It is too difficult for him to make the mecha himself. But Su Chen's mecha is about to be completed. If Su Chen's mecha is really coming out, I'm afraid it's not just the Dragon Academy, but even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Doesn't he need him? Never let this happen. Metal Mine, it was furious. Great Eagle Country. At the internal meeting of the Twitter group, Rika sat at the bottom of the conference table, surrounded by Twitter's internal executives. What are you doing? Rika, you are so disappointing this time. It's just a Dragon Academy of Sciences. When did we push the T group to lose? In front of them? It's a shame this time. It's okay to lose, and let Haigua seize us. The chairman of mine has been called to talk. Rika, don't you think you should give an explanation? Rika sat there with her head lowered and said softly, all explanations are excuses, leaders. This time it is indeed my ineffectiveness. She has never been a person who shirks responsibility. Although the failure this time is indeed because the opponent is too strong, it is meaningless to tell these high-level executives. They're just watching things fail, so they're just trying to find a punching bag. At this time, one of the researchers slapped a document on the table. We didn't just lose to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. All eyes turned to him. The old man said to the assistant beside him, you distribute this document to everyone. Everyone has a piece of information in front of him. As you all know, this time we push the T group and the Dragon Academy of Sciences to compete for a new type of metal ore. An old man opposite said, yes, but haven't we already studied the composition of this ore? It's nothing special. Haha. If there is nothing special at all, why would the Dragon Academy go to the Yingwanjin auction in Haigua to buy it? It also cost 2.1 billion. Do you think they are all taking advantage of it? The chairman raised his hand to interrupt the quarrel between them, looked at the information in front of him and asked, Jack, what did you find? Jack, who wanted to speak the most, opened the information. I got the news that when the Dragon Academy of Sciences used 2.1 billion to win this medal mine, I was very puzzled. Later, I heard that the old man Yuan actually went in person. I wondered in my heart whether this metal mine is related to the mecha, so I did research and investigation in this regard. I found that the metal material extracted from this new type of metal ore can perfectly repair titanium alloys. Everyone in the conference room was stunned, and then everyone began to discuss in a low voice. Titanium alloy? That's an alloy that we discovered not long ago that is very suitable for the shape of the mecha. Yes, it is very important to be able to repair titanium alloys. It can prolong the life of the mecha on the battlefield. Quiet. Jack, you continue to speak. The chairman frowned and said with a bad expression. Jack continued, what is the specific situation I think everyone should have? Guessed it. This metal ore can be used as a repair material for mechas. If it is made into a life bag, it can avoid some ordinary mecha damage on the battlefield. Then, isn't this metal mine very important to mechas? That's right, Jack said. Dragon Academy of Sciences spent so much money that even the military was dispatched. It seems that their purpose is to obtain the mining rights and completely monopolize this metal ore. The purchase capital of 2.1 billion can bring about this mine. In terms of later earnings, it's simply not worth mentioning. That's why I just said that we are not just losing to the Dragon Academy this time. In the future, if we need this material, we have to buy it from the Dragon Kingdom. Let's push the T group, it has always been the one with higher technology, how can this time? Jack, the chairman's face became extremely ugly, is your investigation accurate? Chairman, if you don't believe my strength, but take this information to the laboratory to see, I have verified it many times, and there will be no problem. The chairman sighed slightly. Dragon Academy of Sciences has done everything possible to obtain the mining rights this time, and it should also know the relationship between this material and titanium alloy, but titanium alloy is a raw material suitable for mecha that we discovered not long ago. Could it be that the Dragon Academy already knew about it? This sentence instantly silenced the room. Everyone looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. We pushed T Group's research on mecha, which is several years earlier than the Dragon Academy and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Great Eagle Kingdom has always been a country at the forefront of technology. Now, the Dragon Academy's mecha, the technology has surpassed our push group. The chairman slapped the table heavily and said angrily, you guys are all talents that I paid a lot of money to hire. Shouldn't you say something about this matter? There was silence in the conference room, and finally Jack took the initiative to say, Chairman, we have always been very concerned about the Dragon Academy, but as far as we know, a few months ago, the Dragon Academy's mecha technology was not as good as ours. Advanced, their research on mecha is still in the state we were half a year ago, so this time, I am also very puzzled. You mean, blame me for not having enough news? The chairman roared furiously. No, you misunderstood what I meant, Chairman. I just want to say that the Dragon Academy has been a little strange recently. I don't know if it is because there are talents we don't know. It is impossible for the research progress to catch up with our push group. Jack's words made the chairman a little sober. He looked at Rika on the opposite side. Rika, this time you went to Haigua. And you also saw the people of the Dragon Academy with your own eyes. Is there anything strange? Rika did something wrong. She didn't dare to participate in any discussion just now. Knowing that it was very important, she knew that her guilt was even greater. Now that the chairman speaks in person, Rika said, this time, the Dragon Academy sent a young man, who looks to be in his 20s. He is very smart and has good skills. He only brought a dozen or so bodyguards. You can break out of the ambush circle of more than 100 people. I'm not listening to your explanation, I'm asking you, is there anything strange? The chairman interrupted Rika irritably. Rika buried her head even lower, and said, it's this young man who is strange. The next day, Mr. Yuan, from the Dragon Academy, went with him. What's so special about a young man in his early 20s? Rika, you have always been brave in your work, so this time I sent you to complete the mission of Haigua. Unexpectedly, you not only did not bring back anything, you did not even bring back any useful news. Waste. The second half of the meeting turned into a meeting of everyone's criticism of Rika. Listening to those trash and idiots that are constantly being heard. Rika suddenly remembered that she heard an alarm outside in Haigua's office. That day. Tweet Group and Dragon Academy of Sciences are really different places. This weekend is of great significance to the Su family, because this is the first time the Su family has hosted a family gathering for their two children. Tuanchuan and Lele woke up very early today. They usually like to stay in bed. Very much. They don't think of it on weekends. They got up at 6 o'clock today. Put on a beautiful Princess Aisha dress, and happily went to wake up my brother. Su Ma also got up and was preparing the family's breakfast downstairs. The villa was set up yesterday afternoon. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue asked for leave. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun also came to help. Now the whole villa is a playground for children. There are hydrogen balloons covered with ribbons floating in the air. There are scattered gifts, some hidden everywhere. The sofa and coffee table in the living room are gone. There is such a long table covered with a white lace tablecloth. In another hour, it will be filled with all kinds of dessert cakes sent by the Yen family chef. Starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, children came one after another. Lily's house was the first to arrive, and the little girl was stunned as soon as she entered the yard. Holding Tuanchuan's hand, he said, "Tuanchuan, your home is so beautiful. Your home even has slides and swings, like a playground. Hee, these are all made by Baba and Grandpa. Lily, let's go in, it's super beautiful inside. My mama and Baba have set up the house to look good." Tuanchuan happily took her friend's hand into the house, and Lily danced happily when she saw all kinds of toys and ribbon balloons inside. Lily's parents followed behind, and when they saw such a big villa, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, your family is too big." Su Chen smiled and said, "There are two children, and the old man. The rest. We'll have to change houses in the future." Lily's dad gave a thumbs up and said, "Mr. Su is really young and promising." Mama Lily looked at everything in the house and said with a smile, "Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are really caring. The children will definitely leave a good memory today with such beautiful decorations in the house." In the morning, the children arrived one after another, and the huge living room of the Su family was full of guests. The children gathered in the living room, eating desserts, looking for the surprise toys prepared by Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and having a great time. Tuanchuan and Lele were extremely happy today, surrounded by their classmates, like stars holding the moon. "Tuan, your home is so beautiful, it's like a big castle. Lele, you have a lot of toys at home, as well as my favorite toy cars and airplanes. You are so kind to you, Baba Mama. Tuanchuan, your dress is so pretty today, it's little Princess Elsa. Lele, these desserts are delicious. Are they all made by you at home? They're even better than those bought outside." Tuanchuan Lele is happy and proud to introduce to you. These are prepared by my grandmother's uncle cook. And these at home are prepared by our grandparents, Grandpa and Grandma, and Grandma and Grandma. We have prepared a lot of small surprise gifts for you. It's in this room. You can take it away after you find it. Children heard that toys can be taken away. Instantly happy, I swarmed everywhere looking for surprises. Some children got into the tent, some went to look behind the curtains over there, and some lay on the ground to look. Parents sat at the long table in the restaurant, taking pictures with their mobile phones. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, your family's party is too good, isn't it? We used to have a little trouble. This is a real children's party. It feels like my little treasure has entered heaven. I'm going crazy, haha. Yeah, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, this is the first time you have held a family party for your children, and it was so lively that we may not be able to surpass it in the future. Su Chan and Yan Bingshiwei held hands, looked at each other, and smiled. Yan Bingshiwei said, the children are happy. We have prepared lunch for the children at noon. Let's stay and eat together later. Parents are embarrassed to thank them. The children over there heard that they could stay for lunch at noon and continue to play at Tuanchuan Leilei's house in the afternoon, and immediately danced happily. Every child found a surprise gift, and Tuanchuan and Leilei took them to visit their upstairs room. 30 children, when they are in group activities, they are like a group of cute little oriole birds, twittering and cute. Upstairs in Tuanchuan and Leilei, there is a room dedicated to playing with toys, where their daily toys are placed, like collectibles, neatly stacked on the cabinet. The kindergarten children came in and saw this scene, and their mouths grew in surprise. Wow, Tuanchuan Leilei, you have a lot of toys. My toys can be packed in a small box. Tuanchuan Leilei, your toys can only fit in a big house. The girl's eyes are all on the cabinet on the left, where all the toys, all kinds of exquisite dolls and plush dolls are placed. The boys ran directly to the cabinet on the right. There are all kinds of Leilei's collections, exquisite cars and planes, and many toys that boys like. In the middle of the room, there is a large table with a half-assembled Lego model. It looks like the shape of an unfinished Superman. This half alone is very shocking. Kindergarten children, but they like Ultraman and Superman very much. Especially in the past few years, many cartoons are based on mecha. Tuanchuan enthusiastically introduced their toys to the children. Look, this is one of my favorite dolls. It was brought back to me when I went on a business trip a few days ago. It has movable limbs and a lot of clothes. They are all super beautiful. Look at her hair, it feels very comfortable. It was the first time for many children to see such a delicate Barbie doll. Their fleshy little hands reached out, but they did not dare to touch them. And their eyes were full of love. Tuanchuan generously handed the toys to the classmates. You can play with me. The toys here are my brothers and my brothers. Today, you are the guests, so you can play with the toys here. Is it really possible? Tuanchuan, you are so kind. From now on, you will be my best friend. The male classmates from Leilei looked at Tuanchuan enviously, and Leilei smiled and said, you can play as you like, we are all good friends. The teacher said that good friends need to know how to share. So I have toys, you can all play. The children were ecstatic and went to the shelves to pick their favorite toys. The atmosphere was happy, but at this moment, Tuanchuan and Leilei shouted at the same time. Can't. Tuanchuan hurriedly picked up the model of the mecha that the classmates almost touched, and looked apologetically at Lily, who had just been frightened. Lily, I'm sorry, this toy cannot be played with. On Leilei's side, he also held his mecha in his arms like a baby. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, this toy was made by me, Baba, for my sister and I. It's very precious and can't be taken out to play with. The kindergarten children looked over curiously. Tuanchuan and Leilei glanced at each other, and Tuanchuan made a decision. She took out the mecha model in her hand and said, students, this is the mecha model made by my Baba, for me, and giggle. It is made according to the real mecha. I and Giggle are one by one. This is us. The most precious gift. So you can't just play there, but if you like it, we can share it together. But we can only hold it by ourselves, okay? Lele agrees with her sister's idea. The children gathered around curiously. They all like mecha toys very much, the little girl is no exception. Everyone sit down, I'll tell you about this mecha, okay? Okay, the children said in unison. The little radishes formed a big circle, Tuan Tuan and Lele sat in the middle. Tuanchuan facing the girls, Lele facing the boys, holding the mecha that Su Chin made for them, and devotedly explained on. In the living room downstairs, parents are watching this scene from the large screen of the LCD TV. Lily's father laughed and said, Mr. Su, you are really amazing, this mecha model is made like the real thing, not to mention my children, even an adult like me is amazed. Another kid's father said, yes, Mr. Su, did you really make this model yourself? It looks too realistic, and it's so flexible. Mr. Su, what kind of work do you do? Everyone asked curiously. Suchin smiled and said, I work in the Mecha Research Department of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Mecha Research Department of the Chaofan Group. Everyone was shocked. Immediately, someone suddenly realized, so it is. Mr. Su, you originally studied mechas. No wonder the models of this mecha are so well made. Mr. Su, you are really excellent. I never thought that you are in the mecha industry. And you are still working in the Mecha Research Department of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Mr. Su is so young that he can enter the Mecha Research Department. Doing research, you are a genius. At noon, everyone stayed at Su's house for dinner, because there were a lot of children and adults, and it seemed crowded to eat in the house. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue deliberately pulled up the awning in the yard, so that they could enjoy a spacious and comfortable environment. Dine down. The meals are all delivered by the chefs of the Yan family. There are adults who like to eat, and there are also suitable for children. There is a long table full of them. Parents are full of praise. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, you prepared very well, it's almost like a full-fledged Manchurian banquet. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, the food made by your chef is really good, where did you find it? Asked a parent of a relatively wealthy child. Yan Bingxue said, this is my mother's chef, hired from Michelin. The parent was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, no wonder it tastes so good, it turned out to be from the chef. I wanted to find one too. But it doesn't seem to have the strength, haha. The adults didn't talk about this topic anymore. The children were super happy. They were so young and didn't feel the gap between the rich and the poor. They only thought that today's food was super delicious. After dinner, the children went to swim in the pool. This is also one of today's game sessions. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue said in advance in the group that everyone brought swimsuits for the children. More than 30 white and tender little babies are swimming in the pool, like small fish full of vitality. Tuanchuan and Lele are the happiest, sharing their pool toys with their friends, riding on the cute flamingo swimming ring for a while, and playing in alley-oop in the water with a small ball. The family gathering did not end until after 4 p.m., and the children were still unwilling to leave, standing in the yard and refusing to leave. Baba Mama, can't we play for a while? I really like the party held by Tuanchuan and Lele's family. Baba Mama, I also want to play for a while, I'm so happy today. Let's play together next time, it's too late today, we're going home for dinner. After a long time of persuasion by the parents, the children reluctantly said Goodbye to Tuanchuan Liao. Tuan Tuan Lele, we're going back, next time you guys come to our house to play. Uncle and Auntie, thank you for the gifts you gave me. I like it very much. I had a good time today. Next time, you will come to our house with Tuanchuan Lele as a guest. Goodbye Aunt and Uncle, Tuanchuan Lele, see you at school on Monday. Goodbye. Suchan and Yan Bingxue sent the children and their parents away, and when they got home, Yan Bingxue slumped on the chair and let out a long sigh. Oh. My husband, I just found out that it turned out to be an event. Family gatherings are so tiring. Although most of today's procedures were prepared before, and the actual items were sent directly from the Yan family, Yan Bingxue still felt very tired. After greeting so many parents and children, Suchan walked over, squeezed his wife's shoulders gently, and said with a smile, I'm a little tired, but fortunately the children are having a good time, and they seem to like the family gathering we prepared for them. Especially Tuanchuan and Lele in our family are going crazy today. Yan Bingxue raised the corners of her mouth, raised her head, and said with a smile, that's true, Tuanchuan and Lele have always been very optimistic and cheerful children, but I only learned today that they were so happy when they played with the children, so although the two of us are a little tired today, but the party was still great. Husband, you've worked hard. Wife, you too. Tuanchuan and Lele ran over and hugged Suchan and Yan Bingxue. Baba Mama, thank you for the family gathering you prepared for us today. We are super happy the classmates also like our house very much, and they said they would come to our house next time to play, and they also invited us to play at their house. I feel that Baba went home and everything was fine, we never called the children into the house to play before, and every time the classmates played together, my brother and I were at home, and now we can finally play together. La. We are the happiest kids. The second day after the end of the family reunion was Sunday. Neither Suchan nor Yan Bingxue had to go to work, and the Su family's villa had returned to its original state. When the family was eating together in the morning, Yan Bingxue received a call from Haigua. After she hung up the phone, she said excitedly, Husband, the wedding photos we took in Haigua have come out. I'm going to take a laptop and take a look. If there's no problem, we'll find one later. Let the photography shop wash it out. As she spoke, she quickly went to the study on the second floor, brought a laptop, and connected it to the LCD TV at home. Sue's father and Sue's mother also put down the chopsticks and brought the child and Suchan to the living room together. When Suchan and Yan Bingxue were taking their wedding photos in Haigua that day, they sent a video, but what they saw at the time was just what it looked like in the video. Now, when they see the finished wedding photos, Mom and Dad Sue are super excited. Surprise. It's so beautiful, Bingxue, your photos are so beautiful. When Yan Bingxue heard Ma's compliment, she couldn't help feeling a little shy, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Tuanchuan and Lele happily said, Wow, Baba and Mama's wedding photos are so beautiful. Mama is a fairy in the sky, Baba is also super handsome. And the scenery over there is also good. This wedding photo is really excellent. Dad, Sue said with a smile. Sue Ma quickly took out her mobile phone to take a photo. I have to send this photo to my in-laws, they must like it too, haha. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue said, Mom, I'll pack these photos and send them to my parents later. They should also want to see the wedding photos of my husband and I. Okay, it just so happens that the photo I sent was taken with a mobile phone, so it may not be so clear. If you send this photo directly, they will definitely be able to see it more clearly. After watching the photos, Dad Su said to his son, Chen Chen, all you guys took in Haigua were outdoor scenes. Since it's a wedding photo, you still need to take more photos of different styles, as well as our traditional dragon and phoenix gowns in Longwa. That's right, aren't you going to hold a Han wedding? When the time comes, a picture of a large dragon and phoenix gown at the door will definitely be particularly eye-catching. It's not long before the wedding. Should you find a place to take wedding photos in China? Logically speaking, the wedding photo should be prepared about half a year before marriage, but the economic strength of the son and daughter-in-law is so superior, so there is no need to worry. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and said, Wife, we really should go to take wedding photos. These photos were taken by the two of us in Haigua. We agreed that we will take the whole family to take pictures together after returning to China. Wedding photos and family portraits, it's better to choose a day to hit the sun. Today is Sunday, everyone rests, why don't you find a place to take advantage of today and take a family portrait first? Yan Bingxue nodded in surprise. Okay, do you want to add my parents? Of course I have to call my father-in-law and mother-in-law, we are all a family. Okay, then I'll call my mother now, and tell them the good news. Yan Bingxue took her mobile phone to make a call. Mother Su was also busy. Tuanchu and Lele, we'll go out to take a family photo later. Now let's go upstairs and change into beautiful clothes. Okay, I can take a family photo with Baba Mama, my grandparents, and my grandparents later. The group is so happy. Lele was also very excited and went upstairs with her grandmother. At 9 o'clock, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun came over in person. The Su family was just getting ready and was about to set off. Who knew that as soon as they went out, they ran into their old couple. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom and Dad? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you? Let you wait at home and we'll pick you up directly later. Yan Jinwei cleared his throat and said, It's not because of your mother? He couldn't wait to take pictures with you. He couldn't sit still for a minute. So he hurriedly pulled me out. Tang Shiyun smiled by the side, winked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue over there, and said, Yes, it's my old woman who especially wanted to take a family photo with her son-in-law and daughter, so I hurriedly picked a piece of clothes and went out. The buttons are not fastened. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Jinwei immediately lowered his head to check his buttons. As expected, he found that one of the buttons in the middle of his shirt was unbuttoned. He turned around in embarrassment and hurriedly buttoned it. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled, and the two little ghosts, Tuanchuan and Lele, also covered their mouths and snickered. A family of 8 people drove 2 cars. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun took Lele and sat in their car. Su Chen took his wife, Tuanchuan, and parents to drive a car, and set off one after the other. The wedding photography shop was negotiated by Su Chen and Yan Bingxue before, and they chose the best fashion bazaar wedding photography in Zhonghai. Su Chen bought a VIP card in advance, so as soon as he entered the door, a manager came to receive them immediately. Mr. Su, you're here. The reception room is ready. Let's go up there and take a rest. Let's discuss the style of family portraits and wedding photos. Su Chen nodded and took his family to the reception room upstairs. Harper's Bazaar is a world-renowned chain brand. The VIP's reception room is decorated in a simple and luxurious way, with a leather sofa sitting under it. And some wedding photos of celebrity couples hanging on the walls. There are dozens of photo albums on the table in front of them. The service staff came over with brewed tea and coffee and prepared hot milk for the two children. The service was very considerate. The person in charge of entertaining them was manager Lee of the store, a professional woman in her early 30s. She was well dressed, with delicate makeup on her face, and her voice and conversation made people feel very comfortable. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, family members, here are the representative works of various styles of our store. These are the family photos on the left, and these are the wedding photos on the right. You can choose the style you like. Suchin looked at everyone and said, since we are all here today, let's complete our family portrait photos first. First, choose the style of the family portrait and the wedding dress. My wife and I will decide later. The parents on both sides agreed that Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't wait to start looking at the photos. Suchan and Yan Bingxue also picked up the album and looked at it. The manager went out for a while, and thoughtfully left time for their family to discuss alone. Yan Bingxue read a few pages and said, "Husband, the photos here look really good. It seems that we picked the right place this time." Mom and Dad Su and Yan Jinwei are also very satisfied with the style here. Seeing that everyone likes it, Suchin is naturally happy. Mom and Dad, since it's a family photo, it's up to you to choose. Suma said, I don't have any requirements for the style of the photos. The main thing is that our family takes pictures together, and I feel happy. My father, my mother, why don't you two choose? Yan Jinwei said, I don't have much research on taking pictures, you young people should choose. Tang Shiyun said with a smile, why are our families so polite when we come to take a family photo? You want me to tell you, we are watching Tuanchuan and Lele so seriously, why don't we let Tuanchuan Lele choose? Suma immediately agreed, okay, our Tuanchuan Lele is now a kindergartner. This is the first family portrait of our family, let the two children choose. For us. Tuanchuan Lele's eyes suddenly lit up. For them, it is a challenge and a sense of honor to shoulder such a great responsibility. The little guys got together and kept discussing. Hey, do you think this photo looks good? If our whole family wears clothes like this to take pictures together, it must be super cute. Lele nodded, very good, Tuanchuan is very beautiful in Little Princesses, I think this is also very good, the girls here are wearing cheongsams, and Grandma looks good in cheongsams. What about this one? This one looks like someone from a TV show, The Ancient. Costumes inside look good. This one is also good looking, we have never worn such clothes before, I also want to try it. Giggle, let's choose this photo, okay? There are a lot of flowers in it, it's super beautiful. The two little guys were having a heated discussion. The adults sat next to each other, drinking tea and chatting, and looked at the cute little baby from time to time, with happiness in their eyes. In the end, Tuanchuan and Lele decided on 3 sets of family portraits. One is the modern style, one is the style of the Ming dynasty, and the other is the traditional costume of the Dragon Kingdom. The photos spanning 3 eras are considered to be relatively complete. The adults were very satisfied, so Suchin called manager Li and set a family portrait style. The family photo was shot in an indoor studio, so it could be done today. It was just in the later period that Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had to prepare their own wedding photos. The parents on both sides didn't want to spend too much time on the family photos, so they decided to take these photos today. I shot 3 sets in one day, and the time was a little tight. After setting the style, everyone got busy right away. Bazaar's store is very large, and even a family can wear makeup at the same time. Women put on makeup for a long time. After Su Chen, the two fathers, and Lei Lei finished their makeup, they went to choose clothes first. The first set was shot in the style of the Republic of China, because the hairstyle is relatively simple, and it will be better to change it later. Tuan Tuan and Lulu were wearing student uniforms from the Republic of China. Period. With the little girl's round, white and tender face, she looked very cute and gentle. Lei Lei was wearing a miniature tunic suit, with a military cap on her fair face. Looking super cute. Su Chen was also wearing a Chinese tunic suit, with a thin waist and long legs. He looked like the eldest young master of the warlord period, with an imposing manner. The two old men were wearing orthodox long gowns. It was the first time to dress up like this. Dad Su and Yan Jinwei were not used to it. They looked at each other and smiled at each other. They changed their clothes, chose the studio, and sat on the sofa waiting for the heroines to appear. Su Ma and Tang Shiyun came out first, all wearing cheongsams. Tang Shiyun likes to wear cheongsam on weekdays, so now she wears the cheongsam in the store. It doesn't seem to violate the harmony at all, and she holds her mother's arm generously. It's probably the first time for Su Ma to wear it, so I'm a little embarrassed, but this cheongsam that highlights the figure and the retro hairstyle is very elegant and generous. Su Dad and Su Chen's eyes lit up. Yan Jinwei directly praised, the two hostess are so beautiful today. Tang Shiyun smiled and Yan Yan, Su's mother, looked embarrassedly at Su's father and son over there. This is my first time wearing a cheongsam, I'm not used to it. Good looking. Su Dad and Su Chen said in unison. Su Ma blushed and said, how can I be considered good looking? Bing Xue is really good looking today, and you will be shocked when you see it. Tang Shiyun also said, yes, we Bing Xue are beautiful brides today. Xiao Su, you look really good in this dress, stand with Bing Xue later, that's the real golden boy and girl. While speaking, the curtain behind him was pulled open, and Yan Bingxue was standing behind the curtain, which was incomparably beautiful. Su Chen was stunned, while the parents quietly stood behind, looking at Yan Bingxue over there, with satisfaction. Husband, do I look good in this dress? Although this photo is a family photo, it is a family Buddha taken with the wedding photo after all, so the clothes of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are according to the specifications of the wedding photo. Both mothers wore cheongsams, but Yan Bingxue was wearing a retro wedding dress from the Republic of China, which was improved from the cheongsam, with a retro lace veil on her head, as beautiful as a fairy descended to earth. Su Chen walked to his wife, pulled up her slightly sweaty little hand, and said softly, good looking, wife, you are so beautiful today, I want to. Su Chen didn't finish his words, but looked at Yan Bingxue recklessly. Yan Bingshue's face suddenly burned up, and she glanced at Su Chen with an angry look. Husband, don't talk nonsense, parents and children are here. Su Chen looked at his wife and smiled slyly, I mean I want to marry you right away, what are you thinking? Knowing that she was thinking too much, Yan Bingxue glared at him with a blushing face, and said dutifully, that's what I said, I didn't think too much. The four parents in the back bowed their heads and laughed. The family was ready to go to the studio, and when the photographer saw them, his eyes suddenly lit up. God, I received a fairy guest today, your family looks so good looking. Most photographers like beautiful customers, because it is a pleasure to take pictures, and it is not troublesome to edit them. So seeing Su Chen's family, the photographer and the staff couldn't close their mouths with laughter. At the time of the official shooting, the photographer found that the family is not good looking, and the camera sense is also very good. Even the two little cuties are very adaptable. The smiles and expressions are super natural, and the poses are also in place. It's just like born for the lens. This kind of customer is really worry-free. The first set of family photos was shot very smoothly. After the shoot, everyone went to change their hair and clothes to prepare for the second set of shooting. Yan Bingxue sat there and let the makeup artist play with it, bowing her head and playing with her phone boredly. Ms. Gu, who is bored at home, is constantly harassing her. Gu Yusin, Schwer, my baby Schwer, why are you so busy now? I've been back for so many days, so I just ate lunch with you. We haven't seen each other for so long. It's not good yet. Let's reminisce. Today is the weekend, shouldn't you come to accompany me, this poor little girl who just lost her love? Yan Bingxue, Ms. Gu, it might not work today. Gu Yusin, why? When I asked you out yesterday, you said your family was going to hold a family reunion for Tuanchuan and Lele yesterday. I can understand that, but today is Sunday. Do you still want to go to work? You are all about to get married now, shouldn't you take a good rest? Yan Bingxue, today our family came to take a family photo, and we will take a wedding photo later. When Yan Bingxue said this, a happy smile could not help but fill her face. Seeing this sentence, Gu Yusin immediately bounced off the sofa. Gu Yusin, did you go to take wedding photos? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing, baby? I will be your bridesmaid when the time comes. Shouldn't you let me choose a wedding dress? Is this bridesmaid and best friend by your side? Woohoo! I feel like I've fallen out of favor now. After you had your Mr. Su, you've completely forgotten that you still have my bestie. Yan Bingxue, don't talk nonsense, we are just here to take wedding photos. Today, we haven't started to choose the dress to wear when we get married. You are my bridesmaid, and things like custom dresses will definitely be with you. And I want to order you a bridesmaid dress. Gu Yusin, oh, yes, I forgot, you are going to have a traditional Chinese wedding, so you don't need to go to a wedding dress shop to choose a wedding dress. If you say that, will my bridesmaid dress be a traditional dress? Yan Bingxue, that's right, I have already selected an old master. This master is the teacher who often made cheongsam for my mother and introduced him. He is a person who specializes in traditional wedding dresses, and his craftsmanship is very good. Let's go together then. Gu Yusin, no problem. Shui this time I've been dazzled by you, and I can still wear traditional clothes. In recent years, there has been this trend of fashion and retro, but although I like to go abroad, I didn't have a chance. I didn't expect that, because I attended your wedding after returning to China, I would actually be able to try Hanfu. It's really good. Gu Yusin, then when are we going? I have time every day. I have been at home recently, and the live broadcast business had to stop first. In addition, I am not in a good mood recently, and I just don't want to work. I am at home every day. It's almost time for me to go out of my ass. Baby, can you come and play with me soon? Yan Bingxue looked at the rude words of her old friend and shook her head with a smile. Yan Bingxue, don't worry, it's just the last few days, because I have to spend time and energy preparing for the wedding later. My husband and I have been working harder recently, and we want to get things done as soon as possible. After processing, I will free up time to prepare for the wedding later. Gu Yusin, tisk tsk, this husband shouted so smoothly, shui er. I found out that you and your Mr. Su went on a business trip abroad, and the relationship seems to be better after returning. Yan Bingxue had a happy smile on her face, thinking of everything she and her husband had experienced in Haigua. The corners of her mouth raised slightly. She and Suchen have lived and died together, and this kind of relationship is, of course, more reliable than before. Yan Bingxue, okay, I won't tell you, I've changed my makeup, I'm going to continue to take pictures, and when I'm done with the wedding photos, we'll go to order the dress. You wait a minute. Gu Yusin, okay, heaven and earth are not as big as our family shuiers. Marriage, then I'll play for a while alone, you can do your work first, call me anytime when you are free, I will anytime you call. Yan Bingxue put down her phone and appeared in front of everyone wearing a beautiful wedding dress. This set is in a modern style. Yan Bingxue is wearing a sparkling wedding dress with a luxurious crown on her head. The delicate makeup is matched with her fair and slender neck and collarbone. It is simply too beautiful. Suchen was wearing a black suit with gold trim on the neckline and cuffs, which looked much more expensive than the suits he wore on weekdays. The two little ones, Tuanchuan was wearing a fluffy princess dress, and Lei was wearing a small suit, looking like a little adult, and her hair was neatly combed. This is an orthodox family photo. Suchen saw that everyone was dressed well, so he suggested, Mom and Dad, let's enlarge this photo and hang it on the wall in the house. I think the current dress is very suitable for taking a family portrait hanging in the living room. Su's father and Su's mother nodded happily. Tang Shiyun also said to Yen Shunwei, old Yen, I think the lady said it well, the clothes we are wearing now are very suitable for the current era, and we will wash them out and put them in the living room of our house. Inside, there's nothing wrong with it. Xiao Su, Bingxue, tell the photographer and the staff here, and write 2 large ones in your home when developing photos, and put the other one in our home. Suchen nodded and said, well, let's take this one in our house together, and put this one in my father-in-law's house, my parents won't be involved. Tang Shiyun said, no, the photos of the father-in-law and the mother-in-law are the same in our house. Since both of your children are married, we are a big family now. Dad, Su glanced at his son with approval, and said to Tang Shiyun, my mother, I think Chen Chen is right. The family portrait hanging in your house will not be photographed by my mother and I. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, all right, let's just take 3 pictures, one is a big photo of our family, the other is a photo of us and our children, and another photo of the father-in-law, the mother and the children. When the time comes, the father-in-law and mother-in-law can take them back and put them in the album or hang them in the room of their hometown. Yan Zhenwei said, yes, this is a good idea. The photographer and the staff next to him heard everything in their ears and whispered beside each other. It turns out that the man's parents and the woman's parents came together. I didn't see it when I took the photo just now. The relationship between the two is also very good. Yeah, even if other people's families are better, the parents on both sides are somewhat grumpy, but this big family really looks like a family. The relationship is so good, it's so enviable. Not only are the parents on both sides good, but our male host and hostess today also have a good relationship. In fact, as parents, don't you want to see the children live well? As long as the 2 children have a good relationship, both parents are happy. The photographer said with a smile. The 3 sets of family photos were taken, and the time was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the middle of it, I had lunch and rested for a while. This time everyone was surprised. The female photographer was pleasantly surprised and said, "The guests have a great sense of the camera. I thought that I would take 3 sets of family photos, and it would take at least a whole day, but I didn't expect that we would finish it in a few hours." There was no problem at all, it was too smooth. In the future, if you are a guest in your home, it will definitely be smooth sailing and the family will be harmonious. The female photographer was very talkative, and Tang Shuyun over there happily sent her a red envelope. The family returned to the lounge upstairs, where Su Chen and Yan Bingxue discussed with Manager Li the time to take the photos and the arrangement of the photos and frames at that time. The 4 elderly people sat on the sofa with Lei Lei, looking at the album of wedding photos, and wanted to help Su Chen and Yan Bingxue choose in advance. Looking through the album, she suddenly saw a special photo. She raised her head in surprise, saw Su Chen and Yan Bingxue over there, and quietly restrained her expression. She secretly pulled La Lei's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Giggle, look at this." Lei turned his head to look, and immediately couldn't help laughing. He was afraid that the adults would see it, so he couldn't help but bow his head. "Giggle, let's let Mom and Dad do this too, okay?" When Lei heard her sister's words, she couldn't help but imagine the picture in her mind. The little guy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su's father and Su's mother and Yan Jinwei and his wife both looked over, and Tuanchuan immediately hid the photo album behind him. Tang Shuyun asked with a smile, "Tuanchuan Lei, what did you 2 little guys see? It's still hidden from grandparents and grandparents." Tuanchuan shook his head, "It's nothing Grandpa and Grandma, Grandpa and Grandma, didn't you say you were a little tired just after taking the photo? Would you like to go home early to rest?" She felt that if grandparents and grandparents were here, Mom and Dad would definitely not be able to let go when taking pictures later. Ma Su shook her head and said, "I'm really tired. I always say, let's go back first. It's time to prepare dinner later, otherwise the children will go home hungry at night." Yan Jinwei also said, "Shuyun, the 2 children are taking their wedding photos here. Let's not stay here for the elderly. Let's go back too. Let's go with our in-laws and in-laws, just to bring them back." The 4 old people discussed it, and when Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came back, they got up and said they wanted to leave. Tuanchuan and Lei stayed because they had to participate in their parents' wedding photos, although not every chapter has the 2 of them, but the family always has a separate commemorative photo. After grandparents and grandparents were gone, Tuanchuan immediately took out the album and put it in front of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. "Baba Mama, do you want to take this kind of photo? My brother and I both think this photo is very good." Su Chen picked up the photo curiously, and couldn't help laughing when he saw the first photo. He smiled at Yan Bingxue and said, "Dad thinks it's fine. But you have to ask your mother's opinion." Yan Bingxue looked at the 3 of them suspiciously, walked over and looked at the album in her husband's hand. When he saw the bride in the photo with a cute double ball head and riding on a pony that the children were playing with, she couldn't help blushing shyly. "What is this? This is too childish. I'm already in my 20s, how can I take this type of photo?" Su Chen said softly, "What's wrong with this, my wife? I remember that the photo you took in Haigua last time was very good. You were very pure and cute. With 2 braids at the time. Try it out. If you look at the head of the ball, maybe it will be more juvenile." Yan Bingxue glared at him sullenly, "What? The pony in this photo, even our family stopped riding last year. Mama Tuanchuan likes to ride horses. Do you want to take this photo? This photo is super cute. If my mother took this photo too, my brother and I would definitely be super happy. Yeah, Mama, you have never worn such cute clothes or combed your hair so cute. My sister often does it like this, and I want to see my mother become like this. Suchin followed suit. Wife, I also want to see you dressed like this. Yan Bingxue looked at the three of them helplessly and shyly, and squeezed her fists in embarrassment. Okay. Since our baby daughter and baby son both want to see mother take this photo, then mother will take it. Oi. Tuanchuan and Lele happily clapped their hands. That's great, I can see Mama's beautiful appearance. In addition to the one set by Tuan Tuan and Lele, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue chose a few more sets in the afternoon and checked the time. It was 4:00. So Su Chen and Yan Bingxue decided to take a day off tomorrow and come to shoot, but the set that Tuanchuan and Lele chose, the two little guys really wanted to see their mother wear it, so they decided to shoot first this afternoon. When modeling, Yan Bingxue was not used to looking at herself in the mirror. She has been the president of Chaofan Group for several years. She has always been the image of a strong woman, and she is usually a cold and arrogant beauty. When did she have such a double ball head? And the fancy little skirt on her body, although it looks really good with her face, but Yan Bingxue still feels a little out of line. So after the styling was done, she didn't dare to go out for a long time, and finally, Suchin came in first. The makeup artist and the staff have all gone out, and only Yan Bingxue is in the dressing room. When Suchin came in, she saw her in the mirror at a glance. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of tenderness and surprise. Wife, you are too beautiful. My wife is just a standard clothes rack. No matter what type of clothes she wears, she looks so good. She looks so innocent and cute. Yan Bingxue was a little embarrassed by his praise, and said with red cheeks, is it really good looking? You can't lie to me. Why do I feel strange? It's beautiful. I promise I didn't lie to you. You look like this reminds me of the photo of you when you were a child. I have to say that our family, Tuanchuan and Lele, have good eyes, and this look for my mother is really cute. Let's go, my beautiful wife, let's go out. Tuanchuan and Lele can't wait, they want to see such a cute mother. Yan Bingxue still felt embarrassed, but with Suchin holding her hand, a steady stream of warmth came from his wide palm, and Yan Bingxue thought about it instantly. What she has to face is her husband and 2 children. What does it matter if she changes her image and pretends to be cute occasionally? The next morning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took leave to take the rest of the wedding photos. Everything went very smoothly. They took 5 sets of photos, all of which were shot in the studio. After the morning was over, Suchin returned to the Dragon Academy in the afternoon. Only the last part of the mecha was left, and Suchin wanted to complete it as soon as possible. Yan Bingxue did not return to the company. After she and Suchin separated, she called Gu Yusin. Miss Gu, what are you doing? Do you have time today? I'm going to find a dressmaker today. Would you like to go with me now? Okay, sure. Where are you now? I'll go look for you right away. As soon as Ms. Gu, who happened to be bored at home, heard her best friend's call, she immediately got up. Half an hour later, they met outside. Seeing Yan Bingxue's first glance, Gu Yusin smiled and said, "Oh, my babies. Love is different. I actually painted such delicate makeup today. Yan Bingxue said angrily, didn't I tell you that I was going to take a wedding photo in the morning? This is the makeup done in the studio. Then even the makeup looks so beautiful, and the wedding photos must be perfect. After you sent me the set of wedding photos you took in Haigua, I appreciate it. I have to say that our family, Shuer and Mr. Su, are simply the best match for their looks. Gu Yusen said with a smile while sitting in the co-pilot. By the way, Shuer, your Mr. Su gave you an orthodox Chinese wedding. You said that you found an old master to make you a dress. That's to make xiao pai? Isn't this dress very complicated? Well, it should be. I don't know much about the specifics. In fact, after I got this old master's phone number, it was my husband who communicated with him all the time. I went there today, just to measure my size. Yan Bingxue said while driving. Gu Yusen turned her head and looked at her curiously, with a bit of surprise. In her eyes, even the wedding dress is your Mr. Su's concern? Shuer, you always told me that Mr. Su is a different man, is the man with a good decision in the world. I was skeptical at that time. I thought you were mostly in love, but now it seems that only me is the only one. You really met a wonderful man. Yan Bingxue raised her head proudly. In front of her best friend, she didn't have to disguise herself, let alone be overly modest. Of course, what I said to you before is all true. Su Chen is really good. Yo-Yo, look at this tone. Our Cher's tail is about to go up to the sky. Your eyes are filled with happiness. In fact, I can tell without you saying it. Gu Yusen looked at her happily. Shuer, you can find your true son. I'm really happy for you. This time coming back to China to be you as a bridesmaid is really the happiest thing I've done over the years. Son. Is it that exaggerated? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Gu Yusen nodded solemnly. Really, I'm not joking with you, Shuer, you know. I read those romance novels since I was a child. Love is very sacred in my heart, but when I grow up, when I started to fall in love, I realized that the real love is so fragile and vulnerable, and it is also mixed with many complex things. It's like the scumbag I met on the plane not long ago. There are many men like him. I was disappointed in this world and love, but seeing you and your Mr. Su, I began to believe it again. I'm in love. Right, Shuer, you guys are so anxious to organize the wedding. Do you have any other plans later? Yan Bingxue said suspiciously. No. Do you think the wedding is in a hurry? Didn't we already have the marriage certificate? That's what I said, but Tuanchuan and Lele are both 3 years old anyway. You two should prepare more for yourself. Wouldn't it be more lively to get married after the new year? You are in a hurry to get married now. Wouldn't it be planning to have a second child? Gu Yusen asked, with a smirk. Yan Bingxue blushed, raised her hand and hit the back of her hand. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Back then, I came to chat with me every day, and asked how you could beat down your Mr. Su. Then I said that the two of you have been together for so long, and your relationship is so good, like glue. Moreover, Tuanchuan and Lele have already gone to kindergarten, so it would be good to have a second child. With the gene of your Mr. Su, maybe there will be another team. Yan Bingxue smiled angrily. Ms. Gu, you are typical of watching the fun and don't take it too seriously. You think raising children is so easy, and you need a team. Su Chen and I haven't even thought about the second child. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Now it's good to live in the two-person world like this, and Tuanchuan and Lele broke up in the first place. If we spend a lot of time with a little one again, wouldn't it be even less chance to spend time alone with him? God, you finally have the guts to tell Shui the reason you don't want a second child is because you're afraid that the child will take away the time between you and your Mr. Su, right? TSK, the sour smell of love. Yum. Yan Bingxue knew that she had jumped into the hole that Gu Yusen deliberately dug, so she couldn't help but turn her head and glared at her, and said brokenly, yes, my Mr. Su is so good, of course I want to have more than two people with him. The world. It's here, get out of the car. Yan Bingxue parked the car on the side of the road, and walked into this quaint old building together with Gu Yusen hand in hand. This location is so remote, and the decoration is so distinctive. This building looks a few years old. It seems that the person living here is really a master like a hermit. Gu Yusen looked around and said. Yan Bingxue nodded, it should be. I heard from my mother that this old gentleman is also an authority in the industry. The most powerful thing is the first-hand embroidery, and the gold weaving is particularly good. Gu Yusen's eyes lit up. I really didn't expect that I would be able to wear such beautiful clothes after following our baby. Let's go, and see the dress. As soon as the two entered the room, there was a waiter, who came out wearing antique hanfu, and brought tea to them both very politely. Mrs. Su, Miss Gu, wait a moment, the master is busy upstairs, and will be down in 2 minutes. Okay, it's alright, go get busy. After the waiter left, Gu Yusen immediately gave a thumbs up and said excitedly, Schwer, you must have chosen the right address. You see, even the service staff here are dressed so beautifully. I can't imagine how beautiful your wedding dress will be. A few minutes later, a gray-haired female master came down from the wooden stairs. Her name is Wan Qin and she is in her 60s. Hello, Mrs. Su. Hello, old man. Yan Bingxue greeted politely. In the handicraft industry, those who do well are called Mr. Even women are called Mr. This is an honorific title for a craftsman. Mr. Su contacted me last night. He and I have some ideas about the dress for your wedding. I asked you to come here today, mainly to discuss some details. See what your needs are, and then also need to measure the size. Yan Bingxue nodded, enjoying the feeling that her husband had arranged everything for her. Okay, old man, everything depends on your arrangement. This is my friend and the bridesmaid on the wedding day. Her dress is also customized here. My husband should have told you? Well, Mr. Su has already said it, let's go to the back to see the embroidery pattern. The three went to the back room together, and as soon as they entered, Gu Yusen couldn't close her mouth in surprise. Wow, this is so pretty too. Yan Bingxue was also shocked, these embroidery samples are really beautiful. Wang Qin smiled proudly and said, these embroidery items are all hand embroidered, and the machine embroidery on the market is simply incomparable. Every detail on the whole body can be carefully studied with a magnifying glass. Mrs. Su, Mr. Su discussed with me for nearly an hour yesterday, and decided on the style of your dresses, and also deliberately made a lot of information on the internet. As a young man, I really have a heart. The relationship between your husband and wife is definitely all right? Yan Bingxue nodded shyly, and Gu Yusen next to her said, their relationship is very good. Mr. Su is considerate to our Mrs. Su. Wang Qin smiled and said, few people hold Orthodox Chinese weddings now, and There are not many people who pay attention to tradition like the two of you. Mrs. Su, look at these 3 embroidery patterns. It was Mr. Su and I last night. After discussing and choosing, the wedding dress will be embroidered like this. Yan Bingxue walked over, and there were 3 embroidery patterns on the table in front of her. One is a bird with a great meaning towards the phoenix, the other is a mandarin duck playing in the water, and there is a picture of a peony. Each one is so delicate that one can't take their eyes off it. Gu Yusun's eyes immediately turned red, and she pulled Yan Bingshue's arm and said, Bingxue, this is too beautiful. When your dress is made, it must be a work of art. Yan Bingxue was also shocked. She had expected an orthodox wedding dress, but she didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Wang Qin said, Mrs. Su, look at the style, you can choose whichever one you like. This embroidery pattern is used for the cheongsam and xiao pai on the upper body. The horse-faced skirt on the lower body is our signature weaving. Gold. Wang Qin brought Ji Jin's finished horse-faced long skirt over Yan Bingxue. Took it carefully, and Gu Yusun watched it carefully. I asked my female apprentice to come over and measure the size for the two of you. You can take a look first. Wang Qin went out after saying that. Gu Yusun said excitedly, Schwer. Your Mr. Su is really attentive. An orthodox Chinese wedding dress is 100 times better than a wedding dress. Our ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom really pay attention to people. This woven gold dress is so beautiful. My share wears it, and it will definitely become the focus of everyone's attention on the wedding day. Yan Bingxue looked at the dress and pattern in front of her with happiness, thinking about how she would stand with her husband in a beautiful wedding dress on the wedding day. It must be beautiful. It is said that a woman is the most beautiful when she is a bride, but Yan Bingxue thinks that when she is a bride, she should be the most beautiful, because she knows that her husband loves her very much and prepares such beautiful and delicate wedding dresses for her, as well as an ingenious Chinese wedding. Schwer, which pattern do you want to choose? These 3 kinds of embroidery are particularly beautiful, Gu Yusun asked. Yan Bingxue took a look at the 3 sets of embroidery carefully, and said, after thinking, do you think this bird is good for the phoenix? The meaning of the mandarin duck is also good, and the peony is a bit too rich. Since it is a Chinese tradition, it is naturally suitable for the dragon and the phoenix wedding. Gu Yusun nodded, I also think this is the most suitable. Your Mr. Su is really attentive. The 3 sets of patterns you chose are all very good looking and have good meanings. Bingxue, to be honest, I knew it when I was abroad. You have found Mr. Su, and you have been uneasy, but after I came back and saw it with my own eyes, I am 10,000 satisfied with your marriage, haha. Yan Bingxue burst out laughing, glared at her angrily and said, why are you speaking like my elders, Ms. Gu, are you taking advantage of me? He, see through, and don't say anything. Gu Yusun smiled and ran away. Soon a woman walked in, took Yan Bingshue's measurements and went out before Wang Qin came back. Mrs. Su, have you made up your mind? Well, old gentleman, I want to decide on this century-old phoenix. The old gentleman laughed and said, okay, this is actually what your husband likes the most. He said that you are beautiful and generous, and this 100 birds chow feng is the best match for you. You husband and wife have a good understanding of each other. After Yan Bingxue chose her own dress, she went to see Su Chen's dress, and chose her bridesmaid dress with Gu Yusun. When she went back, Ms. Gu was very excited in the car. Shui, I'm really looking forward to your wedding now. The beautiful dresses just now are so beautiful, I can't wait to get the finished product now, haha. Yan Bingxue had a happy smile on her face. Embroidery products will definitely take time. It's already very fast to get them in a week. You have to work together with a lot of people, just be content. That's right, slow work can produce meticulous work, Master Wang's craftsmanship is so good, it will definitely take time. Gu Yusen looked at Yan Bingxue excitedly. Shui, do you know what I'm thinking after seeing the dress today? What? Yan Bingxue asked, casually while driving. Gu Yusen's face was full of longing. I'm thinking how grand my family's Shui's wedding will be. Look, it's just the wedding dress. Your Mr. Su is so attentive. I think there must be other surprises at your wedding. Shui, tell me the truth, are you looking forward to the wedding? Her words seemed to speak to Yan Bingshue's heart. Yan Bingxue pursed her lips slightly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. In front of Gu Yusen, she didn't need to disguise herself. Well, I'm looking forward to it. What I'm looking forward to is not just the wedding, but the wedding with Su Chen. Yusen, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Gu Yusen covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes full of blessings and expectations. Shui, congratulations, I'm also looking forward to attending your wedding. I will personally watch you and walk into the wedding hall with the person you love the most. Thank you. Yan Bingshue's eyes turned into crescents with a smile. On the way back, Yan Bingxue received a video call from her mother. As soon as she came out of the store, she sent the pictures she took to Tang Shuyun. Of course, the style of the wedding dress had to be seen by her parents first. Tang Shuyun saw the photo and happily pulled Yan Jinwei over to enjoy it together. My daughter's wedding dress is too beautiful, old face, it's really different. Now these wedding dresses are really exquisite, look at the embroidery. How exquisite the craftsmanship is. After the wedding, you can still keep it at home as a collection of art. When Yan Jinwei saw the photo of the wedding dress, a warm current surged in his heart, and he almost cried when his nose became sour. He raised his head quickly, but his eyes were reluctant to leave. Lao Yan, look at it, does it look good? Tang Shuyun's thoughts were all on her wedding dress, and she didn't notice her wife's mood changes. Yan Jinwei looked at the red dress, and his voice couldn't help but choked. Nice. This strange voice finally caught Tang Shuyun's attention. She turned to look at Yan Jinwei, saw his eyes were red, she couldn't help but stunned. Yan Jinwei hurriedly turned around and secretly wiped a handful of old tears. He felt that his wife would definitely laugh at him. The daughter is not married yet, she just saw the wedding dress, and she has such a virtue. The wife probably thinks that the old man is too hypocritical. Yan Jinwei was ready to be laughed at by her. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, Tang Shuyun didn't expect to laugh or say something. He turned his head hesitantly and found that Tang Shuyun was looking at him with red eyes. Old man, do you feel a little uncomfortable thinking that our daughter is going to get married? Yan Jinwei snorted lightly. Nonsense, it's a good thing for a child to get married. Haven't we been looking forward to her getting married for so many years? I'm crying with joy. Yan Jinwei's eyes couldn't help turning red after he finished speaking. Tang Shuyun didn't laugh at him, but took her hand and said, Lao Yan, we should be happy. What a wonderful person our son-in-law is. After our daughter can marry him, the family will definitely live happily. Besides, the two of them live in Zhonghai. The son-in-law is so kind to his daughter and us, and he will definitely come home often in the future. Even if they don't come back, our old couple can often visit them. How good is this? Marriage for my daughter? When Yan Jinwei heard these words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift up. Well, yes, it's a little late for my daughter to get married, but it's really good to find a son-in-law for us. Yes, the son-in-law has prepared such a beautiful wedding dress for his daughter, Lao Yan. Should we also prepare something for our daughter and son in-law? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Yan Jinwei wiped away his tears. Of course, I have already prepared my daughter's dowry, but I'm afraid I'll have to add more now. I'm not talking about the dowry, I'm talking about our daughter's new house. The son-in-law has prepared such a beautiful wedding dress for the daughter. When the daughter wants to get married at home, we have to rearrange her room and get it's beautiful and lively, Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Yan Jinwei agrees. That's right, my daughter's room really needs to be redecorated. It's up to you to be careful as women, so let's go out and buy things now. On the other side, Su Dad and Su Ma also saw the photos sent by Yan Bingxue. Su's mother laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Old Su, come and see our daughter-in-law, what a beautiful wedding dress. The traditional Dragon Kingdom wedding is different. The wedding dress is so beautiful. Dad, Su came over to take a look, smiled and said, this dress is indeed much prettier than a wedding dress. Look at how delicate the embroidery is. Our daughter-in-law looks so beautiful, she must be very beautiful on her wedding day. The clothes are also handsome, and when the time comes to stand with my daughter-in-law, it is really a talented woman. Dang is right. Haha, yes. It's getting closer every day, although the wedding hasn't arrived yet, but seeing that everyone is busy with the wedding, I'm really looking forward to it in my heart. Lao Su, let's get ready as well. Get up, Su Ma said. What do I need to prepare? Although I said I want to help the children, but this is really coming, I don't know where to start. Dad, Su smiled helplessly. Mother Su laughed at him. Why do I think you are more nervous than the two children? Of course I'm nervous. Our son is getting married. It's a big happy event. And there are two cuties, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. This day is really meaningful to my life. Yeah, I'm happy too. Since you don't have any ideas, just listen to me. My daughter-in-law and son have gone to order wedding dresses, then let's go to do some festive items and dress up my son's home. Well, when we held a family party for the children last time, my son and daughter-in-law redecorated the house. The effect is very good. This time is a big happy event for our family. We must do it more ceremoniously. Okay, let's go out and buy things now. Dad, Su said with a hearty smile. Su Pa and Su Ma went to the nearby wedding city, where most of the wedding supplies are sold wholesale, and there are many and complete things. Dad Su learned to drive a few years ago, and Yan Bingxue kept a car in the garage at home, which is convenient for Dad and Mom to use when they usually go out. They just drove out today, because it was inconvenient to take the bus back after buying something later. When she came out of the underground garage and just arrived at the elevator door, Su Ma shouted in surprise, my mother. Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei turned around and saw Papa Su and Mama Su standing. After the four people looked at each other for a few seconds, they all covered their mouths and laughed. Tang Shiyun took Su Ma's arm and said, my family, it seems that the two of us are thinking of going together. You are here to buy wedding supplies for the children, right? Yeah, Bingxue went to see the wedding dress today. She should have sent you a photo too. When Lao Su and I saw such a beautiful dress, we wanted to buy something to go home and dress up the room at home. It didn't take long for this house to be bought, so it's a new house for 2 children, so I have to arrange it. Lao Yan and I also thought the same thing. They both thought about the marriage of the 2 children very thoughtfully. The old couple just wanted to decorate the room at home, Tang Shiyun laughed. So the 4 of them went to the department store downstairs to buy things together. Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei have always been generous, and Su's father and Su's mother are also unambiguous about the wedding of the 2 children. Although they have spent most of their lives in hardships, they must buy high-quality wedding items for their children. Expensive. After a full 2 or 3 hours of shopping, the parents on both sides carried a few large bags and returned with a full load. On Su Chen's side, because his parents went shopping and sent him a message in advance, he personally picked up Tuanchuan and Lei today. The 2 little guys didn't see their grandparents when they got home, and they didn't seem to be used to it. Baba, where did Grandpa and Grandma go? Why did you pick us up from school? Today Tuanchuan looked around at home, but without seeing Grandpa, Grandma ran back to Su Chen's side and asked. Her little face bitterly thought that the last time her grandparents went back to their hometown, it was so many days, and she thought to herself, would she not see her grandparents for many more days? Su Chen smiled and said, what's the matter? Tuanchuan, Dad went to pick you up from school, don't you like it? It seems that after Grandpa and Grandma came, Mom and Dad are going to fall out of favor before you all liked me and your mother the most. Pick you up. Tuanchuan's face changed immediately, her beautiful big eyes widened, and she said softly, no, Baba, my brother, and I like you to misinterpret me, but you and your mother are very busy with work, and you are tired every day when you come back, and you have to pick them up. We have worked too hard, grandparents are just at home, they can pick us up. Su Chen happily hugged his daughter, my family is so cute and caring. Dad was just joking with you, why would Dad eat the vinegar of grandparents? Baba, how are you? The little girl turned her head and pouted, looking like she was angry. Su Chen quickly kissed her cheek, Dad is not bad, Daddy is wrong, Daddy likes us Tuanchuan and Lei the most. Tuanchuan laughed immediately, hee, I was joking with Baba too. Baba was fooled. You little bastard, you dare to tease Dad. Before Su Chen's words were finished, Tuanchuan slipped from his arms and fled very nimbly. Su Chen ran after her and hid, and the father and son had a lot of fun. Lei watched her father and sister having fun, with a happy smile on her face. Okay, Tuanchuan, let's make a truce first. You just came back from outside. And the temperature of the air conditioner in the house is too low. If you run around like this, if you sweat, you will catch a cold. Su Chen dotingly pulls her daughter on the ground. In the arms. Grandpa and Grandma have gone shopping and will be back later. Dad will accompany you to do your homework first, okay? Su Chen said. Tuanchuan and Lei obediently took out their school bags and sat on the small desk over there. Su Chen carried a small stool and sat between his son and daughter. This feels so amazing. Others say that helping children with their homework is a headache, but Su Chen thinks it is a beautiful thing. Parents are their children's best teachers. His words and deeds and personal guidance are very important to both children. Come on, Tuanchuan Lei, take out your homework for today, and Dad will help. You look at it. Lei obediently took out the workbook and handed it to Su Chen, but Tuanchuan was fidgeting and his movements seemed to have slowed down several times. Obviously it took 2 minutes to take the workbook. Take it out. Su Chen has briefly looked at Leilei's homework. The little guy is doing very well, with neat handwriting. It is written carefully. Su Chen touched Leilei's little head and said with a smile, Leilei, good, you are very good at copying new words, especially your own name. Su Jiala's writing is very beautiful. Tuan Tuan, where's your workbook? Why didn't you find it for so long? Did you leave it in the school? Tuanchuan was a little nervous, but when she heard Su Chen's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. She put her school bag aside, smiled embarrassedly and said, Baba, you are so smart, I forgot to bring back my workbook. Now. Su Chen looked at her daughter, raised her brows and said, Tuanchuan, children who lie are not cute. He could see Tuanchuan's small movements at a glance. The homework book must be in the school bag, but Tuanchuan hasn't taken it out for a long time. What is the reason? Is the job not done? No, Tuanchuan Leilei performed very well in the kindergarten. When I went to pick them up from school today, the teacher came over and told him in person. Mainly for the last family reunion, praise and encouragement. The two children and their parents also talked about Tuanchuan and Leilei's recent performance in school. When Tuanchuan heard his father's words, her pink lips pursed slightly, and she lowered her head and said with some guilt, I'm sorry, Baba, I lied. Su Chen touched her head and said, it doesn't matter, children who know their mistakes and can correct them are also very good. Tuanchuan, you don't want to show your workbook to your father, do you? Tuanchuan looked up and looked at Su Chen, not to mention how cute the little expression was. She scratched her head for a while, and said with a pouting mouth, no, Baba. Yes. Yes. Seeing that her sister couldn't say anything, Leilei said next to her, Baba. It's because Leilei doesn't know how to write her name. N? Su Chen snorted softly and said with a smile, what does it matter? Tuan Tuan, it's all right, you and your brother just changed their names not long ago, and it's not quite normal to write very well now. Moreover, Tuan and Leilei are kindergarten children, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Instead of being happy because of his father's encouragement, Tuanchuan continued to lower his head and slowly took out his homework book. Baba, look at it. Mine doesn't look good without giggle. Su Chen took over Tuanchuan's workbook. Recently, they were contacting simple Chinese characters and writing new words. After Tuanchuan's homework was completed, she glanced at Leilei, but after opening the workbook, Su Chen instantly understood why her daughter had been twitching and reluctant to take it out. Although the little girl was only 3 years old, she was already ashamed. Her writing is really, I can't say it's not beautiful, but 3-year-old children don't seem to know much about gestures. Longhua's Chinese characters pay attention to each stroke, which is smooth and natural, but Tuanchuan doesn't seem to know the sequence of gestures. There are many places where the characters are connected. It was taken apart by her, so it looked weird. Su Chen looked at Tuan Tuan with his head down over there, his eyes were full of doting. Tuan Tuan, your homework is well done just like my brother, you are a great kid. Tuanchuan raised his head and said with red eyes, Baba, it's not right to lie. I know, I can't write, I'm ugly, but it looks good when I write, and the teacher praised him. Looking at her daughter's aggrieved face, Su Chen felt that his heart was about to melt. How can there be such a cute little girl in the world? Tuanchuan, it's okay, if you want to write beautifully, Dad can teach you. Personally. Tuanchuan's eyes lit up instantly, and his pupils also dilated a lot. Really? Suchen nodded, and then a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host and Tuanchuan for punching in and practicing calligraphy together. The host will be rewarded for the primary calligraphy skills. This skill can reach the level of calligraphers on this planet. May I ask if the host is activated now? The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Activation. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen instantly felt that his 5 fingers became more slender and powerful, and there were many more things about calligraphy in his mind. He rubbed his hands, feeling that he was ready to try. It seems that the more time he spends with his child, the more he gains. Su Chen got up and went to the study to get a pen over, then put it on the paper, and wrote Sumushua and Sujiala on it. Each stroke is vigorous and powerful, and the whole is square and smooth. Teaching children to write, of course, is to write regular italics, which is convenient for children's beginners. Tuanchuan and Lele surrounded him and looked at Su Chen excitedly when they saw his name on the paper. Wow, Baba, your handwriting is so beautiful, it looks even better than what our teacher wrote, so my name is written so beautifully, Tuanchuan said in surprise. Lele was also very excited and gave his father a thumbs up. Baba, your handwriting is beautiful. Su Chen smiled gracefully. Yes, Dad's handwriting is so beautiful, you too are both Dad's children, and you must be able to write very beautiful characters. When Dad teaches you to do homework in the future, he will also help you write, okay? Well, in the future, your handwriting will be as beautiful as your father's handwriting. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded frantically. The 2 little guys were super active and took out their stationery boxes, took out their pencils, and were ready to finish today's homework. Baba, today, we are going to write our own name and these 10 words, Baba. Teach us. Lele took out the book and said. Tuanchuan was next to him. He quickly took out his textbook, hugged Su Chen's arm and said to Lele, hey, please don't snatch Baba from me, okay? Your handwriting is beautiful, but mine the writing is too ugly, let Baba teach me first. Lele looked at her sister, and then at Su Chen, and said generously, okay. Baba, you teach my sister first. Seeing his son being so sensible, Su Chen smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Dad can ask you to write the vocabulary list in the book first, and then teach you to write your own names, so that you can learn together. Tuanchuan nodded happily, okay then my brother and I will learn from Baba together. Su Chen compared their textbooks and wrote the new words on the paper. You have to be careful about Dad's gestures. Every stroke is in order. This is the charm of Longwa Chinese characters. Su Chen wrote a new word and asked Tuanchuan and Lele to write it down in their notebook. Although Lele's characters are not particularly good-looking, they are very neatly written stroke by stroke. After watching Su Chen's teaching, his understanding of strokes has instantly improved by a degree, so the new words written are much better than just now. Su Chen glanced at it and praised, and Lele has learned well. He turned to look at Tuanchuan. The little guy was eager to try with the pen. But just after writing 2 strokes, he seemed to have forgotten the strokes of Su Chen just now, scratched his head, and then added the wrong stroke. Baba, I seem to have forgotten how to write, Tuanchuan said aggrieved. Su Chen simply held her daughter's hand. It doesn't matter, Tuanchuan, if Dad teaches you, you can even learn it in this way. You see, the order of the strokes should be to write the horizontal first, and then write the vertical hook. The vertical hooks are connected together. When Su's father and Su's mother came back, they happened to meet Yan Bingshui in the underground garage, and the three of them entered the house together. As soon as I came in, I saw Suchen tutoring two children with their homework. There. The scene was so warm and beautiful that the three people at the door laughed. Grandpa and Grandma, Mama, you're back. Rarely did Tuanchuan run over without putting down the things in his hands, but just sat there and turned around and waved at the three of them. Baba is teaching me, and giggled to write. Baba's handwriting is super beautiful, Tuanchuan said proudly. Under Su Chen's careful guidance, for more than half an hour, Tuanchuan's words have also improved a lot. Before, every gesture was broken up by her, but now she knows where to write it consecutively and which one to write first. Su's father and Su's mother put down the things and went over with Yan Bingshui to look. The three of them were very happy to see the homework done by the two little guys seriously. Then Yan Bingshui saw the words written by Su Chen, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Husband, did you write this for them? Su Chen nodded. Well, this is what I wrote when I taught them. Yan Bingshui picked it up in surprise and praised sincerely. Husband, your handwriting is so beautiful, although it's only in italics, but it feels like a calligrapher. Dad, Su also came over. He used to be a teacher, and he still knew something about calligraphy. His son's words were taught by him since he was a child, and his writing was not bad, but when he saw these 20 or so words today, Dad, Su couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chen, when did you become so beautiful in writing? This level is comparable to that of calligraphers. No, it's better than many calligraphers. Dad, Su looked surprised and looked at his son with bright eyes. Su Chen smiled and said lightly, Dad, I just had nothing to do when I was in college, and practiced calligraphy. It's really good, son, your words are the most beautiful I've ever seen. Every stroke is vigorous and powerful. This is still hard calligraphy written with a pen. If it's a calligraphy brush and not regular script, how are you practicing other fonts? The skills rewarded by the system, of course, must be comprehensive. Regular script, running script, official script, cursive script, etc. are not left behind. What kind of characters Su Chen wants to write are top-notch and beautiful. Su Chen said to his father, Dad, how is my writing? Would you like to see it with your own eyes, and let's compare? Suma listened to the side, and quickly smiled. Okay Chen, when you were young, you often compared your handwriting with you in order to practice good handwriting. I didn't expect this game to be played now, but not I know. Is my son's level surpassing that of his father now? Yan Bingshui got up and said, Dad, husband, I'll go to the study upstairs, too. Get a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yan Bingshui came down with a big box, took out the rice paper brush and inkstone. Suma had already packed the dining table. Su Pa and Su Chen sat face to face, waiting for them. Tuanchuan and Lei stopped doing their homework, and ran over excitedly to watch. Dad, you have to get ready my son, I am not a little boy in elementary school. If you lose later, don't blame your son for not letting you. Dad, Su laughed and glared at him and said, Stinky boy, you have not started yet, so let's talk ruthlessly? Men have to rely on their strength to speak. Come on. Shocked. Su Chen knew that Su's father's handwriting was beautiful. In the past, he thought it was because he was a teacher, but now that I think about it, it should have been the best training he received in the Su family in the early years. Consolidation, so the level is very high. But he remembered his father's calligraphy. Although compared with ordinary people, he was not a little bit better, but he would definitely not be his opponent as a professional master with primary calligraphy skills with system rewards. Suma and Yan Bingxue stood by each side, guarding their husband's side. Grinding obediently. Husband, come on, Yan Bingxue said. Suchen smiled and held her hand, lowered her voice and said, I have my wife. Grind it for me, I will definitely play very well. The opposite, Su's father and Su's mother saw everything in their eyes and were very happy. These two children are so happy and sweet. After Ma Su had finished grinding, she also imitated her daughter-in-law and said, Old Yen, our son is not what he used to be now, so you have to work hard. Su Chan and Su Dad looked at each other, picked up the brush, and started to write. Since it's a competition, we need to write the same word. Su Chen proposed to write home and everything is prosperous, and the whole family readily agreed. The group happily surrounded Su Chen, cheering for Dad. Baba, come on. You are the best. Lele also said, Baba, we believe in you, come on. Seeing the reaction of the two little guys, Dad, Su couldn't help but said aggrievedly, to Anchu and Lele, you only cheer for Dad, not for Grandpa. Grandpa is so sad. Seeing Papa Su's sad face, the two little cuties immediately ran to Papa Su's side again, hugged Grandpa's thigh and said, Grandpa, come on too. Haha, good, I have you cheering for Grandpa. Grandpa feels super powerful. Dad, Su said happily. The two rode almost at the same time, and the people around them stopped talking when they saw that they were doing it, and quietly watched. Dad Su's calligraphy has been practiced for many years, and every stroke is art. Looking at Suchen over there, he is very casual, and his writing is like flying. It seems that he is not particularly cautious, because it is a competition. It is simply like a random drawing. But the words written are not so simple. Suchen wrote in running script, while Dad Su wrote affiliation. In terms of speed, Suchen was naturally even better. He quickly put down his pen, and Su Ma, who was opposite, ran over and took the lead with Yan Bingxue and the two children onlookers. Dad Su didn't look at it, he lowered his head and continued to complete his competition work. Baba, you wrote it well, I know the word, it's and. Tuanchuan pointed to the second word happily. The little girl showed a small mouth of milk teeth happily. It seems that because she knew a word written by her father, it is a super proud thing. Suchen picked up Tuan Tuan and pointed to the words for her to recognize one by one. Tuanchuan, these words are home, harmony, 10,000, affairs, Xing. Do you know what home and all things Xing mean? Tuanchuan shook his head, I don't know. It means that as long as our family is together and harmonious, if you don't quarrel, don't get into trouble, then everything will be fine. Oh, I understand, Baba, this word is great, our family just don't quarrel. Just be nice. But Baba, is this 10,000? Tuanchuan will write 10,000, but that's not how it is written, Tuanchuan said suspiciously. At this time, Lele popularized science beside him. Tuan Tuan, calligraphy is slightly different from the Chinese characters we usually learn. Many calligraphy uses traditional Chinese characters. Now we are writing simplified characters, so you didn't recognize it. Su Ma said cheerfully, oh, our family Lele is so smart, we even know traditional Chinese characters. Lele patted his head embarrassedly, and smiled shyly, no Grandma, I don't know either, I just remembered after Baba said it. Okay. Dad, Su on the opposite side also put down the brush. Putting the two works together, Yan Bingxue decided to add 2 judges for the fairness of the competition. Of course, what she wanted to do more was to send her husband's calligraphy works to her parents for observation, so she proposed to send the 2 works anonymously to her parents so that they could choose Sunny's works. Su's father, Su's mother, and Suchen readily agreed. Yan Bingxue posted photos over there, waiting for their parents to reply. Su, Dad and Suchen were admiring each other's works. After seeing Suchen's work, Dad Su shook his head and said, "Son, I guess I'm going to lose this game. Your handwriting is at the level of a master. The wind is swaying, the long waves are large, the Tetons are ups and downs. Twists and turns, full of meaning and rhythm, and they can be called the masterpiece of running script." Suchen smiled and said, "Dad, your official script is even better than it was in the past. It is as strong and powerful as bones, with a strong and powerful momentum, and your words are rigorous and meticulous. You kid, do I still need business exchanges between me? Is this word correct?" Dad, Su asked. Suchen nodded, "Yes or not, that's what it means, but the two of us are obviously praising each other." Dad, Su said, okay, you say yes, but you can also see who wins and who loses." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Bingxue shouted happily, "The result is out." After shouting, she glanced at Dad, Su, and pursed her lips embarrassedly. Dad, Su waved his hand and said, "It's okay, just say it. My parents both like my husband's character more, but they said, both of them are very good, it's just that my husband's character is more fluent and stylish, like a stunner, graceful like a dragon." Haha, Lao Su, you didn't expect that one day you would lose to our son in the calligraphy that you are proud of. I actually like my son's calligraphy, but I am your wife, and I will definitely give it to my son. You voted, Suma said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect Chinchin's calligraphy skills to be so high now. It's really surprising. Although I lost, I'm still happy. It's a good thing that my son is better than me. Performance. Son, Dad is willing to bow down. Great, Baba 1, Tuanchuan and Lele happily circled around Suchen. After making trouble for a while, they learned the lesson they had just learned and ran to Dad Su's side again. Tuanchuan comforted softly, "Grandpa, don't be sad although you lost to Baba. You are the best grandpa, and your handwriting is also very beautiful, but Baba's is a little better." Good round, good Lele, to have you two comfort me like this, Grandpa is so happy. Chinchin, your writing is really beautiful, and these 5 words have good meanings. Why don't you frame them and hang them in the study or living room? Dad, Su suggested. Okay, husband, then I'll let Xiaozhong get it, and I can get it back before the evening. Yan Bingxue happily took Su Chen's words and called. In the WeChat group, Yan Zhenwei has been sending her messages. Daughter, who wrote the 2 calligraphy just now? Yan Bingxue was busy calling Special Assistant Zhang and did not reply immediately. Yan Zhenwei called her directly, but the other party was on the call. Strange, this child, why is there no one who just finished talking, and I don't know who he is calling? Yan Zhenwei frowned slightly. I guess I'm busy with something, why are you in a hurry? Tang Shuyun said angrily. Yan Zhenwei opened the picture just now, nodded and praised, it's really good, this line of writing is really in the style of Yan Zhenqing. It's great. I don't know which calligraphy master's work, my daughter, they want to buy a pair. Home and Wanshixing hang at home, these 2 works are good, but this Running script is better. Tang Shiyun was not very interested in calligraphy, so she casually replied. I don't know much about calligraphy, and I feel that the characters in running script are more comfortable to look at. Yan Zhenwei called his daughter again, but the call was still on. Bing Xue, who is this calling? Why didn't you hang up for a long time? You wait and call again. Your daughter may have business to do. What are you doing in such a hurry? Of course I'm in a hurry. You think the calligraphy works are so easy to get. Although I don't know which calligrapher wrote this calligraphy, but at first glance, it is not Fanping's daughter. If you want to buy this calligraphy, maybe just like this statement, everyone is together or has contact information, I also want her to help me write a letter and hang it in the study. After listening to her husband's words, Tang Shiyun thought about it and said, if you are really in a hurry, just call your son-in-law. At this time, your daughter must be off work, and they must be together, so you can call your son-in-law to know? Yes, son-in-law. Yan Zhenwei immediately dialed Su Chen's number. Su Chen picked it up quickly, and Yan Zhenwei asked directly, Xiao Su, are you with Bing Xue? Yes, Dad, we are at home. Su Chen said. That's good. Bing Xue just sent me 2 calligraphy works. Who is the calligrapher of that set of running scripts? I like it, and I want him to help write a calligraphy. Can you contact me easily? When Su Chen heard this, he immediately laughed. At this time, Yan Bingxue hung up the phone and came over. When he saw that it was his father's phone, he asked next to him, Husband, what's the matter with my father's call? When Zhang was on the phone, Dad called me twice, is there something wrong? Su Chen simply opened the door, and Yan Bingxue heard Yan Zhenwei repeat what he just said. When everyone heard this, the Su family laughed. Yan Jingwei listened to the laughter on the phone and couldn't help being a little dazed. What are you laughing at? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Dad, you can say what you want, and I will let the calligrapher write it for you now. Really? I think this calligrapher is very accomplished in calligraphy. The price of a character should not be cheap, right? You ask him to help write a painting of elegant Lanxiang, I want to hang it in the living room. If you marry him, I will give you the money. Pfft, Dad, you don't need the money, because this calligrapher is your son-in-law himself. My father-in-law and my husband were comparing calligraphy just now, my mother-in-law and I have bad comments, so I asked you and my mother to be the judges. On the other end of the phone, Yan Zhenwei's eyes widened in shock. What did Xiao Su write those words just now? When Tang Shiyun heard this, she immediately became interested, came over and said with a smile, I didn't expect my son-in-law to be so versatile, and his calligraphy skills are so high. Yeah. If you don't say that the character was written by Xiao Su, I really thought it was the work of some well-known calligrapher. Xiao Su's writing is so beautiful. Xiao Su, can you write a picture for me too? Su Chen said on the other end of the phone, no problem, Dad, just now I have written the words you want. Assistant Xiao Zhang will come over later and let her take it and frame it and send it to you. Okay. Great. Son-in-law, your words are hung in the living room and everyone can see them when they come. You must envy me with such beautiful words. If you knew that it was written by my son-in-law, haha, it must be more envious. He can't help but want to share it with his old friends now, but unfortunately, the son-in-law's words have to be framed and sent. At that time, he will hang this word in the living room, and when his daughter Gets married, relatives and friends can see it at a glance when they enter the door. After the small competition, Zhang Tezu quickly came to take away the two characters and frame them. Suma prepared dinner, and after eating, he and Su Pa started to get busy. In the afternoon, I bought a bunch of things in large and small bags, and the coffee table in the living room was full. Grandpa and Grandma, what are these? Tuanchu and Lele asked, curiously. Suma said with a smile, Tuanchu and Lele, this is what grandparents bought in the afternoon. Your parents will have a wedding soon. Our house will be there. New house by then, and relatives and friends will come over. It's super lively, just like your family gathering that day, so grandparents don't know the house in advance. Hearing this, Suchin smiled and said, Mom, are you in a hurry? There are still a few days left for the wedding, why do you need to arrange it so early? It's not too early. When my dad and I went shopping today, I met my father-in-law and my mother-in-law. They also went to buy things to decorate the new house. You see, our old couple thinks the same as Bingshua's parents. Yes. Let's set up the house first, and the atmosphere is good after seeing the prosperous happy words these days. Tuan Tuan said next to him, Grandma is right, it has to be arranged in advance. When we held a family gathering, Baba and Mama also arranged for us in advance. The children were super happy that day, waiting for Baba. We must be happier when we get married to Mama. Lele helped Grandpa to get things together. Grandpa, Grandma, my sister, and I will help too. I'm going to prepare for marriage for Baba Mama. Okay, Tuanchuan and Lele also help. Let's prepare a super beautiful new home for Baba Mama, okay? Okay, the two little dogs raised their heads and said happily. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also came to help, but Suma stopped them. What are you two doing? You go to your own work, or else, go and discuss the details of the wedding. Let us and Tuanchu and Lele here, we promise to give you a big surprise. You will wake up tomorrow morning. Look. Mom was so mysterious. Suchin didn't insist much, and took Yan Bingxue upstairs first. Back in the bedroom, the couple finished taking a bath, and it was still early, so they leaned on the bedside and chatted. Husband, I have dealt with the work in the company for the past few days. I should be able to work from home in the next few days. Xiao Zhang will notify me of important things, so I want to concentrate on preparing for the wedding these days. Okay, wife, you can decide the details of the wedding. Just tell me what you like or what you want me to do. The Mecca is basically completed now, and there is still a stage of debugging, which can be solved in 2 days. After I'm done, I'll go home and prepare for the wedding with you. There's still more than a week, which should be enough. And good. Yan Bingxue smiled happily. In more than a week, she and Suchen are about to get married. The long-awaited wedding was meticulously organized by her, her husband, and their parents. It must be super awesome. The next morning, when Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went downstairs, their sight was suddenly occupied by a festive red. Su Chen smiled and said, It seems that this is the result of the labor of parents and Tuanchu and Lele last night. Let's go, wife, let's go downstairs and have a look. Su's father and Su's mother have attached great importance to this wedding. Now that they know their son's strength and spend money on their wedding, they are not so timid. They bought a lot of things, and they can't wait to make a big change in the family. On the windows, on the TV cabinet, on the coffee table, on the dining table. Anyway, there is a suitable place, and the big red happy words are pasted It looks really lively. Red and gold balloons piled up in a large corner, tied there with ribbons, and should fly to the ceiling as soon as they were loosened. There are many more festive decorations in the house, such as cute golden boys and girls, and mandarin ducks playing in the water, all of which symbolize the reunion of husband and wife. The sofa cover was changed to a bright red one, and the carpet was also changed. Now the whole first floor of the villa is like a wedding day. When Yan Bingxue saw the red eyes, she longed for the wedding more and more in her heart. Su Chen was also in a good mood. The table praised Tuanchuan Lele and thanked Su's father and Su's mother. During the day, Su Chen went to work at the Dragon Academy of Sciences as usual. Yan Bingxue started working from home from today, and she had more free time. In the morning, she sent the children to the kindergarten, and she directly picked up Gu Yusen, and the two went shopping together. Shopping with my sisters is the happiest thing. Especially when buying your own wedding supplies. Yan Bingxue was in a great mood. She and Gu Yusen strolled from the first floor to the 5th floor of the mall. They ate at the restaurant of the mall. At noon. Schwer, come and see, which one is better for the wedding candy box? Gu Yusen asked, pointing to a pile of wedding candy boxes. Yan Bingxue came to see that the wedding supplies here are all available, and there are many types. There are hundreds of types of wedding candy boxes. Simple and complex, Chinese and Western. Since my husband and I are going to hold a traditional Chinese wedding, we should buy a Chinese wedding candy gift box and pick a more delicate one. When the guests take it back, they won't just throw it away. Gu Yusen nodded, yes, a beautiful wedding candy box, maybe people will keep it. Yan Bingxue carefully selected. Since it is to be more delicate and can be preserved, it must not choose ordinary paper, because it is too easy to break. By the way, Schwer, what are you going to put in the candy box? Gu Yusen asked. Yan Bingxue thought for a while, and said, happy candy and cigarettes, these two seem to be indispensable, but I also want to add something meaningful to it, which is more thoughtful. Okay, then what do you want to put? We can order a batch. I just saw that. There are custom-made wedding supplies on the 2nd floor. How about making something meaningful? How about the cup? When the time comes, customize the pattern or text, which is not only meaningful, but also can be used by the guests when they take it home, Yan Bingxue said. Gu Yusen gave a thumbs up, bang, Schwer, you are really a clever little ghost, just use a cup, it is not only practical, but also has a good meaning. A cup, a lifetime, it symbolizes the long-lasting love between you and Mr. Su. Marriage and marriage. Lifetime. Yan Bingxue thought so. Since you want to choose a cup, then put some good tea in it, and put it in a small package and put it in the wedding candy box. Yan Bingxue picked up a carved gift box made of red nanma wood, just use this candy box, it's beautiful and delicate, and the space inside is large enough to fit a cup and everything. I'll take a look. Gu Yusen took it and admired it, and praised, Schwer, I have to say that your eyes are really excellent. If I receive such a beautiful wedding candy box, I will definitely be super happy, and I'm sure I will keep it at home for a good collection. Then set this, and the wedding invitation, this is not ready yet, but my husband and I have discussed it, when the time comes, we will send SF Express. Even if it is a long distance, it can be received the next day, time is definitely enough, let's pick a style. Go. Well, let's go. The two went to buy wedding invitations, and there were many styles, which made people dazzled. Gu Yusen said embarrassedly, "Oh my god, there are too many styles here, and each of them looks super beautiful. I don't know which one to choose." Shui. Do you have anything to do with your own wedding invitation? Thoughts? Yan Bingxue thought for a while and said, "I have a lot of ideas. I hope that every item I have when I get married is meaningful, not something that everyone may put aside when they take it home, so this wedding invitation I also want to prepare something special." Like what? Gu Yusen asked, curiously. For example, on the basis of the invitation letter, the marriage certificate of my husband and I was added. After all, we are holding a traditional Chinese wedding. The marriage certificate is a very important part, and it is something left by the ancestors. I'll like it too. Wedding book? This is a good idea. I have always thought that the marriage books of the ancients were very romantic, but the wedding book should also be customized. What do you want to write? Do you want to find a calligrapher too? Write it? Write it when the time comes. A good copy, just copy the rest. Well, the style of the wedding letter must be customized, but the calligrapher does not need it. My husband has a good handwriting, and it should be no problem to give him the wedding letter. I also think so about the invitation. The two of us wrote it by ourselves, although a little tired, but very meaningful, not only for the guests, but also a very good memory for ourselves, Yan Bingxue said with a happy face. Gu Yusen looked at her with a hint of slyness in her eyes. Shui, it seems that you really prepared a lot for the wedding. I thought you had been busy with work before, and definitely didn't care about the wedding. Take the time to prepare well, but I didn't expect you to have so many ideas, and you've already thought about them. Are you already looking forward to the wedding with your Mr. Su? Yan Bingxue was a little embarrassed, turned her head with a blushing face, and said, "What, I got married originally, so of course I have to think more. I can't leave everything to the parents on both sides to do it." Hee, my Shui also hates marriage at times. Hey, Mr. Su is really amazing, and he actually took our Shui to death. I remember that before. You were very proud of what you said about marriage, to say that life is not only about love and marriage, but also career and your own life value, and life value must be put first, but now it seems that your concept has changed. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue readily accepted her face-slap remarks, and said with a smile, "Well, I did make a mistake in the past. I only now realize that if I find a soulmate that fits me, love, marriage and family, for a person, it is really the most important existence. Of course, this does not conflict with work and life value. As long as the time is well coordinated, everyone can complete everything perfectly in their life. I think the only person who can complete everything perfectly is you, Shui. To be honest, I really admire you. When Mr. Su didn't show up in the past, you concentrated on your career and put yourself, your life and career are properly arranged, and you are in a good mood. Later, Mr. Su appeared in your family, and you shifted your focus to family and love. You really didn't delay anything. Everything was well done." Seeing that Gu Yusen's eyes were full of envy, Yan Bingxue took her arm and said, "Why do you envy me? You can do it yourself. Your career is actually pretty good, and you can be considered a high-income group. As for love, this thing can't be rushed. Just wait, when fate arrives, everything will come. Haven't I also waited for Suchen for 3 or 4 years? Cut, you don't need to comfort me. I have a lot of love in my heart. Let's not talk about it, but my parents still don't know about my career. I'm doing Live broadcasts outside, if they know I'm doing live broadcasts, they will. Definitely, they will think that I am not doing a good job, even if I say that. I make a lot of money, I guess they will think that the origin is unknown. Forget it, today I'm here to accompany you to buy wedding supplies, it's a big day, let's not talk about these unhappy things, let's talk about these things later. The most important thing now is our family Shui Er's wedding. Looking at Gu Yusun's smiling face, Yan Bingxue didn't say much, and nodded lightly. But she remembered this matter in her heart. Ms. Gu didn't want to fall in love before, but now that she saw her getting married, she seemed to have the same idea. Since that's the case, he will help her pay attention to it in the future. If there are suitable objects, you can also introduce them appropriately. It took Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusun a whole day to finally finish the wedding. Candy box, wedding invitation, wedding book style, snacks on the wedding day, props for the wedding, and a series of things. Because there are customized items, you need to wait. With Yan Bingxue's heavy investment, the other party guarantees that the delivery will be delivered within 2 days. This speed is already very fast. After everything was settled, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusun went back. Today, she went back to Yan's house for dinner, accompanied her parents, discussed some matters on the wedding day, and took a look at her room by the way. Do you have to prepare it in advance? Su Chen's parents said that yesterday they also went to buy things to decorate the room, and she planned to come over today to take a look. And Uncle Gu and Aunt Man are coming over today. She was with Gu Yusun again, and they simply came back together. In the car, Special Assistant Zhang was in charge of driving, while Yan Bingxue sat in the back row and chatted with Su Chen. From the moment she got in the car, she kept lowering her hair and kept her messages down, and she was still silly. Gu Yusun shook her head helplessly, looked at Special Assistant Zhang, who was driving in front, and asked, "Xiao Zhang, has your CEO been like this lately?" Zhang Tezu certainly knew what Miss Gu was talking about. She nodded lightly. Although she didn't dare to say more, the expression in the rearview mirror had already explained everything. Gu Yusun tilted her head and glanced at it and said, "People in love are really scary." Yan Bingxue said without raising her head, "Then can't you turn your back and say it? You have to say it in front of me, it's not like I can't hear such a small space in the car, I watch all the little things you two do. Gotta be clear. Yao Yue Ye, so you know that there are me and Xiao Zhang in the car. I thought you were the only one in the car, so casually dating and chatting with your Mr. Su, and talking to a stealing fun like a fool." Yan Bingxue raised her head, glared at her and said, "Who looks like a fool?" This is a happy smile. "I just told my husband that I am having dinner with my parents tonight, Ms. Gu. You look how good you are. I abandoned my husband and children for you, as well as the meals I made at home, and came back to my parents for dinner on purpose." "Thank you." Gu Yusun smiled and said, "Shuer, I have a suggestion." "What?" Yan Bingxue asked, while replying to Su Chen's text message. "Why don't you give Xiao Zhang a little more salary? Look at how difficult it is for others. You don't have to worry about your work every day, but you have to worry about your life, and you have to eat you every day. Mr. Jia. Su's dog food, is it easy for her to be a single dog? She is working 3 jobs and earning 1 salary." Zhang Tezu glanced at Gu Yusun very moved, and turned back. "Miss Gu, thank you, but the salary that the CEO gave me is really high, no one in the entire industry can surpass me. I have always, thank you, President. And the salary is not the most important thing. I can learn a lot from being Behind the president. This job is my favorite. Xiao Zhang, isn't your child heartless? I'm trying to give you a chance to increase your salary. How good are you to push the boat with the flow? Look at your family. Mr. Yan is now focused on getting married and their Mr. Su. Above. Love, you are in a good mood, you have to take advantage of this opportunity to fight for benefits for yourself. Xiao Zhang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Yan Bingxue looked at the two of them and said with a smile, okay Ms. Gu. I'm already a family man now, and I don't have that much money in my hands. Raising 2 children is very expensive, but Xiao Zhang, your recent performance is really good, you haven't raised your salary for more than half a year, so if that's the case, I'll take the opportunity of Ms. Gu to give you a 10% salary increase. Zhang Tezu's salary was originally very high, hundreds of thousands a month. So this 10% was actually a lot. Zhang Tezu said happily, thank you, Mr. Yan. It's great that Mr. Yan and Mr. Su are getting married, and there is actually a benefit like a salary increase. When Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen got home, Uncle Gu and Aunt Man had already arrived. Yan Jinwei and Uncle Gu stood in the living room, just in front of the words Suchen wrote yesterday. Uncle Gu admired it seriously, nodded and said, okay, this is really well written. Lao Yan, you are not being kind, when did you get such a good work? And you didn't tell me? Yan Jinwei said proudly, I just brought it over last night, I'm not going to invite you to dinner today, and I'll show you in person. Lao Gu, our friendship, every time I encounter something good, isn't it? The first time I shared it with you? Lao Gu smiled and said, that's right, even your good son-in-law, you were the first to call me and tell me. By the way, Bingxue, why didn't Xiao Su come today? I talked to him last time. It was a lot of fun chatting, come over for dinner, maybe you can meet him. Uncle Gu, I went out with Yusen today. My husband went to work. Because it was a temporary decision, I didn't let him come with me. After Lao Gu heard it, he didn't look into it any further. He turned to look at the calligraphy and asked, Lao Yan, whose work is this? Yan Jinwei pretended to be mysterious and said, guess what? When Tang Shiyun heard this and saw him like that, she couldn't help but secretly shook her head and gave her daughter a wink. Yan Bingxue understood this look, her mother was saying, look at this old man, he's starting to show off again. Lao Gu thought for a while, touched his chin and shook his head, I can't see it, I really can't see it, this script is written, I think it has a bit of the demeanor of Yan Zhenqing, the ancestor of your Yan family, but this is impossible. First, it is Master Yan's work, which is difficult for us to buy. And secondly, it is impossible for him to write for you whatever you want. Who is it, Lao Yan, tell me quickly, don't give a shit. Yan Jinwei laughed, rubbed his chin and said, it's my son-in-law. Su Chen. Ah? Is it Xiao Su's words? Lao Gu was so shocked that he dislocated his jaw. That's right, he wrote it, it's fresh out of the oven, and it was framed, and sent to me last night. How about it? It's not bad, right? It's not bad for you to call it? Lao Yan, you are too modest, this is simply a work of calligraphy. I really can't believe that Xiao Su is so good, not only in mecha, but also in calligraphy. Strong talent, TSK, they say that no one is perfect, but why do I think your son-in-law is simply a perfect man who can't find a second one in the sky? Haha, it's good, I just saw the calligraphy he wrote yesterday, and I thought it was the work of some calligrapher, but I heard that he wrote it, so I asked him to write this calligraphy for me immediately, and it's refreshing. I wrote it right away and sent it to me. This child is not only talented, but also filial. Yes, yes, yes. Lao Yan, the son-in-law that your family Bingxue chose for you. Two elders, this is really top-notch. When Yan Bingxue got home, it was already more than 9 o'clock. Mom and Dad, Sue, and the two children were already asleep. She lightly carried things and prepared to go back to the room, but when she arrived at the door, she found that both of her hands were full and she had no hands. The door can be opened. Just as he was about to put things down quietly, the door suddenly opened. Suchen stood at the door with a smile on his face. You're back, wife. With joy in Yan Bingshua's eyes, Suchen has taken the opportunity to take the things in her hand. The two of them exchanged things in pairs. Suchen's hands were full, and Yan Bingxue was empty. She walked forward with a smile and gently hugged Yan Bingxue, who had no hands to stop him. Suchen smiled. Wife, what are you doing? It's only time for dinner, so you miss me like that? Yan Bingxue lay in his arms, shook her head and said, No. Huh? Don't want me? No, I mean, not just during a meal, but also during the day. You went to work, and I didn't see you, so I haven't seen you for more than 10 hours. Husband, I am very miss you. Suchen's heart suddenly felt as if he had eaten honey. It couldn't be sweet. Being with Yan Bingxue is such a good thing. She is easy to be shy and blushed at every turn, but she has a bold and straightforward temperament, and will not dare to speak love words just because she is shy. I miss you too, wife. Let go of me first, let's go back to the room and have a good talk. Suchen said. I don't, just carry it in like this. Suchen was a little helpless, but he still walked into the house dotingly. Yan Bingxue hugged him like a koala. Suchen took a step and she followed the next step. The two cooperated tacitly, but they walked slowly. Back in the house, closing the door, Yan Bingxue shared today's victory with him. Husband, I figured it out. Let's choose a template for the wedding invitation, and then the words in it are all written by the husband. You write a template, and then I will send the template to the merchant and let them copy it. Husband, how do you feel? Suchen looked at a bunch of festive red objects, nodded and said, Okay. Wife, you are so smart. That's it, I will write a wedding invitation format. And after copying it, we will go through it one by one. Write the guests' name. N. 2 days later, all of Suchen and Yan Bingshue's wedding invitations were sent out. Many people received them on the same day, and some people who were far away also received them the next morning. All morning, Suchen and Yan Bingxue, as well as their parents, did not stop their phones. Many people sent congratulatory text messages, and many people received invitations. Suchen had been silent for a long time, and there were also many people who sent congratulations to the classmates of the junior high, high school, and primary school. Suchen, are you getting married? You are too fast, we just graduated from college. Congratulations. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to go out to seek a living faster than I graduated from high school. Haha, I will definitely be there for your wedding. I have to say, your invitation is so beautiful. And the name is still handwritten. Awesome. That's right, Suchen, for such an expensive invitation, we must all be there. Su Xiaoqiao, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your handwriting is even more beautiful. When you were in high school, your handwriting was the most beautiful in the class. At that time, every time the school had a big blackboard newspaper activity, the teachers of various subjects I have to come to you for help, but I didn't expect that there has been progress now. I see. Bet your writing looks like a calligraphy work. It's still a female classmate who is attentive. You don't say that. I haven't found it yet. This is indeed our brother Sue's word. Haha, brother Sue, you are really attentive. The invitation letter written by yourself is really flattering, brother Sue. I must keep it well, and when I get married in the future, I will still learn it. Brother Sue, congratulations in advance. I wish you a happy wedding and 100 years with your sister-in-law. The red envelope will be presented at the wedding scene. The relatives on Sue's father's side also saw the invitation card written by Sue Chen. Old Sue, this calligraphy doesn't look like you wrote it, isn't it our Chin-Chin's handwriting? Someone asked. Dad, Sue happily told everyone that this was handwritten by his son, and the name of his daughter-in-law was also handwritten by his son. Oh my God. It's really a tiger father without a dog. Lao Sue, I thought your handwriting was beautiful enough, but I didn't expect your children to write better than you. When I first saw it, I thought it was you who invited me. The calligraphy everyone wrote for you. It's called The Blue is Better Than the Blue. Lao Sue, your son is getting married so soon. It's really worrying, and Chin-Chin has gone to college for several years, and I haven't seen him for a long time. I will definitely bring my wife to this Chin-Chin wedding. Not to mention Yan Jinwei's side. He told everyone when he sent the invitations that the invitations were handwritten by his daughter and son-in-law, but there were too many copies, so the photocopied version was used. The relatives and friends of the Yan family are all wealthy and have some insight into calligraphy. The more knowledgeable they are, the more they praise Su Chen's calligraphy. Old Yan, okay, your son-in-law's handwriting is simply a work of art. This wedding book will definitely be valuable after you collect it. Congratulations, I will definitely go for a wedding wine on the wedding day. I want to see if I can write it. What does a child who produces such beautiful calligraphy work look like? Old Yan, congratulations, congratulations. I'm going to ask a digression. Does your son-in-law accept apprentices? To be honest, my grandson recently went to elementary school, and the writing is a mess, so I want to enroll him in a calligraphy class. But I'm worried that I can't find a good teacher. Your son-in-law is so well written. If I can become his apprentice, I'll spend any money. When Yan Jinwei saw this, he happily sent a sentence over. I'm sorry, old Dong, I can't control this matter, but my son-in-law also has his own job, and he has to take 2 kindergarten children to do homework on weekdays. I don't think I have so much time to accept another child. Their son-in-law doesn't care about money. Xiaosu is so good, how much money can't he earn? When a teacher teaches other children to learn calligraphy, doesn't that take away the time of Tuanchuan Lele and her daughter? No, no, absolutely not. After Suchin said a few words in the group of classmates, he put his phone aside. Today is a big day on his work schedule. Yesterday, the last system upgrade of the mecha was completed. I will test it today to see if there are any problems. However, Su Chen has simply debugged several times in his working cabin before, so there should be no problems in today's test. The space of the working cabin is not small, but it is still not big enough for the mecha. Su Chen simply thought, it is better to control the mecha to go out from the inside. In terms of weapons, it is not convenient to test in the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but the others should be. You can try it After Suchin thought about it, he changed into a professional mecha suit and entered the interior of the mecha. The hatch was opened, and the inside was glowing with a light blue sheen, and the electronic screen was installed with an external projection, which brought a futuristic atmosphere. Suchin smiled with satisfaction. He entered the cabin himself. 3 minutes later, the mecha research department of the entire Dragon Academy heard a strange sound. Did you hear anything? What's the movement? Is there a slight earthquake? Damn it, hurry up, what are you waiting for? A group of people ran out wearing work clothes. Yuan Lao and Lin Fifan were discussing work in the office. As soon as they heard the movement, Lin Fifan immediately pulled Yuan Lao and ran away. As a result, a group of people arrived in the hall, all stunned. Old Yuan saw a large mecha with his own eyes and walked out of the working cabin inside. That scene was truly magnificent. Everyone stared at the big mecha in front of them that was almost reaching the ceiling. This was a 15-meter-high building distance. The mecha's feet on the ground are bigger than theirs. In front of this mecha, their tiny opponent can knock them off with a flick of a finger. Damn it! What is this? You are confused. This must be the mecha that Brother Su has been working on recently. Yuan Lao finally came back to his senses, patted his thigh happily and said, "Haha. It seems that Xiao Su's mecha has been completed." Lin Fifan was almost at a loss for words, and danced and said, "Cow. It's really amazing. This is a real mecha, it can actually act on its own. My Brother Su really did it. By the way, where is Brother Su? The mecha is here, where is Brother Su? Have any of you seen my Brother Su?" Lin Fifan asked excitedly. The people around looked at each other and shook their heads. "I didn't see it." Yuan Lao gave them a blank look, pointed at the big mecha in front of him and said, "Suchin must be inside. The mecha he made is controlled by personnel." "Oh yes, I'm all excited and confused," haha, Lin Fifan said with a slap on the forehead. Brother Su, can you see us?" Lin Fifan jumped up hard. Among the crowd, he was the youngest and most energetic. Yuan Lao smiled and said, "You stupid boy, this mecha is more than 10 meters. Hi, we are at the bottom of it, it's small like an ant, how could your Brother Su see you?" As soon as Yuan Lao's words fell, the big mecha in front of him suddenly moved. I saw it raised its arm in the air, and then made an elbow motion and shook it at them. My God! Teacher, look, Brother Su is waving to us. Brother Su really heard our words. It's too powerful, Brother Su is really going against the sky. Not only Lin Fifan, but others were also shocked. It's amazing that Xiao Su can actually hear us talking inside. I'm stunned. I can't think of it. I've been in the Mecha Research Institute for so many years, and one day I can see the real combat armor coming out in my lifetime. Xiao Su is really our hero. Old Yuan, you must be very excited, Xiao Su was brought back by you. As you said, he really made the mecha, and it was so fast. Yuan Lao didn't speak, because he was so choked that he couldn't speak. The old face was full of tears, excited, so excited. Suchin tested various parts of the mecha. Everyone looked up and looked up. When they saw the mecha's movement, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. When Suchin's test was almost done, he opened the cabin and walked out. Old Yuan and the others immediately greeted him, and Lin Fifan flew over and rushed in front of Suchin at once. Brother Su, you succeeded. Suchin nodded, success. When Yuan Lao heard this sentence, he couldn't hold back. He came forward and hugged Su Chen, and he said with tears, "Xiao Su, I knew it, I knew you would definitely be able to do it." Su Chen patted Yuan Lao on the back and said with a smile, "It's not a disgrace to the mission, Yuan Lao, the mecha has been completed. I have been doing small tricks for the past few days. Now the internal and external systems are all right, I just did it. In the final test, everything is normal. Only the weapon part is left, this is also. It's really not good to test in the Dragon Academy." Yuan Lao raised his hand, "It's okay, you have completed so many precise parts. Weapons are just a small problem for you. Let's go back to the military area to test." "Okay." Su Chen nodded. After he and Yuan Lao finished talking, the big guy finally had a chance, and Lin Fifan couldn't bear it any longer. "Brother Su, you are really my idol. No, you are my god. Idols are my role models, but I don't think I can reach your level, no matter how much I learn. This mecha, I can't even dream of it. Brother Su, you are so awesome. Xiao Su, you are really amazing. I can see the real mecha come out in my lifetime, it's really thanks to you. Xiao Su, this mecha is really powerful. I didn't expect such a big mecha to move so flexibly. You were controlling it in it just now, and it really stunned me. By the way, Brother Su, I also asked you, can you see us inside? I just said hello to you, you moved the arm of the mecha, are you responding to me? Lin Fifan asked. Su Chen nodded, well, I should have told you this before, there is an infrared system on the outside of the mech, you can see everything outside. Including you under my feet, and your voice, I can also hear it. It's just that I just tested it briefly, using the joystick system, so the response may not be fast enough. If it is neuron control, it will be faster. When a group of people listened to Su Chen's words, there was only shock and wonder in their eyes. Brother Su, you are so awesome, I don't even know what words to use to praise you. Neurons. Isn't this something only found in science fiction movies? Is it really possible? Su Chen nodded, of course, I told you before that the real combat armor must be controlled by neurons, so that it can respond faster, and the tacit cooperation with the mecha operator will also be better. Perfect. This mecha has two systems of neuron and joystick control. The neuron system has very high requirements for the operator in all aspects. I just did a simple test today, so it was not activated. My god, Xiao Su, you are really amazing. This mecha will become a miracle that shocks the world. Yuan Lao was extremely happy, I'll go and report this good news now. Su Chen looked at him and said, Old Yuan, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Yuan Lao was stunned for a moment, the smile on his face did not change at all. What's the matter? Su Chen looked at his colleagues around him. This was a surprise he had prepared for a long time, so before the wedding, the less people knew about it, the better. Yuan Lao understood in an instant. Go to my office and say, I want to hear the news later. The person I want to see the most is definitely you. When he arrived at Mr. Yuan's office, Mr. Yuan originally wanted to report the good news as soon as possible, but Su Chen said that he would tell the above after he finished talking about it. Yuan Lao suppressed his excitement and broke the past by making tea for Su Chen himself. Xiao Su, what's the matter, just say it. Old Yuan, it's actually nothing else, it's about the mecha and my wedding. I Told you before that I want to make this Mecca before the wedding, not only for the country and the Dragon Academy, he also has his own selfishness. I want to give my wife an unforgettable wedding, and I also hope that our wedding will be the most unique. No one has ever surpassed it. That's why I have been working hard during this time, desperately trying to make Meccas. Because I want to use the Mecca to welcome my relatives and marry her back in the most sincere and warm way. Yuan Lao repeated it in surprise. Mecca welcomes you? Yes, that's right. Boss Yuan laughed. Sure enough, you young people still have fantastic ideas to welcome their relatives with Meccas. This must be the first time in history, and the scene that day is probably not only memorable for you and your wife, but also for all the audience. Unforgettable. Xiao Su, there is nothing wrong with what you said. This Mecca was originally your work. You have made such a great contribution to the country. I believe that no one dares to object. Not only that, I guess you will receive another surprise later. Yuan Lao said in a betrayal. Su Chen asked suspiciously, what surprise? You'll find out later, you wait for me to finish the call, I'll call now. Okay? No problem, you can go. Su Chen said. Yuan Lao came back soon, his face full of joy. Xiao Su, you don't know how happy the people above are, they can't wait to get on the plane right away. I told them that you want to use Mecca to welcome the new year, they said there is no problem at all. Not only that, the surprise I told you also came to the economic area and said that when the time comes, they will dispatch armored vehicles and tanks to serve as vehicles for you to welcome your relatives. If you have any other requirements, feel free to mention them. Lonka, the hospital will definitely satisfy you unconditionally. Su Chen smiled in surprise. Armored vehicles and tanks may be military supplies. If the young team is like these, the scene will be even more grand. Then the surprise you prepared for your wife is even more perfect. I don't have any other requirements, I just want to make the wedding better. I hope my wife likes it. Then if you say that, I will discuss with the leader to see if the Dragon Academy can contribute anything. By the way, Xiao Su, the leaders above said they wanted to ask you for a wedding invitation. They originally wanted to fly over to see you and the Mecca as soon as possible, but because they knew that you were going to prepare for the wedding soon, they don't think they should bother you at this time, but they still hope to see you, the national hero, with their own eyes on the wedding day. I didn't answer this matter. I want to ask your opinion. If you agree, then send them an invitation. If you don't agree, then I will reject them. Don't worry, they will also. I won't say anything, this is your personal wedding. After all. Of course there's no problem, the wedding will be more lively and more guests, my wife and I will be very happy. Su Chen said with a smile. In the next few days, neither Su Chen nor Yan Bingxue went to work in the company and concentrated on preparing for their wedding at home. On the third day before the wedding, all their wedding photos were in place, as well as family photos. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun were also involved, so they knew that the courier was coming today, so they came early and waited. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Shuyun was immediately stunned. This house has changed a lot. Yan Zhenwei looked at Su's father and Su's mother and said, Brother, Su. Younger brother and sister, you two are too attentive, and the house is dressed up in such an atmosphere. Suma said with a smile, it should be in-laws and in-laws, come in and sit. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were also at home, and they were calling the hotel upstairs to discuss the details of the banquet. Yan Bingxue was chatting with people from the wedding company, setting up the scene, and the makeup and photo shoots on the wedding day. There are many things. After they finally hung up the phone together, Yan Bingxue rubbed her neck and said, "Husband, although there are a lot of things to do in marriage, I don't feel tired at all. I am full of energy. I am super excited and motivated when I think that the day of our wedding is getting closer and closer. How about you, husband? Do you feel tired?" When he said this, Yan Bingxue walked over and pinched Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen smiled and said, "Wife, I'm not tired, there is always a process to enjoy the good results, although there are a lot of things in these days, as long as you think of it as preparation for our wedding, it's not a problem." Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. "Well, it's good that my husband doesn't feel tired. I'm so worried that my husband will find these things cumbersome and tired. I'm a woman, and I don't feel tired at all." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's cell phone rang. It was a call from Yuan Lao, and he didn't know what to say. Anyway, the smile on Su Chen's face became brighter and brighter. Yan Bingxue knew that Su Chen prepared a super big surprise for her at the wedding. She guessed a lot, such as inviting her idol, or having other surprise game sessions and a series of possible surprises, but they were all rejected. Husband denied it. She couldn't guess whether she was, so she asked her husband and asked her to wait, and she would find out on the wedding day. Although she has always been so curious, there is a little itch in her, but when she thinks that her husband has prepared a big surprise for her, Yan Bingxue feels that everything is worth it. Although it will take a few days. But at the wedding scene, she will definitely super happy. I'm looking forward to it. When the father-in-law and mother-in-law arrived downstairs, Lei ran up and said, and Su Chen took his wife downstairs. Half an hour later, the courier from the same city arrived, and slowly a large box filled with photos. 3 enlarged family photos, as well as the wedding photos of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. There is also an album in it, which is an electronic version of the photos, which Yan Bingxue broadcasts on TV, so that everyone can watch it together. When the first photo was released, Su's father, Su's mother, Yan Jinwei, and Tang Shiyun suddenly laughed. And not that ordinary smile, but a good laugh. Yan Bingxue, who was busy arranging albums, raised her head when she heard the voice. Look at the screen over there. At this moment, it is simply a large-scale social death scene. The only group, really the only group. Of all her wedding photos, this group is the one that I don't want to show to others. This is the Lolita princess dress that Tuanchuan and Lei coquettishly made her wear that day, as well as the shape of the double ponytail and double ball head. Yan Bingxue's face was so red that blood was almost dripping. Tang Shiyun was still there and said, "Schwer, you guys actually took such a set of wedding photos. Why didn't you see this one in the wedding photos you sent me at that time? This is..." Yan Bingxue was speechless for a long time. Seeing that the parents were still looking at the photo, she hurried to the TV, but her delicate body could not block the entire screen at all. "Don't look at it, Mom and Dad, this photo was taken by Tuanchuan and Lei." She had said hello to the photography shop and said that this group of photos should be placed in another album separately, because she didn't want others to see this photo, so she could only keep it by herself, only her husband and 2 children can see. Unexpectedly, there was no problem with the album, but there was a problem with the electronic album. "You kid, what's so embarrassing about this photo? I think you took it very nicely." It's the first time my mother has seen you wearing a skirt like this. It's the one called Lolita, right? Yan Bingxue nodded with a headache. Mom, you are really knowledgeable. I like to wear cheongsam, and what type of clothes I like to wear depends on everyone's hobbies and hobbies. Lolita is also a style. My baby is so good looking and has fair skin. Wearing this little skirt is really beautiful. Now, get out of the way and get out of the way. Lolita is not guilty. The key is that she is almost 30 years old, and she is still wearing a Lolita dress with double ponytails. She was seen by her parents. Too embarrassing. Mom and Dad, why don't we look at this set? Let's look at it later. Yan Bingxue continued to turn back, but the more she turned, the more her hands trembled. It was terrible. When I took the photo that day, I didn't realize that there were so many different photos of this outfit and style. It was really embarrassing for my wife. Seeing her appearance, Suchin walked over and found her phone. I'll play it. Then, he whispered, Wife, don't be shy, there are no outsiders here, except your parents are my parents, we are all a family, and your look is really beautiful. Mother-in-law didn't lie to you. Yan Bingxue pouted and looked at Suchin aggrievedly. After looking through more than 10 pictures, this set is finally over. The next set is Yan Bingxue wearing a wedding dress and taking pictures. Suma looked very seriously. After reading it, her eyes were red. It's so beautiful, Bingxue really looks good in anything. When this wedding dress is worn on her body, it's like a fairy descending to earth. She wanted to see Yan Bingxue in a wedding dress, but now she finally got her wish. So beautiful. The family continued to look down, and when they saw the photo of the family portrait, the family couldn't help laughing, because the two children were so cute, and there were some funny movements. I didn't notice it at the time, and now when I look at the photos, just discovered. After reading all the photos with satisfaction, everyone will discuss together which photo is more suitable for the outside of the wedding hall and which photos should be placed inside. Until evening, Suma prepared dinner, and after the two of them had dinner together, Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun left with their family portraits. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the wedding, and Yan Bingxue was taken back to Yan's house in the morning. She reluctantly got up from the bed beside her husband, brushed her teeth, washed and got what she needed tonight. While brushing her teeth, she looked aggrievedly at Suchin next to her. Husband, do I really have to go home and stay for one night? Can I stay here tonight and go back tomorrow morning? Suchin said, Wife, I know that you don't want to sleep with me separately. And I can't bear you, but this is what my mother-in-law said. After all, it is related to the etiquette of the wedding. According to customs, we should not meet today. Oh, why can't these customs take the essence and discard the dross when they are inherited? In the past, when people got married, it was said that men and women were not married. Now, in this era, everyone falls in love first and then gets married. The two of us are even connected. We already have children. So why pursue such unfounded rules? Suchin didn't reason with his wife, but comforted her. It's okay, wife. Although we can't sleep together tonight, we can sleep with the video on. Now. That technology is so advanced, it's just one night, soon. It's over. And we can still meet this afternoon. We are going to the wedding company to discuss the details of tomorrow. Okay, husband, then I'll pack up and go downstairs first. My parents are already waiting for me downstairs, as if they're afraid I won't go back. Father-in-law and mother-in-law know that the two of us have a good Relationship. I'm afraid that we can't be separated and can't bear each other. So I came to pick you up specially. Be happy, wife, you will be the most beautiful bride tomorrow. By the way, wife, the dress will arrive this morning, and I will deliver it to you in the afternoon. Okay. After kissing goodbye, Yan Bingxue went home with her parents. Along the way, Yan Jinwei looked at his daughter a little unhappy, and asked, with a light snort, what's wrong? Can't bear your husband? Yan Bingxue nodded, I can't bear, Mom and Dad, why do you have to follow this rule and say that we can't meet before the wedding, but both of us are going to the wedding company this afternoon, and now many people have to rehearse the wedding scene the night before. They're all still together. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, okay, daughter, don't complain, your dad and I are actually secretly preparing a surprise for you, so today I helped you pick you up early. It's not that you can't, before your wedding you meet this afternoon, your dad and I will not stop you, but you must stay at home tonight, because tomorrow morning at 4 or 5 o'clock, you have to get up and get dressed. You think you are a newlywed, is it that easy, mother? Another surprise, why did everyone prepare a surprise for my wedding? Yan Bingxue laughed. Yan Jinwei wondered, are there any other surprises for you besides us? Yeah, my husband said a long time ago that he was going to give me a big surprise at the wedding, but I asked him for a long time and he never told me. Oh, that's definitely a surprise that I can't tell you about. Since it's a surprise, only if you reveal it yourself on the wedding day, that's a surprise. And a surprise, and it's double the joy. Your mother and I prepared a surprise for you. You'll find out later when you get home, it won't keep you curious for too long. Bingxue, I called Yusun to tell you about your return home. She said she would come over in the morning and sleep with you tonight. Yan Bingxue's expression finally softened a little. Although she can't sleep with her husband tonight, at least Ms. Gu is with her, so it shouldn't be too boring. After arriving home, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun called her to the study. Yan Jinwei took out a large box from the password box and put it directly on the table. Tang Shiyun said happily, daughter, take a look at these things that my father and I prepared for you as dowry, but we have been preparing for many years. Since you were 12 years old, we have already started to give you our preparing for your dowry, and you have accumulated more and more things over the years, making a big box full of them. Yan Bingxue laughed and said, Mom and Dad, you are too exaggerated, this is not a dowry prepared at the age of 12 in ancient times. I can't get married at the age of 12, and the legal age for marriage is at least 12 years old. By the age of 21, I have to wait for you to get married before preparing a dowry for you. Your dad and I thought very clearly back then. We only want you as a daughter, so we want the best for you in everything. You are 12 years old. From a little girl to a big girl that year, this moment is a very important moment for me and your father, so we have started planning your future from that time. If her mother didn't say it, Yan Bingxue didn't even remember what was so important to her at the age of 12. Now she remembered that in the winter when she was 12 years old, she had her period for the first time. From then on, she really became a big girl. Yan Bingxue didn't look at the dowry inside, but reached out and stroked the mahogany box with a sense of age. Here, parents have accumulated for many years and years of endless love for her. Mom and Dad, thank you, Yan Bingxue said, choked up. Tang Shiyun was also a little choked up. She had persuaded Yan Jinwei before, but now when she thought that her daughter was going to get married tomorrow, She realized that she couldn't bear it at all. She is another woman, and it feels different. Okay, why are you crying? Don't cry on the big day, open it up and see, do. You like these dowries, and what else do you want? Say it now, and your mother. And I will go to prepare it right away, I will prepare everything for you. Before the wedding tomorrow. Yan Jinwei said quickly, seeing that the mother and daughter were about to cry. Yan Bingxue opened the box, and on the top were some precious jewelry. Necklaces, earrings, bracelets, headgear, pearls, metals, and gems. Below this grid is full of gold bars. The yellow gold is so dazzling that people can hardly open their eyes. Yan Bingxue burst into tears and smiled. Mom and Dad, aren't you exaggerating? Too much? Yan Jinwei said solemnly, it's no exaggeration, gold has always been a value-preserving object from ancient times to the present. In today's society, money is becoming less valuable every day. Moreover, various wars and natural disasters occur frequently. In case there is any force majeure changed the times, at least these things can be preserved and exchanged for money. Dad actually even thought about this kind of force majeure. They should have been thinking all these years, what is the best thing to give my daughter? Yan Bingxue was so moved that she raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and continued to drive to the next floor. All the real estate certificates were placed on this floor. Tang Shiyun said, Daughter, there are more than 30 properties here, which I bought for you in different places when your dad and I traveled across the country over the years, including sea view rooms and landscape villas, the southern ones, north, east, west. My dad and I bought them for you, and if you want to travel, no matter where you go, there is a place to stay. Baby, if you can't find a good place to travel, you can also look through these properties. The places where these properties are located are all places where your dad and I went to play and found it very interesting and interesting. We like it very much. If you want to see the scenery or play places, you can buy real estate there, so that it will be more convenient when you want to go in the future. Yan Bingxue has always known that since her father retired in recent years, her parents have often gone out to travel. At that time, everyone said that her parents were really thinking about it. After handing over the company to her, she could play with confidence. Oh, I didn't expect that. When they were happily playing outside, they were also thinking of themselves. Mom and Dad. Yan Bingxue put down the grid in her hand, walked over and hugged her father and mother. Yan Jinwei hadn't been this close to his daughter for a long time. Although it was only a brief hug, he couldn't help but red-eyed. I didn't want to cry in front of my daughter, so I quickly said, okay, keep looking down, there's more here. Yan Bingxue continued to look down. This floor was still real estate, and there were some land deeds. Mom and Dad, you've prepared too much for me. I didn't get married in ancient times, so how could I have a real estate deed? Yan Bingxue said while crying. Tang Shiyun wiped her tears with the handkerchief, and continued, the real estate and title deeds on this floor are all local to Zhonghai, and there are shops and undeveloped areas. These are some of the shops that the family bought prosperously. It also includes the 2 rows of facades that are now in the middle of the CBD. Daughter, although it's no longer ancient, of course your dad and I hope to leave the best to you. In fact, we won't be able to use these things in the future. You hold them, no matter what happens or what you do in the future, are all justified. Mom, what do I need so much confidence for? My husband is so kind to me, we will always get along well. Of course I know this, our son-in-law is a very good man, and we are not afraid of your hardship if you follow him, but this is what your dad and I have prepared for the two of you. Look at Xiaosu, so good, he has just graduated from university, and is working in Chaofan Group and Dragon Academy of Sciences. He will definitely come out and start his own business in the future. Man, the future will be very spacious. These real estate deeds still have a facade. If you need funds in the future, you can use them at any time. Sell it and do what you want. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Only the last layer of the dowry box remained. After opening it, Yan Bingxue found that there was only a thin piece of paper on this layer. She picked it up and looked at it, but couldn't help crying immediately. Dad, what are you doing? I'm getting married and not doing anything else. Why? Did you prepare such a thing for me? Why are you crying? Silly child, this notarized will was prepared after your mother and I met Xiaosu. To be honest, in our family's situation, although your mother and I are looking forward to your marriage, but we are also worried that the other party's intentions are not pure, but we are very satisfied after seeing Xiaosu. I believe that you can keep going, so it is time to take out this will. In the will, Yan Zhenwei promised that after he and Tang Shuyun return, all property will be inherited by his daughter. Yan Bingxue put away the things, hugged her parents and said, I don't want this. Dad, Mom, you two are still young and your health is so good, this thing will definitely not be used, and we will talk about it in a few decades. Let's. You stupid child, this is just a will made by your father, and nothing else. Anyway, your father and I only have your daughter. When we both get old, these things will definitely belong to you, so I'm afraid to make a will in advance. In life, unexpected situations may arise. There won't be any surprises. Yan Bingxue said loudly. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, okay, my precious daughter, Jinko. Yuyan, if you say it doesn't, it's definitely not, but this will has already been notarized, and it is legally valid. Just take it, even if you don't take it, the court will, there is also a record there. Mom. Good baby, this is what your father and I have in mind for you. In fact, you can see that the reason why we are willing to entrust everything is because we recognize Xiaosu as a son-in-law. He has excellent children and treats you well. As with the children, of course we have to have reservations. After you get married tomorrow, which of these things you are willing to share with Xiaosu, you can take it out yourself. If you want to keep some private money, then you can keep it yourself, but your father and I both hope you to be able to share all of this with Xiaosu, your dad, and I also want him to know the hearts of our husband and wife. We all hope that you can live with Mimi for a lifetime. Anyway, in this lifetime, we will look for Xiaosu. Son-in-law. Dad, Mom, if you do this, aren't you afraid if there is a relationship between me and Su Chen? Bah, tomorrow is the big day, don't say anything unlucky. Tang Shuyun said angrily. Yan Zhenwei said, I'm not afraid, although I haven't been in contact with Xiaosu for a long time, but I have great trust in this child, whether it is character or cruelty, this child is top-notch, and although I have no reservations about it, everything is given to you, but for Xiaosu's future, I'm afraid it's just a drop in the bucket. So, Shui you don't have to feel the burden for these dowries, these things are what you and Xiaosu should be holding. Yan Bingxue nodded moved, okay, Mom and Dad, I understand your intentions. Don't worry, I will definitely convey this news to my husband, and I believe my husband will also feel very moved. If you're moved, you don't need to, we just hope that the two of you can live a good life together, Tang Shiyun said with tears. The family of three reorganized the dowry, and Yan Zhenwei put the things directly in Yan Bingshua's room and asked her to take it with her when she left tomorrow. As soon as it was done, the doorbell downstairs rang, and it was Gu Yusen. Tang Shiyun and Yan Bingshua both wiped their tears. Yan Zhenwei went to wash his face, and the three went downstairs together. Chapter 274 I Miss You. As soon as Gu Yusen came in, she saw that the eyes of the three members of the Yan family were all red, and Yan Zhenwei had just washed his face and came out, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. Yan Bingshua took her upstairs after she greeted her parents. Going upstairs, Yan Bingshua told her about the dowry. After listening to Gu Yusen, she opened her eyes wide and said, "Swear, Uncle Yan and Aunt Tang are giving you and your husband the old bottom directly." Yan Bingshua nodded and pouted, "Yeah, that's why I feel too moved and too heavy, I don't know if I should take it or not." Gu Yusen smiled and put her hands on her shoulders lightly. "Shui what are you thinking about? You are the only daughter, uncle and aunt in the family. These things will definitely be left to you after they return for 100 years. Yes, I thought very well. Anyway, when I get married, my parents will definitely give me everything, it's nothing. Furthermore, I quite agree with Uncle Yan's words. With your Mr. Su's skills, these things are just outside things to him, and his future achievements should be more significant. I think the reason why Uncle Yan is attaching the will is to let your Mr. Su understand that he and his aunt have truly handed over your future to him. No matter how rich or poor you will be in the future, I hope he will have a sense of responsibility for you." Yan Bingshua lowered her head slightly. "I understand, Yusen, I understand all the truths you said. In fact, I just saw these things, and thought that I was going to get married tomorrow, and there was a strange feeling in my heart. I think you're thinking too much, Shui when other girls get married, they don't want them to know they are married. Didn't Mr. Su promise you to come back often in the future, and you all live in Zhonghai since we live so close, there are many opportunities to meet each other. Okay, Cher, tomorrow will be your big day. You have to get up early to wear makeup. You can't cry for so long today, or your eyes will be swollen like a walnut tomorrow." When Yan Bingshua heard this, she was so frightened that she didn't dare to cry. She quickly raised her head to wipe away her tears, and ran into the bathroom a little worried, washed her face, reskinned her skin, and put on some eye cream. Seeing her finishing all this, Gu Yusen sat on the sofa and said with a smile, "Hey, my little fairy Shui, are you exaggerating too much? Try, mad 1, gad 2, catch, X," Yan Bingshua said while looking in the mirror. "It's no exaggeration, tomorrow is the wedding, we have been preparing for the wedding for so long, and the husband will be at the wedding tomorrow. Prepared a super big surprise for me, and of course I want to be his bride with the best mental state and facial state. TSK, stay with your Mr. Su, it seems that I can't sleep well tonight, you don't want to chat with your Mr. Su all night?" Gu Yusen thought that she might have to eat dog food at close range tonight, cannot help but have some headaches. Yan Bingshua said with a smile, "When I left, my husband said that I can sleep with the video on at night, but if you sleep with me, of course I won't have the video on all the time." "Thank you so much, Cher, fortunately you still have a conscience, so you won't let me eat dog food all night." "I'm sorry, you are too self-motivated. Madam Gu, the reason why I choose not To sleep with the video on all the time is simply because I don't want my husband to accidentally see you sleeping. Of course, my husband's eyes are. Only it's suitable for me to sleep alone. Gu Yusen slapped her head with a slap and shouted up to the sky, my God, if I'm guilty, please punish me in person, instead of letting me be sour in front of this stinky couple. Looking at her exaggerated appearance, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but laugh. In the afternoon, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to the wedding company. After confirming the details of tomorrow, Su Chen sent Yan Bingxue back to Yan's house. Husband, is the dress for tomorrow in the back seat? Kindness. A lot, there are several big boxes. Yeah, Orthodox wedding dresses are a bit cumbersome. Middle coats, shawls, petticoats, and horse noodles are all inside, and one box can't hold it. There is also Miss Gu's bridesmaid dress, which is packed separately. By the way, the phoenix crown we took in Haigua last time, I think it matches the dress this time. I already know it, put it on the back box, you can check it when you go home later. Now, if there is anything missing, there is still time to deal with it. And Yan Bingxue nodded expectantly. The car slowly approached Yan's house. Yan Bingxue watched the target point on the map getting closer, and her mood gradually became lost. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, I am going to separate from my husband. Tonight, they are going to sleep in their respective homes. Thinking of not being able to sleep with her husband tonight, Yan Bingxue sighed slightly. After Su Chen heard it, he turned his head and asked thoughtfully, what's wrong? Wife. It's okay, husband, I just feel a little reluctant to think that we have to rest separately tonight. I can't bear it, but this brief separation is for us to be together for a long time in the future. After tomorrow, we can live together forever, and live together justifiably. I will be there at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you can come here, then you can see me. 9 o'clock, that's still more than 0 hours, Yan Bingxue said depressedly. Su Chen chuckled and said, wife, don't be depressed, 10 hours will be fast. We can make video. Tonight you have to rest early, you have to get up at 5 or 6 tomorrow to put on makeup, you will be tired all day tomorrow, we all have to have a good mental state to welcome the wedding. Well, that's right, I'll definitely go to bed early tonight, put on a mask, and be a beautiful bride tomorrow. Yan Bingxue thought of tomorrow's wedding, and her mood instantly improved. Arriving at the gate of her mother-in-law's house, Yan Bingxue held Su Chen's hand and said, husband, why don't you stay for dinner? Woohoo, I still miss him. But thinking of the customs at home, Yan Bingxue wrapped her hands around Su Chen's neck and said, forget it, husband, although your parents won't say anything after you stay and eat, I'm afraid they will laugh at me, and I think about it. For a moment, we still have to abide by the customs, because I also hope that our love and marriage will last for a long time and our love will be happy to the end. Su Chen smiled happily, took her hand and kissed her lips gently. Okay, then. Listen to my wife. Sure enough, this method is still useful. If he refuses, it is estimated that his wife will prefer him to stay. He doesn't care about customs, he doesn't care what other people say, but the object is his wife, he is still willing to abide by the rules. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. Su Chen returned home after delivering Yan Bingxue. As soon as I entered the door, I saw that Su's father and Su's mother had changed their clothes. Tuan Tuan Lele was also wearing new clothes, and Tuan Tuan was carrying a small rabbit bag on his back. This posture, it looks like it is going to go out. Chin, you're back, just in time, we're going out for dinner, said Mother. Su Chin asked, eat? Dad Su explained, well, have dinner with Uncle Shen's house. Just now, Uncle Shen and the others called me and said that they came a day earlier and wanted to see if there was anything they could do to help. Tomorrow's wedding is nothing to do. Where to help, I said you have arranged it. But since they're here, your mother and I plan to take our 2 children to gather with them and have a simple meal. Tomorrow's wedding will probably be too busy to entertain them. Uncle Shen, are they here tonight? Chin was a little surprised. Coming from their county seat, it only takes 30 or 40 minutes by motor car now, and I will be able to catch up tomorrow. But it's normal to think about it. They live in a small town. If there is any major event, everyone will help out together, help with cooking and take care of guests and everything. The folk customs in the county town are simple, unlike big cities, where each family lives behind closed doors, and may not even be familiar with the neighbors who live across from you. Chin hurriedly said, since it's dinner with Uncle Shen and the others. I'll go too, let's go, just in time for me to drive you there. Okay, Uncle Shen, and they just miss you. I'll send you the address of the hotel via WeChat. It's near us. Dad, Su took out his mobile phone. Half an hour later, Su Chen's family arrived at the hotel, and friends from his hometown had already opened a box and waited for them to come. As soon as Dad Su opened the door and went in, the big guy immediately became lively. Old Su, here we come. Su's father and Su's mother walked in, and Chin followed behind with 2 little ones. When Lao Shen saw Su Chen, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chen is here too. Everyone followed his voice and looked over. Chin, Auntie hasn't seen you for 3 years, ouch, we Chin are really getting more handsome as we grow up, now we're a mature man. We Chin are going to be the groomsmen tomorrow, time flies so fast, I remember the last time I saw you, it was you who was admitted to the university, and your family handled the wine. A group of people pulled Su Chen, and it was as lively as he pulled him back to the stone road in the water town. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, with a bit of moving in his eyes. At this time, someone noticed 2 little dots beside him. Oh, this is our children Tuanchuan and Lele, they look so cute, they are carved in pink and jade, just like they came out on TV. Tuanchuan Lele saw that everyone was looking at them, and the 2 little ones were not shy at all, and greeted them generously. Grandparents, uncles, and aunts, how are you? I'm Tuanchuan. Hello everyone, I'm Tuanchuan's brother, Lele. It's so cute, Lao Su, you are so lucky to talk about you. Your family is also very powerful. You have a son and a daughter all at once. Cow. Chen, from Lao Su's family, has always been a good boy. You don't have to worry about school matters. Just after graduating from college, you have settled your family and work. Lao Su, don't you know that we old guys have I envy you two so much. Haha, Chin and I are also fucking happy. In fact, we didn't help much with the child's affairs, mainly because the child solved it by himself. Yes, we are still excellent. Su Chen looked at everyone who was enthusiastic, and greeted, Uncle and Aunt. Sit down, let's eat and chat, you came all the way to the wedding, and you came a day earlier, but I just found out about this, otherwise I would. The hotel that I will drive to pick you up will definitely make arrangements for you. Now that you are all staying, let's arrange this dinner today, don't talk. Here hungry. Look at us, Chin, you're really a sensible adult now, what a good speech. Come on, let's all sit down and talk. Tuanchuan Lele was sitting beside her parents, Suchin just wanted to sit beside Tuanchuan when a familiar face suddenly squeezed in next to her. Brother Su, congratulations. Suchin was stunned for a second, then said in surprise, Fang Qi. When did you come back? Fang Qi is the son of the family in the town, and Suchin is considered a child. They have always been classmates in elementary school and middle school. Later, Suchin High School relied on the middle school in Zhonghai City, and Fang Qi stayed in the high school in the town to study, so there were fewer opportunities for the two to meet. Later, when he went to college, Suchin was still in Zhonghai, and Fang Qi went to Xiang City, which is a little far away. The two rarely saw each other after that. But it's not so easy to break off a small relationship, so seeing Fang Qi at this time, Suchin was quite excited. Fang Qi was even more excited than he was. He grew a lot taller than before. He was 1.8 meters tall and a little shorter than Suchin. Brother Su, we haven't seen each other in 6 or 7 years, right? I just came back from school. I wanted to go to your house to play with you, but I received your wedding invitation. I was so surprised. Brother Su, you are too fast. Haha, it's okay, both children are 3 years old, and I'm graduating from university now, so I plan to do the wedding first. Suchin smiled. Fang Qi's eyes were full of envy. Brother Su, you have been like this since you were a child. You are very assertive in everything you do. My mother said that you have 2 children in your family. I thought they didn't know where they heard it. I didn't expect to see it today. Brother Su, Tuanchuan and Lele are so cute, just like you. Over there, the elders chatted with Mom and Dad Su, teasing Tuanchuan and Lele. And here, Suchin and Fang Qi kept chatting. The dishes came one after another, and Suchin ordered all the special dishes here, and ordered 2 bottles of white wine and 1 bottle of red wine, and everyone had glasses in front of them. Fang Qi, are you coming back this time to see Uncle Fang and Auntie Fang, or are you planning to come back for development? Suchin asked. Hearing this, Fang Qi picked up the wine glass and said, Brother Su, I don't plan to leave when I come back this time. After studying in Hunan for 4 years, I found that I still like our Zhonghai better, so I want to come back to find a job, and so on. After attending your wedding, I plan to come here too. Find a job after a little tidying up, and I will have to rely on Su Ge to take care of you in the future. Su Ge, I toast you with this glass of wine. I wish you a happy wedding, and I hope we can get back the feeling of the past. No problem. Fang Qi, we have been friends since childhood. When you come to Zhonghai, you can come to me no matter what you encounter. I will definitely help you if you can. Suchin drank the glass of wine. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. After a lively meal, everyone felt unfinished at the end. It's been a long time since we got together like this. This time it was because of Suchin's wedding, and there was always something to say. Looking at the reluctant parents and friends over there, Suchin simply said, The time is good, all uncles and aunts, do you want to go to my house to play? For a while? It only takes 10 minutes to drive here. Everyone looked at each other with expressions of joy, but Fang Qi said, Brother Su, this won't be too disturbing, right? You will be the bridegroom officer tomorrow. Our big guys came early and didn't help us much, so we can't do it. Trouble you. It's okay, it's okay, Suchin said. Hearing this, everyone immediately became happy. Then let's be respectful, let's just obey Chen. I heard from your parents that you bought a big house in Zhonghai, just in time. Everyone wants to see it. I originally said to go tomorrow, but I'm afraid that you will not have time by then. It would be great to be able to go tonight. The people in the small county are very lively. In a town, whoever bought a new item, other people want to go and see it, join in the fun, like Su Chen, who bought a house in Zhonghai. Everyone naturally wants to go check it out. Su Chen has lived in the small town of his hometown for so long, and he understands everyone's intentions. Su Chen called for a luxury double-decker bus, so that he could see the night. When he was on the road, he passed by the riverside here, and the scenery was okay. A group of people got into the car and watched the traffic on the street, blowing the cool breeze of the summer night. Chen, why are you still renting a car? Wouldn't it be better if we formed a team to take a taxi? This double-decker bus looks so luxurious, it must cost a lot of money. That's right, Chen, we all came here to congratulate you on your marriage and to see your life in Zhonghai, so we all came here, but we can't make trouble for you. Su Chen smiled and said, Uncle Shen, Aunt Su, don't worry, you can come here. It's too late for my parents and I to be happy. This is a blessing. Oh, our little mouth, Chen, is so sweet, the women said happily. Looking at the scenery and chatting along the way, we soon arrived at the villa. When he was at the gate of the community, the big guy didn't dare to speak anymore. There was a little surprise in his eyes. Over the years, Zhonghai's house prices have looked like a monkey in the sky. Even in the county town next to their small town, house prices have doubled in recent years, costing several thousand yuan per flat. Not to mention the housing prices in the urban area of Zhonghai, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of square meters. Everyone knows that Su Chen bought a house in Zhonghai, but it is estimated that the family helped a little and paid a down payment. It can be seen that there are villas in this area. Shouldn't the down payment alone be an exorbitant price? Everyone knows the bottom line. Su's father and Su's mother have been teachers for many years, and then worked in the education bureau. They all received a fixed salary. How can they save so much money? Everyone thought in their hearts that this house was probably earned by Su Chen himself. But even if they only paid a down payment for this big villa, it would be too expensive for them. The big guy looked at Su Chen's eyes and became more and more relieved. The car was parked outside the villa, and everyone knew where they were just by looking at the clothes in the yard. There are a lot of small red lanterns hanging on the tree, and there are bright red ornaments everywhere, which looks beaming. And this big yard is really enviable. Not to mention Zhonghai, even if they could afford such a big yard in their small town, it would cost a lot of money. Chen, you bought such a big house in Zhonghai. Does this big villa cost a lot of money? Lao Shen said in surprise. Everyone looked at Su Chen curiously. Well, 70,000 carat. Su Chen said. 70 million? Old Shen's chin was about to fall to the ground. The big guys couldn't help but make a swallowing action. Chen, your parents and we all know the bottom line. If we want to talk about a house of 700,000 yuan, we old people have no problem helping your children with so many years of continuation, but these 70 million, so you bought the expensive house yourself? You still know us, with such an expensive house, how can we help the old couple? When we came to Zhonghai, Qinshan had already bought the house. Su. Ma said with a smile, looking at her son, quite with some pride. My God, Qinshan, then you bought this house with a loan, right? The down payment is tens of millions. You just graduated from college, where did you get so much money? Qinshan, your job must be very good. For a house of more than 70 million yuan, you must pay off a lot of loans every month. How much money can your child earn in a month? Suchin smiled and said, Uncle and Auntie, I bought this house with full money. I had some income when I was in college, and I have saved a lot of money in the past few years. After graduation, considering marriage, I bought the house first. My own money? I saved more than 70 million. Qinshan, you are too good. That's right, Qinshan, I don't even dare to think about so much money. I didn't expect you to earn it while you were in college. Fang Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Su, you are so amazing. You are my idol. No, I don't even have the qualifications to be your fan, let alone making money in the 4 years I went to college. The cost has always been the living expenses of the family. You are too strong. Let's go and see Qinshan's house. I have never seen a mansion with more than 70 million yuan. Everyone walked in. Suchin opened the door, and as soon as the lights were turned on, the room instantly lit up. Everyone was amazed as they walked. God, this house is too big. A living room is almost catching up with the size of my house. Qinshan, you are such a wonderful child. This big house, I'll just say, why did the old Su couple come to Zhonghai, and then they went back in the middle? And they ran over again in a few days. You said you now that you are so excellent, and there are 2 such lovely grandchildren here. If I were your parents, I would definitely not want to go back. How wonderful this place is. Pretty, it's so beautiful. Qinshan, your home is really like the big castle on TV. Fang Qi looked around, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Su, I must learn from you in the future. My parents, uncles, and aunts don't know. But I know, if you want to live in such a nice house in Zhonghai, then it's a dream that many people can't dream of in their entire lives, and you did it right after graduating from your senior year. It's really admirable. Brother Su, you will be a mythical figure in my circle of friends from now on, Fang Qi said excitedly. Suchin smiled and continued to tour the house with everyone. There are 3 floors up and down, and there is a large swimming pool at the back, which is full of praise from a group of neighbors. Qinshan, the decoration and design of your house is really good. Living in such a house, you will wake up laughing every day you dream. Look at your thinking. Qinshan can afford a luxury house, and the family must be of a higher level. For Qinshan, this house is probably just a residence. Old Su, your family, Qinshan, will definitely have great prospects in the future. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record this time. Chapter 276. A small family is shocked. God, a villa of 70 million. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. A group of people left until almost 10 o'clock, and the double-decker bus had been waiting outside, sending them back when they were about to leave. During this period, Yan Bingxue missed Su Chen at her home and sent him WeChat with her mobile phone. Su Chen talked about the situation on his side. After Yan Bingxue heard it, she said that it was good. If someone helps her parents tomorrow, that would be the best. She was very worried that her parents would not be able to work tomorrow. The two chatted sweetly for a while. Su Chen had something to do, so he didn't continue to chat. When Gu Yusin came out, she saw Yan Bingshua's happy expression. What happened? Gu Yusin asked with a smile. Yan Bingshua said giggling, my husband told me just now that his haircut is coming tonight. Thinking of my husband and I's wedding tomorrow, I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Gu Yusin smiled and said, I'll be excited with you. How about we watch a movie? Okay. Yan Bingshua was an activist, and immediately took Gu Yusin to the movie theater at home to watch a movie. The two watched the movie for a while, during which Yan Bingshua kept looking at the phone, as if waiting for news. At 10 o'clock, Su Chen finally sent a message. Yan Bingshua was immediately excited and took her mobile phone to make a video with her husband, but she felt a little embarrassed when she thought of Gu Yusin next to her and half of the movie she had watched in front of her. Isn't it too obvious that you are obsessed with your friends? Gu Yusin didn't wait for her to speak. She waved her hand and said, hurry up. Don't spread dog food here. Okay, Ms. Gu, why don't you pause first, and I'll come back to watch it with you later, Yan Bingshua said. You don't have to. I didn't see you in the first half just now, so I was thinking of your husband. Okay, hurry up and don't make your Mr. Su wait for a long time. Yan Bingshua immediately took the phone and went to the balcony. After the video was connected, Yan Bingshua saw Su Chen on the screen, and the corners of her mouth rose immediately, and her eyes curved into crescents. Husband. Are the guests gone? Well, I just sent them away, and my parents sent Tuanchuan Lele back to the room to sleep. I just went back to the bedroom. Wife, I miss you. Su Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was gentle and low. And the sentence, I missed you, seemed to be more moving than any love sentence in this world. Yan Bingshua felt that her heart was slowly floating upward, and she was about to reach the soft cloud. I miss you too, husband. Yan Bingshua's voice softened a bit, and the evening wind blew across her cheeks, bringing up a few strands of broken hair on her face, making her eyes more gentle and blurred. Husband, tomorrow is our wedding, what are you thinking now? Yan Bingshua leaned against the hanging basket and looked at Su Chen on the screen. Su Chen thought about it seriously, and said, I'm thinking, after tomorrow, there will be nothing for us to sleep separately. Yan Bingshua smiled lightly. The day before the big wedding, did you think about this? This is what I want most at the moment, but there are many more. I have been thinking about it for a long time. I have thought about what your wife will look like tomorrow. I think you must be the most beautiful bride. Field, after all, she is my Su Chen's woman. Narcissism, Yan Bingshua laughed. And our wedding, the wedding we spent so many days preparing for, it will be very exciting, it will become an unforgettable experience for both of us. Yan Bingshua listened to Su Chen's words, and her thoughts seemed to have been brought to tomorrow's wedding. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress and a delicate phoenix crown, standing in front of Su Chen, a fan that played with water covered half of it. Face, looking at Su Chen with shame. This scene is so beautiful. And when Su Chen said these words again, he was thinking about the big surprise he had prepared. My wife would never have imagined that he would use mecha to greet his relatives, and not only mechas. The convoys to greet the relatives were armored vehicles and tanks, and all the service personnel on the scene and the sugar sprinklers on the road were all prepared for him by the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Multiple intelligent robots. This is a high-tech wedding feast. The wife is wearing an orthodox dragon and phoenix crown, and her red wedding dress is sitting on the halved high-tech mecha. This is the collision of tradition and technology, and it is the combination of human and science. That scene will be very spectacular. Although neither of them spoke, they imagined each other's pictures of tomorrow, and they were full of longing for tomorrow's wedding, and the happy smiles on their faces were exactly the same. Yan Bingxue and Suchen chatted until 11 o'clock. Suchen looked at the time and said to Yan Bingxue over there, "Wife, it's 11 o'clock, we should go to bed." Yan Bingxue also looked at the time on the screen, and then looked at Suchen. On the screen, her face still full of meaning, but tomorrow is the wedding of the two of them. They must ensure that they use the best mental state and skin condition to face the meeting. Right. Okay, husband, let's see you tomorrow morning. Yan Bingshua's voice was muffled, and she seemed a little reluctant. Seeing his wife like this, Suchen had an idea, and suddenly changed his mind. And said, "Wife, otherwise we will hang up the video later, although you said that Ms. Gu is there with you, we can't sleep with the video on, but now you are not. Are you outside? Why don't we start the video for a while longer? I haven't taken a shower yet, so we can take a shower while taking a video." Yan Bingshua's eyes widened instantly when she heard this, and Suchen could see two red clouds floating on her face across the screen. "Why do you take a shower while making a video, hubby? What are you talking about? Come on, go take a shower by yourself. I'm going back to my room to rest. Good night." In shyness, Yan Bingxue said good night before hanging up the video. The other end of the phone shrank into a cheerful smile, and he really knew his wife. If I just hang up like that, my wife will definitely be thinking about him when she goes to bed later, and she probably won't be able to fall asleep for a while, but after saying this, her wife will definitely miss him because of her shyness. Things are forgotten. The next morning, when the first ray of morning light shone into the room, Su Chen woke up with a happy cry. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tuanchuan Lele lying beside his bed, wearing beautiful new clothes, with two small faces like sunflowers facing the sun, full of vigor. "Big lazy Baba, get up quickly, let's go to Grandpa and Grandma's house, and bring Mama back," Tuanchuan said happily. Suchen raised his hands, touching his daughter with one hand and his son with the other. "Okay Dad, get up now. Later, Dad will take you to pick up Mom. Dad secretly tells you that later, we will take a big mecha to pick up Mom. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. Today is the wedding day. I have prepared a surprise. Later, everyone can see what is said. Be the first to tell my son and daughter that both of them like the mecha model they made, and my son likes it very much. Mecha, knowing that today is going to use mecha to greet the relatives, the two little ones will definitely be super happy. Ah? Big mecha? Baba, is that the big mecha you made? Lele asked with bright eyes. Suchen nodded and bounced off the bed at once. "That's right, this is the big chicken paw that Dad just made. This is a big mecha that can really go on the battlefield. In half an hour, it should appear in the door of our house is at the door, and then we will sit in the mecha to pick up my mother back." Wow. Baba, you are too tired. Use the mecha to pick up my mother, and my mother will be super happy then. Tuanchuan clapped his hands and said, "That's great, we're going to take Mama home in a big mecha." Suchin went to the bathroom to wash up, and Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't wait to go downstairs to share the good news with their grandparents. Su's father and Su's mother have learned a lot about mecha recently because of their son's work. Knowing that his son has made a real combat armor, they are happy and proud of their son from the bottom of their hearts. But they never thought that their son would think of using a mecha to greet his relatives. The old couple didn't even dare to think about this scene. Suma said in surprise, "Old Su, is what Tuanchuan Lele said true? Does my son really want to use the ready-made mecha to welcome him?" Dad, Su nodded with joy in his eyes. "It is estimated that about the wedding today, we said we would help with the preparations, but my son said no, he has already arranged it. It seems that he is holding back his big move. Mecha welcomes you, haha, this kid is so romantic. Wife, just wait and see, the wedding of our son and daughter-in-law will definitely be super grand today. Maybe it's not just as simple as shocking the whole Zhonghai, it may shock the whole world." Dad, Su said happily. Su's mother was also very excited, and immediately went to the mirror to take a look again, and sorted out her appearance. At 7:30, the door suddenly became lively, and the residents of the entire community were alarmed. Everyone went to the yard. Some stuck their heads out of the windows to see. This scene is truly unparalleled. Everyone excitedly took out their mobile phones to take pictures and record videos, and some people directly broadcast live on the Douyin platform. The tanks opened the way, followed by 2 mecha vehicles, followed by 18 armored vehicles, and finally 4 tanks, and the one surrounded by the stars. Like the moon was one that everyone has only seen in science fiction movies. Super large mecha. There are 3-story villas here, but in front of this mecha, it has become a vulnerable building in the Ultraman movie. People need to raise their necks high to see the mecha. Head. God. What's the situation? Is our community going to hold military exercises? There are so many tanks and armored vehicles, and there is actually a large mobile mecha. Damn it, this is a real mecha. Wife, quickly bring my phone over, hurry up. Be sure to record this precious video. It's so spectacular. This scene can't be compared to a military parade. What's the matter? Is there a big person living in our community? How can these things appear in our community? For a while, the residents of the entire community were boiling, and many people ran out, followed the team, but did not dare to get too close. They took their mobile phones and recorded videos from a distance. Such a fork, and such a big battle. The mecha stopped at the door of Su Chen's house, and the entire team stopped moving. Lin Fifan got out of the cabin with excitement on his face. Brother Su can give him the opportunity to use the armor today, he is so happy. Su Chen came out of the room, and Su's father and Su's mother couldn't help coming over to watch, as well as Tuanchuan and Lele. The 2 little guys walked around the big mecha's feet. Baba, is this the big mecha you made? It's really big, its feet are bigger than Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan raised his head, but he couldn't even see what it looked like. Lele said excitedly, Baba, this mecha can really move. I just saw it in the house, it's amazing. Baba is great. Tuanchuan said happily. Dad, Su walked to his son and said with red eyes, Son, you are awesome. I didn't expect that you actually did it. My son is a hero for all mankind. Dad is proud of you. Su Ma took her son's arm and said, Son, my mother didn't expect that she could give birth to such an excellent child as you. You are really the greatest pride of my life and my father. When Bingxue sees that you picked her up with a mecha, she will definitely be very happy. Suchin saw that everyone was so happy and shocked, thinking that his wife would be ecstatic when she saw him greet him with a mecha. When the surrounding neighbors saw that the team had stopped, they started filming the video recklessly and trembling. I really can't believe that our community is actually a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. It seems that this family is going to get married. We will use armored vehicles and tanks, plus large mobile mechas, to welcome the marriage. I guess I can only see this battle this time in my life. It's really worth spending so much money to buy a house in this community. Who would have thought that one day I would be able to see such a grand scene? Doesn't it mean that there is no real combat armor in the world? Why do I think this big mecha looks like something out of a sci-fi movie? It's amazing. Are you shaking when you take pictures? Our community will definitely be on fire today. When everyone heard it, they all posted the video they just shot on Douyin. At the same time, on the Yan family's side, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen's makeup work has come to an end. The makeup artist was applying eyeliner to Gu Yusen. She was bored with her mobile phone and swiped. Damn it. What is this? Hey Miss Gu, don't move, the eyeliner. The makeup artist frowned in confusion, but Gu Yusen didn't care about her eyeliner, which was crooked to the temples, and flew to Yan Bingxue with her mobile phone. Big event. Schwer, hurry up and take a look. Yan Bingxue was closing her eyes. Today, she is a bride. She will be a little tired after a whole day. The bride's makeup is more complicated. It takes several hours to do it. She will continue to sleep during the day. You'll be more spirited at some point. She slept soundly at first, but suddenly she heard Gu Yusen's cry. She opened her eyes hazy, and there was a bit of sleepiness in her voice. Welcomes you. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. What's wrong? What happened? You are so excited, look at your eyeliner. Major event. Heavenly event. Gu Yusen didn't care about her image at all. Schwer, did your husband tell you that he will definitely give you a big surprise at the wedding today? Yan Bingxue nodded. Yeah, when he set the wedding date, he said he had a surprise for me, but I asked for a long time and he didn't say anything, but today is the wedding, and I'll find out later. I think I know what this surprise is. Gu Yusen said excitedly. Yan Bingxue looked at her suspiciously. What? I don't know if I should tell you, but even if I don't tell you, I'll find out later, or I'll just wait and let your husband bring this surprise to you in person. Yan Bingxue smiled, and glared at her sullenly and said, Ms. Gu, then you are kidding me. Since you didn't plan to tell me, why did you come over to tell me? Hurry up and go back to your makeup. Gu Yusen was pulled back by the makeup artist, but she was always absent minded, looking at Yan Bingxue in the mirror next to her. After thinking about it, she said, forget it, I really can't hold back, because this surprise is really too big. You will be surprised later. And I guess they will be here soon. You know in advance that you may perform better later. If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Why? Are you so entangled? What is the surprise? Yan Bingxue said calmly. I'm sure that this surprise is not as shocking as you have seen with your own eyes. Otherwise, you can use your mobile phone to swipe Douyin now, and you should be able to swipe it in a few swipes. Shaking in? Yan Bingxue wondered. husband prepared a surprise for her on Douyin? She took out her mobile phone and was still thinking about what it would be. But she didn't need it at all, because the one that popped up was a video of the Mecca welcoming team. Over there, Gu Yusen swiped 5 or 6 in a row, all of which were this. Yan Bingxue was so surprised that she almost stood up, but fortunately her personality was more stable than Gu Yusen's, so she stabilized the makeup artist's hand. Did you see it? Gu Yusen asked, excitedly. Yan Bingxue nodded, her face flushed with excitement. It turns out that this is the surprise my husband told me. This surprise is too big. I guessed it for so long, I really didn't dare to think about it. Yan Bingxue said excitedly. Gu Yusen said, it's normal, who dares to think about this, your Mr. Su is so daring. How did you think he thought of it? And have you seen the wedding team? This is simply a high-tech, the military exercise scene. I think the entire Zhonghai is boiling now. Shui'er, I have to say that being the bridesmaid at your wedding may be the most wonderful moment in my life. I have a hunch that today's wedding between you and your Mr. Su will definitely be a world-shattering event. The wedding of the century. Your Mr. Su really did what he said. He said that he would give you the most unforgettable wedding. Now I see that this battle is not only unforgettable for you, but also for the whole world. You are too exaggerated. Although Yan Bingxue said that, but watching the video in Douyin, she felt sweet in her heart. Her husband really prepared a big surprise for her. Mecca's welcome relatives, armored vehicles, and tank fleets, and even the candy sprinkles on the cars are all intelligent AI robots. Such a cutting-edge technology wedding will indeed shock the world. The two makeup artists were confused and couldn't help but look down at the phones in their hands. This is God, such a grand wedding party. What kind of wedding is this? The female makeup artist who applied Yan Bingxue's makeup said with envy. Gu Yusen smiled and said, it's none other than the bride sitting in front of you. Ah? Miss Yan, is this your wedding party? This is too grand. Miss Yan, I'm really honored to be your follower today. What's in the middle? It looks like a big robot, but it can still move on its own. Isn't this something only found in science fiction movies? The makeup artist was completely stunned. Yan Bingxue said proudly, this is a combat armor, made by my husband himself. Fighting armor. My God, Miss Yan, today's groomsman is also too good. I have to be careful. Your and your husband's wedding today will definitely be super exciting. Maybe there will be a live broadcast. I want to draw it for you. Beautiful. Downstairs, Tang Shiyun was anxiously looking out in the living room. Yan Zhenwei said, what are you in a hurry? Didn't Xiaosu tell them everything? He can be here at 9 o'clock, he will definitely not delay. It's only 8 o'clock, and there is still an hour left. I reckon they'll be leaving shortly. I don't have nothing to do. I also want to see what kind of marriage team Xiaosu has arranged for our daughter. In this link, we and my in-laws have said that we want to help, but Xiaosu said that he arranged it himself. I don't know what it looks like. Tang Shiyun smiled. Yan Zhenwei smiled and said, don't worry, Xiaosu is a reliable kid. What he prepared must be better than ours. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Zhenwei's cell phone suddenly thought about it. It was a video sent by Lao Gu. Before he could click it, the other party sent another message. Lao Yan, hurry up and look at the tweet I sent you. I originally wanted to go to your house early to see the part where you pick up your relatives, and then Drive to the hotel with you, but my wife swiped this on the way, this should be your little Sue. After Yan Jinwei finished listening to the voice, he opened the video, and Tang Shiyun also rushed over. What's the situation? Lao Yan, what did Lao Gu tell you? Why did I hear him mention his son-in-law? Yan Jinwei didn't answer, because his eyes and attention were completely attracted by the big mecha in the video. As if watching it several times, Yan Jinwei laughed and said, "That's great. That's great." He grabbed Tang Shiyun's hand excitedly, and he felt like he was about to dance in the next second. Do you know what the wedding team our son-in-law prepared for his daughter? It's a mecha. It's the real combat armor he made. This is too shocking. Tang Shiyun grabbed his mobile phone. Yan Jinwei came over and the two watched together. Wife, what am I talking about? Xiaosu is really a genius when it comes to mechas. Look, you really made a mecha that can actually go on the battlefield. Yan Jinwei's eyes were red with excitement. Ancients and moderns. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. Although Tang Shiyun didn't understand mecha very well, she was very excited. Old Yan, this is really made by our son-in-law. Look, it's exactly the same as the mecha model he gave you. He drove a big mecha he made to pick up our daughter. Lao Yan, the son-in-law is too romantic. As a mother-in-law, I am almost moved to tears. If Bing Xuan knows this news, I will definitely be very excited. I will show this video to Bing Xuan now. Tang Shiyun was about to leave, but was pulled back by Yan Jinwei. Don't go, this is a surprise prepared by the son-in-law for his daughter. Wouldn't it be even more pleasant for the daughter to see it with her own eyes? When they arrive? Tang Shiyun nodded, yes, I am so happy and confused, this is a big surprise that my son-in-law is going to give his daughter. Yan Jinwei couldn't sit still anymore. He ran to the door and stood at the door of the courtyard to look around. Tang Shiyun followed and said with a smile, Old Yan, who told me just now not to worry, it's still an hour away, look at yourself now, they've all gone to the gate of the yard to wait. Yan Jinwei rolled her eyes at her, what do you know? Haven't you seen the mecha in the video just now? There are armored vehicles below. The armored vehicles are much larger than ordinary private vehicles, but in front of that big mecha, it's almost small as incomparable, so the son-in-law's mecha must be very big, maybe it's far away, we can see it here. The old Su family next door was playing outside with his grandson. When he saw Yan Jinwei and his wife, he smiled and said, Lao Yan, Shiyun, why are you two standing at the door? Tang Shiyun walked to the fence and said, Sister Su, Old Yan is waiting for her son-in-law. Didn't you say come at 9 o'clock? Our family is all ready, and we will go to the hotel with your team to pick up your relatives later. It means to arrive at 9 o'clock, but my old Yan wants to come out and have a look first. Sister Su said with a smile, haha, I'm looking forward to my son-in-law coming. Shuyun, I met your son-in-law on the road last time. They are a family. When they came to you for the first time, they were really talented. When we pick up the relatives later, we will go upstairs to watch the fun. Come on, welcome, by the way, happy candy for your little treasure, Tang Shuyun said and returned to the house, came out with a large handful of happy candy, and gave it to Xiaobao from the railing. Sister Su smiled and said, my little treasure is welcome. I'm not welcome, today is the happy candy, we'll keep it, I wish your Family Bingshuwe and your son-in-law a good relationship for 100 years. Thank you, Miss Su. Upstairs, Yan Bingshue's makeup has been painted, Gu Yusen said. Bingshue. Should we tell Uncle Yan and Auntie Yan about the wedding party prepared by your husband? I remember that Uncle Yan and my dad both like mechas. If they knew, they would be very happy. Yan Bingshue smiled and said, let's not talk about it, this is a surprise. Prepared by my husband for me. I think my parents will see it with their own eyes later, and they will definitely be more surprised. She was thinking of going with Yan Jinwei. At around 8:40, Yan Jinwei, who was standing at the door with his neck outstretched and looking into the distance, suddenly shouted, come here, they will be here soon. Yan Jinwei and Sister Su, who were chatting over there, turned to look over there. Tang Shuyun looked up and quickly called to a corner, but Sister Su didn't. No, she looked towards the end of the road in the community for a long time, but saw nothing. Is this wedding party coming? Why didn't I see it? Didn't they come in from the door? Sister Su asked, curiously. Tang Shuyun pointed to the top and said, Sister Su, look at that. Sister Su followed her finger and looked over, but it was a little far away and couldn't see clearly, but she could see that a very tall thing appeared. This is the Mecca in the welcome team prepared by my son-in-law. This Mecca is more than 10 meters high, so we should be able to see it when we are at the door. Mecca welcomes relatives? Is this Mecca the kind of Mecca that my grandsons usually watch on TV? Sister Su asked in surprise. Yes, but the ones shown on the TV are all made up. My son-in-law's Mecca is a real Mecca that can go on the battlefield. Tang Shuyun said proudly. Sister Su was shocked. Real Mecca? Doesn't this mean that the whole world has not researched it yet? Those on TV are all played by humans. Now there are real Mechas, and your son-in-law has. How can you be so capable? You can use Mecha to welcome your relatives? Hee, Sister Su, my son-in-law was originally engaged in mecha research work. He made the first mecha himself. It was completed a few days ago, but he was busy preparing for the wedding these few days. So no news has come out yet. This is a mecha that he made himself, and it is no problem to bring it to us. God. Shuyun, I have to hurry up and call my son. He really doesn't have time today, but if he knows that he can see the mecha by staying here today, he will not even want this month's bonus. I have to stay. I will take care of him. Now, I hope I can make it in time. Sister Su said excitedly. Tang Shuyun smiled and said, no problem, Sister Su, you can call. The noon seat is enough. Tang Shuyun returned to Yan Jinwei's side. Yan Jinwei had already opened the door to the yard. He stood there and looked left and right, and said while stroking his beard, are you saying that the gate of our yard is too small? Such a big mecha will definitely not be able to get in. Tang Shuyun smiled and said, old man, you are so happy and confused. Of course such a big mecha can't get in, even if you demolish your yard. The mecha can only stand in front of the house and can't move forward. Yeah. The son-in-law must put his fingernails at the door and go in to welcome him. You're right, it shouldn't be a problem to put it at the door. The road on our side is wide enough. When the motorcade comes in, the whole community will be shocked. Haha, Shuyun, I really can't believe that I have done so many things in my life. The result is the most memorable and the focus of my life. I didn't expect it to be the wedding of my daughter and son-in-law. They should be here soon. I can't wait to see the wedding team prepared by my son-in-law. It's a real combat armor. As Yan Jinwei spoke, he walked out of the yard, stood on the road, and kept looking at the end, wishing he could go to the gate of the community to meet Su Chen. Upstairs, Gu Yusun looked at her watch and said, "Schwer, it's already 8:50. Your husband should be arriving in a few minutes, so the grand welcoming team will be very lively in the community later. Are you looking forward to it? The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter." The wedding team arrived as scheduled, and there were already onlookers along the way. Many people followed behind and broadcast the wedding live on their mobile phones. Lao Gu's family was also in the team, and Lao Gu and his wife said, "I didn't expect that Xiao Su would use mecha to greet her relatives, as well as a fleet of armored vehicles and tanks, and so many intelligent AI robots. This scene is truly unprecedented. Yeah, I guess Lao Yan is very happy now. Schwer's vision is really good, not only capable, but also caring and romantic. For our ice and snow, I really put a lot of thought into it. Today's wedding will definitely be very exciting." When the convoy and mecha arrived, the Tan Palace Villa instantly became lively. The residents here were either rich or expensive, but even so, they had never seen such a big battle. Sister Su and his family couldn't help but go to the door to see it. Yan Jinwei actually wanted to go, but he is the old husband's wife today, so he can only wait at the door. God, is this a real mecha? What's the situation? How come mechas and armored vehicles and tanks come in the community? This scene is too grand. Look, there's someone on the mecha's shoulder. This is the groom? It seems that there is a married family in our community today, the one from the Chaofan Group, right? I heard that the Chaofan Group has a mecha research department and recently cooperated with the Dragon Academy of Sciences. They have made a real machine. Eh? God, this is big news that shocked the world. Mecha greets relatives, armored vehicles and tanks clear the way, and intelligent AI travels all the way. For such a high-tech wedding, Chaofan Group is too proud? It seems that the son-in-law of the Yan family is not an ordinary person. Su Chen sat on the shoulder of the mecha, Tuanchuan Lele beside him. The mecha had a seat on the broad shoulders, and it was very safe to fasten the seat belt. Along the way, the group was very happy. Baba, it's so high here, the scenery is amazing. Baba, let's sit on the mecha's shoulders. That's great. Baba, Mama will be very surprised to see us sitting on the mecha later. Hee hee. Tuanchuan, Baba, we are sitting so high, can Mama see us? Will Grandpa and Grandma not find us? Lele said excitedly. However, Yan Bingxue, who was standing on the second floor, I saw them from a distance. After the AI robot entered the community, it began to play a festive cannon salute. Now, fireworks are not allowed in the urban area, but the electronic sound accompanied it all the way, and the excitement continued. Tang Shuyun took Yan Jinwei and hurriedly walked into the house. Old man, don't look at it, it's time for the two of us to appear later. Let's go to the house quickly, it's not good to stand outside. Yan Jinwei turned his head 3 times a step at a time, his eyes couldn't be separated from the mecha. As he was dragged into the house, he said excitedly, "It's great, this mecha is also great. Shuyun, this mecha can really be used on the battlefield. It will become a powerful weapon across the era." I can't believe that, thanks to our son-in-law, we were able to see it first. Shiyun, I'm really happy today. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, yes, I'm also very happy. My son-in-law can prepare such a welcoming team for his daughter. I really didn't expect that. This child is really caring for our daughter. Okay, come back soon, your son-in-law will come to welcome you later. When the convoy arrived at the door, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun had already returned to the house. Upstairs, Yan Bingxue also reluctantly left the floor-to-ceiling window, returned to her big red wedding bed and sat down, holding her fan gently, covering her face gracefully. Gu Yusin didn't have so many rules, she still stretched her neck and looked around. Schwer, this is too spectacular. Your Mr. Su is amazing. When you leave later, do you want to sit on the shoulders of the mecha? She turned her head back excitedly, looked at Yan Bingxue in the bright red wedding dress, and said excitedly, Schwer, this scene, I feel shocked when I think about it. Look at the wedding dress you are wearing, it is the orthodox Dragon Kingdom and Phoenix Crown Shoppe, the bright red wedding dress is matched with the mecha, which is a technological product of the era, and it must be very shocking at that time. The corners of Yan Bingshua's mouth were slightly raised, her eyes were bright, and her frown and smile were full of happiness. She likes this surprise prepared by her husband. Downstairs, Yan Jinwei saw from the floor-to-ceiling window, with his own eyes, that the big mecha bent down and supported Su Chen and the two children with his arms. This mecha made by my son-in-law can be so flexible, it's amazing. The door of Yan's house was wide open, and there was no blockage at all. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun even took the initiative to greet him at the door. Xiao Su, you're here. Yan Jinwei excitedly stepped forward to shake hands with him, and took advantage of this opportunity to get closer and said in a low voice, son-in-law, your mecha is also amazing. Su Chen laughed, thank you father-in-law for your praise. I'll pick up Bingxue and go downstairs first, and I'll serve tea to you and my mother-in-law later. Okay, let's go. Yan Jinwei said. Su Chen went upstairs, with two children and a bunch of people watching the fun. Yan Jinwei hurriedly said to Tang Shiyun, you quickly send a message to Yusin, and tell her not to block the door, and put her shoes on her son-in-law. Wherever you can find it. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, Lao Yan, how can you be like this? Are you afraid that your daughter will leave later? Although she said that, she still sent a message to Gu Yusin to convey the old man's meaning. Yan Jinwei said with a smile, of course, what's the point of making a wedding room? Today's wedding, the motorcade prepared by our son-in-law, is the highlight. With this time, it would be nice to sit on the big mecha earlier. Upstairs, Gu Yusin saw the message sent by Tang Shiyun, and at this moment heard the knock on the door. Gu Yusin looked at Yan Bingxue on the bed and conveyed what Tang Shiyun meant. Yan Bingxue blushed and nodded, and said shyly, then listen to my mother. Gu Yusin reluctantly went to get the tightly hidden wedding shoes, and said, Schwer, you hate marriage too, right? I'm afraid your husband won't be able to pick you up, and my aunt, who wants to get married sooner rather than later. You send it out. It seems that your Mr. Su's charm is really great, not only does it make you give up, but even the old man and mother-in-law are attracted to him. Yan Bingxue listened to the knock on the door and stared at the door with burning eyes. I'll see my husband soon. She seems to pounce on her husband and hug her. I want to tell him loudly that I really like this surprise he prepared. However, today she is the bride, can't be so daring. Gu Yusin took out the wedding shoes and put them on the bright side, and hid them casually, and then went to open a crack in the door. Before she spoke, Su Chen's big red envelope was already stuffed into her arms. "Miss Gu, I want to see my wife, I'm working," Su Chen said with a smile. Gu Yusen squeezed the very rich red envelope and opened the door with a smile. "Groom, please come in. The strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter." Su Chen entered the door, looking straight at Yan Bingxue on the bed, and his wife was also looking at her. The dress was only obtained yesterday, so he didn't have time to see how his wife tried it on. It was the first time he saw her wearing it, and with the delicate hair and makeup, it was absolutely beautiful. Su Chen's eyes were direct and warm, looking at Yan Bingxue. Her eyes were slightly blushing, and her shyness added a bit of beauty. Tuanchuan Lele couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mama is so good. Mama is the most beautiful bride today. Mama's clothes look so good, Tuanchuan likes it." The little guy ran over and looked left and right, making Yan Bingshua's smile more and more obvious. The part of picking up the marriage was very easy. Gu Yusen originally designed a lot of small games, but the bride herself and the two elders hoped that she would not embarrass the groom, so she could only let go all the way. 5 minutes later, Su Chen walked downstairs with Yan Bingxue in his arms. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun kept looking upstairs, seeing Su Chen and the others coming out. They immediately sat upright, and Su Chen carried Yan Bingxue downstairs, before letting her down. The two walked to the sofa and offered tea to Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun. The photographer next to him has been recording the details of the entire wedding. Yan Zhenwei couldn't wait to go out to see the Mecca, and immediately drank the tea, his hot lips trembling. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue stood very close, so they naturally saw everything in their eyes. After the tea ceremony was over, it was Su Chen who took his wife on the Mecca, and Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun sent them out. "Finally, I can go to see the Big Mech justifiably. Although I can't go up personally." Yan Zhenwei is still super excited to get close contact with this kind of front-end technology. "Xiao Su, this is the mecha you completed. I just saw that it moved by itself. Was it controlled by humans?" Yan Zhenwei asked excitedly. Su Chen nodded, taking advantage of the AI robot to sprinkle sugar and red envelopes for the crowd, and said to his father-in-law, "Yes, Dad, a colleague of my Dragon Academy is controlling this, although not a professional, but just a simple move today, no problem. Don't worry, Bingxue and I are safe." Yan Zhenwei nodded and said with a smile, "Of course I know safety, I believe in your strength." Xiao Su, the surprise you prepared for Bingxue not only shocked her, but also shocked me. Haha, this welcoming team is really great. The big mecha reached out to them. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue and got on the mecha's shoulder together. When the big mecha stood up, Yan Bingxue was very excited and looking forward to it, because this was a mecha made by her husband. Su Chen pulled her hand and said softly, "Wife, let's go up." Yan Bingxue nodded, excitedly watching the crowd below get farther and farther, and her sight became wider and wider. When they went back, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat on the half of the mecha, and the two little guys followed Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun in the armored car. The convoy went out in a lively manner and set off towards the hotel. There were a lot of cars behind him, including the Su family's car. Their son came back from a special leave for the Mecca. Seeing this scene, he was really shocked. "It's amazing, Mom, I really didn't expect that the master lives next door to us. Bingshua's husband is too powerful, and he actually made a mecha." Aunt Sue smiled and said, "Yeah, when I saw my husband, Bingxue, the other day, I thought that this young man was extraordinary at first glance, and he must be a powerful person. I didn't expect that he could make a big mecha, which would shock the whole world. From the Dragon Kingdom. It's such an honor for us to be able to attend this wedding as neighbors." In the hotel, guests arrived one after another. When everyone came, they first saw the fleet of mechas and armored vehicles parked outside. In addition to being shocked, many people took pictures with their mobile phones and trembled. Today, the entire short video platform, it seems to be occupied by this wedding. The news spread quickly, and everyone knew that Zhonghai and Long Kingdom held a lively wedding. From the beginning of picking up the relatives to the auditorium, some people started live broadcasts on Douyin. The ceremony officially started at 11:30. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue greeted the guests at the door. It was already 11 o'clock. Ma Su said, Chen, Bingxue, you go get ready, the wedding ceremony will start later. The guests are almost here, and the rest can be left to us. Su Chen shook his head. Wait. What are you waiting for? Suma asked suspiciously. An important guest is coming. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Yuan Lao, who had arrived a long time ago, suddenly came out of the hall and said cheerfully to Su Chen, Xiao Su. The person has arrived, I will go downstairs to pick him up now. Okay, it's time to work, Mr. Yuan. Su Chen said. After Yuan Lao left, Yan Bingxue asked, Husband, which important guest is that? The wedding invitation was prepared by the couple together. Yan Bingxue didn't remember that any important guests hadn't arrived yet. It was an invitation that I reissued later. People in the military area. After Yuan Lao reported me as a mecha, because I asked him to use a mecha too. Welcome my relatives, so the mecha has not been taken yet. Go to the military area, but they said they will come to the wedding and come to the scene to see the mecha and me. Is that so? Then it should be a big man. Yan Jinwei, who was listening next to him, said. Unexpectedly, at the wedding of my daughter and son-in-law, I can still invite such a heavyweight guest. His eyes were full of pride, and when he looked at Su Chen's eyes, he applauded even more. Yuan Lao came back soon, followed by a few bodyguards in black, who looked like soldiers, tall and straight. Standing at the front is a 60-year-old man in a suit, but he can still see his hidden muscles and strength. Yuan Lao walked beside him, bending slightly to talk to him. Xiao Su, this is Mr. Zheng. Old Zheng, this is the maker of the mecha, Su Chen. Old Zheng took the initiative to stretch out his hand and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Su, hello, I have long admired your name. Mr. Zheng, hello. Su Chen shook hands with him. Mr. Zheng took a large red envelope. Sorry, this is today's bride, and Mr. Su is really a talented man and a good match. A small red envelope is not a respect. I wish you and your husband a long-term relationship and a long-lasting love. Su Chen took the red envelope, took Yan Bingshua's hand and nodded lightly in thanks. Dad Su and Yan Jinwei took Mr. Jing into the hall and took a seat. The seats were arranged next to the main table and sat with Mr. Yuan. The people around were the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and several big figures from Zhonghai and the imperial capital. After Su Chen and Yan Bingxue received Mr. Zheng, they went to the backstage to prepare the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. New, find the latest chapter. The hall was very lively, and everyone was discussing today's wedding of the century. Su Chen's classmates all arrived and sat at a table. I can't believe that our school grass is developing so well now, and we have just graduated from college. He not only solved the job, but also solved the major life events. Today's wedding is really exciting. Thanks to the school grass, we can actually see the armored vehicle, the tank, and the big mecha at close range. Seriously, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it. There really is such a thing in this world. The existence of a large mecha. Yeah, I heard that this mecha was made by Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao is too powerful. Really? Wow, if Su Xiaoqiao made mecha, wouldn't that mean he would become a famous figure in the world? If I knew earlier, when I was in school, I should have asked for a few autographs from the school grass. Maybe there will be some in the future. Great collection value. Most of the attention of the girls is on the scene of the wedding. The wedding of the school grass is also great. It's an Orthodox Chinese wedding. The stage arrangement is so beautiful, I feel like I really traveled through time and space and participated in a traditional wedding. Have you seen the bride's dress just now? The embroidery and the shape are completely traditional, and the phoenix crown is so beautiful. I'm so envious, with an excellent husband like Su Xiaoqiao, who loves her so much, and carefully prepared such a grand wedding for her. The bride must be the happiest woman in the world. The voice of blessing, the voice of envy, and the voice of shock are endless. In the entire hall, only one person at the table did not speak at this time. This table is made by the staff of the extraordinary group. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had not recovered from the shock just now. Slowly, someone whispered, "Colleagues, did I just lose my eyesight? Brother, Su's wife is our president? It's not dazzling. The big characters over there are clearly written, and Su Chen is married to our president, Yan Bingxue. Damn it. This is too incredible." I received an invitation from Su Chen. When I saw that the bride's name was Yan Bingxue, I thought it was the same name as the president, but I didn't expect it to be the president himself. What kind of fantasy story is this? Speaking of which, last time I saw Xiao Su and the president ride in the elevator for the president together. At that time, we guessed the relationship between the president and Su Chen, but it was only a guess. Who would dare to think about this? I didn't expect that, or we are too conservative. They are really a couple. It's okay. When Su Chen was in our department before, we were very polite to him. If we offend the president's husband, then the days after that will really be difficult. It was a member of the design department who said this. Staff, she thought of the former minister who was called to do cleaning. And she felt a little bit of fear in her heart. Fortunately, they didn't embarrass Su Chen at that time. The staff at the Mecha Research Department were also very surprised. It's amazing too. No wonder Xiao Su never talked about the bride before. It turns out that the bride is our President Yan. Then the afternoon tea and all kinds of snacks we drank that day were all delivered by the president's office next door. We actually ate all kinds of fruit snacks and coffee bought by the president. Oh my God. What are you happy about? The president didn't buy it for us, don't you still understand? That's the love trick between the two little lovers, the president and Xiao Su, and the things in Xiao Su's office have changed. So many, it must be arranged by the president. Yes. With that said, everything is connected. It seems that the President and Xiao Su have been together for a long time. What kind of fairy like office romance is this? I don't think it's surprising that the president married Xiao Su. Look, Xiao Su is very capable. He made a mecha so quickly. Today, I still use the mecha to welcome the relatives. If I were the president, if I do, I must feel that I am happy to die, the two of them. This is an evenly matched love. Major foreign mecha research groups have held urgent high-level meetings at this time. Although Su Chen's wedding was only held in Zhonghai in Longhua, and he did not do any publicity, but now is the internet age, the spread on Douyin is very fast, and now all over the world have seen this grand wedding. On the T Group side, the chairman's mobile phone was playing a live broadcast of the wedding scene. When he saw Jing Lao and Yuan Lao sitting together, his brows furrowed. Have you all heard about it? The Dragon Kingdom's mecha has already been made, and today, on the streets of Zhonghai, there is a scene where the mecha greets relatives. Everyone was shrouded in a layer of low air pressure, and the big screen was playing the video of the mecha welcoming relatives, one after another, and the shots were very clear. The large mecha was walking on the street, and tanks and armored vehicles opened the way before and after, which was unprecedented. On the top of the grand is an ordinary wedding convoy. Rika recognized Su Chen at a glance, frowned, and said, "It's that young man." That day, Su Chen. Everyone looked at him, and Rika said, this groom was the one who appeared at the auction in Haigua that day, and was greeted by old Yuan himself later. The chairman slapped the table with a slap. Let me just say, that guy Yuan Lao can't just shoot a nameless guy to Haigua for no reason. It seems that this Su Chen has a lot of background, and he was able to do it at his own wedding. Come on, make such a big battle. Longgua's mecha has already come out, but it was not released immediately, but appeared at such an ordinary wedding. There must be a connection between this Su Chen and the mecha. Rika carefully stated his guess. Chairman, I have played against this Su Chen. He is indeed a very powerful character. Although he looks very young, he has good abilities in all aspects, and he is very good at the auction. At the scene, he went directly to the target. I think it is possible that he is the maker of this mecha, so he understands everything so well. This remark shocked everyone. This young man is actually the maker of the mecha? This is so unbelievable. With so many high-end researchers working on mechas, they haven't been able to make a real mecha yet, but this young man from Long Kingdom was able to make a mecha so quickly. Everyone's faces were very solemn, and the chairman said angrily, "You are too embarrassed to mention what happened at the Haigua auction last time. If you didn't fail to complete the task, we wouldn't be so passive now." Rika didn't dare to speak, and bowed her head to accept criticism. But that's not really her fault, is it? All her actions in Haigua are in the form of orders from above. Whether it is funds or other, the support behind Su Chen is far stronger than her own. What can she do? Mecha research groups in other countries in the world have also received this news, and now they are discussing countermeasures urgently. After the Dragon country's mecha comes out, their pressure is even greater. Those who pay attention to these are not only the major mecha groups, but also some people who are very concerned about weddings. For example, Qiancheng was silently cutting onions in the kitchen. As Su Chen's high school classmate, he didn't receive an invitation to get married, but he didn't mind going to Su Chen's wedding, and he had to give them money. In the morning, he was bored in the back kitchen chopping onions and brushing yam. The staff of the Dragon Academy of Sciences went to Su Chen's wedding today. And the cafeteria only needs to prepare a small amount of lunch at noon. Qianqing was depressed and wanted to use Douyin to pass the time, but as soon as he opened Douyin, he swiped a video about the wedding. He swiped several times in a row, and all of them were talking about Su Chen's wedding. Seeing the mecha welcoming team, Qianqing opened his eyes in disbelief. Su Chen, he actually made a mecha. Moreover, the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the country actually allowed him to use mecha to greet his relatives, and also equipped with armored vehicles and tanks. The more than 100 AI robots of the Dragon Academy of Sciences that are usually dispatched only for science and technology exhibitions have also been delivered. Damn. Why is everyone helping Su Chen? Qianqing is very unbalanced in his heart. Because of Su Chen, he has made a mess at work now, and his relationship is not smooth. He originally thought that he would marry his sweetheart soon, but now the other party ignores him. But Su Chen is good. Not only did the wedding go so grandly, but the work went smoothly, and he really made him a mecha. After that, wouldn't he even have the qualifications to see him from a distance? Hateful, so hateful. On the other hand, Li Jianhao, who also did not receive an invitation, and continued to work at the Dragon Academy of Science, also brushed those Douyin. He couldn't believe what he saw was real. Long Gua has actually developed a mecha, and this mecha should be the one Su Chen has been making, otherwise how could he use the mecha to greet his wife? Li Jianhao suddenly felt a little flustered. Although his work has not been smooth recently and he has not been able to enter the core class, he is still full of confidence and feels that the things he brought back from abroad will definitely come in handy, as long as he concentrates research, plus the problems raised by Su Chen at that time, as long as it can be solved, it can make mechas. As long as he can complete the first mecha of the Dragon Kingdom, then all the grievances in the past can be recovered. Those who despised him, and the Su Chen who made him embarrassed in public, he will trample them all under his feet. But I didn't expect it to be too late. Su Cheng's mecha has already been completed, and it's done so well. He is an expert in mecha, and you can see how high-end this mecha is at a glance. Li Jianhao sat in the office, with a grey face and sighed heavily. Prison of the Sea Country. The prison guard walked into a cell and said to the people inside, "Come on. It's time for your shooting." The man raised his head in panic. Although a face has lost a lot of weight, it can still be recognized. This person is Lucas. When Su Chen and the others went back, Mr. Yuan had someone hand over all of Lucas's criminal evidence to the officials of Haigua. On the day they left, Lucas was imprisoned in a cell for the crime of buying and killing a murderer. Enough for him to be shot 800 times. The past few days were also won by the old chairman of the Tel Group. At the same time, he also won a mobile phone for him to contact. Being taken out of the cell, Lucas turned on his mobile phone and saw the latest news feed immediately. The wedding of the century in the Dragon Kingdom. Longhua, Zhonghai, these two keywords made him click in and take a look. When he saw Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walking on the shoulders of the mecha, high-spirited, he suddenly raised his head and screamed, then smiled, and tears fell. Why? Why should I provoke Su Chen? He finally understands now that he is not Su Chen's opponent at all. The other party can use mechas when they get married, and armored vehicles and tanks. Clear the way. What a noble identity. And he was going to be shot now. The beginning of all this was because of his unwillingness to fight against Su Chen. I should have woken up earlier. When Suchin took away 80 million from the gaming scene, I should have understood that I am not his opponent at all. Why do I still do the latter things? Lucas was brought to the scene of the execution. His old father was outside the security net, looking at him in pain. Lucas cried and said, "I'm sorry, Dad, I really knew I was wrong. Unfortunately, I can only learn the lesson in my next life. If there is an afterlife, if I see Su Chen, I will definitely take a detour." At this time in Zhonghai, the lively wedding ceremony was in progress. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue bowed to the heaven and the earth. The two stood on the stage in the middle, and their beautiful appearance was very seductive. Many viewers below cried, taking photos and videos with their mobile phones. Tuanchuan and Lei sat in the arms of Mom and Dad Su, looking at Mom and Dad on the stage happily. The atmosphere here is very lively. When toasting, Mr. Zheng took the initiative to raise his glass to Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, you are the pride of our Dragon Kingdom, today's glass of wine. I will honor you on behalf of the entire military region behind me. Today is your wedding. I wish you and your wife a happy wedding and 100 years of marriage. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again soon." When he got to the table of his colleagues in the company, Zhang Tezu said, with red eyes, "President, you are so beautiful today." Colleagues sent their blessings one after another. Several colleagues from the Mecha Research Department looked at Su Chen and whispered, "Xiao Su, I didn't expect your wife to be our president, so congratulations in the future. In the company, we will not dare to just run to your office." Su Chen smiled and said, "Come on, although Bingxue and I are married, we are all colleagues in the company, and the door of my office is open to you." Yan Bingxue also said with a smile, "Next time I have a meeting, I will give you afternoon tea." "Thank you, President, and our boss, Su haha." Su Chen took Yan Bingxue to his friend's table, and led her to greet everyone. The regrets that he didn't see last night can now be made up for. Uncle Jing said, Chen, the bride is really beautiful. Congratulations, Chen, and Mrs. Chen, I wish you all the best of luck. Fong Chi said cheerfully, Brother Su, my sister-in-law is too beautiful. You are also super handsome today. You and your sister-in-law are like golden boys and girls, a match made in heaven. I wish you a happy wedding and a long-lasting love. Thank you everyone. After the lively ceremony, everyone enjoyed a high-tech service in the hotel. All the dishes were served by AI-only robots, and the guests on the scene were stunned. Tuanchuan and Lei are playing with the little robot. Hello little robot, I'm Tuanchuan, this is my giggle Lei, what's your name? Hello Tuanchuan, hello Lei, my name is Xiaolong, you can wake me up by calling my name, I can sing and tell jokes, and I will help you with topics. While giggling, this robot is so boring, Tuanchuan said happily. The robot on the opposite side said, Tuan is also very powerful. I saw Tuanchuan. She is a cute little girl. She is very beautiful, her eyes are so big, and she is as bright and moving as the moon in the sky. Hee, Xiaolong is praising me. Xiaolong, then tell me a joke with giggles. Okay, Tuanchuan, listen carefully. One day, I accidentally saw a name, Li Iliang, and then a line of lyrics began to circulate in my mind. Unity is Li Iliang. Unity is Li Iliang. After the joke was finished, Tuanchuan and Lei were stunned. After a while, Lei laughed dryly and said, Tuanchuan, this little robot can even tell bad jokes. Tuanchuan also reacted, and laughed, yeah, giggles the jokes it tells are so cold. Many children at the scene saw Tuanchuan and Lele having fun with the little robot, and also with the little robot serving at their table, and adults taking photos and videos with their mobile phones. The lively lunch lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Many people did not leave after eating. Suchin arranged a lounge for them where they could play cards, drink tea, and chat on the sofa. The hotel is ready. Dessert, drinks. Suchan and Yan Bingxue were not idle either, busy greeting the guests, not to mention the parents on both sides. All their relatives and friends came and dragged them to sit here for a while and chat there for a while. It was already more than 5 o'clock after the family sent off the guests. Su's father and Su's mother looked at Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun, and said, "My father and mother, today is a big day for the two children. Now that the guests are gone, let's close the door and have a festive dinner together with our own family." Tang Shiyun said, "Okay, where to eat then?" "Let's eat at this hotel, I'll reserve a private room," Suchin said. The family returned to the hotel's private room, which was a small private room this time, with a large round table, 2 sets of large sofas beside it, and a coffee table in the middle. It was a little early for dinner, so the family sat down for a while. Seeing Yan Bingxue sitting there, Suchin walked over and squeezed her hand gently, and asked in a low voice, "Wife, are you tired?" Yan Bingxue also whispered, "It's a little bit, I didn't expect to be standing all the time when I got married, my back hurts." Hearing this, Suchin put his right hand behind his wife's back without looking, and rubbed her gently. Yan Bingxue's back froze slightly, and her cheeks were red as she said, "Husband, no need, my parents are here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Jinwei came over. He said excitedly, "Son-in-law, have you ever operated that mecha yourself?" Suchin nodded, "Well, all the tests are done by myself." Yan Jinwei's eyes were full of envy. "That's great. Son-in-law, I'm so happy. Today, my daughter got married, and I saw the world's first combat armor. Hey. It's a pity that I'm too old, otherwise I really want to go try it out." Suchin smiled and said, "Dad, if you like it, go to the Dragon Academy with me another day." "Can you?" Yan Jinwei asked excitedly. Suchin said, "No problem." "Okay, son-in-law, then I'll thank you first." Tang Shiyun said angrily, "Lao Yan, today is the day of your daughter and son-in-law's wedding. Why are you so focused on this mecha? I'm not happy. Besides, the mecha is also part of the son-in-law's preparation for the wedding." "Dad," Su smiled and said, "Brother Yan is right. Today's mecha is also a part of the rich colors. I took a lot of photos today and sent them to a circle of friends." When Dad Su said this, everyone took out their mobile phones and exchanged with each other about the photos they took today. To see who took the best photos, choose a few excellent ones and send them to the circle of friends. Tuanchuan and Lele do not have mobile phones, but they have phone watches. "Baba Mama, can we call our friends? I want to share this good news with them. Today is a good day for Baba Mama to get married." "Of course you can." The wedding of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue did not call any of Tuanchuan and Lele's classmates, because their classmates' parents have had weddings long ago. That said, the gift money given out accounts for a large portion of your annual income. Although getting married is a happy thing, not everyone wants to spend a lot of money to come over for wedding wine. Moreover, there are many children and parents in the kindergarten. There are too many people, and the wedding cannot be entertained. So Su Chen and Yan Bingxue just sent out red envelopes in the students' parent group today. Everyone cheered and said a few congratulations, and it was considered a lively together. Tuanchuan called his good friend Lily, and Lele called his little roommate Fong. You. Hey Lily. Tuan, you didn't come to class today, we all miss you so much. The teacher said that today is your parents' wedding day. You are so lucky to be able to attend the wedding of your father and mother. My father and mother said they got married. When I wasn't born, I couldn't go to their wedding. I'm super happy today, and I miss you so much, but the most important thing today is my parents. Lily, how did your mother teach you? What do you want to say after seeing Tuanchuan or Tuan's parents? Lily's mother on the other end of the phone reminded. Lily quickly reacted and shouted loudly, Tuan, help me and my uncle and auntie, and wish them a happy wedding. The phones and watches of the two little guys are all external, so Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also heard this marriage blessing. Yan Bingxue said loudly, thank you, Lily, and I wish you and Tuanchuan a long friendship at school. Thank you, auntie. The phone on Lele's side was quickly connected, and he couldn't rush to share Baba's wedding with the children. Xiaoyu, have you seen my father and mother's wedding online? Grandpa Yuan told him that many people posted videos of Baba Mama on the internet today, so many people could see the wedding even if they didn't come. Lele, I saw it. My parents even showed it to me. It's amazing. Your father and mother and you are sitting on the Mecca, so cool. Lele was very happy and said, yes, that's the Mecca made by my father, isn't it amazing? Amazing. Uncle is super amazing, he can actually make such a big Mecca. I have never seen such a big Mecca. Lele, you are sitting on such a big Mecca. Isn't it special? Is it far? Isn't the scenery above particularly good? Yes, you can see a lot of things from above. The people and cars below are as small as ants. Lele said. Well, so cool, Lele, I envy you so much. Your father can make a big Mecca, and you can still sit on the Mecca. Tuanchuan heard what his brother shared with his classmates, and immediately told Lily about the big Mecca that his father made. The two children had a great time chatting with their classmates. When they heard the compliments from the classmates, they both looked proud. Although the Mecca was made by their father, they also felt very proud because they were both daddy's baby. Yan Jinwei and Dad Su and their circle of friends sent it out, and soon the phone kept ringing. There are a lot of people sent to private chat. They all wished the marriage of the two children first, and then asked about the Mecca and the convoy. The four parents happily sent a message to their friends saying that the Mecca was made by Su Chen, as well as armored vehicles and tanks. The AI robots on site were all sent by the military region and the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Yan Bingxue looked at everyone's faces with a proud look. She turned to look at Su Chen and said softly, husband, you are really amazing, you are the pride of our family. Su Chen smiled and said, wife, I prepared all this in the hope of giving you an unforgettable wedding. As long as you feel happy and like it, then I think it's worth it. I like it, and I'm super happy, husband, I really didn't expect you to prepare such a big surprise for me. The wedding of the two of us is really going to become a cross-century wedding. The family went home after dinner together. Tonight is destined to be a happy sleepless night for the Su family and the Yan family. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun were chatting in the bedroom. Tang Shiyun, who was lying on the bed, said, Old Yan, hurry up and lie down. Please don't walk around on it, you're making me dizzy. I can't sleep. I'm so happy today. Tang Shuyun also smiled and said, yes, Xiaosu is really an excellent child. Now their wedding is over, and they will have their own small family in the future. Although my daughter is married, I as a mother have a little bit reluctant, but when I think that my son-in-law is Su Chen, I immediately feel happy. Yan Jinwei nodded, that's right, Su Chen, this kid, it won't be long before he becomes famous. At the Su family's side, Su's father and Su's mother were lying on the bed, chatting. Old Su, our family Chin is really promising. Today's wedding, I heard a lot of compliments, and my heart is so beautiful. Su Ma said happily. Papa Su's mouth was raised. Looking at the ceiling above his head, he said, me too, I was really taken aback when I saw the wedding reception team prepared by my son. You said that our children have to be very promising to be able to use such a wedding reception team, that big opportunity. Jia is too majestic. And the old man Xing at the wedding came from the military region and has a very high status. The fact that his son's marriage is so taken seriously shows that our son has indeed done a great thing. Su Ma's eyes were filled with longing. Old Su, I have a hunch, son, the future life will be more and more exciting. I really didn't dare to think that we could raise such a good child. Upstairs, Tuanchuan and Lei haven't slept yet, so Tuanchuan hugged his little pillow to find his brother. Brother, how about we sleep in the same room tonight? I'm so happy, I can't sleep a bit, and I don't want to lie in the room alone. Lei got up immediately and lay on the blanket with her little pillow. Okay. Then you sleep on the bed, I sleep on the floor. The children's room is covered with a thick carpet, even if they sleep directly on the floor, they will not feel cold. Tuanchuan ran over happily and lay down. She turned to face Lei on the ground. Brother, are you happy today? Our parents are finally married, and we will be a real family from now on, and everyone knows it. Happy? Lei nodded vigorously. Giggle, I remember that you didn't seem very happy when you saw your father at first. Do you like your father very much now? I like it, I like Dad very much. In fact, at the beginning, I didn't treat him like that because I didn't like Dad. I just felt that he didn't come to see him for several years, and we weren't by Mom's side, so I was a little angry. But then I found out that he was super nice to us, so I didn't get angry anymore. Of course I love him, he's our dad. Yeah. I also love my father very much. Although my father was not by our side before, I always believed that my father loved us, and both mother and father loved us, so when my father appeared, I was super happy. Now I'm even happier to see Mom and Dad get married, because our family will definitely not be separated in the future. Well, our family will never be separated again, Lei said happily. Everyone was talking happily, and in the master bedroom, Yan Bingxue was sitting on the bright red wedding bed, still wearing the daytime wedding dress, and the steps on her head swayed as she lowered her head. Suchin walked over and said, Wife, what are you doing sitting here? Do you want to change your clothes, take a shower, and go to bed? Today is our wedding night. Yan Bingxue turned her head and said with a blushing face, Tuanchuan and Lei are both over 3 years old, and we've been living together all the time before, and we've already been a legitimate husband and wife. What is this? Bridal chamber flower candle night today. That's not the same. As the saying goes, there are 4 major happy events in life. After a long drought, there are sweet rains, encounters with old friends, In a foreign country, wedding nights, and the Golden List nomination. This wedding night is a very important moment. Wife, have you thought about what to do tonight? Suchin looked at her with burning eyes, eager and direct as if he could see through the three-layered wedding dress here. Yan Bingxue nodded. I've arranged it. I have a very important thing to do with you. Suchin's face was overjoyed, and he quickly said, then let's go take a shower. Don't worry about taking a shower, let's do the important things first. Yan Bingxue said. Suchin was stunned for a moment, and smiled. Wife, you are so anxious. It's okay, the dress that my wife is wearing today is as beautiful as a fairy in the world. I like it. Yan Bingxue looked at his impure eyes, and immediately said, Husband, what are you thinking? That's not what I said. Well, it's not this. What is that? Isn't that what you should think about in the bridal chamber? Suchin said. Oops, your thoughts are too dangerous, husband. I'm talking about serious things. You sit on the bed and wait for me, and I'll get something. After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she ran out alone and came back with a suitcase in one hand. On the left hand is a wooden box carved from Nanmu, and on the right hand is a red Hermes leather case. Suchin hurriedly walked over to take the things in her hand. Wife, why don't you ask me to come with you to get such a heavy thing? It's not heavy, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchin took the things over, and Yan Bingxue instructed him to put the things directly on the bed. Suchin had the impression of these two boxes. The wooden box was the dowry brought by his wife from home, and the other leather box was the gift money received today, and they were all placed inside. Husband, this is our first joint property after marriage. Do you want to know how much? Yan Bingxue said mysteriously. Suchin looked at the two boxes in front of him, then looked at his beautiful wife, and said, Wife, I think it's better for us to do other things. It's always too late to calculate the joint property of husband and wife, but candle night in the bridal chamber, but this night. After Suchin finished speaking, he hugged him. Yan Bingxue quickly pushed him away, and said with a smile, as long as the two of us are together, every night will be a wedding night. But for what we are going to do now, I have to do it today. I'll do it with you tonight. Suchin saw her firm attitude, shrugged her shoulders, and said, Well, then. Listen to my wife, who told me to love you. Suchin also sat cross-legged on the bed, face to face with Yan Bingxue, with two boxes beside him. Wife, which one do you want to see first? Suchin asked. Yan Bingxue pointed to the suitcase and said, Want to see the gifts we received today? When I got those red envelopes today, I felt that many of them were very thick, and there must have been a lot of money inside. Yan Bingxue quite said happily. Suchin burst out laughing and said, Wife, why didn't I find out that you are still a small money fan? You are the female president of the Chaofan group. For you, isn't these gifts just something you can earn back in minutes? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Although I am not short of money, I think the meaning is different. Husband, what do you think? Every money in this is everyone's blessing to our marriage, so its meaning is different, and I used to give gifts to others, and I don't know the money. How much is there? Now just return to the original. See how much money I received today. Can it be worth the gifts I gave out before? Then do you remember how much gift money you gave out before? Suchin asked curiously. Yan Bingxue was taken aback for a moment. The answer was already obvious. She waved her hand and said, It doesn't really matter whether you can Get back to your original book or not. The main thing is to see what everyone thinks of us. Come on, husband, let's count the money. Seeing how happy she was, Suchin also opened the box together. The couple began to open red envelopes together face to face. Wow, husband, this red envelope looks very thick. Yan Bingxue squeezed and said excitedly. When I opened it up, I saw 10,000 yuan in cash inside. So much? Let's see who gave it. Suchin was also a little surprised. It's old yuan. Yan Bingxue said, pointing to the name on the back. When I received the red envelope today, my name was written on the back so that I could return the gift in the future. Husband, I'll report the number, you can keep the account when we return the money in the future, there will be a standard. Okay, Suchin got up, took the notebook and pen, and went back to the bed. The night was like water. In this wonderful bridal room, Suchin and Yan Bingxue counted the money and kept the accounts, and they were very busy. This is 3,000 yuan, there's actually a note inside. Yan Bingxue opened a red envelope and said. The note? Look, what's written on it. Suchin leaned over. Brother Su, I wish you and your sister-in-law will stay together forever, and have a good relationship for 100 years. I haven't found a job yet. This is the salary of my university internship, a total of 5,000 yuan for 2 months. There is only so much left, a little thought, I hope you don't dislike it. When I earn money, I will buy gifts for my 2 children. Husband, do you know who sent this red envelope? It feels so intentional. Suchin smiled and said, it should be Fang Qi. Fang Qi? Is your hair small? Yan Bingxue remembered that boy, whom he saw in the hotel today, with clear features and gentle looks. She turned the red envelope over and saw that Fang Qi's name was written on the back. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, husband, it seems that you have a deep affection for you because of your small hair. This friend is very sincere. Suchin nodded, yes, he has been very sincere since he was a child. I remember this intention. In the future, he will also come to Zhonghai to find a job, and he will contact him more at that time. That's right, it's really heartwarming to be able to use the salary of his internship to give you a red envelope of 3,000 yuan like this, so let's wait for him to come to Zhonghai. When he needs help, you can come to us, we have been here for a long time. After the couple opened up all the red envelopes, Yan Bingxue took the account book to report the number, and Suchin used the computer to settle the account. Today, our gift income totals 25,260,000. A lot of money, husband. I didn't expect to receive so many red envelopes for marriage. Yan Bingxue said excitedly. Suchin smiled, touched her hair and said, there is a check of 20 million yuan from Mr. Zheng. Zheng Laofeng's red envelope is also very thick to the touch, but inside it is a certificate of honor and a check for 20 million, which was issued to Suchin by the military region. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, well, apart from the income from this check, we also received more than 5 million yuan. This gift is quite generous. If it were an ordinary family, this amount of money would be enough for a young couple's family to officially start. It seems that the saying that we start a family first and then start a career is true. Yan Bingxue said in surprise. Suchin smiled and was non-committal about this point of view. He knew that if it wasn't for the strength of himself and Yan Bingxue, they wouldn't have received so many gifts. A rising tide lifts all boats, that's the truth. After counting the gift money, Yan Bingxue pointed to the wooden box in front of him and said, husband, this is actually the highlight of the night. Suchin looked at her dowry and said with a smile, "Oh? What did your father-in-law and mother-in-law prepare for you?" Yan Bingxue thought of how moved she was when she saw these dowries that day. Her nose became sour, she held back her tears and took Suchin's hand and said, "Husband, these are the wishes of my parents for the two of us. I have seen it before. It's been over, but now, I want you to see it, open it yourself." Suchen has no other thoughts about the dowry brought by Yan Bingxue, wife. "This is the dowry given to you by your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Shouldn't you keep it for your own money? Let me know, don't you worry about me?" Knowing that he was joking, Yan Bingxue raised her head proudly and said, "I'm not afraid. I don't rely on the dowry given by my parents to gain confidence. If you really treat me poorly for the dowry, I have a way to make it work. You know how much money I can make." Yes, my wife is a strong woman." Suchen laughed. He opened the box in front of him, and the contents were visited in the order of the last time. Suchen saw the last floor from the first floor. When he saw the will, he couldn't help being a little surprised. "This, wife, father-in-law and mother-in-law gave you all they're worth as a dowry?" Yan Bingxue nodded, her eyes a little red. Suchen moved in his heart, put down the box and hugged his wife. "Wife, don't worry, I understand what my father-in-law and mother-in-law mean." "What do you understand?" Yan Bingxue asked, leaning on his shoulder. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law want to tell me that you are the most precious wealth in their life, and they can give me everything else. I just hope I can take good care of your baby." After listening to her husband's words, Yan Bingxue raised her mouth slightly and said softly, "Husband, if my parents heard you say this, they would definitely think that the dowry they gave was right." Suchen hugged her for a while, and when Yan Bingxue's mood stabilized a little, Suchen let go of her and put away all the dowry. "Wife, keep these things by yourself. This is given to you by your father-in-law and mother-in-law. We are both in good condition. If you don't need these things, we will take them as they wish, but let's stay here. It's old, take it out when you need it." "Husband, my parents have already given us these things. My father said that with your talent, you won't always be in your current job. When you want to start a business in the future, you will sell these things as your initial capital," Yan Bingxue said. Suchen smiled, hooked her little nose and said, "Wife, you don't believe in your husband's strength. Even if I want to start a business, I will prepare the initial capital myself. These belongings of my father-in-law and mother-in-law, let's take good care of them." Yan Bingxue looked at him with moving eyes, couldn't help but pounced on him and kissed him on the face. "Husband, you are really outstanding. I feel very happy to be able to marry a man like you." Suchen put his arms around her, and the emotions in his eyes gradually deepened. "Wife, now that the gift money is counted and the dowry is finished, should we do something more important?" The next morning, Suchen and Yan Bingxue made it too late, and when they woke up the next day, it was already 3 poles in the sun. Everyone in the family came to disturb them, and the room was quiet. Suchen woke up first. Just as he was about to take his phone to look at it, Yan Bingxue frowned and muttered, "Husband, don't move, sleep a little longer." "Wife, the sun is already shining on your butt, are you still going to sleep?" Suchen laughed. Yan Bingxue closed her eyes and pouted, "Is it dawn so soon? But I still feel good. I feel like I can't open my eyes. Back pain, leg pain, pain everywhere." "Okay, then let's sleep for a while," Suchen said fondly. In this way, I fell asleep again, and it was already noon when I woke up. Yan. Bingxue finally regained some energy, opened her eyes, and said to Su Chen. Husband, good morning. Wife, it's good afternoon. Yan Bingxue stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, you can't blame me. Husband. Su Chen nodded, yes, I blame my husband, I don't blame you, okay, let's get up and go downstairs to eat. Mom and Dad didn't come to call us in the morning, but we have to go down for lunch. Okay. Su Chen got up first, but Yan Bingxue was lying there. When Su Chen stood up, he stretched out his hand and said, husband, hug me up. Su Chen bent over and hugged her horizontally. Yan Bingxue said again, you take me to wash. Su Chen smiled and said as he walked to the bathroom, wife, why didn't I find out before? How can you act like a spoiled child? I just learned it recently. The night before the wedding, Gu Yusin dragged her to watch the movie. The name is A Spoiled Woman is the Best Life, although when she first saw the name, she thought it was probably a bloody youth love movie, it turned out. That's true, but she still has some gains. Acting like a spoiled child is an advantage that God gives women, so why not take advantage of it? Especially for my husband, this is nothing to be shy about, and it can also enhance the relationship between husband and wife. After entering the bathroom, Yan Bingxue came down from her husband's arms. She squeezed the toothpaste for the two of them, and Su Chen had already received 2 glasses of water. The two stood in front of the mirror brushing their teeth and looked at each other in the mirror, with happy smiles on the corners of their eyes and brows. Although they got the certificate after being husband and child, they got the certificate first before getting married, and they lived together some time ago, but after the wedding, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue still felt that something was different between them. Feelings are getting better. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went downstairs after washing and changing their clothes. I didn't hear a single sound in the room just now. It turned out that the downstairs was really moving very quietly. Tuanchuan and Lei were sitting on the sofa watching TV, but the sound of the TV was so low that even if they were sitting on the sofa, they would have to prick up their ears to listen. Su's mother was cooking in the kitchen, and Su's father was helping. Both of them acted cautiously, not even turning on the range hood. This is obviously deliberately light action. Is it because they are afraid of disturbing them sleeping upstairs? Su Chen laughed a little, and wanted to tell his parents and 2 children that the sound insulation effect of the big villa at home is really not that bad. But when I think of their love for them, I still feel very sweet in my heart. This life is the real pinnacle of life, right? My parents and children are all by my side, I and my wife have a happy marriage, a happy relationship, and a thriving career. Su Chen felt that the future of their family would definitely be even more exciting. Seeing them go downstairs, Ma Su said with a smile, oh, our groom and bride are up, did you sleep well last night? The little ghosts and spirits, like their grandma, said, oh, our groom and bride are up, did you sleep well last night? The little guy's milky voice made everyone laugh. Yan Bingxue was a little shy, but Su Chen said generously, excellent. Excellent. Tuanchuan came over and said. Su Chen laughed, picked up his daughter and said, when did our family turn into a repeater? When did our family Tuanchuan become a repeater? The big guy laughed, and Tuanchuan laughed along with him. Suma called them to eat, lunch was ready, and there was another casserole of familiar red dates and black chicken soup, obviously prepared for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and also added angelica and wolfberry, which was really a big supplement. Su Chen filled a bowl of soup, skimmed the oil slick, and handed it to Yan Bingxue. Mother Su fished out 2 chicken shanks, peeled them, and gave each of them one for Tuanchu and Lei. The big 2 were given to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and she and Pa Su had eaten some chicken wings and chicken necks. Seeing this, Su Chen picked up the chicken inside and gave it to his parents. Mom and Dad, the 2 of you should also make up for it. Recently, we have been busy with the wedding. Everyone has worked hard. Now that the wedding is over, our family can rest for a while. Su Ma said cheerfully, okay, let's eat too. Chen, are you and Bingxue both on vacation now? Su Chen nodded, well, the Mecca has been completed, I have transferred the marriage leave and can rest for a week. Yan Bingxue also said, I also took a week of marriage leave. Su's father and Su's mother smiled at each other and said, since the 2 of you are on vacation, why don't you go out to play and have a honeymoon? Su Chen and Yan Bingxue hadn't thought about this before, but now that their parents reminded them, they feel pretty good. Su Chen said, okay, let's go out as a family to play, call my father-in-law and mother-in-law, let's go together as a family. Dad, Su waved his hand, the 2 of us old people will not join you young people to join in the fun, and we have already discussed with our in-laws this morning, the 4 of us will not go anywhere, just play in Zhonghai. Bingshua's parents said to take us out for a walk, you 2 will take Tuanchuan and Lei to spend a honeymoon. Su Chen understood what the old man meant, and hoped that their family could have a wonderful honeymoon trip. Okay wife, then let's take the children out to play. Do you have any places you want to go? Yan Bingxue heard that she was going to go on a honeymoon, and her heart was sweet. When she heard Su Chen's question, she thought for a while and said, just pick a place in the country. We still have a lot of beautiful scenery in Longhua. It's not too long or too short, if you are in China, you should be able to have a good time for a few days. I think so too. In this way, you check your mobile phone to see if there is any place you want to go. Yan Bingxue nodded happily, took the phone and looked at it. Tuanchuan and Lei were very happy when they heard that they could go out with their parents. Oi, you can go out to play with your parents. Baba Mama, let's go to a super beautiful place to play, Tuanchuan wants to take beautiful photos. I have to eat delicious food. Yan Bingxue looked at it for a long time, and tangled, I don't know if I don't check it. When I check it, I'm shocked. There are so many scenic spots. In our dragon country, I'm suffering from difficulty in choosing. Seeing that she didn't know which one to choose, Su Chen simply suggested, wife, the weather is a little hot right now. We can narrow down our choices a little bit. We can go to the beach or a summer resort. Yan Bingshua's eyes lit up, and she immediately took the phone and looked. Husband, I took a look. The most famous seaside is Sanya, and the climate there is not bad at the moment. If you are in the mountain resort, Chendes side is fine, but the mountain resort is mostly for viewing the scenery, which may be suitable for there are not many projects to play with the group. Hearing what she meant, Su Chen immediately understood, and said, sure, then let's go to Sanya. Su Ma said, Sanya is good. The scenery in that place is very beautiful. I heard that it is not bad compared with the famous tourist attraction abroad. And the weather is very suitable for going to the seaside. Tuanchu and Lei and the 2 little ones can see the sea. I'm going to be crazy. Dad Su also agreed, Sanya is not bad. Many couples go there to take wedding photos. That place must be very suitable for your young couple to play. When Yan Bingxue heard these words, her eyes were full of anticipation. Then let's go to Sanya for our honeymoon. I will now let Xiaozhang arrange air tickets and accommodation for us. Oh, by the way, I saw the properties that my parents bought, and there are sea view rooms in Sanya. Husband, since there is a ready-made sea view room there, let's live in our own home, and it is more convenient to bring a group of music. Suchin thought of the dowry box last night, nodded and said, okay, then live in your own home. Okay, I'll let Xiaozhang arrange a housekeeper to clean the house before we go over. After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she happily went to make arrangements, not finishing the chicken soup in the bowl. Suchin could see that she liked this honeymoon plan very much. Not to mention Tuanchu and Lele, and he didn't eat any food, so he had to take Sue's mother and Sue's father upstairs to help them pack their luggage. Grandpa and Grandma, let's go upstairs to pack our luggage. My brother and I haven't gone out to play for a long time. This time I can go out to play with my parents. I want to bring a lot of beautiful clothes. Lula said, Tuan, this time we are going to the beach, we must remember to bring our swimsuits and swimming rings. I don't bring a swimming ring. I already know how to swim. That's something only children who can't swim need, Tuanchuan said proudly. Lele scratched his head and said, but the sea is different from a swimming pool. The sea is very dangerous. We still have to bring a swimming ring. It won't be cool if you bring a swimming ring, Tuanchuan pouted. Seeing that they couldn't argue, Suchin said, okay, you two can bring your swimsuits. If we need a swimming ring, there will definitely be something like this sold at the beach, so there's no need to take it with you on the plane. After resolving the only dispute, the two little guys immediately ran upstairs to pack their luggage. When Yan Bingxue came back, Suchin was left alone in the living room. Hey husband, where are your parents and two children? Tuanchuan and Lele went upstairs to pack up after arguing, and my parents went to help. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, they are too anxious, but husband, let's hurry up. Xiaozhang booked us a flight ticket at 5 o'clock this evening, and we will be there at 6 o'clock. Let's hurry up too. After dinner, go pack your bags. At 3:30, Su Chen and his family set off from home to the airport. Xiaozhang booked the first-class cabin. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat together, and Tuanchuan and Lele sat on the other side. The little cute baby got special attention from the flight attendant as soon as she got on the plane, and Tuanchuan Lele had a sweet mouth, so she quickly got 2 small toys and a bunch of small snacks. The journey of more than 1 hour was very fast. Before the plane took off, Yan Bingxue and Suchin took a photo of the plane and sent it to the circle of friends, saying that they would not be in Zhonghai for the next 7 days and were going on their honeymoon. Gu Yusin immediately sent congratulations. Congratulations, Schwer, I'm going on my honeymoon. I wish you, Mr. Su, and Tuanchu and Lele have a pleasant trip. On Su Chen's side, colleagues and friends also sent congratulations. After the two replied a few words, they turned off their mobile phones, and the plane took off. More than an hour later, the plane stopped at the airport in Sanya. On the way out of the airport, Yan Bingxue suddenly thought of something, slapped his forehead and said, oh, no, I forgot to ask Xiaozhang to help us prepare vehicle. Suchin took her hand and said, wife, don't worry, I have already arranged the car. Well, when did you arrange it? Yan Bingxue asked in surprise. Since I'm coming here for my honeymoon, it's more convenient to have a car. So I rented a car online in advance, put the key in the locker at the airport. And the car is in the underground parking lot. We'll just drive back later. All right. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with admiration. Husband, you are so attentive. They successfully got the car and loaded their luggage into the car. Yan Bingxue found that there were actually 2 safety seats in the back seat. Husband arranged it too well. Tuanchu and Lele sat in the back row, and the eyes of the 2 little guys were full of excitement. Have fun with Baba Mama. Baba Mama, where are we going to play now? Su Chen handed the phone to Yan Bingxue. Wife, give me the navigation and I'll drive. After speaking, he turned around and said to the 2 little guys, of course. We are going home to rest now. It's already night, and the real game plan will officially start tomorrow. I went back to rest so early. We finally came out to play. I want to play. For a while. I don't feel tired at all. Lele was also very excited. I can play for a while, too. These 2 little guys usually go to bed at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock when they are at home, and they are very excited to go out to play. Then we don't have any other plans tonight, because the house here was bought in advance by my grandparents. We haven't gone to see it yet. Let's go and see the beautiful big house first, shall we? When they heard that they wanted a new house, the 2 little guys suddenly came to their senses. Okay, let's see the new house. Su Chen drove off, and when he got outside the airport, he opened the car window to let the evening wind in. Yan Bingxue took a deep breath and said, Husband, the air here in Sanya is indeed different from that of Zhonghai. When I feel my breath, I can smell the faint smell of seawater, mixed with a little dampness. Su Chen also felt it, nodded and said, well, the air quality here is much better than that of Zhonghai. Let's play here this time, just to let the lungs rest and filter well. The house Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun bought for their young couple is by the sea, and it takes more than an hour to drive from the airport. Along the way, Tuanchuan and Lele watched the scenery outside the window excitedly, and then the sound became smaller and smaller, and by the time they reached the Seaview Villa, they were already asleep. Su Chen parked the car, and Yan Bingxue looked at the 2 children in the back seat, and laughed in a low voice. These 2 little guys just said they were going out to play tonight, but they are already asleep now. Yan Bingxue's eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were full of gentle and happy smiles. Yeah, after all, I'm still a child, although I really want to play, but my body can't support it. Let's call them up. Going to bed so early. I'm afraid they will wake up too early tomorrow morning. Okay, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue got out of the car one by one. One went to call Tuanchuan and the other called Lele. The 2 little ones who woke up from their slumber, not to mention how cute they were, rubbed their sleepy eyes and ran out of the car. Well, what a beautiful house. Yan Bingxue took out the key to open the door. The front yard is not big. There are sofas and lounge chairs, and some beautiful flowers and plants are planted. It should be repaired on a regular basis, and the growth is very good. The house has a large area of floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The housekeeper came here today, so the curtains are open and you can see the decoration inside. The hall you enter is very spacious. There are 2 kitchens, one in the middle and one in the west, next to the storage room, and the basement floor is where the nanny room and fitness equipment are placed. The focus is on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd floor is the master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, just enough for their family to live. On the 3rd floor is a sunroom, which is beautifully furnished, and then there is the open-air panoramic balcony. Su Chen and the others went up to have a look. The scenery is very open, and they can see the sea in front, but Because it is night, it is a little dark. I believe that during the day, this must be a great viewing platform. The decoration of the house is simple and elegant, and the furniture is complete. Each room has its own bathroom and bathtub. The large bathtub in the master bedroom is a round shape that can accommodate 4 people to take a bath together. There is a swimming pool in the backyard, which is directly connected to the sea, and is separated by a height of transparent glass in the middle to ensure that the sea water will not come in. The house that my parents bought seems to be pretty good, husband. Do you like it? Yan Bingxue said after visiting the whole villa. Suchen nodded. It's very good. I originally wanted to come and see the house and buy a sea view house. We can bring our family over to play in the winter. Now that we have this set, we don't need to buy it anymore. Good eyesight. Tuanchuan also likes this house, it's really great. Lele likes it too. Lele likes this big swimming pool very much, and my room upstairs. The 2 little guys have already chosen their room. After Suchen showed them the house, the family went back to the living room. Made a video call to Su's father, Su's mother, and Yan Zhenwei's couple. Reported that they were safe, and by the way told them that they had already lived in the house here. At this time, the hotel was not yet there, and the parents on both sides had not rested. Suchen posted a group video. The screen of the TV was large enough to clearly see the situation on both sides. Grandpa and Grandma, we have already arrived in Sanya. The sea view room here is super beautiful. I have a small room of our own, and we can see the sea from the room. It's so beautiful, Tuanchuan Tian said sweetly. The 4 old people were laughing from ear to ear at the other end of the video. As long as you like it, Tuanchuan Lele, go out with your parents this time. Just have fun. Suma also said, Chen, Bingxue, this is your honeymoon trip, you must have fun, have a good time, and come back safely, take some more photos and bring them back to us. Take a look. The next morning. After the rest last night, the 4 members of the Su family were full of energy. Today is the first day of our honeymoon trip. Since we are in Sanya, we are going to the seaside. Yan Bingxue packed up her swimsuit early in the morning, as well as sun protection supplies. Suchen drove the car, accompanied by the 2 little guys. They went to Wuzhou, which is called the Maldives in China, and the scenery was beautiful. Painting. This is the off-season for tourism, but there are still many tourists on the beach. Suchen and the others got out of the car, and as soon as they walked to the beach, they immediately felt the hot enthusiasm of Sanya sunshine. Yan Bingxue applied sunscreen to the 2 little guys in the car and prepared umbrellas for them. She was also fully armed, so she felt fine. It was Suchen, who did not take any protective measures. At this time, the sun was shining on his skin, and it was a little painful. Yan Bingxue hurriedly handed him the parasol and took out the sunscreen from her bag. Husband, take an umbrella, I'll put on sunscreen for you, the sun in Sanya is strong and the ultraviolet rays are very strong, although I can't feel it when I play, but after going back, it may be a few degrees darker. Suchen is not afraid of the dark, the big man has darker skin and healthier skin, but he has the thoughtful service of his wife, how could he refuse it? Tuanchuan Lele watched her mother apply sunscreen to her father, and secretly laughed behind her. When he arrived at the commercial area of the beach, Suchen saw the straw hats with local characteristics there, so he bought 4, 1 for each person, so that the umbrellas could be put away. Going to the locker room to change into swimsuits, Suchen and Lele were Wearing swimming trunks, Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan were wearing one-piece swimsuits. After they came out, Yan Bingxue took sunscreen spray to reinforce everyone, and then took off their shoes and went to the beach. Play on. The two little babies ran like crazy when they saw the blue sea. Wow, the sea is so beautiful, the sea is really blue. Wow, it's warm in the water, it's a little cold down there, haha, it's so comfortable. They had already played recklessly in the sea water by the beach. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue held hands and walked on the beach, looking at Tuanchuan and Lei. Over there from time to time. The sea breeze is very strong, and under this warm sunshine, the person blowing is very comfortable. The saltiness and dampness in the air became more obvious. Taking a breath, I felt that my lungs were moistened. Husband, the air here is good, the scenery is also beautiful, it seems that it is the right choice to come here for vacation. Su Chen nodded happily. Well, the seaside is really comfortable, it's different from our Zhonghai. After playing at the beach for a while, all four of them went swimming. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue both knew how to swim. The two little guys also learned from childhood, but with two children, Su Chen was still very careful. Play with your wife and kids on the beach. Occasionally, the waves would come over, lift them up high and then drop them back into the water. Tuanchu and Lei especially liked this kind of gameplay. Chasing the waves to play, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue followed, laughing and laughing. At noon, there was a seafood dinner near the beach. There were more than 30,000 people. Not only the top seafood in Sanya, but also the live cooking of the Michelin chef. The most worth mentioning is the atmosphere of the meal. The dining table is placed on a 2-meter-2 large bed. There are white gauze curtains hanging on the four corner pillars. When eating, the whole table floats on the sea, and the top of the bed is on top. So there is no worry about the sun. As soon as you look up, you can see the blue sea and blue sky in the distance, which is a great atmosphere. The atmosphere, good ingredients, and this innovation made Su Chen and the others choose here. However, the price is really high. There are only 7 dishes in total, each of which is a small portion. Adults and children also charge 36,000 to 60,000 yuan for a family meal, so there are only Su Chen and his family here exist. There is a nearby cafeteria, and many tourists dine there. But their floor-to-ceiling windows could see the Su Chen family on the sea, and everyone cast envious glances. It's great to be rich. I also came to Sanya to play. Some people can enjoy a seafood feast of more than 30,000 yuan, and some people can only eat a buffet of more than 90 yuan here. Woohoo! Envy, jealousy, hate. Even such a small child can enjoy more than 30,000 food experiences. I hate that I am not a rich second generation. If I were rich, I would definitely go to have lunch with more than 30,000 yuan. After all, the scenery is so beautiful. It is still a table floating on the sea. The seafood cooking is also a Michelin chef. Every dish is an art. Goods. After enjoying a delicious meal, Su Chen also made plans for the afternoon. Since he came to the beach, he naturally wanted to enjoy the joy of diving. As for diving, everyone experienced it for the first time, and Yan Bingxue and 2 children were eager to try it. The coach told them some precautions over there. When the time comes, Tuanchuan and Lei will send 2 coaches to follow them. If there is any special situation, the children will be brought up immediately, so Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are a little bit more. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. with the two adults doing semi-diving with each other. After changing into the diving suit, putting on the oxygen tank and wearing the oxygen mask, the family was fully armed. Tuanchuan and Lele were super excited. Suchin took out his mobile phone to take a video and planned to take it home to show the parents. The two little guys waved hard at the camera. Because they were wearing oxygen masks, they could no longer speak at the moment. But through the glass mirror on the mask, I can see the happy smiling faces of the two of them. Diving is to enter the deeper seabed, so the scenery you can see here is completely different from the scenery you just saw at the seaside. Through the glass lens, you can see many underwater creatures, including the aquatic plants growing on the surface, shaking gently with the water waves, and the coral shellfish, floating slightly between their breaths. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue held hands, and when they saw the scene in the water, Su Chan gave Yan Bingxue a thumbs up and couldn't communicate, but the communication between the two was not hindered at all. Looking at Tuanchuan and Lele over there, they had more fun because there was a group of small fish swimming beside them. When I got to the hospital, I hurriedly shrank back, smiling happily in the mask. The four met underwater and went deeper. Going forward, you can see more underwater creatures. The seawater in Sanya is blue, and the line of sight of the seabed is also very good. With an oxygen mask, you can clearly see everything on the seabed through the glass. The always naughty sea turtle swam over, not afraid of people at all, waving its limbs and moving quickly. Tuanchuan and Lele came to call them in surprise, and a child's surprised cry came out from the mask, and the voice seemed to say, "Baba, Num, look at you." It turns out that the turtles are swimming very fast. Seeing this, Suchin quickly took a picture of this beautiful scene with a mobile phone wearing a waterproof protective film. The beautiful day was over, and Su Chan and his family happily returned to their Seaview villa. Suchin wanted to solve dinner at home. The housekeeper prepared the barbecue ingredients in advance, and they wanted to hold an open-air barbecue in the backyard. Because there is only a family of 4, barbecue is not too troublesome. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue are in charge of the barbecue, and Tuanchuan and Lele just need to wait and eat. While they were lighting the fire and roasting the meat, Tuanchuan and Lele played happily in the yard, chasing after me, laughing and laughing. Yan Bingxue beat Suchin next to him and said with a smile, "Husband, I found that the children's energy is really strong. They are swimming and diving during the day. I feel a little tired, but they can still play around." Suchin said, "Probably because this is the first time we have brought them out to play, so they are very excited." "Wife, are you tired? If you are tired, you can go to the sofa over there to rest for a while." "Well, I can handle it by myself." Yan Bingxue shook her head and turned to look at Suchin happily. "Husband, I'm not tired, I'm also very happy. This is my honeymoon trip with my husband." Suchin turned back and smiled at her. Seeing that the two little guys were having fun and didn't pay attention, he quickly lowered his head and kissed Fangza on his wife's face. Yan Bingxue blushed immediately and said shyly, "Husband, what are you doing?" "I kiss my wife, what's wrong? Can't you? You have a good barbecue," Yan Bingxue said sullenly. Suchin smiled and said, "Don't worry, wife, even if I hold you with one hand and grill with the other, our dinner tonight will not be a problem. Tuanchuan and Lele have tasted my barbecue. I am full of praise for the craftsmanship. When I was on the riverside, I used my barbecue skills to conquer a lot of children." Yan Bingxue also remembered the barbecue by the river. At that time, the two of them had just lived together, and because of work, he could not accompany them to go with them. If it was now, Yan Bingxue would have pushed the work to the end. Later, I should also go with my husband and children. After being with Su Chen, she felt that family was more important. In fact, the time between then and now is not too far away, but when Yan Bingxue thinks about it now, she always feels that it was a long time ago. In the recent period, too much has happened between her and her husband. Things and feelings are also advancing by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Yan Bingxue's eyes and brows were filled with a happy smile. Soon, Tuanchu and Lele ate the barbecue made by his father. He hadn't eaten it for a long time, but he felt that life was delicious. Tuanchuan was very happy, and said at the scene, I'm so happy to come out and have fun, and I'm so happy to eat the barbecue made by Baba. I decided to sing a song for Baba and Goku. Okay, our family is going to sing. Wait a minute, Dad uses his mobile phone to record it, and then show it to grandparents and grandma for external use. Su Chen cheered and went to get his mobile phone. He hasn't heard their daughter sing yet. The daughter is so cute, her voice is sweet and milky, it must be very nice when she sings. Su Chen has already imagined in her heart how cute her daughter looks when she sings various nursery rhymes. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen, who was busy. I always thought he would be surprised later. Lele was ready beside him, eager to try. Tuanchuan, I'll dance for you, okay? Tuanchuan nodded happily, okay. Su Chen came back after taking his mobile phone and just heard this sentence. And said happily, Lele still has to dance. That's great, the two of you are performing together. Grandparents and grandparents must be very happy to see it. The daughter sings nursery rhymes, and the son dances gracefully beside. This scene must be very cute and warm. Su Chen felt that the heart of one of his old fathers was ignited. Yan Bingxue knew her son and daughter, it was completely non-mainstream, and it might not match the warmth, Su Chen thought. But it doesn't matter, no matter what the son and daughter do, in the heart of her old mother, they are the best. She also believed that Su Chen would definitely like it. Thinking of this, she will wait for her son and daughter to dance and sing. Full of expectations. Mama Baba's cell phone wants to shoot video, lend me your cell phone, and I want to accompany me. Tuanchuan ran over and said, okay. Yan Bingxue agreed with a smile, and then handed the phone to Tuanchuan. Su Chen had already pointed the phone at the son and daughter over there. With a cute smile on his face, Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen and said, Baba, this song is for you. It's still for Dad? Great, Tuanchuan, let's get started. Su Chen was flattered, because most of the children's songs praised his mother, but he didn't expect his daughter to find someone who sang it specifically for Dad. It would be what? When the prelude sounded, Su Chen was slightly stunned. This deep feeling, why doesn't it look like a nursery rhyme? He glanced at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue smiled at him and said, look at the surprise performance that your daughter and son brought you. After a short prelude, the troupe began its own performance. I said Dad's watch. I said, can my dad's watch run slower? Give him more time to watch more. You can get up later in the morning and get more sleep. Less tired, I just hope this is a little bit. I said Dad's watch could run slower. Give him more time to move around a bit more. I can relax my mind a little bit less. I just want this little by little. Looking at Lele next to him, he didn't seem to be surprised by his sister's song at all, and he reacted immediately and started dancing. Su Chen looked at him on the ground, and he could vaguely see that it was some hip-hop movement. In her daughter's small mouth, the lyrics were quickly read. This is supposed to be rap, right? After a song ended, Tuanchuan and Lei ran over panting and threw themselves into Su Chen's arms. Baba, do you like me and Giggle's performance? Su Chen smiled and nodded. I like it, but Dad is really surprised that you guys are singing rap songs and dancing hip-hop. Yan Bingxue snickered beside her. Husband, I just said it, the old man can't appreciate the performance of the two of them. Tuanchuan likes rap songs, Lei likes hip-hop. Isn't this scene different from what you imagined? Su Chen nodded, but his eyes were still very happy. He kissed his son and daughter and said happily, it's okay, my father likes this song very much. Our family can find this song to sing to my father, and Lei dances for my father is very touched. Okay, darlings, let's go have a barbecue. The two little guys went to eat happily. Su Chen took the meat skewers and vegetable skewers to Yan Bingxue, and the two sat on the sofa eating and chatting. Tuanchu and Lei came over after a while. Baba Mama, do you want to sing too? We have never stopped you singing. Su Chen happened to be in high spirits today. Thinking that he had taught himself a piece of guitar when he was in college, he said, Wife, do you want to play a song? I'll bring the guitar to accompany you. There happened to be some simple musical instruments in the villa. Yan Bingxue looked at him, then looked at the two children, nodded and said, Okay. Su Chen went to the house to get the guitar, and the two adults sat on the sofa. Tuanchuan and Lei sat on the small futon in front of them, like two long-awaited audience members. Wife, what do you want to sing? Yan Bingxue thought for a while, her cheeks suddenly flushed. She looked at Su Chen and said, I like you so much. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, but only after half a second did he react. Is that the song? Yan Bingxue blushed and nodded. Su Chen smiled and said, I thought, you suddenly confessed to me. Hee Baba is so numb. Tuanchuan cutely shook her little shoulders, and snickered while covering her mouth. Su Chen used the guitar to accompany him. Although he hadn't touched the guitar for more than a year, fortunately at that time, he practiced the basic skills solidly when he was studying, and now he can get the feeling back with a little touch. Rainy weather, like your lovely Grumpy. My love and my heart have already been handed over to you. Love your charming eyes. Thinking expression, beautiful voice. You are the only one in my heart. Love you, I'm heartbroken. Tuanchuan clapped along with the beat, and Lei took a video with his mobile phone. When Yan Bingxue sang, she would occasionally look at Su Chen, both of whom had sweet affection in their eyes. The moist sea breeze blew gently, with the aroma of grilled skewers. This night, the courtyard by the sea was the warmest time for the Su family of four. It was past 9 o'clock when the barbecue was over, and Tuanchuan Lei was already tired and fell asleep. Lying on the sofa over there, Yan Bingxue covered them both with a small blanket. The climate here in Sanya is good, but I am not afraid of catching a cold. Husband, the housekeeper will come to clean up the rest of these things tomorrow. Let's take the children back, wash and rest. Okay. Su Chen put down the things in his hand, walked to the sofa, and watched Yan Bingxue want to report to the group. He gently stopped him. No. Wife, they are too small, I can hug them alone. Go up. After he finished speaking, he bent down and directly picked up the two little guys, one for each arm, but the group didn't wake up. But Lei opened his eyes and found that he was in his father's arms, and looked for it again with peace of mind. A comfortable position lay on his shoulders, and fell asleep. When I came back from the beach in the afternoon, I took a shower, and now I don't need to be woken up. Suchin sent them back to their respective rooms. When they returned to the house, Yan Bingxue was watching the video just recorded on his mobile phone. While watching, he smiled and said, "Husband, I found that Tuanchuan's rap is actually quite good, and Leilei's hip-hop, he hasn't learned it yet, but he dances quite well." Suchin walked over to watch it with her, and the young couple watched it again. Suchin said, "Yes, I found out that Tuanchuan and Leilei, are very talented in literature and art. Wife, after we meet Zhonghai, do you want to sign them up for an interest class?" Suchin said. "I never thought about this before. My biggest wish has always been that Tuanchuan and Leilei can grow up healthily and happily. Now they are both just entering kindergarten, and I have not enrolled them in other interest classes and remedial classes. I think it is more important for children to have fun during childhood, and it will take up a large part of their time after learning. Wife, I think the same as you in terms of educational philosophy. I also think that we should implement quality education for children, but remedial classes and interest classes are different. Interest classes allow children to learn what they like. It's also a kind of fun." Yan Bingxue nodded. "Husband, you are right. After we return to Zhonghai, we asked the two children what kind of interest class they would like to enroll in, and we will choose a suitable class for them at that time." "Okay, wife, let's take a shower and go to bed earlier. We have plans to finish the tour tomorrow." Suchan and Yan Bingxue also took a bath before, but when they just grilled, it was Suchan who did it all the time, and Yan Bingxue also started to fight next to them. The two were smoked for a long time. After taking a shower again, I went to bed. After playing all day, he lay down and found that he was indeed a little tired. Suchan hugged Yan Bingxue, and the two soon embraced each other and fell asleep. "Because I played at the beach all day yesterday, the play plan arranged by Su Chen today is relatively easy. I strolled around the commercial street here and bought things. Eat the special food here, you won't be too tired at the end of the day, and you can sleep late in the morning." During this sleep, their family of 4 slept very sweetly. After 10 o'clock in the morning, Suchin drove off and took them to a nearby street. This is a commercial street that was planned later. The shops sell Sonia's specialty products and seafood. Many of them can be taken out, so that tourists who come here can bring some souvenirs back. It is natural to buy some decorations such as shells for a seaside holiday. Yan Bingxue found a DIY handmade decoration shop on the internet and planned to make a unique souvenir for the whole family to bring back. The DIY handmade creativity is about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and in the morning, they start shopping from the street. Before starting, Suchin said, "Today is a crazy shopping day. You can walk into every store on this street, and you can buy all the things you want directly. All the consumption today is paid for by yourself." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Well, that's great. Boss, Su is so cool. I give you a thumbs up." Tuanchuan and Leilei also parroted their tongues and said, "Baba, atmosphere." "Thank you, Baba. Let's go shopping." Yan Bingxue took the hands of her son and daughter and trot happily all the way. The three of them really let go of their arms today and are ready to have a big fight. The first store they go in every day happens to be selling souvenirs. They are all cute handmade gadgets. Girls and children like these the most. Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan Leilei were almost unable to move an inch. The waiter looked at them with a smile on his face, as if looking at the god of wealth. Su Chen smiled and followed behind them, watching them take things without blinking. For him, these things are small problems now, the most important thing is to make his wife and children happy. Mama, this little conch is so cute. Bye. Yan Bingxue waved her hand, and the items were already in the shopping basket. Lele held a small shield made of shells. Mama, I want to buy this. Put it right in. Mama, let's buy this for Grandma. Grandma likes pearls. Okay, buy it. Mama. Buy. Buy. Buy, buy, buy. They strolled around and brought 2 whole baskets of small handicrafts. The waiters were all happy and said, "Guest, you seem to like our Sonia very much. You buy so many things, no customer has bought so many things in our store, so let's give you a 20% discount today." Okay, thank you, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele also said politely, "Thank you, sister." Haha, no thanks, the 2 little babies are so cute. Hello, you have spent a total of 21,230 yuan here. I'll give you a 20% discount, which is 16,984 yuan. She looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile on her face, but Yan Bingxue took a step back. Su Chen stepped forward, took out the card and said, "Swipe 17,000. Okay, sir. Sir, your family is so cute. You are so kind to your wife and children. The payment has been completed, this is your card, please take it, welcome. Next time." Next, they entered a shop selling seafood. The seafood here is fresh, and when they were in the shop, they could see fishermen delivering them. If tourists from other places need to buy seafood, they can go through cold chain logistics, and they can arrive in a day or 2, which can fully guarantee the taste of seafood. Yan Bingxue and the 2 children picked a bunch of them, all of which were sent back to Zhonghai to the Su and Yan families. Su Chen saw what they had picked and added 10 more king crabs. In this store alone, Su Dust swiped more than 300,000 cards. They are still on the street now, but the shops in the back have heard about it. Come out and see, we have a rich family on this street today. I just visited 2 stores, one small food store spent more than 10,000 yuan, and another seafood store spent more than 300,000 yuan. What kind of spending power is this? Let's get the goods ready. Ready to welcome the distinguished guests. Originally, it was the off-season for Sanya travel, and there were not many tourists, so the whole commercial street looked deserted, but Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had just visited 2 stores, and the store behind suddenly it became lively, and the service staff of each household stood enthusiastically at the door, waiting for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to arrive. Near noon, the food stores were busy. Although there were no customers, the chefs still cooked their special dishes, so that customers could smell the fragrance when they passed by their door, and maybe they could come in for lunch. Now, in just over an hour in the morning, Yan Bingxue and the children had already bought a bunch of things. The seafood and food were all sent on the spot, and they were too lazy to take souvenirs. Just send it back by courier. So although they bought a lot, the 4 of them were still empty-handed. At noon, Su Chen asked Yan Bingxue to choose a seafood restaurant, ordered the special dishes in the store, and had a simple lunch. After resting for a while, everyone went to the DIY handicraft restaurant that Yan Bingxue had made an appointment with. I've heard about their records in the commercial street this morning, so when they came, all the staff lined up outside to welcome them, and they even rolled out the red carpet, and the battle was huge. Welcome to our store, honorable guests, please. Yan Bingxue whispered to Su Chen while walking, Husband, I can't believe that People here in Sanya are so enthusiastic. You see, no matter which store we enter, the waiters are always greeted at the door, and their attitude is super good. What? Suchin smiled without saying a word. Of course he knew that this was not a simple and enthusiastic folk customs, but money ability. There are a lot of small ornaments in this handicraft museum, all of which are hand-finished, and the materials are already available. It is estimated that it will not be boring to play in it for an afternoon. Tuanchuan likes small shells and plans to use the shells to make a little bear. The little bear is a model that has already been made, but he has to stick his favorite shells on the outside. Lele has a soft spot for mechas and plans to use a big clam shell to carve the graphics of Ultraman fighting little monsters. Yan Bingxue wants to make pearl necklaces for the two mothers. Here, she can open the muscles and take out the pearl holes so that the whole necklace is made by herself, which is completely different from the meaning of buying it. Suchin didn't have much to do, so he gave 3 people guidance, such as Lele's sculpture, which was difficult for him as a child, and Suchin planned to watch it. There is also Yan Bingshua's pearl necklace, which also needs assistance. It's quite simple, and the little guy is already very busy. Over there, Yan Bingxue was taking the pearls from the clam shell. When she opened it, she took out a lot of pearls of different shapes from the flesh of the clam shell. She said in surprise, "Wow, so many pearls can be taken out of a single clam shell." Pearl. Suchin said, "Yeah, but these pearls are different in shape and size. It will look good if you call out the real boutiques from them to make necklaces." Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "It's okay, then I'll open more anyway, I think. This is very interesting, it's like opening a blind box." Lele chose a large shell. The surface of the black gold shell had a faint luster, which was very beautiful. "Baba, can we use this to carve?" Suchin looked at it, nodded and said, "Okay Lele, use a small carving knife for carving. This is very sharp. Be careful when you do it. Also, before engraving, you have to draw a template. Here is a white marker. You draw the pattern and then engrave." Suchin took the carving knife, but before he started, a voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host and son for successfully punching in and carving handicrafts, and rewarding the host's primary master carving skills." Suchin smiled with satisfaction. He knew that at such a time, the system would definitely not be absent. After comprehending the carving skills, Suchin took the small carving knife and suddenly felt that his head was full of inspiration and skills, and his right hand was eager to try. But Lele is still thinking about the pattern. The little guy is serious about painting on the clam shell. The little guy's brushwork is immature, and he is still not satisfied after a long time of painting. "Baba, help Lele. Lele's drawings are so ugly, it doesn't look like Ultraman." When Tuanchuan and Yan Bingxue heard this, they leaned over to take a look. Tuanchuan laughed and said, "Haha, the drawing is so funny, it seems like two monsters are fighting." Yan Bingxue encouraged, "Lele, don't be discouraged, my mother thinks that although your Ultraman's paintings are not very good, your little monsters are still very vivid." Lele pouted and said sadly, "Mama, it's better to say something like your sister if you praise me." Suchin touched his son's head and said, "Lele is fine, Dad will draw Ultraman for you, and you will draw little monsters." All afternoon, they were busy in this DIY handicraft shop. When they left in the evening, they hugged the shell bears they made, like a baby in their arms. Yan Bingxue made 2 pearl necklaces, all of which were pink round pearls. Stringing them together was a bit like buying them in a jewelry store. Leilei's work was completed with the help of Su Chen. Because it was difficult. The last one was completed. Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan came to see them after finishing their own. Su Chen took his son to carve it. After finishing, Yan Bingxue picked it up and looked at it, and said in surprise, "This is very beautiful." Tuanchuan stood on tiptoe, "Mama, I want to see too." "Wow, it's really beautiful, Goku, and Baba did a great job." Leilei happily held her work, narrowed her eyes and smiled, "Baba, thank you for helping me." Yan Bingxue looked at the two little ones looking happy, secretly gave Su Chen a thumbs up, and whispered, "Husband, you really hide it, I didn't expect your carving skills to be so good." The family happily took the works and left. In the evening, Su Chen took them to Jianxi Street, the oldest snack street here. These 2 days are basically seafood dinners. Last night, they were grilled at home by themselves. Today, they were a little tired from playing all day, so they simply went to Jianxi Street and had some special snacks. The snack street in the evening is very lively. In addition to tourists, there are many locals. There are many food stalls in the night market, one after another, all kinds of snacks. Su Chen stood on the street and said, "Dad's words are still valid during the day, and all the consumption at night is still paid by Dad. You can buy whatever you want to eat, but you can't eat too much of each, because you have to keep it. Have a little appetite and keep walking." I have to say that there are still a lot of snacks in Sanya and Zhonghai. Especially Jianxi Street is an old snack street. Most of the people who come here are local residents, so no matter the type or taste, they are all authentic local features. Su Chen and the others went all the way to buy, and the 4 people's hands and mouths were soon full of food. Passing by a shop with a lot of people, Yan Bingxue said, "Husband, let's go and see what this shop sells. I saw a lot of local people eating dinner in it. It's so lively, the things inside must be special. Good to eat." Su Chen nodded, and the family stopped at the door of the shop. The seats inside are already full, and only the small tables are left. However, it is actually more comfortable to eat outside at this time of the evening, because the evening wind blows, and it is very cool. As soon as Su Chen and the others sat down, the enthusiastic waiter came over. "What do you want to eat first? What are the characteristics of your store?" Su Chen asked. When the other party heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "A few of the guests are tourists who come here to play, right? Our store sells Hong Kong fans. This is our special fan. The tender vermicelli is served with fish cakes made of fresh sea fish, with peanuts, fried shrimp skins, bean sprouts, pickled sauerkraut or white cauliflower, and finally a broth made from pork bones and sea white snails. Sprinkle a little coarse pepper powder and chopped green onion. I guarantee you will not forget the taste after tasting it." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are a little hungry now. "I just ate some snacks just now, and when I heard her description, I immediately felt an appetite." "Then let's have 4 bowls," Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue said, "Don't be so much, husband, didn't you say that? Let's have some appetite and try other specialties later. Let's just have 2 bowls. The 4 of us eat 2 little guys just as well." "Not much," the waiter said. "No problem, customer, the portion in our store is very large. 2 bowls are enough for 4 of you, and our snack street has a lot of delicious food. You will finish us later. After the powder in the store, you can also try the refreshing tonic from that family. This is also our specialty. It is a small dessert, very refreshing and delicious. Okay, thank you, Yan Bingxue said. The 2 bowls of noodles were quickly served, and the waiter brought them 2 more sets of utensils for the children to use. The powder has just been served, and the aroma is fragrant. Yan Bingxue took a deep breath and said, "This smells so good it must taste good too, husband." Tuanchuan Lele, let's start. Tuanchuan Lele is gearing up, quick start, quick start. 4 people eat 2 bowls of noodles, and the scene is warm. It's delicious, Baba Mama, I like this powder. Tuanchuan said while sucking the powder. Lele lowered his head and took a sip of the soup. The aroma of fish meat mixed with the strong aroma of big bone soup, it was simply delicious. Suqian and Yan Bingxue are also happy to eat. This is a delicious food that has never been tasted. The local people around saw them and heard that they were tourists, and enthusiastically introduced them to the special snacks here. So after eating gangmen noodles, they are going to try the traditional refreshing tonic. This dessert is mainly made of red beans, barley, peanuts, hollow noodles, etc., and then add ice cubes. A bowl of dessert tastes cool. It is very suitable. Such a summer night. The 2 little treasures ate 1 bowl was not enough, and wanted a second bowl. Suqian stopped them in time. Tuanchuan, Lele, although Dad said that you can eat whatever you want tonight. But you just finished eating the hot noodles, and now you are drinking cold ones. You have already drank 1 bowl, so you can't drink the second bowl, or else my stomach will hurt when I go back later. Lele pouted, but when he heard what his father said, forget it. Tuanchuan was a little unhappy, and hugged Suqian's arm coquettishly and said, "Baba, this is really delicious. It's like ice cream and it's very sweet like iced milk. I want to eat another bowl." Suqian saw that reasoning didn't work, so he said, "Tuanchuan, if you really want to eat it, you can, but if you have a stomachache or feel uncomfortable tomorrow after eating, then we won't be able to take you out to play tomorrow. When the time comes, my brother and my mother go out to play together, so you can only stay at home by yourself." Hearing this, he panicked and shook his head. "No, I don't want it, I'm at home alone, and I want to go out to play with you. I won't eat it, I'll eat something else later." "Well, our group is really good." When he came out of the snack street, Yan Bingxue touched his stomach and said, "Husband, I suddenly found out that it is not only the underworld that comes out sideways, but also the snack street. A family of 4 with a round belly, standing in and out sideways is a very vivid statement. Rest for 1 night, the 3rd day of the honeymoon trip is a 1-day cruise to the sea. This is a labor-free job, just go to the sea, to see the scenery." Suqian rented a cruise ship with a dedicated driver. The family of 4 sat on the deck, basking in the sun and drinking cold drinks. By the way, they watched the beach and coast that was getting farther and farther away from him, and the endless sea in front of him. Tuanchuan Lele was sunk into the round oversized lazy sofa. Tuanchuan was wearing a dress, Lele was wearing beach pants and white short sleeves, and the 2 of them were wearing sunglasses. They looked super cute. Suqian took pictures of them with a camera, and lay on the lazy sofa next to Yan Bingxue. It's so comfortable, the sea breeze, the blue sky, the white clouds, the lazy sofa, it's all too beautiful. Suqian's arm rested under her head, and one hand wrapped her shoulders. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds with her, enjoying the sea breeze. Caressing. "Wife, if you like it, then we can go out often in the future. While Tuanchuan Lele is still young, take them for a walk and have a look. After visiting the Great rivers and mountains of our dragon kingdom, go outside to take a look. Look at the world. Yan Bingxue knows that this wish is very beautiful, but it is not so easy to realize it. After all, he is the president of Chaofan Group, and Suchen also has a big responsibility. It is impossible for the two of them to leave their jobs like this. But if her husband can say that, Yan Bingxue still feels very happy. Husband, although it's a bit difficult to travel around the entire dragon kingdom and the whole world, we can take it slow. After all, the days ahead are still very long. Even if Tuanchuan and Lele go to elementary school, there will be winter and summer vacations. The great rivers and mountains of the Dragon Country are still okay. Okay, then let's make an agreement that we will come out to play once a year. And go to different places. Tuanchuan and Lele over there are very supportive of this proposal. That's great, from now on, we can go out and play with our parents every year. The cruise ship arrived in the middle of the endless sea. Suchen suddenly felt a movement. He pulled Yan Bingxue to stand up immediately, lying on the edge of the fence, looking at the bottom of the sea. Tuanchuan Lele, come on. There are whales here. Tuanchuan and Lele quickly got up, ran to Mom and Dad's side, lay on the railing and looked at the sea. After a while, a big blue whale raised its head, exposing its big head on the water, with water still spraying in the middle of its head. It's really a big whale, its nose is like a fountain, so cute, Tuanchuan said happily. Lele raised the camera on his chest and took a picture of the big whale. After a while, another group of dolphins appeared. Suchen took out the prepared food, hugged Tuanchuan and Lele, and let them feed. Watching the dolphins jump up and eat, the family couldn't help laughing. After watching the performance of the undersea animals for a while, Yan Bingxue suggested that everyone should go fishing. Everyone readily agreed. Suchen just got the fishing rod, and the sound of the system sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the two babies for punching in the fishing activity, and rewarding the host's primary fishing skills. Suchen activated his skills and started fishing with confidence with his fishing rod. Tuanchuan and Lele started a competition. Baba Mama, let the four of us compete. Suchen, who had just realized the skills, immediately said, okay, since it's a competition, there must be rewards and punishments. In this way, if there is less fishing in the future, when they go back, they will be responsible for taking care of us today. All the fish caught are sold. Suchen knew that their sea fishing would definitely yield a lot today. These sea fish are precious and can be released back to the sea, but ordinary sea fish can't be eaten up even if they are brought back. He knew that it must be Tuanchuan Lele who lost today. Tuanchuan and Lele don't think so. Their newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Although they have never fished before, they are very confident. It is good. Next, it was Suchen's performance time. After Yan Bingxue announced the start of the competition, Suchen flicked the hook and pulled the hook up in less than half a minute. There was still a big sea bass on it. Then came the second and third. Suchen held a fishing rod in his hand. It was like a ruthless fishing machine that could pull up a fish every half a minute. At the beginning, Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan Lele still had a little bit of confidence and felt that they might be able to win, especially Yan Bingxue. He often went fishing with Yan Jingwei when he was a child, but he didn't expect her husband to be a peerless expert. After 10 minutes, Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan Lele collectively gave up this match. Tuanchu and Lele didn't have a single fish, and even caught a fish while fishing. Yan Bingxue, but compared to the harvest that her husband was about to fill the bucket, it was a drop in the bucket. I gave up. Dad is too good. I can't compare to Dad at all. I can't catch a single fish. I admit defeat. Lele threw away his little fishing rod. Tuanchuan immediately followed suit. My brother lost the fishing rod in his hand and ran to his father's side to interfere with his father. Tuanchuan sang loudly beside him, trying to scare away the fish in the water. But Suchen didn't seem to be affected at all, and still quickly pulled the fishing rod. This sudden competition was like the beginning, and it soon ended. The whole process only lasted for more than half an hour, and Suchen had already caught 3 buckets full of fish. Among them, there are some more expensive species. After Suchen caught them, he quickly called the 2 babies and Yan Bingxue to release them. This movement, even the staff on the ship were alarmed, and they all ran to the deck to watch. Mr. Su, you are too good. You have caught almost 100 fish in more than half an hour. Isn't it better than fishing with a net? Mr. Su, you are really a fishing expert. Tuanchuan and Lele were originally a little depressed because they lost the game, but when they heard everyone complimenting their father like this, the 2 little guys smiled again and proudly circled around Su Qing. My dad is the best, he can do anything, even fishing can't beat him. Dad's fishing is so good, it must be because the fish like Baba, so they voluntarily go on Dad's hook. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, husband, after we return to Zhonghai, you can find a chance to go fishing with my dad. He always thinks that he is very good at fishing, and often runs out for night fishing without coming back all night. My mother always said him, but he said he was a good fisherman and couldn't waste his talent. After I go back this time, let him take a look at who is the real fishing expert. I promise that my dad will not dare to say such things in the future. At noon, the cruise ship stopped at another coast, which is not a tourist area, so basically local residents come and go. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue thought this place was very good, and it was a good place to sell fish. Most tourists won't buy fish, because there is nowhere to cook for themselves. But residents will love it. So, Tuanchuan and Lele fulfilled their promises here, willing to admit defeat and sell fish with their own pockets. Because they were improvised, things were not fully prepared, and there were no weighing tools. Su Chen then said to them, Tuan Tuan Lele, when you sell these fish later, you don't know how much these fish are, so you ask the guests how much the fish is sold for. Remember, if the guests give you money if it's more than 100 yuan, you can't do it. Because Su Chan and Yan Bingxue both wanted to take this opportunity to exercise the abilities of Tuanchuan and Lele, they did not plan to participate in this fish sale. The 2 children went to sell fish alone, and there was no electronic scale. It was estimated that many customers would give more money because they were children, so Suchen told the 2 children in advance that they could not charge too much money. Lele nodded, indicating that he knew. But Tuanchuan was a little scared. Mom and Dad, are you really not going with me and my brother? We have never sold anything before, I'm afraid we can't do well. Suchen touched her head and said, Tuanchuan, this is a competition between you and your parents. When the education competition was going to be held at that time, didn't we agree that the loser would go to sell fish, but my mother and I both caught fish, and only you and your brother didn't catch fish. If we accompany you to sell fish, what kind of punishment is this? Okay, Tuanchuan turned back and followed his brother to the shore one step at a time, while Su Chen and Yan Bingshui continued to stay on the cruise. The cruise ship was parked on the coast, and when they sat on the deck, they could see two children sitting on the roadside stalls, but they were not afraid of any danger. They helped to take the 3 big buckets. Yan Bingshui was a little worried. When they left, Su Chen talked to the fisherman who was also selling fish next to him about the situation. As soon as the other party heard that it was an opportunity for the 2 little babies to exercise, he immediately said with a smile, "No problem, don't worry, we are right next to us, and will be optimistic about the 2 children. You 2 parents are really caring, and you started exercising 2 children at such a young age. I see that these 2 children are very smart, and they will definitely perform well in a while." After the entrustment, Su Chen took Yan Bingshui back to the deck. At the beginning, both of them were a little worried, and they didn't look away from the 2 children on the shore for a moment. The 2 children couldn't let go at first. The fishermen around were shouting loudly, attracting the coming and going guests, but the 2 of them sat there without saying a word. Some people came over curiously because they saw 2 children selling fish. At this time, Lei would ask in a low voice, "Hello, do you want to buy fish? You 2 children really sell fish. Why are you 2 selling fish here? What about the adults in your family?" The guests are very enthusiastic. But the 2 little guys were a little scared, pursed their lips, and dared not speak. When the other party saw this posture, he was afraid of scaring the 2 children, so he took a look and walked to the fish stall next to him to buy fish. Just missed the first business. Both Tuanchuan and Lei were a little annoyed, and the little guys lowered their heads in dejection. Tuanchuan said to his brother, "Giggle, shouldn't we just have a few more words with Hee? Maybe we can talk more, and she'll be shopping here." When Lei heard his sister's words and looked at her a little scared, he suddenly gathered up courage in his heart. Tuan, you're right. If there are guests coming later, I will talk to others in a good way. You don't have to worry or be afraid, just sit next to me. I will definitely talk about these today. The fish are all sold out. Tuanchuan turned to look at her brother. At this moment, she suddenly felt that his brother was so tall, like a mountain in front of her, and he felt very secure. The little guy also mustered his courage and said, "Giggle, I'll help you too. The 2 of us are going to sell fish together." Lei nodded happily. "Okay, let's sell fish together." Tuanchuan and Lei, who finally found the courage, officially started their first experience of selling fish, but they saw a few waves of customers, and many people passed by them, all just looked at them curiously and left, and then went to buy fish from others. After walking several waves of people in a row, Lei felt that this was not good, so he carefully observed the fisherman next to him and found that everyone was actively shouting, so he gritted his teeth, and when the next guest passed by, he took the initiative to stand up and shout, said, "Hello, beautiful sister, do you want to buy a fish?" I have to say that the little guy's vision is still very good. The guest is a girl in her 20s, with a vegetable basket in her hand. It looks like she's here to buy food. Women of this age are the easiest to get close to children. "Hello, little ones, do you want to sell fish?" Lei nodded, and Tuanchuan said, "Sister, this is the fish that my father just caught. It's very fresh, and it's still alive. You can buy one and eat it back, it's delicious." The woman was amused by the cute looks of the 2 of them and immediately decided, "Okay, my sister just wants to buy a fish, so I will pick one myself." She took a sea bass, which looked very big. Little friends, please help me. Weigh it. How much is this per pound? Tuanchuan and Lele were in trouble. They didn't weigh it, and they didn't know. How much a pound? This is, Lele remembered his father's words, and said, Sister, we didn't weigh it, you can just give money for this fish. When the woman heard it, she was a little hesitant. Just give it. How much is appropriate? At this time, the ant on the stall next to him smiled and said, It's okay. Girl, bring the child's fish, I'll weigh it for you, and give it to the two children at the market price. What about their parents training them? After weighing it, it was 4.5 pounds in total. According to the market price, it was 80 yuan. The woman took 100 and handed it to Tuanchuan. Lele immediately said, Sister, no way. Baba said it can't be more than 100 yuan. This is the fish he caught. I can give it to you at a cheaper price. The woman said whatever it was. Lele didn't charge 100%, so the ant next to her helped change the change. After the first order of business, both Tuanchuan and Lele became bold. The two children were innocent and cute, and the fish was good and affordable, so they soon gathered a bunch of guests. Seeing this, Suchen pulled Yan Bingxue and said, Wife, let's lie down and have a cold drink. Tuanchuan and Lele seemed to be able to handle it easily. More than an hour later, Tuanchuan and Lele happily returned to the cruise ship with their bulging pockets and 3 empty buckets. Baba Mama, our fish is sold out. Suchan and Yan Bingxue stood up, looked at the empty bucket, picked up the 2 children and said, We Tuanchuan and Lele are awesome, we actually sold out all the fish. Tuanchuan and Lele, who were praised for doing business, were extremely happy. This was their first attempt, and they did not expect it to be so successful. On the way back, the 2 little guys clutched their pockets tightly. Yan Bingxue asked them to count the money, but Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads firmly. Mama, no, the wind is too strong at sea. What if we blow our money away? This is the money my sister and I worked so hard to earn. Let's count it when we get home. Tuanchuan nodded in agreement. Yes, Mama, my brother and I have made a lot of money today. We have worked hard to sell fish, but we are still very happy. They all like the fish we sell, and they say that the fish we sell is fresh. And fresh. It's cheap, and everyone likes us. The 2 little guys did what they said, and really waited until they got home before putting down the medicine bag and counting the money. Yan Bingxue and Suchen sat on the floor with the children and watched them take out the crumpled banknotes from their pockets. There were indeed a lot of red, green and green banknotes. Suchen said, Tuanchuan Lele, you haven't forgotten what Dad told you, did you? Charge too much money from others? The 2 little guys shook their heads firmly. Lele said, No, Dad, we all collect money according to the price. The ant next door helped us a lot. He helped us weigh the fish and told us how much we should sell. We all according to market rules. Suchen smiled and said, Oh, have you learned the word market rules? This is what an uncle who sells fish told us, saying that we are very disciplined and very honest children. He wants to give us 200 yuan, but his fish is only worth 120 yuan, we can't charge him more. Suchen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled, touched the heads of the 2 little guys and said, Tuanchuan Lele did a great job. Yan Bingxue was in charge of counting the money, Suchen was in charge of the calculation, and just like that night, he quickly counted the income of the 2 children today, which is really incredible. The 2 little guys actually earned 765 yuan today. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard this number, they danced happily in the room. Wow brother, we are amazing, we actually earned more than 700 yuan, and more. Then 700 yuan can buy a lot of lollipops. Yeah, Tuanchuan, you performed very well today. My brother is doing better than me. If it wasn't for my brother's encouragement, I would be a little scared. Seeing the two children complimenting each other, Suchin felt extremely relieved. It seems that today's plan is very successful. The two children have learned a lot from this practice of selling fish. Also, it nurtured their courage and made them feel proud. That night, Suchin deeply felt this. Because the two little guys couldn't wait to open a video with their grandparents, sharing their experience of selling fish today. And put more than 700 yuan in front of the screen, and brought them close to the four elders to see. Su's father, Su's mother, and Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun were both very surprised, and they were happy and proud of the two children. We, Tuanchuan and Lele, are really great. You can make money at such a young age. You will definitely become a super powerful person like your parents in the future. Haha, our eldest grandson and granddaughter are just different. In the future, whoever of you wants to take over from mother's class and manage a big group? Yan Jinwei laughed hard. Dad Su said to Suchin next to him, son, you are going out to play today. Have you taken pictures of the two little guys selling fish? Send it to me and your mother, we will send it to the circle of friends. When Tang Shuyun heard it, she immediately said, in the group, we also want to send a circle of friends, Xiao Su. Suchin posted the photo to the group, and the parents on both sides immediately saved the photo and sent it to the circle of friends. Tuanchuan and Lele were also inspired. After hanging up the video, they went to call their friends to share their experiences today. The little guys didn't go to bed until 10 o'clock. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue rested for an afternoon today, but they were not sleepy, so Suchin took the red wine and took his wife to the swimming pool downstairs for a late night. Two-person world. Playing with the children these days, the husband and wife have almost no time alone except sleeping. Suchin knew that this was the responsibility of being a parent. The two were running in the swimming pool. The water temperature was slightly cold, but the heat in the air had not yet subsided, so it was very comfortable to soak in this way. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Yan Bingxue suggested, husband, let's go swimming in the competition. I lost the fishing competition today, so shamelessly I want to find it in swimming. Suchin said, okay, come on. So what are the prizes for this competition? Yan Bingxue asked, what kind of color do you want? Suchin smiled maliciously, wife, can I do whatever I want? Yan Bingxue blushed and waved her pink fist gently, of course not, Stingy Suchin said with a smile, forget it, I'm just kidding you, what else do we need in the 2 games, just come. Suchin put on a pose and said, I have an advantage over you, wife, to be fair, I'll give you 5 seconds. Yan Bingxue set off immediately after hearing this. Suchin was counting down. When he counted to 0, he kicked on the wall of the pool. With this strength, he jumped out for a long distance and directly caught up with the advance 5 seconds. Yan Bingxue departed. Both of them used freestyle swimming, and the speed was very fast. Yan Bingxue felt that her husband was by her side and heard his voice. Come on, wife, I want to surpass you. After saying this, Suchin had already surpassed her. Yan Bingxue tried her best to catch up, but Suchin's speed was simply beyond her reach. When she reached the return point, Suchin made another sprint and passed Yan Bingxue directly. At this distance, it was impossible for her to catch up. Yan Bingshiwei had an idea, and suddenly stopped moving forward. She stretched out her hand on the water and slammed hard, and she kept shouting, "Husband! Help! Cramps! Cramps!" Hearing the movement, Suchin didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned around and swam back, grabbed his arms, and stood up with Yan Bingshiwei in his arms. Yan Bingshiwei was trying her best to dive down when she was suddenly pulled up. She was startled and hung on Suchin's chest. When Suchin saw this gesture, he immediately understood, and said with a smile, "Wife, you are not being honest, are you cheating?" Seeing that Yan Bingshiwei was dismantled, she blushed and said stubbornly, "I didn't, I just had a cramp, but I was scared by you." "Okay husband, it doesn't count this time, let's do it again," Suchin said in a low voice. "It's all like this, what are you going to do? Again? Go back to sleep." After speaking, he directly carried Yan Bingshiwei back to the room with this gesture.